Chapter 1201. My name is Leon. As you can see, I'm the protagonist of this book. But I'm not Longoutian, but rather an oppressed being. Leon. A female voice penetrated Leon's eardrums, assaulting his brain. Leon, still asleep, was stunned. What's going on? Leon glanced at the time, and saw it was only 7:30. Who wakes first? I know for sure. Go back to sleep. Leon then turned over and went back to sleep. Get up? Getting up is impossible. Who would want to get up when the bed is so comfortable? Downstairs, the Yunchinchi group, dressed in their finery, waited for 5 minutes, but Leon still didn't come down. Yunchinchi glanced at Shuangxing, who immediately walked up. Leon, still drowsy, felt someone approaching. But since things had come to this point, let's just go back to sleep. But the next second, Leon gradually realized something was amiss. Wait! What are you doing? You fool! Lion felt his fate strangle him, utterly terrified. Opening his eyes, he saw Froststar glaring at him with a wicked smile. Lion's sleepiness vanished, and he leaped from the bed. But before he could even get up, Froststar took another step forward. Lion instantly transformed into a weak, helpless little hamster. Since the wedding, Froststar had completely transformed from her previously aloof self. She had become incredibly enthusiastic and proactive, forcing Yunchinchi to step aside. Lion had become a mummy more than once. And he'd been lying motionless in bed, like a dead fish. Lion had repeatedly questioned his fate. Was Froststar's breeding season approaching? Is this right? This isn't right. Leon was baffled. Could it be that marriage had transformed Froststar into a completely different person? What Leon didn't know was that Froststar had become what she was today because of her marriage. Froststar finally had a legitimate status, so what she needed most now was a child. Then the question arose, where would a child come from? Leon was a bit clueless. If he didn't take the initiative, where would a child come from? Froststar transformed into a terrifying succubus. Under the combined pressure of Froststar and Yunchinchi, Leon exploded. Besides the second girl, the other 3 girls also joined in the fray. All 5 girls understood the importance of a child, and Yunchinchi remained calm. But the others were terrified. They wished they could tie Leon to their side. Now, their daily goal was to torture Leon. Leon was both in pain and happy. Body, you're happy, but what about me? After a long moment, Yunchinchi suddenly realized something was amiss and rushed forward, breaking the door open. Opening the door, Leon and Shuangxing were now tucked in bed. Yunchinchi's face darkened. In broad daylight? Such a shameful thing. Are there any laws? Leon looked hopeless, while Shuangxing lowered her head, looking as if she had done something wrong. Yunchinchi was silent for a moment, and Leon, weeping, hugged Yunchinchi. Wife, save me! I can't take it anymore. Yunchinchi looked at Shuangxing angrily, but then spoke. You cheated on me, and didn't even call me? Are we still good sisters? After saying this, Yunchinchi grabbed Leon. Leon was completely stunned, then a look of despair crossed his face. What was he even doing? His 5 wives were all in the same boat. I'm tired, ready for destruction. Leon was then dragged inside. Then, there were Leon's screams. Even downstairs, the 3 people gradually came to their senses and rushed upstairs to rescue Leon, who lay limp on the bed. Leon struggled to climb down. He had to regroup now, as he had something else to deal with later. Looking at Leon, who looked like a dog, Yunchinchi's face was flushed and smiling. Shuangxing was also satisfied. After all, he had to eat, so what could he be dissatisfied with? But the other 3 were extremely dissatisfied. Not only did he eat, but he actually ate alone. As the big sister, Yunchinchi actually tolerated this behavior. As long as he showed her some respect. Is there any law in this? Leon cleaned himself up and got into a car. The reason was simple. Today he had to attend a parent-teacher conference for his daughter, Yunli. Actually, Leon hadn't wanted to go, but Yunchinchi insisted. Unable to resist, Leon dutifully went. The 5 girls then made plans to go shopping together. Leon, so love fades, right? In the car, Leon ate a few quick bites. It was already afternoon when Leon came downstairs. He didn't even have time for lunch before being whisked off to kindergarten. The driver barely dared to breathe. He was a new driver, and this was his first time seeing Leon up close. The original driver returned home to visit his family. Lion usually only has 1 driver. And this driver is a veteran. When Lion got his first car, the driver became his full-time driver. He drove like this for 4 or 5 years. The driver gradually accumulated a certain amount of wealth. However, the driver accumulated wealth by listening. Because Lion and Hans often talked in the car, the driver could glean certain political trends from their conversations. The driver invested his own money, thus accumulating a certain amount of wealth. He also provided a house for his children. But the driver never shared these things with anyone else, because he knew if he made a little money, Lion and the Intelligence Bureau would definitely know about it. But as long as he didn't cross the red line, he could continue to drive safely. So the driver would only use his salary to make a small profit, and wouldn't be so foolish as to borrow tens of thousands of gold coins and directly follow the political trend to invest. This would lead to retaliation from Lion and the Intelligence Bureau. The driver nervously dropped Leon off at the kindergarten. To avoid being recognized, Leon didn't let the driver drive his own private car today. But as soon as he got out of the car, he was still recognized by many people. Hans had already arranged for agents to secure the kindergarten. Leon then went to his daughter Yunli's class, but before he could even enter, he heard her voice. "I am the leader of the empire. You mortals, kneel down." Yunli stood on the table, holding a branch that she used as a sword, pretending to be an emperor. Several other children acted out the scene with Yunli. Long live the emperor. The teacher watching this scene suppressed a smile. Yunli put her hands on her hips, looking as if she was the greatest person in the world. But soon, Yunli noticed that her friends had fallen silent. She suddenly realized there was someone behind her. She turned around and saw Leon looking at her with a half-smile. "Becoming an emperor, huh? Are you itching for it?" Chapter 1202. Yunli turned around and saw her father standing at the doorway, smiling broadly. Instantly, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. He jumped off the table, running as he went. "Dad, listen to me. I'm just playing a play. I absolutely have no desire to be emperor. Dad, I'm your most beloved daughter. Can you please stop hitting me?" Yunli ran away, hiding behind her teacher. Leon's smile widened upon hearing this. "Yunli, you're so smart. How did you know Dad was going to ask you about becoming emperor? And you brought it up before Dad even asked you? Besides, you're such a naughty kid. Why did you run away when you saw Dad? Come here. Daddy wants to have a good talk with you," Leon said with a smile. Yunli clung to her teacher's legs tightly, her face uglier than if she were crying. The greatest sorrow is social death, but even more terrifying is dying in front of people you know. Yunli wanted to find a piece of tofu to kill herself. The teacher was a little surprised to see Yunli clinging to her thigh. Yunli had always been the boss of the children, a kind of strong woman. She never begged anyone, never feigned weakness. The teacher quickly realized why Yunli was acting this way. Because standing at the door was her father, the leader of the Great Yin, the field marshal of the National Defense Forces. "Leon." The teacher mentally recited a dozen labels for Leon. Each one was enough to turn this small classroom upside down. But the problem was, the national leader was standing right before her. The young female teacher was momentarily at a loss. This was also her first time meeting the leader. Sin City originally had only a few 100,000 residents, so initially, meeting the leader was easy. There were even a few lucky workers who had shoveled snow alongside the leader during the Divine Retribution winter. To this day, those workers are proud of their time shoveling snow with Leon, and they always bring it up at the dinner table. So much so that their families have heard it so many times that their ears are numb. Many of the original residents of Liongrad had seen Leon, but the vast majority of those who came to Liongrad later had never seen him. The female teacher was clearly one of the latter. She was indeed a great Yin person. But she was from Nanchuan City, having come to Liongrad a year ago to survive. Because Nanchuan City had become an industrial city, the female teacher found the heavy industrial atmosphere a bit overwhelming, which was why she chose to come to Liongrad. Since Liongrad has been relocating its industry to surrounding areas over the past 2 years, the environment has gradually improved. More and more people are settling in Leonger. Leonger's population has grown from a few 100,000 initially to nearly 3 million now. The original 8 districts have been expanded to 16. This is the only way to accommodate the growing population. But this also means that each district now has a population of 200,000. For security department chiefs like Ramayat, each department has 2,000 people to control a district, which is a real drain on their energy. Even more than one person has to manage 100 people. This puts enormous pressure on the security forces, so Leon plans to start recruiting them once he completes the preparations for the Space Force. In the end, Leon didn't hit Yunli. Instead, he walked over to her, picked up the nearby pointer, and gently tapped her twice. "Little Yunli, you can be a leader of the people, you can be an absolute emperor. Because I am me, and you are you, I cannot decide your future. The only thing I can do is teach you how to be a qualified leader of the people. Emperor, leader, whatever, as long as you are worthy of your people, you are a qualified ruler. Leon said, patting Yunli's head. Yunli looked up at Leon, her eyes filled with intellectual contemplation. Why does Daddy's words seem so difficult to understand? Yunli finally sat down in a chair, dazed, while Leon sat upright, waiting for the parent-teacher conference to begin. As the meeting drew closer, more and more parents arrived. But when they saw Leon, most didn't recognize him. They simply thought he was a soldier attending a parent-teacher conference for his daughter. Those who did recognize him didn't dare to breathe. Especially Yunli's deskmate, a chubby boy, and his mother. The chubby boy didn't recognize Leon, but his mother was a government employee. She also worked at the capital, so she recognized Leon early on. The woman sat in the chair, looking even more impressive than a soldier. Leon ignored the woman and instead flipped through his daughter's report card. The more he read, the darker his expression grew. Is this still my incredibly smart daughter? Why do your grades feel fake? What does it mean you got 78 in Chinese? And what does it mean you got 59 in math? Lion found himself unable to understand the report card. Yunli, looking as if she had done something wrong, lowered her head and remained silent. The little chubby boy beside her instantly plucked up his courage when he saw this. Because Yunli had often fought with the little chubby boy at school. The little chubby boy was very talkative, and often made Yunli cry. Yunli was also a strong child, she wouldn't go home and complain. Oh my, isn't this our crybaby? Why is your dad here? Does he know you did so badly on the test? The little chubby boy looked unforgiving. Yunli thought about her own grades, and clutched her clothes tightly. The woman saw this, and slapped the little chubby boy away. The teacher and other parents were stunned. Lion looked at his daughter, her head bowed in sorrow, and silently put the report card aside. Then he knelt on one knee in front of Yunli, patting her head and speaking. Little Yunli, Dad knows you didn't do so badly on purpose. You were trying to get my attention and spend more time with me. But I'm not just your dad, I'm the leader of this country. No matter how badly you do on the test, Dad won't say anything, because I truly haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. After saying this, Leon smiled. Chapter 1203. Leon was holding a parent-teacher conference for his daughter, while Alan was home taking care of the children. The twins put so much pressure on Vaya that Alan even asked for leave to go home and take care of the children. Carl readily approved the leave. Alan was now in his 20s, no longer as youthful and reckless as he once was. Since becoming a colonel, Alan had become more reserved. Alan used to be youthful and reckless, performing many extreme feats. But things were different now. Alan now had a family, and he no longer had the same high spirits as before. Life had gradually smoothed his edges. Vaya returned home from the hospital to find Alan playing with his daughter and son with two small airplane models. Honey, I'm home. How are you today? Did they not make a fuss? Vaya asked with concern. Alan shrugged. Not a fuss, but it was almost the same. Children over a year old are naturally lively, sleeping during the day and making noises at night, their parents crying and their children laughing. The first 1 or 2 years are the most stressful, but once you get through that phase, things will naturally get better. After returning home, Vaya immediately took off her coat, put on an apron, and began to cook dinner. Alan had already washed the vegetables before Vaya returned. But he didn't dare light the fire to cook, because the noise from the range hood might drown out the child's cries and screams. If something happened to the child while Alan was cooking, it would be a disaster. Vaya's parents were currently traveling throughout the Elf Empire, trying to find sales for their textile factory. The Elf Empire had been incorporated into Great Yin, and the entire domestic market was reshuffled. Vaya's parents, keenly sensing a business opportunity, immediately flew to the Elven Empire to explore new markets. Just as the family of 4 was preparing to eat dinner, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock, Alan asked Vaya to look after the children while he opened the door. Standing at the door was Marshal Carl, along with Caddis and Chester. The 3 marshals blocked Alan's door, and Alan was stunned. Not my buddy? You're blocking my door at dinner time? Are you sure you're not here to get a free meal or pick a fight? Alan looked puzzled, and Carl hurriedly spoke. Hurry, let us in. We need something urgent. Alan opened the door and let the 3 in. Vaya, who was bringing a bowl of soup to the table, was stunned to see the 3 marshals standing in her home. Vaya had seen the world, but this was her first time having a marshal visit her home. Carl didn't discuss matters at first. Instead, he approached the twins and teased them. Rich Hotfin, Lilia. If I remember correctly, those are the 2 names, right? Carl asked Alan, who was standing beside him. Alan nodded. How do you know their names? Carl smiled mysteriously. I'm counting on them to take over my job. How can I not keep an eye on them? That's unnecessary, isn't it? Alan rubbed his head, somewhat bewildered. Carl looked at the two children, then took off his marshal's hat, handed it to them, and said solemnly, This hat is for the two of you. No fighting over it. Do you understand? The brother and sister stared at Carl eagerly, clutching their hats in the rocking cot, babbling. They seemed to be expressing their happiness. Chester and Caddis were discussing something on the balcony nearby. After giving the hats to the brother and sister, Carl gradually regained his composure and addressed Alan. You've been relegated to the sidelines now. Have you ever considered returning to the skies? Carl's words immediately sent Alan's brain into a state of shock. Marshal, you mean I should fly fighter jets again? Alan was puzzled. Carl shook his head. Are you interested in becoming a captain? No, fleet commander, to be precise. Fleet commander? Alan's mind faltered after hearing this. He then glanced at Admiral Chester beside him. Shouldn't the fleet commander be in the Navy? Where would the Air Force have a fleet? Could he still switch jobs? Carl patted him on the shoulder. The leader is preparing to establish a new army, the Great Yen Space Force. Space Force, you understand? Space. Carl's voice grew increasingly excited, his body language becoming increasingly vibrant. Listening to Carl's words, Alan's CPU was racing. What does a Space Force mean? Does it mean going to space? Alan was also becoming quite excited. Because, as Carl had said, he had been relegated to the sidelines. But only Alan knew he wanted to return to the skies. Now, as a coach, he couldn't quite find the feeling he once had. Via understood Alan's feelings, and repeatedly expressed her support for his return to the battlefield. Carl had tried twice to get Alan back into the air. But Alan refused, citing family reasons. But now things were different. This time, Carl came with orders from Leon. He pulled Alan's appointment letter from a nearby briefcase. Alan's face darkened, and he took the letter and began to read. The contents of the letter were concise. Alan was awarded the rank of Major General and appointed commander of the Space Force's First Fleet. He would also be the captain of the Great Flame. Since the entire Space Force currently had only one space battleship, a Major General was more than adequate for the position. The reason Chester and Caddis were summoned was because the Space Force needed to draw elite troops from the Army, Navy, and Air Force. As for the Airborne Corps, it had only recently been established. It was impossible to seize personnel from the Airborne Corps, right? Caddis himself had no objection, believing that no matter how times changed, their army would always exist. But Chester was the one who felt the most devastated. Chester's Navy was about to become history. The establishment of the Space Force would completely sever the Navy's future. From now on, the Navy will not expand significantly. Only a certain number of soldiers will be recruited each year to ensure the continued viability of these warships. As for the majority of the elite, they will be assigned to the Space Force. So Caddis counseled Chester the entire way. After all, he had painstakingly trained the Navy, and now suddenly, he was told that it was being dismantled. No sane person would accept this outcome. But Chester chose to accept it. The reason was simple. If you want to make the Yen a better place, you must look forward. Alan accepted the letter of appointment and felt the weight of the responsibility it carried. He glanced at his wife, Via, who gave him a resolute look. Come on. Don't worry about us. Go back to being your fiery eagle. Early the next morning, Alan packed his bags and left home at dawn. Only after Alan left did Via walk to the window and watch the car drive away. Chapter 1204. Alan then boarded a special plane and flew northward across the continent. He soon passed the Demon Empire and continued northward. The continent's far north is a glacial land, sparsely populated. Only a small number of demons live near the Arctic Circle. But most of these demons possess cold resistance. Moreover, most of the demons here are fierce and stoic, even daring to disobey the Emperor's orders. Even if they rebelled, the Demon Emperor wouldn't immediately send troops to suppress them, but would instead seek to negotiate with them. Because this is the far north, sending an army of tens of thousands would require immense financial and material resources. You expended so much energy, sending troops to suppress a small tribe of a few thousand people, only to receive less than a quarter of the military expenditure, or even less. Tell me, is there any need for the Demon Emperor to suppress the rebellion? This is why, years after Latafe's death, these demons in the far north didn't even know the Emperor had become human. They were also unaware of the existence of the Great Flame. However, after the Battle of Kursk, Leon sent troops to the far north to build a military base. This was because Leon had already obtained a portion of the Kuenberg legacy. This world is full of lackeys of the gods, and even within Leon's government, there's no guarantee that all are good. Therefore, he had long ago established a secret base in the far north. This military base was used to manufacture specialized equipment and train elite soldiers. When the aerospace carrier became available, this military base was activated. Even the surrounding demons didn't know there was a military base here. After all, who would build a base beneath a glacier? As for how to transport an aerospace carrier here, that would require the help of several witches' spatial magic. With their help, the Great Flame was transported to the military base. Then, nearly 20,000 personnel were drawn from the Navy, Army, and Air Force, and all were made to sign the highest level of confidentiality agreements before being sent to the base in batches. When they learned that the Great Flame had another base in the Arctic Circle, they were stunned. And this glacier base was as large as the North Wind Harbor military base. It even surpassed the Space Center base on Fearless Island. Conservative estimates suggest that the glacier base could accommodate up to 20 aerospace carriers and house 100,000 people simultaneously. When Alan arrived by plane, he was completely stunned. As soon as he landed, he saw the snowy plains and several small villages in the nearby valleys. These demons knew that the Great Flame had established a port here to develop Arctic resources. But all of this was a cover for the glacier base. The demons near the Arctic Circle had no objections, moved by Diane's sincerity. Diane provided them with cheap coal. This made the demons living near the Arctic Circle smile. For no matter how hardy they were, they couldn't withstand temperatures of -40 to -50 degrees Celsius. Almost every year, demons froze to death. The reason they were reluctant to move south was because the south had already been divided up by the demons. If they moved south at this time, they would only conflict with the demons to the south. If they hadn't been starving, they would never have moved south. Dai not only brought cheap coal, but also a vast supply of industrial textiles. These demons near the Arctic Circle no longer had to expend the labor of hand-washing clothes. They could free up their productivity and apply it to more areas. Some shrewd demons simply chose to seek work at the port. The Arctic Circle is rich in resources, not only iron ore but also the extremely valuable tungsten ore. Tungsten reserves near the Arctic Circle account for 35% of the planet's total. This is why Leon fought tooth and nail to build a port and military base in the Arctic Circle. Wouldn't it be foolish to leave such a huge pie untouched? With the construction of the port, the vast majority of demons chose to make their living there. So, they were no longer surprised by the Dian people flying in. It's just that they noticed an increase in the number of flights these days. But as the airline boxes were being transported down, these demons felt relieved. Dian is preparing to expand its port. However, what these demons don't know is that these flight cases aren't filled with resources, but elite personnel drawn from various armies. Soon Alan, led by an intelligence agent, arrived at the base on the glacier. Looking at the massive aerospace carrier, Alan was completely shocked. For this carrier would be the starting point for his new career, and he would also write an even more significant chapter in history. Captain of the Dian, like Alan, the soldiers were astonished. It was their first time seeing an aerospace carrier. But they soon spotted Alan in the distance. The soldiers of the Army and Navy were somewhat excited, but the eyes of the Air Force soldiers were filled with enthusiasm. Because this was their Air Force's top pilot. Every class of Air Force pilots was harshly compared to Alan by their instructors. Look at Colonel Allen, and then look at you. You're flying a jet fighter, while he was still flying a propeller. Won't you be able to go one step further? Answer me. So almost every Air Force pilot graduated hearing Alan's legendary story. When Alan actually appeared before them, they were all furious. Alan was somewhat overwhelmed by the crowd's enthusiasm, but he quickly began to check the weapons inventory from the aerospace carrier. When Alan saw the aerospace carrier's weapons configuration, he was completely stunned. This is an aircraft carrier? Are you sure this isn't a mobile fortress? The aerospace carrier sent to the iceberg base was not the Allen, the first aerospace carrier, but the Great Flame. The Allen was currently floating on the sea, used to confuse the gods. The Great Flame is a Type 2 Great Flame class battleship. The Allen is a Type 1. The two are not even on the same scale in terms of size. The Allen can only accommodate 208 fighters, 24 main guns, and 88 secondary guns. But compared to the Allen, the Great Flame is truly a true aerospace carrier. It can accommodate 846 fighters, 72 main guns, and 240 secondary guns. It is approximately 4,000 meters long. This also indirectly illustrates the scale of the glacier base and the formidable nature of the Type 2 battleship. If the Great Flame could truly be launched, the world would probably be at peace. Compared to the Allen, the Great Flame possesses 8 magic reaction cone engines. and 2 backup magic reaction cone engines. This is for emergency response. Looking at the behemoth before him, Alan was stunned. Chapter 1205. Alan quickly began training soldiers at the glacier base. Due to the tight deadline and heavy workload, Alan had to complete their training as quickly as possible. It was already late summer, less than 3 months until the second 5-year plan was completed. When the second 5-year plan was completed, it would be time for the Wehrmacht to show its fangs. Countless military bases were training soldiers. Diane was also undergoing its own reorganizations. After concluding the campaign against the Elven Empire, William returned to Leningrad to train 2 new Guards divisions. Margrove also began training the airborne forces. The Air Force's new fighter jets had already been deployed, but only the Navy was languishing. Chester only conducted the necessary training and placed his full focus on the Marines. The High Command had already determined the future offensive strategy. After the second 5-year plan was completed, the War of Unification would be launched in early winter. The estimated timeframe was 3 to 4 months. The government had already begun stockpiling supplies, including weapons, equipment, and food. Furthermore, all of the Holy Empire's high-yield grain areas were controlled by the National Defense Forces. Aside from a certain amount of grain reserved for the local population, almost all of the excess grain was transported to granaries, awaiting the start of war in the future. The most important step in the second 5-year plan was infrastructure development within the Holy Empire. 4 highways spanning the entire country were built within the Holy Empire. With these 4 highways, the country's resources could be integrated at the fastest speed. Basic education in the Holy Empire was also completed. The entire nation's revival revolves around these 4 roads. If the Holy Empire wants to escape poverty, it must rely on reform. As the saying goes, to achieve prosperity, one must first build roads. Almost everyone in the Holy Empire is focused on these 4 roads, and most factories are located near them. This ensures both transportation capacity and rapid transfers. To build the Holy Empire, Diane's industry within the Holy Empire is primarily decentralized. This stands in stark contrast to the concentrated industry found in Diane itself. Diane's mainland is smaller, so concentrated industry allows for more efficient land use. But the Holy Empire is different. There are countless impoverished people there. Decentralized industry will give these impoverished households hope for survival. Besides the Holy Empire's food and industry, after the Elven Empire was incorporated into Diane, a steady supply of fruit and grain was sent to all parts of Diane. Only then did Leon realize the sheer abundance of the Elven Empire. This is a massive natural granary. The Elven Empire's industrial areas are mostly located near the coast, protected by the inland sea fleet. The rest of the country is mostly fertile farmland and dense forests. Lion's grin stretched crooked. At this moment, the Demon Empire was in a state of embarrassment. Adelheid learned of the Elven Empire's annexation of Great Flame, and as he gazed at the nation's newly recovered economy, he fell into deep thought. The Demon Empire's current state is largely due to Great Flame. Over 60% of the nation's economy is supported by Great Flame. 80% of the economy is connected to Great Flame. A company called Great Flame Weapons Group monopolizes the entire Demon Empire's economy. This so-called weapons group began as a small workshop. It was the same dwarven blacksmith shop that Leon had initially sought out. Later, the dwarven blacksmith shop was acquired and expanded by a young man, who became one of the first to follow Leon. This young man was very intelligent and predicted Leon's potential for rapid growth. So, just before the National Defense Army expanded, he purchased a large number of industrial machine tools from Leon. He established the first Diane Arsenal, which is now the Diane Arsenal. The young man possessed a brilliant mind, but he also knew not to overreach. The National Defense Army expansion didn't yield much financial benefit, but most importantly, the weapons group became the largest supplier of weapons to the National Defense Army. After securing exclusive military supplies, the weapons group began to decline. The young man didn't expand his influence into neighboring countries, but instead remained loyal to his own territory. Many domestic business tycoons mocked the young man, believing him to be brainless. Would it be foolish not to make money when you have it? The young man certainly understood the importance of money, but he also knew he had to live to spend it. The group that initially followed Leon had already established business empires. For example, the Great Yin Tank Group, centered around tank factories, and the Great Yin Grain Group, centered around people's livelihoods. These business empires practically dominated the entire Great Yin market, even in neighboring countries. Today, these empires are raking in the dough. But what terrified the young man was that the founder of one of the grain groups had vanished. Because his grain group not only dominated the Great Yin grain market, but also involved the Holy Empire, the Elf Empire, and even the Demon Empire. When a single merchant completely controls the grain markets of several countries, that merchant's death is nigh. As for where this merchant went, that's something you have to ask Hans. The merchants were restricted, which meant the bourgeoisie couldn't act rashly. The common people were able to live in peace, free from exploitation and oppression. In fact, the merchants had already developed capitalist momentum, but Leon wielded the big stick and shattered it. Once these merchants tasted the sweetness of controlling a country's market, they would seek every possible means to climb the ladder. Once they controlled a market, they could manipulate it at will. The average person's lifelong efforts could be wasted because of a single word from these market manipulators. Leon absolutely did not want to see such a thing happen. Although Hans and his team secretly dealt with many merchants and successfully intimidated some reckless merchants chose to criticize Leon. They believed that Leon was acting arbitrarily and infringing on their rights. Leon simply waved his hand at these people, and Hans understood what Leon meant. Then he secretly dealt with these merchants. The positions vacated by these merchants naturally became available to others seeking to climb the corporate ladder. You might be wondering, aren't we worried that these newcomers will continue to feign loyalty, but secretly disobey? You need to understand who holds the sword of kings. Everything is like a balance. If the capitalists don't benefit, then the benefits will naturally flow to the people. What's wrong with you, the capitalists? Go talk to my Wehrmacht. Chapter 1206. As the end of the second 5-year plan drew near, all factions settled down. But there were always a few reckless individuals who would force themselves to act rashly at this critical juncture. As an immigrant district, District 6, where Ramiat was located, had always been a key area of focus for Leongler. Ramiat also quickly rose to the rank of director thanks to the criminals he had captured from these immigrant districts. But success comes with risk, and Ramiat soon encountered a difficult situation. A foreign businessman had recently arrived in the immigrant district, becoming the wealthiest person in District 6. District 6 had few Leonglers, most were immigrants. But that didn't mean there were no Leongler residents. As the number of immigrants in District 6 grew, these Leongler residents suffered from discrimination. They even began to feel that they were outsiders. Because these immigrants began to intensify their discrimination. As long as these Leongler residents showed any sign of weakness, immigrants would rise up in force. This foreign businessman had already begun contacting these immigrants. After discovering that these immigrants held a certain amount of votes, he gradually developed other ideas. There are certain differences between immigrants and foreigners. Immigrants also have votes. But many immigrants seek privileges rather than a genuine love for Great Yin. Thus, these immigrants never run for government office. Because they know the people of Great Yin won't let them so easily. But this foreign businessman was much more resourceful. He was so wealthy that he used a considerable sum to bribe the entire population of District 6. Almost all the immigrants in District 6 were bribed by the merchant. Ramiat was initially unaware of this, but only after apprehending 2 criminal stowaways did he discover the realities of the scheme. At this point, the merchant had successfully become deputy mayor of District 6, leveraging the votes of District 6's immigrants. After gaining power, the merchant began to reap the benefits of it. As the immigrants gradually gained prominence in District 6, survival became increasingly difficult for the original residents of Leningrad. They had no choice but to move to other districts, but a few families remained unwilling to leave their ancestral homes. These families became the immigrants' primary targets. Ramiat dispatched 2 special action teams to monitor these compatriots. But the security team was always absent. In a basement in District 6, Leningrad. Bruno, are we really going to do this? A 15 or 16-year-old boy looked at another boy his age and asked, "What else can we do? The leader is a good man, but that doesn't mean everyone is. When the law can't bring us justice, we must take action." Bruno nodded. Though only 16 or 17, his face held a composure unbecoming of his age. "My uncle died on the battlefield. He was a great Wehrmacht soldier. Why would you, a descendant of a Wehrmacht soldier, do such a thing?" The young man asked Bruno, his face filled with confusion. Bruno spoke angrily. "I also want to live an upright life, but ever since that man became deputy district mayor, he's been targeting my family. Because he had his eye on my mother. When she refused, he started to trip me up, and he even set me up to be charged with intentional injury." Bruno finished, slamming the table and clutching his head in agony. Dian is a paradise, but there are always those who abuse the power granted by Leon. To protect his mother, Bruno picked a fight with a group of thugs. The problem was, they were also from Dian, hired by the merchant. The merchant even bribed a lawyer to successfully convict Bruno of intentional injury. In Dian, you can be poor, but you absolutely cannot have a criminal record. With a criminal record, Bruno couldn't join the military or hold an official position in Dian. As a result, Bruno was reduced to menial jobs. For example, he worked as a laborer for someone else, helping with some shameful matters. Bruno's mother was extremely disappointed in him, but she was helpless. "Are you sure you want to do this?" the boy asked again. Bruno nodded. "I have to leave some money for my mother, so she can survive in lion bread. What about you? Have you ever thought about your future?" The boy's words silenced Bruno. "Future? Do I even have a future?" Bruno chuckled self-deprecatingly, and both boys fell silent. Life had burdened Bruno with a heavy burden that didn't belong to him. "Good luck." The boy left the basement, while Bruno gazed at the bank map before him, lost in thought. Bruno was going to be a bank robber, and the bank he was robbing wasn't just any bank. It was none other than the most famous citizens' bank in all of Dahien. Bruno had a meticulous plan, even 2 scenarios, one for his own escape, the other for his own death inside. But Bruno knew both would lead to his own demise. Because Citizens Bank was the face of Dahien, the Intelligence Bureau would never tolerate his existence. Even the money he had robbed would be confiscated. But Bruno knew that if he died and the incident became a big deal, his mother's life would be completely worry-free. This society is like this. When honest people are forced to do something shocking, someone will immediately come to their aid. But all this presupposes that the incident must be made a big deal. Unbeknownst to Bruno, he had single-handedly succeeded in getting Lion to enact a law specifically for this purpose. At the security forces precinct, Ramiat sneezed. "I have a bad feeling." Early morning of the next day, Bruno, wearing a black windbreaker, stood in a small alley not far from his home, watching his mother busying around in the kitchen at 4 a.m. His mother had no source of income, as her legs were disabled. She could only make buns for the neighbors, earning a meager fee. "Mom, life will get better, it will," Bruno said, turning and walking back into the dark alley. His mother, as if sensing something, looked up at the dark world outside the window inside. "Bruno, when will you be back?" Mom was wrong. "I shouldn't have said that about you." Early in the morning, Bruno arrived at the Citizens Bank alone and walked in, briefcase in hand. The security guard used a metal scanner to check for any restricted items and let Bruno inside. Bruno went to the bank restroom and pulled out a pile of scrap wood parts from his briefcase. He pieced these parts together to resemble a gun, but Bruno knew only too well that this gun would never fire a bullet. Chapter 1207. Bruno immediately prepared to rob the bank with a fake gun. And Bruno had a backup plan. He made a homemade bomb. Of course, it was fake, but it looked just like the real thing. The goal was to make it look real. A bank robbery involving guns and bombs would shock the world. Bruno hid the fake gun inside his windbreaker and approached the counter. "Excuse me, sir?" the sweet-looking staff member asked. Bruno watched his fellow residents withdrawing and depositing money, a bit dazed, then spoke. "What if I don't have any money?" The staff member was slightly stunned. Before he could react, Bruno stood up. The staff member looked at Bruno and saw a hint of despair on his face. "Sir, what are you talking about? As long as you work, you have money." Bruno shook his head. "I just want to live like a human being, not pick up rotten oranges from the sewer," Bruno said, then ripped off his windbreaker, revealing a bomb strapped to his body and a gun in his hand. The staff and the other Dahien people were stunned. "Robbery. Freeze! Everyone, get down on your hands and knees." The bank security guards immediately rushed over, trying to subdue Bruno. But Bruno grabbed a hostage and pressed a fake gun to his forehead. The security guards were instantly paralyzed. "Everyone, get out of the bank, or I kill someone," Bruno shouted, leaving the security guards with no choice but to leave. The security guards kept looking back, and just as they were about to leave, Bruno spoke. "Close the door." The security guards didn't hesitate and immediately closed the door. As the security guards left, Bruno breathed a sigh of relief. Then he released the woman he had just grabbed. "Don't worry, you'll be fine," Bruno said to the staff. "I want the gold notes. Take out all the gold notes in the bank." Before the staff could react, Bruno untied his backpack and pulled out fake improvised bombs. He placed these bombs throughout the bank. At first, the staff tried to wait behind the bulletproof glass, but they didn't act. Seeing this, Bruno threatened the hostages. "If you don't prepare the money, I start killing people." Bruno's rebuke made the staff hesitate. They had already seen the bombs Bruno had placed, and they had also seen the weapons in his hands. The staff began to prepare the gold notes. They didn't care about the denomination, just grabbed handfuls and stuffed them in. The hostages all lowered their heads, afraid to be noticed by Bruno. Bruno looked around and noticed quite a few elderly people and children among the crowd. Glancing at the staff preparing the money, Bruno addressed the hostages. Everyone, elderly and children, pack up and leave. Bruno's words stunned everyone. Even the staff packing the money were stunned. What are you doing? Don't you want to leave? When you leave, tell the people outside I planted explosives inside. Have the military prepare a helicopter to take me away, Bruno said with mock venom. A commotion erupted in the crowd. Many elderly and children cautiously approached the gate, their eyes fixed on Bruno. Seeing his compatriots so frightened, Bruno waved his hand impatiently. Get out. Close the door. The elderly and children hurried out. At this moment, outside the Citizens Bank, dozens of security vehicles had arrived. All security forces from District 2 were mobilized. Even the neighboring District 3 sent personnel to support District 2. At least 500 security personnel gathered at the entrance of the Citizens Bank. And as the situation continued to escalate, all the media in Dahien rushed over. The Citizens Bank had been robbed. It was a slap in the face of Dahien. The security forces were considering storming in, but considering the hostages, they hesitated. Furthermore, Bruno had released the elderly and children, and from the elderly, they learned that Bruno had planted a large amount of explosives inside the bank. If they acted rashly, the entire hostage population in the bank could be wiped out. The security forces were terrified. The intelligence bureau quickly discovered Bruno's identity. What? A descendant of the Wehrmacht? The 2nd District Security Forces Director was stunned by the identity investigation report. Bruno's father had died defending the capital of the Elven Empire. And Bruno's father had been a captain and company commander in the 1st Armored Division. The captains of the 1st Armored Division are now generally colonels, major generals, or even generals. It could be said that there were countless immortals. And Bruno's father was a gold medalist. This made the director sweat profusely. How could Bruno be so desperate as to rob a bank? But the more he read, the more silent he became. Bruno had a criminal record for intentional assault and subsequently worked as a temporary worker. He mostly did the lowest paying jobs. He had repeatedly tried to find a respectable job, but was rejected. The director couldn't stand it anymore. If he were Bruno, he would probably have taken revenge on society. And Bruno had never asked the Wehrmacht for help, which made the director even more silent. The intelligence agency quickly arrived. Looking at the bank before them, everyone was silent. The intelligence agency captain spoke. Please bring Bruno's mother over. His willingness to let the elderly and children go proves he still has a conscience. The director nodded and agreed to the plan. Soon, Bruno's mother arrived outside the bank, staring at it in disbelief. She couldn't believe her son would do such a thing. To play the emotional card, the director gathered everyone connected to Bruno. Classmates, crushes, friends, almost everyone was there. Bruno breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the director had invited his family and friends. It seemed the director wasn't considering a full-scale attack yet. The staff also prepared the money, but Bruno didn't even glance at it. Instead, he looked at the hostages. Then he sent a pale hostage out, taking Bruno's walkie-talkie. I know you want to play the emotional card, and I'm just as vulnerable to it, but I have to play the emotional card. I released 10 hostages, but you must ensure that the box of money they brought is handed over to my mother, and you can't take it back. You must swear a magical oath to ensure the money is in my mother's hands. The director fell into deep thought as he listened to Bruno's words. He didn't have the power. Don't play tricks on me, or I won't release any of the hostages. Bruno's demands quickly reached Winston's ears. Winston was puzzled. How could this be a robbery? How could this robber be so childish? Wait, he's going to make this a big deal. He must have a story. Winston suddenly stood up. Chapter 1208. As Bruno presented his conditions, the director realized he couldn't handle the situation on his own. He immediately contacted Winston, who was already overwhelmed. Dahien Daily reporters had already reported the incident on television. The reason Dahien Daily dared to do so was because they not only had the support of the Intelligence Bureau, but also direct authorization from Lion. They were allowed to report on all the filth and ugliness in the country. The people shouldn't live in an information cocoon. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Blindly deceiving the people will only lead them astray by other ideas. The entire Dahien region knew that Bruno, the descendant of a hero, was currently robbing a bank. Many people blamed Bruno, believing he had betrayed their deceased father. Bruno's mother was stunned. She had already learned from the female soldier next to her that Bruno's most likely fate was exile to the eastern continent, though death was also a possibility. The mother was distraught, and Winster agreed to Bruno's request. If a robber isn't driven by greed, then he's definitely not an ordinary robber. When Bruno's mother saw the box of gold notes delivered to her, she completely collapsed. She knew their family had lived a difficult life, and that Bruno had become what he was today to protect her. She had no right to blame Bruno. The director approached the mother, and had the soldiers keep the reporters at a distance. "Madam, your husband is a hero, and Bruno isn't a completely bad man. Please keep this money. We will do our best to reform Bruno." The director then looked toward a special forces team outside the bank in the distance. Winster had already planned to capture Bruno alive, and the money would not be pursued because someone at Wehrmacht headquarters had spoken out, particularly Caddis. When he learned that the widows of the soldiers of the old 1st Armored Division were living in such a miserable state, he cursed the intelligence agency. So, this box of money was paid out of Caddis's own pocket. There was no such thing as stolen money. As for the money Bruno had robbed, it had been swapped. The money was the same, but the nature of it was different. The Special Forces team, armed with MP5s, approached the bank's ventilation vents. Their order was to capture Bruno alive. The captain was holding a map and discussing how to capture Bruno. Inside the bank, hundreds of hostages lay on the ground in fear. Bruno was not a bad guy. He was currently holding a bottle of mineral water and patrolling the crowd. Seeing that many people were feeling uncomfortable from lying down without water, Bruno kicked the water at their feet. This stunned many hostages. "Is this still a robbery and hostage situation? You're such a nice guy." The staff member from earlier stared at Bruno with a strange expression. "You guys, get the curtains and cover the main entrance." Bruno, hiding behind a pillar, shouted. Under gunpoint, the hostages had no choice but to obey. With the glass windows covered, those outside could no longer see what was happening inside. The director hurriedly picked up the intercom and spoke. "Bruno, what are you doing? Don't mess around. Don't worry, I'm a De Yen. I won't harm my compatriots. Give the intercom to my mother." The mother hurriedly took the intercom. "Mom, you be proud of me." Bruno spoke seriously. The mother and the people around him were stunned upon hearing this. But Bruno then ended the call. With his vision obstructed, Bruno dropped his pride. "Sit down. Drink some water. Don't let the assault team arrive before you collapse." Bruno's words left everyone even more bewildered. They looked at each other, as if trying to confirm the truth. Bruno, growing impatient, spoke up. "Stop standing there. Drink." At Bruno's rebuke, the others sprang into action. Looking at his compatriots sitting on the ground, Bruno muttered to himself. "You know what? I never even thought about escaping the bank when I robbed it, because I knew I couldn't. I didn't rob the bank for myself, but for my mother, and for those who were in the same predicament as me. When you try to live an upright life, the world always throws you a ton of unexpected disasters. I can endure hardship, and I can overcome difficulties. But what I can't accept is those villains in power trampling us to death with impunity. We are ants, but we have our own lives." Bruno then told the hostages his story. After hearing Bruno's story, everyone present fell silent. Looking at his silent compatriots, Bruno spoke. "Don't worry, you can get out alive. I won't hurt anyone." At that moment, the Special Forces team outside the door began to prepare for action. After carefully observing the situation inside, they found Bruno talking to the hostages. Now was the perfect time to attack. The hostages in the bank fell silent. After listening to Bruno's story, they all felt sorry for him. "Why don't you go find the leader? Or the military?" one hostage asked boldly. Bruno bowed his head. "I'd like to, but that villain is threatening my mother. If I dare go find her, he attack her. Besides, the leader is so busy, he can't pay attention to everyone. Not everyone in De Yen is a good person." Everyone fell silent. Some of them were businessmen, others ordinary people. But at that moment, they all felt Bruno's powerlessness. De Yen was founded on military power, which led to a phenomenon. Few ordinary people would or dared to clash with De Yen officials. Unless their family had served in the National Defense Forces, or had connections, it was always true that the people would not fight the government. But Lion's policies were open, its economy was growing, and its people were under little pressure. Everyone just muddled along, but some people, once in power, often resort to cunning tactics. This led to many tragedies. Bruno glanced at the bank entrance, guessing the Special Forces were about to storm it, and muttered, "We're all just trying to survive." Chapter 1209. The Special Forces team observed the situation inside through the peephole and discovered that Bruno was not in a hurry to attack the hostages. After a brief deliberation, they decided to act quickly and eliminate Bruno as quickly as possible. They had learned from the released hostages that Bruno had planted numerous bombs inside. If Bruno were left alive, there was a high probability that he would detonate them. Even the fastest human reaction speed couldn't outpace these dozen bombs. With a single flick of Bruno's finger, everyone inside the bank could explode. So the Special Forces team had to act swiftly. That was the only way to save as many people as possible. The team immediately split into two. The deputy captain led 5 members to break in from the front, while he led 5 members to sneak in through the bank's ventilation ducts. The deputy captain waited at the main entrance for a while, until the captain and the other 5 members successfully entered the bank through the ventilation ducts. Only then did he begin giving orders to prepare for the break-in. As the ones responsible for drawing the incoming fire, they had to make a loud noise and move quickly, at least to make Bruno think they were preparing for a fierce attack. They had to draw Bruno's full attention. The captain and his 5 team members were quietly and cautiously making their way out of the bank restroom. At that moment, the oppressive feeling within the bank lobby had vanished. Many of the Great Yen people began to engage in conversation with Bruno. They, too, were somewhat dissatisfied with the current officials. Leon had been improving their lives, but that didn't stop his men from pretending to obey. These people always think they have control over everything. They habitually treat everyone as fools, believing everything they do can be concealed. But little do they know that it's not that the people can't discover it, but rather that they simply don't pay much attention to it. Because most ordinary people are solely focused on their own lives, the dirty deeds of these officials have nothing to do with them. Unless it affects them personally, the public won't question them. Because even if they do, if it doesn't affect them, they can't do anything. Your name is Bruno, right? Since you're trying to use this incident to get the leader to change the status quo, you should have thought of a way out, right? A slightly older woman asked. Bruno was embarrassed, then shook his head. I haven't thought of a way out yet, because there's a high probability I won't be able to leave. The female staff member from earlier asked. So you're saying you knew you'd fail from the start? Then what about these bombs and the gun you're holding? The female staff member seemed to have guessed something. As bank employees, they needed not only proficient business skills, but also a certain level of knowledge about firearms and explosives. Only then could they cooperate with security forces in the event of a robbery. The female staff member had been a little suspicious earlier because she couldn't tell what model Bruno was holding. It was as if this model had never appeared before. Bruno chuckled self-deprecatingly upon hearing this. The Special Forces team should be moving in now. There's no need for me to hide it anymore. The gun and the bomb are indeed fake. Bruno's words stunned everyone present. They admired Bruno's courage, robbing a bank with a fake gun and a fake bomb. This was truly extraordinary. The female employee was stunned. She hadn't expected her guess to be right. Why don't you believe it? Bruno dropped the fake gun to the ground. It made a sound like wood hitting wood, but not a clashing sound. Everyone was stunned. As Bruno raised his gun, the Special Forces captain and his men approached from behind. Bruno instantly spotted the captain and quickly pointed his gun at the female employee. The female employee showed no fear and immediately shouted at the captain. Don't shoot. The female employee began to speak, but it was too late. The Special Forces soldier saw Bruno raise his gun and pointed at ordinary people, and without hesitation, he shot him dead. He had to be responsible for his uniform, and likewise, he had to protect everyone. Bang! The moment the gunshot rang out, everyone present tried to stop the Special Forces soldier. Watching the crowd's reaction, the Special Forces soldier seemed to realize the error of his ways. Bruno finally collapsed, the 9mm bullet lodging itself in Bruno's body, despite being without a bulletproof vest. Due to the urgency of the situation and Bruno's highly expressive movements, the soldier had no choice but to shoot him in the body. The bullet lodged in his lungs. Bruno lay on the ground, attempting to speak, but blood rushed directly into his airways. As soon as Bruno opened his mouth, blood gushed out. The female staff member immediately rushed forward, trying to help Bruno, but it was too late. The bullet had hit his lung, and the heavy bleeding had turned Bruno's face pale. In real life, if you see someone's face quickly turn pale after being injured, then it's likely that they injured their liver, an organ that can cause heavy bleeding. A liver injury is essentially fatal. The blood loss deprives the brain of oxygen, which is why they look pale. Bruno couldn't speak, only making subtle sounds. He clutched the female staff member's hand tightly, as if explaining something. The female staff member nodded and spoke. I understand. I explained everything to the media. This will definitely make a big deal. The female staff member then helped Bruno to his feet, and the hostages nodded in agreement. Just then, the Special Forces team began to examine the bomb, and they discovered something amiss. Because these bombs were fake, at best, firecrackers, the Special Forces captain seemed to understand everything. He then approached Bruno and picked up the pistol. What he saw was a moment of shock. Because the pistol was fake and made of scrap wood. The captain covered his face, seemingly unable to accept this fact. The female employee nearby began to explain Bruno's reason for robbing the bank. When the captain learned that Bruno had never intended to return alive from the beginning, he fell silent. The soldier who had shot Bruno couldn't help but clench his gun. It felt like he had done something wrong. Or perhaps, he had killed the wrong person. Soon, a large number of security forces arrived and rescued all the hostages. But the hostages told Bruno's story to the media. The reporter from Dian Daily quickly realized there was something fishy going on. He then thrust the microphone directly into the female employee's mouth. Bruno's story quickly spread throughout Dian. This also reached the ears of Leon's gang. The deputy mayor of the 6th district, the foreign businessman, finally panicked. He had seen Bruno's actions on TV. Realizing something was amiss, he prepared to flee. But as soon as he opened the door, intelligence agents were already at his doorstep. Chapter 12:10. Bruno ultimately became a cold corpse. But a fire ignited in everyone's heart. The hostages looked at the swarming reporters, then at the high-ranking officials boasting to them in the distance. An inexplicable fire ignited within them. The hostages told Bruno's story but didn't go on, for they were preparing for a storm. The deputy chief of the 2nd district was captured, and Bruno's body was taken back by his mother. She was devastated. She didn't know why. Her life was clearly improving, and good times were coming, yet she had lost her husband and then her son. The mother wept bitterly as she held Bruno's body. The news of Bruno quickly spread throughout Great Yen. Countless Wehrmacht veterans were outraged, especially those of the 1st Armored Division. They had fought for Great Yen, and now their comrades' families were being bullied. They could no longer bear it. Early the next morning, Yong'an Road outside the Duke's palace was filled with veteran soldiers dressed in the uniforms of the original National Defense Army and wearing M35 helmets. The guards were stunned. Were these veterans serious? One guard received an order from his superior to stand on the road and form a cordon with his body. But before he could even get to his position, he saw his father, dressed in his old uniform. The guard was stunned. "You little bastard. Can't you stand guard properly? You're the leader's guard." The father's words of admonishment made the guards stand at attention. The veterans remained where they were, spontaneously forming a military formation and singing the Great Yen national anthem. Passers-by couldn't help but join the procession. Because they saw the original National Defense Army uniforms and the shadows of the heroes who had bravely died for Great Yen, the guards looked to their superior, the commander of the guards, for help. The commander was bewildered. What were these comrades trying to do? The commander had no idea what had happened yesterday. His sole mission was to protect Leon. As for everything else, politics, he knew nothing. The commander immediately went to the Duke's palace to report the situation to Leon. Leon's expression was predictable. He had guessed there might be a demonstration today, but he hadn't expected the veterans to come out. Leon discarded any airs of leadership, donned his original National Defense Army uniform, and personally headed outside the Duke's palace. He was the leader of the people, so naturally he had to stand on their side. The veterans were still waiting. The next moment, they froze. Seeing Leon approaching, clad in his original Wehrmacht uniform, the veterans burst into tears. Although they had only retired 2 years prior, the pain from their gunshot wounds tormented them constantly. So they looked already frail and frail. When they saw Leon, the veterans instinctively stood straight. "Old comrades, thank you for your hard work. You should have returned to your daily lives. It's my fault for forcing you out now," Leon said, then bowed directly to the veterans. The veterans nearly knelt. "Oh my God! Don't be so harsh, letting the leader bow to me? Can I handle it?" Leon then looked at the veterans and spoke. "The Yen National Defense Force, listen up. Target the capital. Goose step." The veterans instinctively performed mechanical movements. They marched in unison towards the capital. "Leon, goose step must be powerful." Leon led the people behind the veterans. The people of the Yen couldn't help but gather around Leon. Leader, can you sign an autograph? Leader, when will we unify the world?" The two guards nearby had grim expressions. Some girls were so enthusiastic that they tried to touch Leon, but he didn't, and touched the girls instead. Leon looked at the child holding a book and couldn't help but kneel down to take the book the child handed him. It turned out to be a collection of his speeches. Leon's expression was complicated. He then took out a pen, opened the cover to the first page, and asked, "Little boy, what do you want to be when you grow up?" The child asked excitedly. "I want to be a general. Because my parents were both soldiers." "So how are they doing now?" The little boy lowered his head. "Dad died in the capital of the Elven Empire, and Mom died in Kusk." Looking at the child before him, Leon patted his head. "What's your name?" "Erwin." Leon smiled and wrote in the book. "Erwin, not only can you be a general, you can be a marshal, Leon Julius." When Erwin saw what Leon had written, he was stunned. He was completely overwhelmed by happiness. He thought that Leon was too much. "I hadn't expected to write so much." This might be the first time Leon had signed his full name. Leon handed the book to 10-year-old Erwin with a solemn expression. The people of Dine nearby were envious, but they didn't dare snatch it. Because if they took it, the Intelligence Bureau would hunt you to the ends of the earth. The phalanx pressed towards the capital. The capital also received the news. Prime Minister Winston was processing piles of documents. He finally understood the immense pressure Leon had been under. In less than a year as Prime Minister, Winston had already lost over 10 pounds. He relied on coffee every day for energy. Just as the cabinet members were reviewing documents, a guard rushed in a panic. "Prime Minister, the procession is approaching the capital." Winston paused, then spoke. "Tell the guards to maintain order and prevent the parade from becoming chaotic. Wait until those congressional officials arrive and show them the terrifying repercussions of their bizarre policies." Winston didn't order the crowd to be dispersed. A significant number of those gathered at the Capitol were ordinary people. Most of them had been persuaded by yesterday's hostages. The main force was still on its way. Despite Winston's orders, some members of Congress were displeased with these ordinary people. "You people, how dare you contradict us, the Capitol?" The Capitol directly ordered the guards to disperse the crowd and ordered the reporters to stop reporting. Many young reporters chose to submit to the Capitol. But only the experienced reporters chose to confront these Capitol officials directly. "We elected you? So what are you doing now?" The Capitol official spoke directly. "Does it have anything to do with you? The power is in my hands now." Then he ordered the guards to take action. The guards were caught in a dilemma. They were guards of the Capitol, not guards of the Capitol officials. Just then, Leon and the others arrived. Chapter 1211. The guards had no intention of obeying the orders of the House of Representatives. They chose to stick to their own principles. They only followed Winston's orders, which were to maintain law and order. They had no intention of targeting their fellow citizens. The House of Representatives watched with joy as the guards arrived at the square. However, upon arrival, the guards remained motionless, standing still like wooden stakes, forming a cordon of defense with their bodies. The crowd also knew that the guards were responsible for protecting the building. As long as they did not actively attack the building, the guards would not do anything to them. The crowd immediately began to unfurl banners in the square, demanding that the House of Representatives rewrite the bill, at least to prevent Bruno's situation from happening again. The strange peace seemed natural to both sides, as they considered it normal. But this made the House of Representatives furious. Why wouldn't these guards obey them? Isn't the capital their most precious possession? Aren't they the most respected people in the capital? Ever since Leon went on his honeymoon, Winston has focused all his attention on the cabinet, paying no attention to what's going on inside the capital. Before, with Leon around, the various departments wouldn't fight for power, but Leon had just gone on his honeymoon. As soon as he left, these unchecked congressmen began to have ulterior motives. Because they have so much to gain. If they wanted, they could pocket tons of money. So where does all this money come from? The answer, of course, is the people's blood and sweat, and those who bribe them. The power of the parliamentary masters was neither great nor small. They possessed legislative power, and the power to impeach Leon. All this was because they were elected by the people. At first, in those first few years, they were truly servants of the people. They often visited the grassroots to listen to the people's demands. But as the yen developed, these people gradually lost themselves. They discovered that power was truly an insatiable asset. They began to forget their roots. They even secretly accepted bribes and helped some people get government jobs. The Intelligence Bureau also wanted to take action against these people, but they protected each other, and many senior intelligence officials were implicated. After beginning to taste the sweetness of power, these parliamentary masters began to discuss ousting Leon. This was because Leon's high-pressure control was based on cracking down on capital and suppressing officials. Combating these two factors directly benefited the people. With all the benefits going to the people, these officials naturally resented it. So they began discussing waiting for the 5-yearly elections to find a way to oust Leon. To this end, they began actively wooing members of parliament. Even many members with business backgrounds chose to join the opposition to Leon. Because they wanted to make more money, Lion had originally offered them the opportunity to make money, but they discovered that the vast majority of the profits had been taken by Diane, with the bulk distributed to the common people. This made these merchants very dissatisfied, and they repeatedly asked Leon to improve their treatment. But Leon always evaded them with various excuses. It's wrong to prioritize agriculture over commerce, but neither is it right to overly promote merchants. Lion has consistently maintained a balance of power, but this has only served to deeply resent the merchants. There are less than 2 months left until the 5th anniversary of the founding of the Great Yin Nation. In 2 months, the National Assembly will begin a new round of leadership elections. But to be frank, Lion can command the support of 99% of the people of Great Yin. But these parliamentary elders are a different story. They have united and are planning to find a way to remove Lion from power. Luckily, Lion doesn't know about this yet. If he did, he'd probably be blaming these parliamentary elders. You're truly brave. You're trying to force me out of office in Great Yin. Are your brains stuck in a door? Will the people agree? A ruler who alienates himself from the people and distributes all the benefits to the common people will face a disastrous end. Only by standing with the people and distributing the majority of the benefits to them can this country achieve long-term prosperity. At the entrance to the capital, furious, Master Guahui began to criticize the commander of the guards, accusing him of incompetent leadership. Every one of his soldiers was a soldier of the old guard, yet they refused to obey the orders of their master, the parliament. The commander almost burst out laughing when he heard this. Don't you know your own worth? We are the guards of the capital, not the personal soldiers of your master, the parliament. The commander then adjusted his black M35 helmet. The guards belonged to the army, but were somewhat different from the army. They were more like ceremonial guards. Their uniforms were still those of the original Wehrmacht, and their weapons were all Mauser rifles. Though their equipment was outdated, their spotless uniforms and energetic demeanor made them qualified for the duties of ceremonial guard. The congressman then rushed over to a guard, attempting to wrestle his gun from his hand. But with a powerful tug, the guard's grip on the gun was firmly grasped, and the congressman fell to the ground. The guard and his comrades nearly burst out laughing. This wasn't a congressman at all, he was just a fat pig. The congressman collapsed to the ground, then suddenly scrambled to his feet, glaring at the guards with venom. The deputy commander, watching from afar, saw an opportunity for permanent service. People want to improve. So seize the opportunity. The deputy commander then ran up to the congressman and pledged his loyalty. Sir, are you going to drive these people away? I get my men to get them out right away. The congressman felt a little flattered at the deputy commander's flattery. That's right. Hurry and get them out. At that moment, the veterans' phalanx successfully arrived at the square in front of the capital. Both the civilians and the Capitol Guards felt a strong sense of oppression. The parliamentary leader directly took a loudspeaker and shouted at the soldiers. Are you rebelling? Are you worthy of your leader? Leon, who was chatting and laughing with the people behind the phalanx, was stunned. No, buddy, I'm rebelling? Me? Leon pointed at himself, a questioning look on his face. Chapter 1212. The deputy commander was about to lead his guards to take control of the situation. But before he could leave the scene to chase them away, he saw the attacking veterans. The deputy commander was sweating profusely as he watched these veterans. Because in all of the Yin, the veterans are the ones you shouldn't mess with the most, and secondly, the factory workers who just got off work. If either of them assaults you, you have nowhere to turn. The veterans have braved life and death on the battlefield, while the workers in the factories produce countless necessities for the Yin. They are the cornerstones of the Yin. If either is bullied, the security forces will generally side with them. If the veterans or workers are truly at fault, they will be severely punished. But if the other party provokes the veterans or workers, they will be given a beating by the security forces, who will shut down their body cameras. The security forces are no longer the same as they used to be. They're no longer as tense as before, and they treated their daily duties as regular work. Because they found that most of their time was spent dealing with trivial matters. Occasionally, they would encounter a major incident. When the residents of the Capitol Square saw the deputy commander and the guards trying to drive them away, they called the security force operator. What? Say it again? The guards are going to beat you. The operator was stunned. Then, the security force squad from District 1 immediately moved toward the capital. Although the environment in Leningrad is improving, Lion has not abolished the practice of armed patrols by security forces. And the soldiers still use rifles, not more powerful pistols. Some freaks wouldn't even fall to the ground after 5 or 6 rounds of a 9mm pistol. Not to mention, this is a magical world, and there are fighting knights. In the square, the deputy commander, with hundreds of his loyal followers, prepared to show off before the parliamentary leaders. But as they charged forward, they ran head-on into veterans decked out in medals. The deputy commander froze in his tracks, bewildered, while the guards obediently sheathed their weapons. The parliamentary leader then addressed the deputy commander. "Are you still not going to attack? Don't you want to climb up?" The deputy commander gritted his teeth and prepared to have his soldiers attack. "It's just a few hundred veterans, aren't you afraid?" The deputy commander led hundreds of guards and charged forward. Seeing this, the veterans abandoned their marching, removed their helmets, and, holding them in hand, charged towards the guards. "You little bastards, do you know who's behind you? And you're still charging in to fight?" The veterans didn't give them any slack, and directly engaged the guards, helmets in hand. In a single blow, the honor guards were instantly knocked down. The guards were stunned. Are these veterans really that good at fighting? Nonsense. Many of these veterans have retired, their meritorious service earning them generous pensions. They no longer need to struggle for a living. Most have begun to enjoy life. The years of fighting on the battlefield have earned them a relaxing second half. But since returning to life, they often been bored to death. Those who can't find work choose to volunteer, but most maintain their habit of exercising at home. So much so that their veterans are still quite capable now. Their marksmanship may have declined a bit, but with a week of rehab, they still be able to shoulder their weapons and fight on the battlefield. The veterans' terrifying firepower stunned the guards. They witnessed with their own eyes one veteran, wielding his helmet, knock down 3 guards in a row. And without mercy, he smashed his helmet into the guards' heads. It must be said that the quality of the Yan's manufacturing is truly excellent. The M35 helmet struck the guard's head, colliding directly with the guard's helmet. The guard was stunned. The veteran's helmet only had a small dent. Leon, who had arrived late from behind, was stunned. What had been expected was a friendly exchange, but it had devolved into an open-ended fighting tournament. The guard commander was quietly observing the entire situation from the entrance of the capital. Although he was the commander, that didn't mean he could control all his subordinates. The deputy commander had won over many of them. The commander knew he might face disciplinary action after this incident. But the deputy commander was doomed, either to vanish or be exiled to the eastern continent. Imprisoned? That's a bit of an insult to prisons. They're just good people, but they're just going to be their lackeys. Just as the veterans were beating the guards to a pulp, Leon finally arrived. "Stop fighting." But Leon didn't use a megaphone, and the situation was so chaotic. There was no sign of either side stopping. The security forces arrived, but they saw a bunch of veterans with medals plastered on their chests beating up the guards. The security forces didn't know how to intervene. If he charged forward, wouldn't he be beaten up by these veterans? Lion called the 1st District Guards headquarters. This month, the 7th Guards Division was stationed in the 1st District. 3 brigades had been transferred out for armed training, leaving only Fleischtem's brigade at the headquarters. But Fleischtem was in a meeting, and Leon was using someone else's phone, so he couldn't call brigade headquarters directly. He could only call the sentry at the gate. "Hello, how are you? Who are you looking for?" "This is Leon. Tell Fleischtem to take his men to the capital immediately. Those congressmen are rebelling," Leon began. Out of habit, he subconsciously assumed it was the landline number at his duke's palace. The sentry was stunned. "Are you the leader?" The sentry glanced at his companion, who pouted. "He's Leon, and I'm Caddis." The sentry remained skeptical, then carefully confirmed the situation. Desperate, Leon called William. William leaped up. The capital guards were, fundamentally, under the command of their own guards. Although they were from the army, it was their guards who were responsible for guarding Leningrad. So, nominally, the guards obeyed William's orders. When Leon called to inquire about William, William exploded on the spot. Without a word, he called his brother. Fleischmidt was horrified upon hearing this, and hurriedly informed his men to bring out the tanks. Were these guardsmen looking to get shot? Fleischmidt rushed over, and the fighting was already raging in the square. As the saying goes, when new recruits fight veterans, the more they fight, the younger they become. Chapter 12:13. When Fleischtem arrived with the guards, he was stunned. The fighting in the square had already stopped. The guards were beaten black and blue, and tied up by the veterans. The reporters tactfully put away their cameras. Some things can be photographed, But some things absolutely cannot. An old soldier lashed out at the deputy commander of the guards. You're trying to curry favor, kid? You're just a major, and you're jumping out like a sore thumb. Do you know who I am? Is your position that important? I'm the former commander of the 1st Armored Division's tank regiment. In my eyes, you're nothing. The old soldier grew increasingly angry. If his tank hadn't been destroyed, and he hadn't lost his hand, he would have been a general by now. But he never gave up training, and with one hand, he beat the deputy commander of the guards to a pulp. The old soldier beside him spoke up. Brother, don't get angry. The leader will make the final decision. You're a coward too. You were once a regimental political commissar, so why are you so cowardly now? The retired political commissar was furious when his old friend said this to him. Looking at the deputy commander in front of him, he immediately beat him up. The deputy commander was almost in tears. How could this political commissar's beating hurt more than any of them? Elsewhere, Leon arrived at the Capitol building's entrance. Fleischham led his men to control the situation and arrange for the people to be settled. The guards at the Capitol building's entrance saluted. The congressman standing by didn't dare to breathe. Because this was Leon, Lion glanced at the congressman with a cold expression and waved his hand. The guards nearby immediately understood and dragged the congressman away. Member? Whose congressman are you? You betrayed the people, and you still want to stay out of this? As soon as Leon entered the Capitol, Winston and the cabinet were waiting inside. Leader, you're just going to leave it alone? Leon demanded. No way. How can we, the cabinet, command anything besides doing our job? Winston looked pitiful, and Leon shook his head. Good boy, Winston. What do you mean you don't have the power to mobilize the Capitol Guards? The Prime Minister can definitely command the Capitol Guards. The Capitol Guards only number 500. It's not that Winston doesn't have the power, but he doesn't want to. He just wants to make a big deal out of this. The cabinet was established at the same time as the parliament. Initially, cabinet members were selected from the parliament, because there was simply no one available. Old Butler Ryan nearly died from exhaustion in this position. Later, as the yin developed, Leon began to separate the parliament and the cabinet. The parliament and cabinet were no longer connected, because once a member of the parliament joined the cabinet, the power of both was combined. This was possible in the past, but now that the yin had become a vast nation, power separation was necessary. Thus, Winston's cabinet was a pure cabinet. Cabinet members were selected from officials across the country. Leon gave Winston a great deal of power. This displeased the parliament. Many parliamentary officials had amassed a fortune in recent years. After taking office, Winston began cracking down on the dirty dealings of these parliamentarians. The cabinet had to keep the yin moving forward, so Winston needed to consolidate its power. Only after becoming prime minister did Winston realize the weight of his burden. The documents seemed to multiply, piling up. If it weren't for the other cabinet members, Winston would have died suddenly. This time, the parliamentarians had escalated the situation so that Leon could take action against the parliament. Lion knew Winston's intentions, which was why he had personally intervened, and deliberately let the veterans take the lead, precisely to expose the ugly faces of the parliamentarians. You, boy, at 29, how can you be so filthy inside? You even included me in this. Who gave you the guts? Lion teased. Didn't I learn this from you? You gave me the position of prime minister. Winston's face brimmed with pride. Lion twitched his lips. What do you mean by learn this from me? Am I that filthy? Am I just a bit of a jerk? Winston's female assistant chuckled at Leon's speechless expression. So even a leader can be rendered speechless by a prime minister. Winston could be said to have reached his ultimate evolution. In the capital, no one could get the upper hand with Winston. The finance minister demanded a pay increase for officials, but Winston rebuffed him. He fled the prime minister's office in disgrace. The various departments within the capital were now completely suppressed by Winston. Winston was urging the Great Flame to advance at full speed. The group inspected the capital for a while, and after a while, Winston spoke. So how do we deal with these parliamentary officials? Staying in one position for too long can lead to self-destruction. It's the same for me, and even more so for them. Leon's ambiguous words left Winston lost in thought. What you mean is, the 5-year rotation of parliamentary leaders has been comfortable for too long, leaving them with no motivation to improve. Then we should rotate them every 3 years, with a leadership election every 6 years. Leon laid out his plan. A 3-year rotation of parliamentary leaders would make them nervous. Either they have to work hard to get re-elected, or they'd be more likely to reveal their flaws during those 3 years. The 6-year leadership election would allow the leader to know if they were doing the right thing. If the leader wasn't doing well, the opposition would have more seats in parliament. Either they strive for change, or step down after 3 years. Leon knew he couldn't stay leader forever. Even though he had 1,000 years to live, he couldn't last 1,000 years, could he? Leon had already made plans. Once he defeated the gods and his children had grown up, he'd retire peacefully. Wouldn't it be nice to hug his wife? When will it change? The election is coming up soon. I heard they gained a lot of seats in parliament, and are planning to replace you, Winston said. Kill me? They don't have the ability to do that. I created Great Yin. At least in this generation, who dares to contradict me, and I'm planning a referendum. Parliament? Parliament is nothing. Leon was about to flip the table. He also wanted to see how many people in Great Yin supported him right now. It couldn't be 100% support, but maybe 60%? Leon fell into thought. For a moment, the masters didn't know that Leon was planning to take action against them. They were discussing how to get the other counselors to agree to oust Leon. We need a reason, or rather, we need to decide who the new leader will be. One counselor spoke up. Not only that, we also need the support of the military. Leon is a field marshal of the 3 armies. The army basically obeys him. We can't fight him. Another counselor spoke up. What do you know? Let's take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If we succeed, we'd be a revolution. The counselor spoke excitedly. A bicycle turned into a motorcycle? I don't know about motorcycles, but you're going to go in and start sewing. The door was broken open, and an intelligence agent said with a bright smile. Chapter 1214. The next day, over 100 members of Congress were arrested. Their charges were numerous and outrageous. The Intelligence Bureau made all the crimes committed by these members of Congress public. One worker, reading the newspaper on his way home from get off work, couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of crime is this hooliganism?" Not only that, but there were many more. Corruption and murder were only minor offenses. Another member of Congress was charged with a more serious crime, the illegal sale of missiles. Yes, he had sold a scorching sun missile to the Papal States. When Leon learned the news, he remained relatively calm. He knew there would be traitors. Similarly, there's no such thing as a wall without a wall. Other countries would eventually acquire missiles. So Leon had already established a comprehensive air defense system. So what if you have missiles? I can intercept them directly. Then you explode, right? Everyone was frantically preparing for the upcoming second 5-year plan. A large number of officials were also busy preparing for the election. When they learned this was a referendum, the answer was clear. Lion wasn't worried about these things. New news had also arrived from Pierre Chet. When Robert learned the second 5-year plan was nearing completion, they immediately went into overdrive, creating the second-generation magic reaction cone engine. But good men don't live long, and bad men suffer long. Just as the second-generation reactor engine was being tested, Robert excitedly recorded the data, but the next second, he found himself bleeding from the nose again. Sipes, standing nearby, rushed forward, nourishing Robert with his own elven magic. But Robert's body still couldn't be stopped from breaking down. Robert quickly lost consciousness, and Sipes hurriedly packed up, preparing to take him back to the inn. Fuchsia was purifying the magic crystal when she learned of Robert's collapse. Her heart clenched, and she hurriedly stopped her work to find Robert. But Robert had already been taken away by Sipes. Sipes, a 9th-level expert, immediately enveloped Robert with his magic power, then transformed into a stream of light and flew towards Leongler. Fuchsia watched Sipes depart and wanted to catch up, but then she glanced at the second-generation engine undergoing a test run. She chose to take over Robert's duties and complete the test run. After completing the test, Fuchsia ordered the closure of Pierre Chet, placing the entire Pierre Chet under martial law. The staff also learned of Commander Robert's illness. They had a rare moment of leisure, but most were concerned about Robert's condition. Despite his youth and his position as Commander-in-Chief, Robert hadn't caused any dissatisfaction. Because Robert was a genius and approachable, whenever researchers had questions, they could go to him, and he would explain them carefully. So much so that Robert often had to take a box of throat lozenges daily. From the intense workload and meticulous explanations, Robert's voice had long since become hoarse. So, Robert's condition concerned the entire Pierre Chet staff. Sipes flew towards Leningrad at top speed, and was instantly spotted by the anti-aircraft defense forces at the border of the Yin. A certain anti-aircraft missile unit. The radar operator, seeing the red dot on his radar, instantly became alert and hurriedly reported to his company commander. The company commander, fearing no complacency, reported the situation while ordering the Buk missiles to be ready for launch. The Buk anti-aircraft missile was a terrifying threat, capable of hitting anything. Of course, the most common targets were passenger planes. The radar quickly locked onto Sipes, and Sipes realized he had been targeted, but there was no time to dwell on it. He had already reported to Leningrad and rushed to the capital with Robert. Now it all depended on Leningrad's speed of reaction. The company commander waited patiently for the order from his superiors, sweat dripping from his forehead, as he watched the red dot approach. Prepare to launch. Then, a second later, the order came from his superiors. This is our man. He's protecting someone important to Leningrad. Allow him to pass. The command from his superiors filled the company commander with a sense of relief, and he quickly canceled the launch preparations. Everyone in the company breathed a sigh of relief, then hurried out of the radar vehicle and watched Sipes streak across the sky like a meteor. Is this a top-tier expert? The radar soldier couldn't help but ask. The company commander nodded. Yes, but we're not weak either. The company commander then glanced at beach nearby. We are the Great Flame Shield, at the Duke's mansion. Leon, just sitting down to rest, suddenly received news of Robert's injury. Leon was utterly nervous, and immediately called the director's office at the First People's Hospital. Someone will be sending someone to your hospital shortly. No matter what you do, you must save that person's life. The dean asked tentatively after hearing this. What if it's a choice between disability and his life? The dean was very cautious, and Leon knew he was hoping to learn more. If faced with such a choice, prioritize saving his life. He must not die. Even if he's paralyzed, I must save his life. Leon then hung up the phone and gazed out the window at Yongan Street, lost in thought. Sipes and Robert flew directly into Leningrad. Many people saw Sipes in flight. They marveled at his ability to fly over Leningrad, but they soon saw with their own eyes that Sipes was holding something in his right hand. Before they could react, Sipes landed. It was already dusk at the entrance of the First People's Hospital. Many doctors and nurses were already preparing to leave their shift, but Sipes' sudden appearance startled them all. Where's the dean? Sipes asked the nurse nearby, who was just leaving, stunned. At that very moment, the dean arrived with his men. Needless to say, the person who could fly into Leongler must be the one the leader had mentioned. The dean's arrival prompted Sipes to place Robert on a stretcher. The dean looked and saw it was Robert, an old acquaintance. He sweated even more profusely. Why do I always have to meet so many idiots? Chapter 12:15. The dean didn't have time to think and immediately began treating Robert. Since the Elven Empire's surrender, Yin has received a large amount of food containing life energy from the Elven Empire. This food was packed up and sent to Yin by the National Defense Force. Some was used for drug research, and some was used directly to treat patients. With this life energy, Robert's breathing gradually stabilized. The dean and the top doctors worked all night, finally stabilizing Robert's condition. The next day, with the arrival of dawn, Robert opened his eyes, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a head of white hair lying on the bed. Senior Fuchsia? Ahem. Robert began to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he broke into a violent coughing fit. Fuchsia, lying on the bed, immediately woke up and hugged Robert. You scared me to death. I thought you would. Fuchsia choked up at the end of her words. Robert felt the fragrance of the person in his arms, feeling a little overwhelmed. The next moment, the door opened. His younger sister, Vanna, poked her head out. Seeing her brother awake, she was overjoyed. But then she saw the white-haired woman hugging him, and her face instantly fell. Who is this woman? Doesn't my brother want me anymore? Ugh! Seeing his sister arrive, Robert waved for Vanna to come in. Vanna happily skipped in. Brother. Fuchsia instantly moved away from Robert like a cat, regaining her usual coolness and rationality. Come, let brother hold me. A smile crept across Robert's pale face. Brother, how are you? The leader said you need to recover from your injuries. Vanna couldn't help but ask after a moment of tenderness in Robert's arms. I don't know. I feel fine. Robert was puzzled, but the next moment, the door opened. The dean and Leon entered. Fuchsia hurriedly stood up and offered Leon a seat. Leon didn't let Fuchsia get up, but instead came to Robert's side and asked, How are you feeling? Robert nodded and spoke. I feel good. I'm still feeling well. When will the leader let me return to Pirchet? I can't live without you. Robert was about to stand when Leon glanced at Fuchsia. Fuchsia immediately stopped Robert. There's Sipes in Pirchet, but I have something serious to tell you, Leon said gravely. Robert instinctively straightened up. The dean brought a projection device and began to explain himself. General Robert, your body has collapsed. You now have an extra undead energy within you, which has saved your life. We use this life energy to restore your body, but it hasn't cured you completely. To fully recover, you must find the treasure left behind by the elven god, the elven tears, a more powerful version of the water of life. Both have similar effects, granting humans 1,000 years of life, but the elven tears possess the power to resurrect the dead and will undoubtedly repair your body. However, the elven god is fallen, and the elven tears are likely within the lost kingdom. Finding them will be incredibly difficult. The dean spoke a great deal, and everyone present largely understood. Robert was stunned. Then he touched his body. I have undead energy within me. Lion shook his head and said. Hades intervened, otherwise you would have plunged directly into the underworld. Irina took action, exchanging the heart of a high-ranking god for a curse. Hades protected your soul, but he can only do so for 3 months. You must find the elf's tear within 3 months, otherwise. Lion's face was serious, and Robert and everyone else fell silent. Vanna fought back tears. Her brother only had 3 months to live. And yet her brother was such a good man. Fuchsia froze in place. When she heard that Robert only had 3 months to live, she felt for the first time how close death was. For a witch, death was an impossible word. Time was the least valuable. But now, Robert only had 3 months to live. For the first time, Fuchsia realized how much she cared for someone. Lion looked at Fuchsia, then at Robert. You're in trouble. You've fallen in love. Robert was also somewhat bewildered, staring at his hands, completely stunned. Just then, Leon's large hand rested on Robert's shoulder. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I dispatched the Intelligence Bureau and the National Defense Forces. I find the elf's tear within 3 months. You are the most dazzling diamond in the Great Yin Crown. The gods are so bold as to dare to attack you. If we ultimately fail, I will make all nations bury you with me, and the gods will weep. As Leon spoke, the fighting spirit within him burst forth. Even the sun outside the window dimmed a bit. Fuchsia's face changed. Lion, your cultivation level? You achieved a breakthrough? Lion smiled instantly upon hearing this. What cultivation level? I'm a powerless leader, so I can't speak carelessly. And have you ever seen a supremely powerful man being chased and bullied by his wife? Lion's words left Fuchsia speechless. As a witch, and with Leon's domineering display just now, how could she not know Leon's cultivation level? Yuan Qi. Did you save the world in your past life? To actually meet a man like Leon, but mine isn't bad either. Fuchsia looked at Robert with a hint of pride. Robert felt Fuchsia's gaze, and felt a bit bewildered. Robert, take Vanna and Fuchsia to the Duke's mansion for dinner later. And ask Sif while you're there. She should know where the Lost Kingdom is. Lion said, and was about to leave. He had to go back to prepare dinner. There were more people coming tonight. After the Elven Empire surrendered, the two of them had been invited to dine by Leon. They lived right next to the Duke's mansion. Besides Cotties and his family, their only neighbor was their Uncle Charlie. When Charlie heard Sif and the others lived across the street, he strictly forbade his wife and children from any contact with them. If they did, it would be a photo op with a machine gun in the basement. Just as Leon was returning to the Duke's mansion, Leon's mother, Irina, arrived at Charlie's house. Seeing Charlie at home playing with birds and educating his children, Irina couldn't help but speak. Charlie, you're so leisurely and elegant. Bring Wolin and the children tonight. Leon has invited quite a few people to the Duke's mansion. Witch's residence. Moya and Evelyn were conducting an experiment, while Antia slept soundly beside them. Suddenly, a carrier pigeon appeared at the window, holding an invitation in its beak. Evelyn smiled at the pigeon. It's finally here, over the high seas. Vilya, in black dragon form, was flying towards the great flame with white sugar and Targaryen. Targaryen? Is the lion grad you're talking about very big? Bai Tang spoke in human language. Targaryen nodded. Very big. How big? As big as the hearts of us great flame people. The underworld. Hades looked at the invitation handed to him by Cyroid, and took it without hesitation, saying to Perseth beside him, What are you standing there for? Get ready and get going. Perseth looked at the great flame mirror in his hand, and couldn't help but speak. I'm still as handsome as ever. I'm sure I charm thousands of girls. Hades, ugh! Chapter 12:16. As night fell, Leon remained in his office, staring quietly at the map before him. It was as if the map held an unparalleled magical power, captivating Leon. Leon was strategizing the war of unification. The papal state wouldn't last much longer. The Great Yin's iron torrent would eventually crush everything. On the map, Leon was drawing the lines of attack. Beside him, his daughter, Yunli, stared blankly at her father, Leon, as he drew on the map. Dad, these lines look ordinary, don't they? Yunli asked, tilting her head. Ordinary? Silly child. This single line represents the war of tens of thousands of people, the sacrifice of thousands. You're still young, you understand? Leon stroked Yunli's little head. Yunli lowered her head, a little sullen. What's wrong, my little princess? Are you unhappy? Leon felt a pang of distress, then hurriedly picked up Yunli. I'm wondering, when will the war finally end? There's not a single piece of intact body on those veterans. Yunli looked up. She felt pity for the veterans, but she was also terrified that something might happen to Leon. Of course, when little Yunli becomes the next leader. Why? Because Daddy will create a peaceful world for you. I don't want my grandchildren to be born amidst war. Leon pinched Yunli's cheek. Yunli turned her head away with a hint of pride, then, like a spinning top, darted into Leon's arms. Leon, feeling both amused and helpless, could only take Yunli downstairs. The living room downstairs was bustling with activity. Charlie and Irina were chatting and laughing. They had known each other since childhood, and Charlie, as a friend, had helped Irina a lot during her time in the palace. This was one of the reasons Leon had chosen to keep Charlie. My mother, Irina, had few friends, so he had to ensure she enjoyed her old age. Charlie, you got some gray hair, but you're getting better and better, Irina said. Charlie put down his teacup and spoke. I always thought losing power was a bad thing, but now, it's a relief. Charlie's children sat attentively nearby. They were much older than Leon, and many already had children. The children weren't so naive. They simply treated the Duke's mansion like their own, playing without restraint. However, Charlie had already taught them etiquette, so Mochi, the one who had been the butt of the punching bag, finally stood up. Feeling the children's flattery, Mochi was filled with pride. I am the eternal master of the Duke's mansion. Before he could finish, Yunli grabbed Mochi's face. Mochi, why don't you bring me your toys? Yunli said, kneading Mochi's rosy cheeks. Mochi was practically in tears. Charlie's grandchildren were stunned. Wasn't Sister Mochi the eldest? Who was this person now? Why was Sister Mochi so defenseless? Everyone smiled at the children. Just then, two important figures arrived. Sif and Sylvia walked in, dressed in evening gowns. Sif's gold evening gown contrasted beautifully with Sylvia's silver. Both wore exquisite makeup. They had originally planned to dress casually, but they heard that Leon had invited quite a few guests. So they had to dress up. Lion couldn't help but speak upon seeing this. You two have an inexplicable chemistry. Why don't you just stay like this? Yun Chi-Chi and the others covered their mouths and chuckled. Sif proudly grasped Sylvia's waist. This is my wife. Lion, ? No, are you serious? Sif's arrival made Charlie nervous. Sif and the other two, aware of their special status, sat among the 5 women, trying not to get involved in politics. Just then, Leon approached with a map. Sif, I have a question for you. Where is the Lost Kingdom? I need to find the elf tears to save someone. Lion's words left Sif and Sylvia stunned. The Lost Kingdom might be underground. Next to Sucrus is the Lost Kingdom. The Lost Kingdom is the ruins of the ancient capital of the Elven Empire, ruled by the Hippo dynasty. Sif spoke. Then do you know where it is? Sif looked thoughtful. Legend has it that after the aberration arrived, the elves of the Elven Age used their flesh and blood to block the aberrant creatures, but the Elven Age ended there. The Hippo dynasty also ended there, and the capital sank underground. And part of the continent sank, forming today's inland sea. The Lost Kingdom is most likely in the sea east of Sucrus. There may be multiple entrances, but they're not in the sea. If they were, the Sanshui Empire would have long since removed the Lost Kingdom's treasures. Sif's explanation made Leon's face grim. The Lost Kingdom issue is a bit tricky to handle. Go ask Leia. There are still many old elves in the Forest Elf Kingdom. They're incredibly old, and may have witnessed the end of the Elven Age. Sif provided an answer while Leon was lost. Leon instantly found his bearings. Leia, hearing this, was about to speak, but just then, someone else entered. 2 handsome men entered. One of them held a mirror and looked at his face, fearing even a speck of dust. The other man, speechless, covered his eyes. The speechless man was noticeably more handsome than the one showing off. But it was the one who seemed unconcerned with his appearance. There's a beauty. Old Ha. Look! The greasy man slid down to his knees and appeared before Yun Chi-Chi, then spoke with a passionate expression. Beauty, I am the great god of destruction. Would you like to have a beautiful encounter with me? Yun Chi-Chi, upon seeing this, looked at Leon teasingly, as if to say, if you don't step up, your wife will be snatched away. Lion was contemplating this, but when he saw someone trying to steal his woman, his fury instantly erupted. Latimer. What the hell are you doing? This is me, Leon said unconsciously, but quickly realized what was happening. Latimer was already dead. Then who is this? Lion was sweating profusely, and everyone else was confused. Who is Latimer? Latimer heard this and spoke. My name is Persis. Your wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. Why can't I pursue her? Lion's face darkened. Persis? I beat you to death, Leon said. Get out of here. Then he kicked Persis, sending him flying. And he flew in an arc, perfectly avoiding all the buildings and flying straight out of Leon Brad. Hades, standing by, couldn't hold him back. Lion was now a boss-level player. Persis might really be killed. A smile spread across Yuan Qingqi's face. And Sylvia's eyes were full of stars. Sif, you must protect me like this from now on. Sif, me? Is that right? If I remember correctly, Persis is the god of destruction, right? Chapter 1217. Inside the Duke's mansion. After a long moment, Persis crawled through the doorway, clutching his butt. As a top-level god, Persis possessed immense power. But Leon's kick shattered his pride as a top-level god. I give you a chance to refrain your words. If you have the guts, say it again? Persis became obedient, and Hades, standing beside him, approached Leon and asked, How's Robert doing? Hades asked the question that concerned him most. Because he had saved Robert, that bitch Irina was only capable of despicable tactics. Hades knew Robert's importance, otherwise, he wouldn't have inquired so intensely. Leon then spoke. He come over tonight. Although his life has been saved, he only has 3 months left. Hades' face darkened upon hearing this. Is there no way to avoid it? Or can we just watch helplessly? Leon asked. Elf tears, if we find them, all problems will be solved. As the two were talking, Robert and Fushia arrived, along with Caddis and the others. Seeing everyone present, Leon didn't elaborate and simply announced the start of dinner. Of all things, eating is the most important thing. Robert hadn't had much of an appetite, but looking at the table full of food. Now that things have come to a head, let's eat. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Leon looked at the group seated and, after a long moment of contemplation, spoke. You're all here today, not just for a meal. I want to tell you something about the divine realm. At Leon's words, the women tactfully left the table. The only ones left were the witches, Robert, Keatis, and the others. Hades and Persis, and even Sif and Sylvia, chose not to stay. Because they knew there were some things they couldn't hear. Everyone looked at Leon. Leon pondered his thoughts and then spoke. I plan to unify the world within a year, and be ready for war with the gods within 5 years. After hearing Leon's words, Keatis was the first to ask. Being ready for war with the gods within 5 years means we initiate the attack? Leon nodded. To unify the entire planet within a year, we need to spend 3 to 4 years vigorously developing aerospace technology, at least to have the capability to actively attack the divine realm. Technology has exploded. We have engines capable of space travel, and with the warship construction technology left by Kuenberg, combining the two, we can conduct interstellar travel. War with the gods is no longer just a slogan. Hearing Leon's words, everyone perked up, and Hades straightened his back. He had come to the human world to discuss this matter with Leon. After all, you, Leon, talk about war with the gods all the time. But you can't just talk the talk and not do anything. In fact, Leon wasn't just talking the talk. Both the Glacier Base and the Space Center were run by Leon. But to progress from a pre-nuclear civilization to a spacefaring civilization, the gap between them is enormous. Even in this magical world, cheating is not uncommon. But all this takes time. So Leon was already planning a war of unification. At the very least, he wanted to end it with lightning speed and intimidate Irina and her gang. It's like a fight. If you beat the enemy to death until they don't even recognize their mother, they naturally be afraid. With Leon's promise, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to discuss how to wage war against the gods. Hades suggested that his undead creatures could lead the charge. Leon grew increasingly angry when he heard about the undead creatures, as the Holy Empire's capital, the Imperial capital, was still actively engaged in a crackdown on them. Senior Hades, are you connected to those undead creatures in the Holy Empire's capital? Leon asked. Hades froze, then gave an awkward smile. I'm not connected to you. Do you believe me? Leon gave him a look of disdain. Hades then explained his relationship with those undead creatures. Those undead creatures were traitors to the underworld. They were no longer his subordinates, so their actions had nothing to do with him. But Hades couldn't attack directly, as he didn't want the gods to notice his presence on the planet. That would be a huge problem. While it was impressive to blow up half the gods with a single punch, Hades had spent tens of thousands of years recuperating. Only then could he barely regain his strength to its original level. Isn't that impressive? He paid with half his life. Lion didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he summoned Robert and gave him a serious word of advice. You've been sitting around in Leongrad for the past 3 months, and you've been bored. The Elven Empire is such a beautiful place. Why don't you go and relax and unwind? Robert was about to refuse when he heard this. But Lion slapped him on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Don't worry about the buts. Think about the worst. If you don't find the Elven Tears within these 3 months, you're doomed, right? So, take advantage of these 3 months to explore the beautiful land of the Elven Empire. The Elven Empire is truly beautiful, just so you can go with Fuchsia and bring your sister along. No, you don't need to bring your sister along. It's just the 2 of you. Pack your things now, and I arrange a flight to take you to the capital of the Elven Empire. Leon's excitement grew. The witches' faces were filled with emotion. Moya glanced at Robert, then at Fuchsia. Yo. Fuchsia is going to go for the young one, Juana, who was being questioned by Yun Chi and the others in the living room, suddenly sneezed. She didn't realize what she had lost. Chapter 12:18. Dinner finally ended. Persis was still reluctant to leave Leon's wife, but then he thought about Leon's terrifying strength. Didn't you say he was just an ordinary person? A bit powerful at best? Persis couldn't help but ask Hades. You ask me, but who should I ask? He didn't even say he was a top-tier expert. Hades said with a frustrated look. The 2 of them returned to the underworld, cursing each other. The Duke's mansion was brightly lit at night. Leon had been reviewing documents for several hours before bedtime, and just as he was about to fall asleep, Yun Chi appeared before him. Honey, I'm very pleased with your performance today. Do you want a reward tonight? Yun Chi said softly, but Leon's legs were already shaking with fear. Are you rewarding me? You're rewarding yourself. I'm too embarrassed to tell you. Leon turned around and tried to run, but was immediately grabbed by Yun Chi. Want to run? Even your screams won't help tonight. Leon, Early the next morning, at the Elven Empire's capital airport. The war-torn airport quickly resumed operations. A passenger plane landed smoothly at the capital airport. Many passengers from Leongrad disembarked. First class. A white-haired woman helped a man off the plane. The stewardess beside them barely dared to breathe. Many people gasped at the sight of the white-haired woman. The men were envious of the man beside her. How did this sickly man manage to win the heart of a stunning goddess? The flight attendant carefully led the 2 off the plane. The entire crew knew how these 2 people got there. The plane was nearly full, and the first-class seats had already been reserved. The plane was already in final preparations for takeoff, when a black limousine suddenly swooped in and stopped in front of the plane. A man in a black trench coat led the 2 people aboard. Upon entering, he approached 2 first-class passengers near the door and spoke quietly with them for a moment. The 2 first-class passengers, who appeared unusually wealthy, decisively chose to leave the plane. This surprised the crew. After the negotiation, the man in the black trench coat approached the flight attendant and said he wanted to speak to the chief steward. The flight attendant tried to argue, but the man in the trench coat lifted his shirt and pulled out the pistol tucked from his waistband. Only officials could bring guns into the airport. After a brief discussion with the flight attendant, Robert and Fuchsia dazedly boarded the plane bound for the Elven Empire. After escorting them aboard, the man in the windbreaker decisively left the plane. The people in first class couldn't help but become curious about the 2. But most of the first-class passengers chose to remain silent, because they had seen Fuchsia's stunning beauty. In this world, the more beautiful a woman, the more complicated her relationships. No one who could afford to sit in first class was stupid. The first-class cabin remained peaceful. As the plane landed, a black limousine was already waiting beside it. They were sent by the Intelligence Bureau to meet them at the airport. Just as Robert and the other 2 were about to board the car, a slouching figure approached from the crowd. Beautiful lady. My father is a high-ranking official at the Great Yin Arsenal. Would you be so kind as to have dinner with me? I'd love to have a beautiful encounter with you. The young man began, shifting his body slightly uncomfortably. As the son of an executive, he wasn't actually short of money. But his father had always been frugal, always teaching him to follow the leader's lead. Save when you should, spend when you should. So, when they sent their son to the Elven Empire for a trip, they didn't book him a first-class ticket. When the young man saw Robert and the other 2 disembark from the plane, his eyes widened. Fuchsia's face was grim, and terrifying magic power was already coursing through her body. The people around them also seemed to be enjoying the excitement. The flight attendant tried to intervene, but was stopped by the young man shouting, "Do you know who my father is?" The Intelligence Bureau agents saw this and immediately knew something was wrong. If the young man truly offended Robert and the others, their work would be over. The CIA agents walked over and dragged the young man away in front of everyone. Many pointed and murmured, but an agent stood before them and produced his CIA ID. Everyone instantly fell silent. Robert and the other two successfully boarded the CIA vehicle. Although Robert and the other two had come to search for the Elfteers, Leon had already ordered that Robert and the other two be treated with the highest standards. After all, Robert had shed blood and sweat for Yin and made great contributions. What was wrong with enjoying some comfort? So when Robert got in the car, he was instantly furious. If he remembered correctly, it seemed only Leon had ridden in this black limousine. Robert was sweating profusely. Fuchsia, standing beside him, was surprised to see him sweating, then patted his head. "Are you okay? Why are you sweating so much?" Robert shook his head, then voiced his doubts. "Why do I feel like the leader deliberately shoved us two here? Just so we can." He paused at this point, embarrassed to continue. Fuchsia, a seasoned veteran, naturally knew what Robert hadn't said. A blush spread across her cold face, and she shyly tried to punch Robert. Robert waved his hand away. "What are you doing? I'd die if you hit me like that." Fuchsia instantly regained consciousness and turned her head away in panic. "Leongrad." Vanna groggily woke up from her bed and cried out loudly, "Brother!" But for a long moment, Robert's voice remained silent. Vanna's head was still spinning. She'd taken a sip of beer the previous night and collapsed. After finally coming to her senses, she realized what was happening. Her brother had been abducted by a woman. Vanna felt instantly alone and helpless. "My brother!" In the 4th district of Leongrad, Lion, dressed in plain clothes, was on a secret visit, accompanied only by a few guards. These guards were wearing ordinary suits, not even military uniforms. Still, the group attracted considerable attention. After all, not wearing a military uniform doesn't necessarily conceal your allure. The guards, in their suits, attracted even more attention. Many young girls even rushed up to ask for the guards' contact information. The guards were almost losing their composure. "The leader is right next to me, and you want me to pick up girls?" After the parliamentary reshuffle, Leon suddenly realized that he hadn't paid enough attention to the people at the bottom of society. So he obtained the addresses of those struggling in Leongrad from the Intelligence Bureau. Of course, this struggle was relative. Their lives were far better than those of the impoverished in the Holy Empire. But often, their poverty wasn't caused by economic factors, but by loneliness. Chapter 1219. Lion and his team, not in uniform, began visiting each household according to the address provided by the Intelligence Bureau. By the time they arrived at a slightly dilapidated house, they had already visited 6 households. Most of these 6 families had no male members, as their men had died in the war. In Yin, soldiers of the National Defense Force received generous pensions after their deaths, but their relatives. These relatives had kept their distance from the soldiers while they were alive. But after the soldiers died, when the generous pensions were handed to their wives, they rushed over like wolves smelling blood. However, the mothers of the fallen soldiers often had deeply ingrained beliefs. They believed that family interests were paramount, so they asked their wives to hand over all the pensions, claiming it was a family distribution. After visiting several households, Lion was almost amused by this excuse. The pension was earned by your husband with his own life, and it should belong to your family. Not that so-called frivolous family. Leon's mother, Irina, actually had a family. Of course, the Julius family never helped Leon in the slightest. Even when Irina was in the palace, they didn't offer any assistance. They believed that Irina's birth of Leon had not only sparked controversy, but also earned her dislike from Edward III. To preserve their family lineage, they naturally abandoned both mother and child. However, the irony was that after Leon established Great Yin and liberated the Holy Empire, the Julius family clung to him like maggots. Before Leon could even speak, Irina expelled them. Only a few of her brothers and sisters, who had helped her, remained. As for Leon's grandfather and his family, they were almost all sent back to the Holy Empire. Leon paid little attention to his uncles and aunts. He wouldn't offer them any backdoors if their children sought entry into the system. These uncles and aunts, knowing Leon's attitude, settled down in Leongler and didn't cause any trouble. They would only occasionally visit the Duke's residence and connect with Irina. As for the families whose pensions had been taken away by his family, Leon had already contacted the intelligence agency and the security forces, and he believed the money would be recovered soon. What? You said you spent all your money? Then how much are your lives worth? The Great Yin Intelligence Agency isn't a pushover. Loan or contract, there's always one that suits you. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated building before him, Leon recalled the development of Leongrad. Some of the buildings in District 4 were built during the winter of divine punishment. Most of these buildings were hastily constructed. They looked exquisite at the time, but now they look a bit shabby. Leon knocked on one of the doors. Knock, knock. Squeak. The sound of a door opening revealed a young girl's head, who looked at Leon intently. Just as Leon was about to enter under his fake identity, the girl spoke. Leader. Seeing the girl recognize him, Leon felt a little puzzled. If I remember correctly, I had deliberately chosen not to wear my usual clothes, and even used magic to slightly modify my features. So how did the girl recognize me? How did you know I was the leader? Leon patted her head. Because it was the leader who saved our family. If it hadn't been for the leader, Mom might have. So I never forget your eyes, leader. Although you look a little different than on TV, your eyes and your aura are unmistakable. The little girl began. Leon's thoughts drifted back to 5 years ago, and then, remembering something, he suddenly spoke. You're Vina? Your mother is Moni. Vina's heart skipped a beat when Leon recognized her. Because the leader still remembered her. Of course Leon remembered this family. This was the first family he had visited during divine punishment. There were 4 children in the family, and their mother, Moni, the sole breadwinner, was bedridden. My younger brother, Levi, has a persistent fever. My older sister, Ina, and my older brother, Kate, are only 15 or 16 years old, yet they have to work in a noble mansion, where they risk being beaten to death by the nobles if they're not careful. Leon looked at the cheerful Vina before him, then feigned a fierce expression. So Vina doesn't want the leader to come in? Why haven't you let me in yet? Believe it or not, I eat you. Seeing Leon's fierce expression, Vina curled her lips in disdain. How could the leader eat people? Vina said, as she led Leon inside. Leon also removed his disguise, but upon entering, he was stunned. Because there was a black and white photograph in the hall, a picture of his mother, Moni. What did the black and white mean? Leon already knew the answer. Vina saw the photo Leon was staring at and spoke calmly. Mother didn't die in the winter of divine retribution, nor did she die in the Battle of Leongrad, but she died at Grandma's hands. As soon as she finished speaking, Vina burst into tears. And it wasn't a cry of sadness but of anger. The rage was so loud that several guards couldn't help but turn their heads away. Leon then hugged Vina and spoke softly. Then can you tell me what happened? My brother, Kate, joined the army 2 years ago, and happened to be there during the Battle of Kursk. His excellent performance in the recruit company earned him a transfer to the 1st Armored Division. He became a subordinate of General Gudry, but luck wasn't always on his side. He soon died on the battlefield. So many soldiers died in the Battle of Kursk that the military instituted monthly payments to prevent those with ulterior motives from misappropriating pensions. But Grandma still coveted my brother's pension. My second son, our uncle, had a child getting married and needed a dowry. So Grandma and Uncle demanded to know where my mother's pension was. My mother kept putting it off, but 5 months ago, my brother's final pension payment arrived. When Grandma and Uncle heard the news, they rushed into the house. During the argument, Mother was shoved and hit her head on the counter. Vina was sobbing by this point. Lion fell silent. Moni's family was one of the people who had firmly supported him back then. When he arrived in Sin City, penniless and helpless, it was these already helpless people who chose to follow Leon, even though Leon hadn't yet achieved success. But they still chose Leon. As the flames grew higher, Leon couldn't always keep an eye on the situation below. And so, this tragedy happened. Chapter 1220. Lion fell silent after hearing Moni's family story. The guards standing by didn't know how to offer comfort. As Vina had said, they had tried to resist, but no one listened. The reason was that their voice was so limited. To change this chaotic situation, they had to confront family ties. Lion asked Vina why she didn't report the matter to the officials. Vina smiled bitterly. She had wanted to report it, but the high-ranking officials simply ignored her. The lower-level officials couldn't help her solve the problem. Sister Ina now worked at the Great Yin Daily, trying to expose the flaws of the family system, but her editor-in-chief silenced her. What were they left to do? Over time, bureaucracy emerged, and even after countless crackdowns, many officials subconsciously considered themselves superior. The people of Great Yin had also begun to accept the status quo. Lion knew he couldn't wait any longer. The Intelligence Bureau might be a sharp sword, but it's a sword in plain sight. Everyone can see this sword hanging over their heads, so they naturally pretend to be pedantic. Leon instructed the guards to summon the district chief of District 4, and at the same time, he secretly decided to form a small organization. Its functions would be similar to those of the Intelligence Bureau, but different. The Intelligence Bureau is responsible for intelligence, but also possesses combat and retrieval capabilities. But this small organization is different. They are solely responsible for intelligence work, and their monitoring includes the Intelligence Bureau. Because Leon discovered that many of the incidents were closely related to the Intelligence Bureau. The Intelligence Bureau was a mountain that no matter what happened, it was bound to be entangled with factions. Due to its unique existence, it was destined to be plagued by internal divisions. As time went on, even Hans couldn't guarantee that everyone in the Intelligence Bureau would obey him. He couldn't promise his subordinates anything, as he himself was a poor man. Perhaps the most valuable thing in the family was that little girl. The district chief, who was visiting for the first time, felt a momentary daze when he saw some guards from the Duke's palace approaching him. But then he became excited. He thought the leader was summoning him. It looked like something good was going to happen. The district chief of District 4 rushed over with gusto, but after following the guards for a distance, he noticed something was amiss. This wasn't the road to the Duke's palace. Why did it feel like the road to District 4, his jurisdiction? When the guards led the district chief to Moni's apartment building, he couldn't help but feel terrified. Half of the residents of this building were families, who had shed blood for the yin. The district chief also spotted 2 guards standing guard downstairs. The 4th district chief was devastated. He arrived at Moni's house trembling with fear. He saw Leon and Vina talking calmly, as if nothing bad had happened. The district chief finally breathed a sigh of relief. "If only my brother were alive, we wouldn't be bullied," Vina said, wiping tears from her face. Leon patted Vina's head. "Good girl, don't worry." Seeing the district chief approach, Leon asked Vina to call his sister back. Now, only Leon, the guards, and the district chief were left at home. The district chief said with some fear, "Leader, what happened?" Leon said with a smile. "Nothing, I just wanted to compliment you. You're doing a great job governing District 4. The district chief, not realizing the hidden meaning in Leon's words, laughed along. "That's all thanks to your wise guidance, leader. I will grow stronger under your leadership." Leon couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed the plate on the table and wanted to throw it at him, but he held himself back. After all, it wasn't his own. The district chief of District 4 finally realized that Leon had tricked him into killing him. Then he stood there, motionless. If you do something wrong, you be beaten. If you dare to run away in front of Leon, your life will be over. Leon saw the district chief's determined expression and asked the guards beside him to explain what had happened. "Report to the leader. I handle this," the district chief shouted. "The reason you're rushing to resolve this now isn't because you recognize the mistake, but because I'm here with you. I appointed you officials, not to abuse your power and exploit the people. You serve the people, not the bureaucrats. In 7 days, the Intelligence Bureau will begin a major investigation. If this kind of thing happens again, you be out of the job. Choose between the East Continent and the sea." Leon waved his hand, signaling the district chief to leave. The district chief felt wrong, too. Because his subordinates knew about the situation but didn't report it, the district chief and Leon were in essentially the same predicament. They couldn't keep a constant eye on their subordinates. But Leon also gave the district chief a chance. But keeping the position depends on the chief's ability. After the district chief left, Vina quickly returned home with her sister, Ina. When Ina saw the person sitting on the sofa, she froze in place, then nearly jumped up in excitement. As a staff member for the Great Yin Daily, she wrote about Leon almost every day. And if it weren't for Leon, her mother and brother might have died. And now, her younger brother, Levi, chose not to study diligently. He didn't want to see his 2 sisters bullied, so he chose to enroll in the Great Yin Military Academy. His older brother, Kate, had left, so he had to shoulder the responsibility. At least, he had to protect his family. "Leader." Ina reacted and immediately saluted. But Leon smiled. "Don't be so formal. I've been to your house for dinner before. Just treat me like an ordinary person. You're not suggesting I grab lunch at your house, are you?" Ina waved her hand hastily at Leon's words. "It's okay, leader. It's not a bother." Ina was just about to go to the kitchen to cook when she saw 2 guards washing vegetables and cooking. Another guard had already started heating oil in a wok. "Miss Ina, please wait in the living room. Dinner will be ready soon." To avoid bothering Ina and the others, Leon had the guards start preparing dinner early. In the living room, Leon asked about Ina's past. Ina and the other stories were inspiring, but the stories of ordinary people were glossed over. Chapter 1221. Dinner was quickly prepared, and Ina and the others gazed at the sumptuous feast before them, lost in thought. Although most of the dishes were quite ordinary, the cook's cooking was remarkable. As lions' guards, they possessed remarkable abilities. Not only could they fight, but they could also cook. Besides cooking, mastering 1 or 2 foreign languages was also within their capabilities. The guards were divided into 3 categories: ceremonial guards, guards of the capital, and guards protecting the duke's palace. The reason for this division of guards is their different positions and functions. The ceremonial guards were mostly just for show. Those guarding the capital and those standing in the square were ceremonial guards. The guards actually guarding the capital were rarely seen. Although these guards wore the uniforms of the original Wehrmacht, M35 steel helmets, and carried Mauser rifles, they were all exceptional marksmen. During the Battle of Leningrad, the 800 guardsmen defending the capital, armed with their machine-scoped Mauser rifles, effectively turned the square before them into a deadly mess. The Crusaders attempted to cross the square, but were singled out by the guards inside the capital, leaving them bloodied on the spot. Though the capital guards numbered only 800, their marksmanship was unrivaled in the entire army. They possessed a built-in lock-on capability, their eyes acting as a ruler. They could achieve a near-perfect accuracy at a range of 300 meters with machine-scoped aim. This was because these guardsmen were selected from the Imperial Guard. Many of them had originally intended to participate in the Iron Guard program, but had given up for various reasons. Their individual combat capabilities are no less than those of the Iron Guards. Iron Guards? Just lumps of steel and armor. You must sit down obediently before our capital guards. Before arriving, Leon had already learned Ina's story. After Ina's mother's recovery, Leon's invasion of the nobility coincided. Ina, who already had no fondness for the nobility, decisively joined the anti-noble camp. However, Ina's attempt to obtain civil service failed, so she sought another path and chose to join a newspaper. Thanks to her excellent writing and eloquence, Ina was hired as a reporter. She also finally changed her life. Her younger sister, Vina, while not as accomplished as her older sister, also lived a wonderful life of her own. Vina attempted to enter Dyeing College but failed. The admission requirements for Dyeing College are becoming increasingly stringent, so that out of tens of thousands of applicants, they might only admit a few thousand. Although Vina didn't get into Dyeing College, she did get into Dyeing Industrial College. Dyeing College is now the leader, while Industrial College is the second. And with Leon's support, some majors have even surpassed the leader. To maintain its dominance, Dyeing College has engaged in a fierce internal competition with Industrial College. The result is a complete chaos. The two colleges are engaged in a virtual arms race. One day, one college solves a problem, and the next day, the other school solves the next. The two colleges fight to the death, but in the end, it's Leon who smiles. After becoming a reporter, Ina dares to report the truth, even traveling thousands of kilometers to obtain accurate news. Ina became a rising star in the newspaper. But as time went on, the Great Yen Daily was no longer the pristine place it once was. With the development of Great Yen, countless events unfolded daily across the vast nation. A single newspaper had limited capacity, and could only publish a certain amount of news. So, many merchants came to buy the newspaper's pages for their wares. The Great Yen Daily used only the highest quality paper and the highest printing standards. As a result, not only did they not make a profit on each sale, they even lost money. To remain operational, the Great Yen Daily had no choice but to reserve a small section in the newspaper for advertising. However, these products were carefully screened. Otherwise, they wouldn't appear in the newspaper. But this was only at the beginning. As time passed and the economy developed, many people began to be seduced by the lure of money. For example, two merchants approach you, one offering 100,000 gold coins, the other 1 million gold coins. Which one would you choose? Perhaps there's something fishy about the 1 million gold coins, and the Intelligence Bureau will come knocking. But here's the problem. You take 200,000 of that 1 million gold coins, and use them to bribe the Intelligence Bureau. Wouldn't that solve the problem? You might even earn an extra 700,000 gold coins. So newspapers are no longer the beacon of life they once were. Now they're more of a spice of life, and newspaper sales aren't as good as they once were. People have noticed that the Dyeing Daily no longer has the kind of articles that made them laugh. When it was still a small country, Leon would often write articles for the newspaper himself, because many citizens bought the newspaper just to read his short essays. But now, as the yen grew larger, Leon no longer had much time to write short essays. He was not only the leader of a nation, but also a husband and the father of a young girl. Many people in Yin suddenly realized that while their country had grown stronger, life was no longer the same. Ina was clearly one of these people. Initially, she threw herself into her newspaper work with great enthusiasm, but eventually, her heart cooled. She tried to report on reality, but was always suppressed by the president. In time, she calmed down and began to drift through life. The president didn't care, he only cared about the newspaper. As long as the newspaper existed, it would continue to generate revenue. Leon, aware of all this, fell silent. It turned out that it wasn't just the intelligence agency and the military that were corrupted. Problems had arisen in nearly every industry. Problems were inevitable because people's ideological awareness wasn't as high as one might imagine. Or perhaps it's better to say that not everyone is a saint. Ordinary people are easily influenced by worldly matters. Therefore, establishing a new organization is imperative. To eradicate these chaotic phenomena, repeated purges are necessary. Ina, looking at Leon, who was standing so close, finally uttered her heartfelt request. "Leader, can I ask you a favor?" Leon was a little surprised, but he let Ina speak her mind. "I want to become an official because I don't want to see what those bureaucrats are doing anymore. My pen alone can't change this," Ina said firmly. Leon smiled and spoke. "At most, I give you a test. Whether you pass or not is up to you." Chapter 1222. Even before Robert and his companions arrived, the Intelligence Bureau had already begun searching for the entrance to the Lost Kingdom. But all this took time. The Intelligence Bureau couldn't possibly find the entrance in a single day. So, naturally, Robert and Fuchsia stayed in the capital of the Elf Empire. But they couldn't just stay home forever. So, Fuchsia took Robert on a tour of the Elf Empire. The world is vast, and happiness is the greatest. In addition to the blonde elves, the streets of the Elf Empire were filled with many humans. They were mostly from the Great Yin, with a few from the East Continent as well. These East Continent people came to the Elf Empire primarily to get closer to the Great Yin. If they could marry an elf, then they would have the opportunity to settle in the Elf Empire. Settling in the Elf Empire would bring them one step closer to becoming Great Yin people. But now, many people from the East Continent were laughing. Because the Elf Empire had been merged, all elves had automatically become Great Yin people. But just as these East Continenters were feeling complacent, Leon's order plunged them into despair. Leon's decree stated that all elves could become Great Yin people. But demons and other humans within the Elven Empire were not permitted to do so. The elves of the Elven Empire were able to become Great Yin people not only because their country had been merged, but also because they had fought alongside the National Defense Forces. What do those people from the East Continent want? They came to Zhongzhou simply to obtain Great Yin status. Because they no longer want to stay in the East Continent. Lion will not show any favor to such opportunists. Although Lion will bring in foreign talent, that doesn't mean Lion will accept all foreigners. If these East Continenters were truly capable, they would have already been accepted through the Talent Introduction Program. There's no need to seek opportunities in the Elf Empire. If these people stayed in their own East Continent, worked hard to develop their own country, and were ultimately overthrown by the National Defense Force, Lion would still look upon them with respect and generously grant them the status of Great Yin. Because they love their country, and are building it with their hard-working hands. Such people, regardless of their nationality, deserve respect. On the streets of the Elf Empire, Robert and Fuchsia walked side by side. Fuchsia, unlike her usual aloofness, now acted more like a little girl. One arm held Robert's, the other pointing to the shops before them. "Robert, I want this. Go buy it for me, please," Fuchsia pleaded, and Robert couldn't help scratching his head. Fuchsia saw Robert hesitate, then put her hands on her chin and looked at him pitifully. "I don't remember you being like this at the Institute?" Robert looked puzzled, but he still went to buy snacks for Fuchsia. Fuchsia saw Robert buy her some snacks, and a smile instantly appeared on her face. This stunned many of the tourists around. Most of them had seen beautiful women before, but they rarely saw a beautiful woman smile in front of them. Robert was also stunned for a moment. The two young men from the East Continent, standing in the distance, watched the scene. The slightly younger one spoke up. "I want to marry a beautiful wife someday." "But? Stop dreaming. Come to work with me in a factory and stop tinkering with parts all day. Diane's current technology doesn't need someone like you doing research." The older brother of the two men spoke up. But Bud shook his head firmly. "No, brother, you don't understand. I'm not doing research just to become a Dian. Don't you understand the dilemma our kingdom faces? To the west is the vast Shifa Empire, and the Dayin-controlled area, and to the east is the rapidly rising Succubus Kingdom. Our country is caught between these two. If we don't transform and strengthen ourselves, we will eventually be crushed by the wheels of history. Bud spoke, and his brother fell silent. Because what Bard said was true. Their family had spent all their money to send the two of them to Zhongzhou, not just to earn money through work, but also to escape the war. The three major kingdoms of the eastern continent had already begun expanding their armies and preparing for war. And they were intentionally or unintentionally engaging with the Western Empire. Gaius wasn't satisfied with the status quo. He didn't want the Great Yin to interfere in the eastern continent. So that's why you're messing around with that mathematical model? Come on, brother, we have to make a living. The older brother dragged Bard away, cursing. Robert and the other two continued walking down the street, chatting and laughing. Although the capital of the Elven Empire had been ravaged by the war, the scale of the conflict was relatively small, and both sides were restrained, minimizing damage to the city. So, the capital of the Elven Empire quickly returned to normal. The two were walking down the street when suddenly it began to rain. Fuchsia was only a few centimeters shorter than Robert, but seeing the rain, she unhesitatingly took out her umbrella and held it open for Robert. "Is it inappropriate for you to hold an umbrella for me?" Robert asked. Fuchsia tilted her head and asked, "Why is it inappropriate? Are you afraid of being accused of being a gigolo?" Fuchsia's words silenced Robert. In fact, even if it rained, Fuchsia could, if she so desired, channel her magic to keep all the rain off her head. But she went there specifically to hold an umbrella. Because Fuchsia had specially brought a small umbrella. When the umbrella opened, raindrops still wet Robert's shoulders. Robert could only instinctively move closer to the center of the umbrella. Fuchsia, seeking shelter from the rain, also moved closer to the center. And so, the two bumped into each other. Robert was somewhat bewildered. Fuchsia blushed on the surface, but inwardly she was beaming. Hee. Robert. Can you escape this witch's clutches? Robert and the other woman continued walking forward. Raining? What did rain have to do with them? Just as they were being affectionate, the Intelligence Bureau agents scouring the primeval forests of the Elven Empire made a discovery. Most Intelligence Bureau agents worked on a village-by-village basis, visiting every village in the Elven Empire. They learned ancient legends from these villages, and used them to determine if there was an entrance to the Lost Kingdom nearby. God blesses those who work hard, and the Intelligence Bureau finally made a breakthrough. Chapter 1223. After several days of searching, the Intelligence Bureau cast a wide net. Finally, they found several clues about the Lost Kingdom. First, the Lost Kingdom did exist, and as Sif had said, it was the capital of the Elven Empire during the Elven Age. But then, for unknown reasons, it vanished from maps and completely disappeared from history. Furthermore, according to ancient maps, the Lost Kingdom's current location is less than 200 kilometers east of the city of Sukrusu. The Intelligence Bureau immediately contacted the Navy, and the Inland Sea Fleet dispatched a submarine unit, along with a large number of frogmen and specialized diving equipment. They conducted a thorough search of the areas marked on the ancient maps, also requesting assistance from the Sanshui Empire. But after searching, the seabed was nothing but sand, with no entrance to be found. Not even a single ruin could be found. When the Navy relayed this news back to the Intelligence Bureau, the agents were in disbelief. Because the location was indeed real, they had conducted extensive research and obtained ancient maps from several village elders. While most of the ancient maps had discrepancies, the markings regarding the Lost Kingdom remained consistent. So, the Lost Kingdom's location must be real. So how could one enter the Lost Kingdom? The Intelligence Bureau even considered blasting the ocean floor. But there was movement in the Moon Elf Kingdom. The Moon Elf Kingdom's flood zone. The dam had been completed, a brand new one before the world. This dam was even more sturdy than the original, and the National Defense Force was overseeing its construction. It would at least ensure the Moon Elves' safety for 20 years. The elves throughout the Moon Elf Kingdom were overjoyed, rushing about to celebrate the completion of the dam. Rokosov also gazed upon the completed dam with a look of satisfaction. Beside him stood Fia, and the couple's affections blossomed. But as the floodwaters receded, the Moon Elves were horrified to discover that their fields were filled with gold. Yes, real gold. When the Moon Elves tried to clear the mud and prepare for planting, they discovered that gold was buried beneath the mud. And it wasn't just lump gold, it was gold coins. The Moon Elves picked up the coins, and saw the image of the Elven God on them. This frightened many of the Moon Elves. These coins bore the image of the Elven God. This meant that these coins were from the Elven Age. But how long had passed since the Elven era? How had all these gold coins come from? The Moon Elves didn't dare delay any further, and promptly reported the situation to the National Defense Force station nearby. The National Defense Force didn't seize the gold coins, but instead reported the situation to higher authorities. The regiment commander stationed in the flooded area looked at the plainly dressed moon elves and ultimately chose to let them collect the gold coins. Over 100,000 moon elves throughout the flooded area frantically dug for gold coins in their fields. After a day and a night of digging, they had unearthed over 1 million gold coins. When the regiment commander learned of this figure, he could no longer sit still. If it were just tens of thousands of gold coins, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But these were millions. The top brass quickly learned of this news, and the Intelligence Bureau also keenly grasped the key point. These gold coins were from the Elven Age. The Intelligence Bureau happened to be searching for the Lost Kingdom, so the next day, they sent personnel to the Moon Elf Kingdom to investigate. Based on the scene, they concluded that these gold coins had been washed out from the breach in the dam. This meant that the coins had likely been brought here by the Sanjiang River. The Intelligence Bureau began searching along the Sanjiang River. But after searching for a long time, they found nothing. Just as the Intelligence Bureau agents returned empty-handed, a fisherman revealed a shocking secret. "Are you looking for the Lost Kingdom?" The Intelligence Bureau agent sighed as he gazed at the surging Sanjiang River, and the fisherman beside him spoke. When the agents heard this, they were startled, but soon became excited. The fisherman citizen looked relatively young, but by young, he was already 224 years old. "Do you know where the Lost Kingdom is?" the intelligence agent asked. The fisherman nodded. "Of course I know, because my grandfather once visited the Lost Kingdom." Before the fisherman could finish his words, the intelligence agent grabbed him. Facing the agent's fiery eyes, the fisherman felt a little frightened. "Don't look at me like that. I'm scared. I have a wife." The agent realized his own indiscretion, calmed down, and began to talk. According to the fisherman, his grandfather was once fishing nearby. As luck would have it, a sudden gust of wind blew up, and a huge wave swept the fisherman's grandfather into the water. The fisherman's grandfather was naturally a good swimmer, but before he could even swim out, he was completely submerged. He desperately tried to swim to the surface, but a force seemed to be sucking him in from below. He instantly fell unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself inside a cave-like structure. There was a pool nearby, and based on the traces, he must have been fished out of the pool. Who had fished him out? Where was this place? The fisherman's grandfather surveyed the cave and discovered that, apart from the pool, it was a bottomless pit. He was terrified by the sight of this bottomless pit. He prepared to jump into the pool and leave, but before he could, a flash of red light passed overhead. A bat-like monster swooped down, and before he could even speak, he tumbled into the cave. After an unknown amount of time, he regained consciousness, but upon opening his eyes, he was stunned. Because before him appeared a strange world. A world of unbelievable beauty. There was no sun in the sky, yet it was as bright as day. In the distance lay the ocean, and beneath his feet lay a kind of isolated island. After a brief survey, he found he couldn't find the way back, so he opted to explore further into the island. But after just 2 steps, he saw ruins on the beach. As a learned moon elf, though only a fisherman, this didn't prevent him from possessing profound knowledge. So he recognized it. This was a building from the Elven Age. Could this be the Lost Kingdom? Chapter 1224. The fisherman's grandfather was called Horn. He was an ordinary moon elf. But from today on, Horn knew he would never be ordinary again. He was horrified to discover that he had actually entered the legendary Lost Kingdom. Although outsiders didn't know how the Lost Kingdom came to be, the elves themselves knew very well. Why did the Lost Kingdom become lost? Back then, in the fight against the aberrant creatures, the entire Elven Empire was nearly wiped out. The Elven Empire's powerful warriors fell one after another, and the Elven Empire, which had controlled almost half the world, collapsed overnight. Without the leadership of powerful warriors, other regions once controlled by the Elven Empire rose up in rebellion, choosing to resist the Elven Empire's rule. The last emperor of the Elven Age sought to restore the glory of the Elven Empire. After painstaking efforts proved fruitless, he finally resorted to devious methods. He began to use various forbidden techniques. To gain immense power, he was even willing to sacrifice countless elves to become immensely powerful. However, this act offended the heavens. It said that the gods, in punishment for the Elven Empire, sank the capital to the sea, becoming the Lost Kingdom. Because the elves of the entire capital supported their emperor and this corrupt trend, countless innocent elves were captured and sacrificed. The gods caused the entire capital to be completely lost in the long river of history. The entire capital fell silent under the sea. It said that all the elves in the capital were transformed into terrifying monsters, and the Moon Elves' prophets warned them through their bloodlines to stay away from the Lost Kingdom. But now, Horn thought of the elders' warnings, and gazed nervously at the ruins before him. Judging from their shape, these buildings were most likely the outer walls of the capital city. However, due to erosion by the sea and wind, only the outlines of the walls could be seen. Horn wanted to turn back and run, but the endless sea made it impossible for him to leave. He could only bite the bullet and head inside. After finally reaching the walls, he was stunned. Behind him lay clean, tidy streets. Horn froze in his tracks. And there were elves walking around. The elves noticed Horn and beckoned him into the city. Horn entered, and the elves greeted him warmly, asking how he came to be there. And as he chatted with the elves, he realized they seemed real, for their words were filled with a sense of calm. After some conversation, the elves learned that Horn had come from the outside world, and each of them was shocked. One female elf even gave Horn her handkerchief. The elves then prepared to take Horn to see the emperor, and Horn saw the magnificent palace in the distance. That palace was even more magnificent than the current capital of the Elven Empire, symbolizing the glory of the elven race. But just as Horn was about to follow the elves into the city to see the emperor, an eerie moonlight shone down, and Horn was immediately carried into a mysterious dimension, leaving him with no time to react. Horn heard a cold voice. "Wake up!" Horn opened his eyes, and found himself on the shore of the Song River. Just as Horn was lost in thought, he saw the handkerchief in his hand. Could this all be true? But before he could even think, Horn saw the handkerchief instantly turn to ash. Then Horn fainted. Soon after, Horn suddenly passed away. But before he died, Horn told his son about his bizarre experience. But his son didn't spread the story, instead keeping it deep in his heart. Because the son knew his father was a strong man, it was impossible for him to die suddenly. And since his father had never lied to him, his father's experience must be true. Because his father died soon after arriving in the so-called Lost Kingdom, the son never spoke of it again. Only before his death did he tell his son, now a fisherman, the story of his grandfather. After hearing the fisherman's story, the intelligence agents were sweating profusely. Why does this sound like a ghost story? Is the Lost Kingdom really that terrifying? The intelligence agents didn't hesitate and immediately wrote down the entire story, then reported it to intelligence headquarters. This time, Hans didn't bother to alert Leon, but instead went directly to Evelyn's mansion. Evelyn was also somewhat surprised to learn of this outrageous story. Due to interference from the divine realm, Evelyn couldn't tell Hans the full story. Because the Lost Kingdom held something that terrified the gods, they had caused the former capital of the Elven Empire to become lost. But Evelyn gave Hans two crucial pieces of information. To rescue Robert, they had to go to the Lost Kingdom. And in the Lost Kingdom, the most common thing was getting lost. Although Evelyn's riddle man puzzled Hans, he also knew that witches, like them, were not detached from the world. Just because they couldn't speak, they must have their own difficulties. After making all necessary preparations, Hans reported the situation to Leon. Leon hesitated, but still ordered the Intelligence Bureau agents to enter the Lost Kingdom. He also informed Robert and the others to go along. With Fuchsia there, she could protect not only Robert but also the other agents. Robert and the others might go just to search for the Elf's tears, but the Intelligence Bureau's mission was different. They would not only search for the Elf's tears, but also explore the entire Lost Kingdom. 2 days later, the shore near where the fishermen were fishing was dotted with camps. Most of them were Intelligence Bureau agents, as well as researchers and magicians transferred from the Yin Academy and the Imperial Capital Magic Academy. The Intelligence Bureau dispatched a 40-man elite force for this operation. They protected a team of 6 scientists and 4 magicians. They also had to protect Robert. But seeing Fuchsia standing next to Robert like a good girl, the Intelligence Bureau agents felt a bit redundant. The magicians at the Imperial Capital Magic Academy were mostly only 18 or 19 years old, the best of the younger generation. And the scientists covered a wide range of fields, including biology, geology, and physics. After 2 days of exploration, the divers finally discovered the hidden danger. There was a hole beneath the Song River, resembling a U-shaped pipe. Enter the hole from the Song River, then pass through a U-shaped passage, and reach the so-called entrance to the Lost Kingdom, the place where Horn had awakened. Looking at the ever-flowing Song River, Robert felt a little nervous, while Fuchsia beside him said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, I have it." Chapter 1225. The group soon arrived at the entrance to the Lost Kingdom. Looking at the bottomless entrance, everyone present hesitated. For a moment, they didn't know how to get down. Fuchsia then released her magic power and began to explore the cave. But she soon discovered that the cave wasn't deep, only about 5 or 6 meters in depth. However, it connected to another dimension. Fuchsia explained this to everyone, and after a brief discussion, the CIA agents decided to send 2 agents in. When Robert and the scientists saw the 2 CIA agents jump in without hesitation, they were filled with shock. After watching the 2 CIA agents jump in, Fuchsia tried to contact them with her magic power, but a voice came from the intercom hanging on the captain's chest. "Captain, it's safe inside. We're on the beach now." Hearing the intercom, the captain no longer hesitated and ordered the CIA agents to form a team and jump in. When the CIA agents were almost all inside, Robert and the scientists chose to jump in. Robert didn't jump first because Fuchsia and the captain forcibly held him back. Before the operation, Leon had repeatedly instructed them to ensure Robert's safety, even if all the scientists perished. Of course, this was just a formality. If even Fuchsia couldn't protect Robert, what could these ordinary people do? After jumping into the cave, they soon appeared on the same beach where Horn had first arrived. They also saw the remains of the city wall Horn had described. Just as everyone was about to follow Horn's story and grope forward, a flash of white light appeared, and they were horrified to discover that the ruins before them had suddenly become intact. Everyone was puzzled, but only Fuchsia had a solemn expression. This time, the intelligence agents were not carrying MP5s, but AK-12s, chambered in 7.62 caliber. The reason they carried AK-12s was to enhance their self-protection capabilities. The MP5's 9mm ammunition is good for counterterrorism. But using an MP5 to shoot large game is simply a dream. You wouldn't even be able to kill a cow with a 7.62. But the agents couldn't carry M2 Laogai rifles, so they chose AK-12s. Seeing the city wall again, which had instantly returned to normal, the agents decisively raised their guns. After a long while, there was no sound, only the occasional breeze. After confirming there was no danger, the captain ordered his men to lower their weapons. But just then, music began to emanate from behind the city wall. Followed by this, a group of female elves in long skirts danced out from behind the wall, as if to welcome their arrival. Robert realized something was amiss, and was about to alert the special agent captain. But he noticed that, aside from himself and Fuchsia, everyone else was staring intently at the female elves. Even the captain. This was wrong, very wrong. Robert then glanced at Fuchsia, who was standing nearby. Fuchsia snapped her fingers, and everyone present instantly regained consciousness. Where were the beautiful elves? Where was the singing? Only the shattered ruins before them. Before anyone could react, there was a sudden movement behind the ruins. The next second, a multitude of dark figures rushed out of the woods. The captain was stunned at the mere sight of them. Those shadows seemed elves, but the aura of death emanating from them filled the captain's soul with fear. "Free fire!" The captain gave the command decisively. 40 agents immediately formed a fan-shaped defensive line, protecting the scientists behind them. Bang, bang, bang. The agents choose not to fire fully automatic, but instead use the AK-12's 2-round burst mode, methodically mowing down the monsters. Robert froze for a moment, then felt the heat on his neck. Finally, he picked up a pendant he had always worn. This pendant wasn't a gift from Fuchsia, it had inexplicably appeared on his desk. And it didn't appear in his own home, but on his desk in Purchit's office. Strangely, Robert checked the surveillance footage and discovered that the pendant had appeared out of nowhere. Just as Robert was about to throw away the unknown pendant, a voice came, telling him to wear it. Robert ignored it, but he still put it on his person. During a magic crystal refining process, a sudden change occurred, and a terrifying explosion destroyed the laboratory. But Robert, who was inside the lab, was unharmed. The other researchers suffered 2 deaths and 6 injuries. Robert struggled to get up from the explosion, only to find that the necklace he had kept in his pocket was glowing. Robert has worn this pendant ever since. Every time he encountered danger, the pendant would instantly heat up. Feeling the pendant's heat, Robert realized this was a life-or-death crisis. Under the captain's command, the agents used AK-12s to suppress the monsters roaming the forest. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, the monsters began to retreat, leaving behind dozens of corpses in a chaotic mess. Observing this, the captain ordered half of the agents to check their equipment, while the other half remained on guard with their weapons. The scientists, however, rushed forward like crazy, intent on examining the monster corpses. The captain hurriedly stopped them. But the scientists disregarded the captain's kindness. "Captain, we want to contribute to the yin." "You can't stop us," the scientists said. The captain knew these scientists wouldn't do anything evil, or perhaps they weren't inherently bad. But the problem was, the monsters had just retreated, and you were already trying to dissect their bodies. What if they were to launch a surprise attack? The captain's caution was correct, but the scientists couldn't resist their research. The captain could only dispatch 2 agents, and had them find a way to drag a body over. The agents then used ropes to pull a body over. The scientists immediately began to examine the monster's corpse. They discovered that, although the monster was completely black, it still bore distinct elven features. The pointed ears and elven ornaments on its body confirmed that these monsters had been elves in their previous lives. So how did they become these monsters? Fuchsia was stunned. Because she sensed the aura of the evil god Irina from the corpse, and that wasn't the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing was that she also sensed the aura of the goddess of light, Galena. What was the connection between the Lost Kingdom and these 2 goddesses? Galena seemed to be hiding something from Leon. Chapter 1226. The group successfully repelled the monsters, but events unfolded beyond their expectations. After research, scientists discovered that these monsters were indeed transformed from elves. The question then arose, what had happened to these elves to transform into such monstrous creatures? Everyone was filled with questions, but they all turned their gaze towards the ruins of the city wall, because they only needed to scale this wall to find their answers. After a brief rest, they immediately launched into action. The captain ordered 6 agents to proceed to the vicinity of the city wall to check if it was safe. 12 agents remained behind to protect the scientists, while he and the others followed closely behind. The group quickly reached the ruins of the city wall, but once they scaled it, they were met with a shocking sight. A massive complex of buildings came into view. The area covered was even larger than that of Leongrad. The problem was, this vast complex had become a ruin. The outlines of the buildings hinted at the once glorious glory of this civilization. But to the agents' horror, as soon as they scaled the city wall, they saw the buildings teeming with monsters. They crowded densely within the buildings, and as the agents looked at them, they too focused their gazes on the agents. This sense of dread sent the agents into a frenzy. Without a moment's hesitation, the agents quickly raised their weapons. However, the monsters remained silent, observing the agents from a distance. The agents were momentarily undecided. At this moment, Robert and his men arrived. Fuchsia fell silent upon seeing this scene. Robert also noticed something was wrong, for the monster seemed to be confined to the city, with no room to move. Robert also noticed something unusual about Fuchsia's body, for she seemed to tremble upon seeing the monsters. Robert hurriedly grabbed Fuchsia's hand. Fuchsia said with an uneasy expression, "What's wrong?" Robert said seriously, "You're sweating a lot. Is something wrong? Tell us, and we handle it together." Fuchsia hesitated at Robert's words, but looking at Robert's determined gaze, she finally told her story. Fuchsia wasn't completely human, or rather, she wasn't pure blood. Her mother was an elf, and her father was human. The problem was, she didn't inherit any of her mother's elf traits. All her physical features leaned towards the human side. This was understandable. Even without any elven traits, she was still her mother's child. Father and mother doted on Fuchsia. Furthermore, Fuchsia lived during the Elven Age. The Elven Age is the second age after the Dragon Age. According to chronological calculations, it was approximately 6,000 to 10,000 years ago. Witches also appeared at the end of the Dragon Age. Coincidentally, the Divine Realm also arrived during the Dragon Age. Fuchsia lived a carefree life during the Elven Age, her mother's elven noble status providing her with countless advantages. Although my father was human, he held considerable status among the elves. She became the Elven Empire's largest supplier of armor. Such a prominent family should, in theory, have enjoyed a life of ease and comfort. But the arrival of the Abyss Plane brought the entire Elven era to its knees. The speed at which my father's artisans could produce armor simply couldn't keep up with the war effort. The Emperor didn't make things difficult for my father, for not only was the armor production outpaced by the demand, but even the bows and arrows, the pride of the elves, couldn't meet the demands of the front lines. The battle with the aberrant creatures of the Abyss Plane completely shattered the Elven Empire. Fuchsia witnessed the mighty Elven Empire's gradual decline firsthand. At this time, she hadn't yet become a witch. She was still as innocent and carefree as ever, until one day. My father returned from the palace, looking glum. He then summoned my mother, Fuchsia, and ordered them to leave immediately. My mother seemed to realize what my father meant and, without a word, prepared to take Fuchsia away. But before they could leave, a dark aura rose from the palace, instantly filling the entire capital. The Elven Empire troops guarding the capital panicked, but they still did their best to maintain law and order. Things quickly deviated from their planned course. The Emperor had originally intended to utilize forbidden techniques to enhance his own strength. Unbeknownst to the Emperor, This forbidden technique had been given to him by the evil god Irina. Irina had originally intended to utilize the abyssal plane to destroy the entire planet, allowing her to legitimately devour its power. But she hadn't imagined the Elven Empire wouldn't even try to protect its own wings. Instead, it fought tooth and nail to protect the planet. That's why the Elven Age ended so abruptly, and why the Emperor resorted to all sorts of devious methods to restore the elves to their peak. But Irina had already laid the groundwork. The Emperor used forbidden techniques, and only when he saw the black gas rising into the sky did he realize he'd fallen for a trick. But now, nothing could be undone. The terrifying black gas instantly enveloped the entire capital. The elves there panicked. They tried to leave, but found the black gas had completely sealed off the entire city. Some brave elves tried to break through the black gas blockade, but the moment they touched it, they were instantly corrupted by it. Soon, they transformed into mindless black monsters. My father hurriedly gathered his guards to defend the palace. The Emperor began to try every possible way to dispel the black gas. But the black gas enveloped the capital for a full month. During that month, the capital was completely cut off from the outside world. Other vassal states of the Elven Empire broke away and declared independence. Even several of the Elven Empire's major kingdoms were disintegrated. Fuchsia, who remained in the capital, witnessed the deaths of her parents, the transformation of her companions, and countless relatives and friends into monsters. She was heartbroken and ultimately chose to seal these memories deep within her heart. The Elven Emperor also knew he had done wrong. He sacrificed his own life and chose to summon the goddess of light, Galena. Galena was furious upon learning of this, but it was too late to remedy the situation. She ultimately chose to sink the entire capital, and Galena rescued the sole survivor, Fuchsia. Chapter 1227. Fuchsia was rescued by Galena, but Galena was surprised to find that Fuchsia was completely normal. Or rather, untainted. This puzzled the goddess of light. But Galena soon discovered something was amiss with Fuchsia. She sensed a terrifying power within Fuchsia. This power was sealed within her, a power she herself hadn't even known existed. After careful investigation, the goddess of light discovered that this power appeared to be natural. More precisely, it was the will of the planet that had stored it within her. The decline of the dragon race made the Supreme Will realize that dragons alone could not defeat the gods. During this period, the Supreme Will was forced to select 5 witches to guide humanity. Although these 5 witches were chosen by the Supreme Will, they themselves did not know whether they were chosen by the gods or by the Supreme Will. This is why most people believe that the witches were chosen by the gods. Because the Supreme Will cannot speak, when the gods learned of the witches' existence, they began to mislead the people, making them believe that the witches were their apostles. The witches themselves were also confused, but most of them remained true to their true nature. Only one which willingly became a puppet of the papal state. Over the course of countless years, the witches finally found their place. But they found themselves unable to resist the gods, and could only wait. Leon's appearance successfully brought the matter to light. Seeing these monsters before her, Fuchsia instantly recalled her past life. Things that had been buried in her memory were reawakened. After speaking, Fuchsia, somewhat devastated, hugged Robert. Robert was momentarily bewildered, feeling the warmth in his arms, and then he held Fuchsia tightly. The agents nearby were also very considerate, doing their best to avoid being a third wheel. On the other hand, the scientists were filled with fascination with these monsters. They were firmly chained to the spot, as if controlled by some special force. They resembled zombies, their movements being extremely awkward. They seemed devoid of intelligence, following only their instincts, baring their teeth at the mere sight of someone approaching. Just as everyone hesitated, Fuchsia suddenly extended her hand and pointed toward the distant palace. The elf's tear is within the palace, because it's a gem. And this gem is in the Emperor's crown. Hearing Fuchsia's words, everyone present couldn't help but tense up. After all, any sane person knows that the more prosperous a place is, the more likely it is to spawn a boss. And after hearing Fuchsia's story, everyone present knew that the palace seemed to contain the monster transformed by the Emperor. The scientists and magicians hesitated, but the intelligence agents had no hesitation at all. Their mission was to find the elf's tear. Now that they had finally discovered its location, they no longer hesitated. Even if it meant danger, they wouldn't hesitate, but Robert stopped them, saying these were ordinary people, loyal agents of the intelligence agency. They shouldn't die here, or rather, they shouldn't sacrifice in vain. Robert then looked at Fuchsia, who nodded beside him. She understood Robert's intention. That was, the two of them would travel together to the heart of the Lost Kingdom. They would face everything together. The captain, with a troubled look on his face, tried to dissuade Robert from this idea. But Robert was determined, and the two of them quickly set off. It must be said that Fuchsia truly loved Robert, because she pulled a suit of armor from her small pocket. When Robert saw his girlfriend pull a heavy suit of armor from her seemingly insignificant pocket, his cerebellum shrank. Robert then grabbed Fuchsia and looked at her small pocket, which was barely big enough for a hand. He couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. Is this right? Before Robert could react, Fuchsia began to grope him. Hey! What are you doing? Stop touching me! Robert was brutally attacked, stripped of almost all his clothes, leaving only his underwear. Then, with Fuchsia's help, he put on the armor. But once Robert put it on, he discovered it wasn't heavy at all. Instead, it was light, like wearing foam. As if sensing Robert's confusion, Fuchsia punched the armor. But the armor abruptly blocked Fuchsia's attack. This surprised Robert somewhat. The powerful impact made Robert realize that Fuchsia's punch was quite powerful, but the armor withstood it. Robert touched the armor, and found that it seemed to be made of metal. Fuchsia then patted Robert's head. Robert, clever and foolish, this armor weighs about 300 kilograms. But I use spatial magic to transfer the weight of the armor to myself. Robert blinked at this. What do you mean you transferred the weight to yourself? Wait, then you're talking and laughing with me while carrying 300 kilograms of stuff on your back? Robert looked at Fuchsia's rather tall figure and didn't believe she possessed such formidable strength. In his eyes, a witch should win by intelligence, not force. Fuchsia seemed to sense Robert's strange gaze, and then showed a hint of dissatisfaction. What's up? You look down on me, don't you? You're just a gigolo, and you dare to resist? Fuchsia then punched a nearby tree. The tree, so large it took two people to hug, was punched through with a huge hole, and the trees behind it were also ravaged by Fuchsia's destruction. Robert couldn't help but flinch at the sight. This is a bit violent. What should I do next? Robert suddenly thought of the leader, Leon, and his wife, Yun-Chi-Chi. The leader and his wife have always been there for each other, so he should learn from them. Leon, first, you need a healthy body. Second, you need a healthy body. Most importantly, you must have a healthy body. Poor Robert didn't know it yet, but from now on, he would be entangled with Fuchsia for the rest of his life. After checking their weapons and equipment, the two of them headed towards the palace. Robert and the others soon entered the monsters' territory, and the monsters attacked. But Fuchsia shattered them with a single punch. Robert looked at the fallen monsters, then at Fuchsia's ordinary little hands. This, Chapter 1228. Under Fuchsia's protection, Robert approached the palace unscathed. Along the way, any monster that stood in his way was smashed to pieces. Looking at the horrific plight of these monsters, Robert trembled with fear. It was truly horrific. Have you ever seen someone being shattered into pieces? It was the kind of power reaching its peak, a single punch turning an opponent into liquid. This deeply shocked scientist Robert. Although he could achieve the same effect with his own weapons, the visual impact of brute force was unmatched by weapons. The two fought their way in, killing so relentlessly that, at the end, many monsters, relying on their sliver of intelligence, chose not to attack them. Their instincts urged them to attack, but their intelligence held them back. Seeing these monsters stop attacking, the two men didn't hesitate and sped straight towards the palace. If the residential areas outside were where the monsters spawned, the palace, then, is where elite monsters and bosses reside. As he journeyed, Robert witnessed these buildings and recognized their former grandeur. The architecture of the Elven Empire today is exquisite, but in the past, it was not only tall but also magnificent. However, with the end of the Elven Age, the elves could never regain their former glory. If the Lost Kingdom were discovered by the elves, they would undoubtedly do their utmost to preserve these buildings. For they are not only relics, but also testaments to their former glory. The two reached the palace gates. Robert was about to blow them open with explosives, but Fuchsia kicked them, sending the 1,000-pound gate crashing down with a bang. In the process, she crushed several monsters behind the gate. As the gate collapsed, Robert and the other two exchanged a deep gaze with the monsters within. A moment of pause passed between the two sides, but the struggle soon began. Fuchsia channeled her magical power, sending blades, formed from the distortion of space, blasting out. When these monsters touched the blades, pieces of their bodies were instantly ripped apart. That's right, the parts of their bodies that touched the blades were ripped apart by the distortion of space. And they were likely no longer on this planet. Many monsters were struck in the legs, their legs instantly vanishing, causing them to fall comically to the ground. But these monsters didn't give up their attack, using their hands to prop themselves up and crawl forward. These armored soldiers, forming monsters, were far more powerful than those outside the gates, not only in strength, but also in willpower. But no matter how powerful a soldier is, he's still just a soldier. 5 minutes later, the entire palace street was littered with monster corpses. Fushia looked at the bodies, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Then, with a wave of her hand, the corpses vanished completely. Where did you take the bodies? Outside the palace, blocking the road. I can't possibly trample them. Fushia began, and Robert remembered that Fushia was also a half-elf. Without further ado, the two hurried towards the palace hall. As they reached the hall's entrance, they heard a voice from within. It was a human voice. You bastards of aberrant creatures. When I complete this divine art, I will kill you all. Your Majesty, this is a sorcery. You shouldn't practice it. We must find a way to save the Empire. Yes, Father. I heard this sorcery requires countless lives. We can't sell out our own people for power. Listening to the words, Robert was stunned. Didn't they say they all become monsters? Fushia was also puzzled. Robert gently opened the window a crack. He was met with a scene that terrified him. There was no one inside, not even a speck of dust. Who was speaking? Robert turned sharply to find a bizarre, 2-meter-tall monster with 5 arms, 4 legs, and 3 heads standing behind him. My password. Robert was terrified. Fushia punched him, anxiously saying, Robert, don't look into its eyes. But it was too late. The moment Robert turned, he saw the monster's eyes. The next second, Robert found himself on a plane. The plane was covered in ice and snow. This puzzled Robert. What was the monster trying to do by pulling him into this illusion? But just as Robert was wondering, the distant sky suddenly turned a dark purple, and then a large amount of purple gas rushed towards Robert from afar. And wherever the purple gas touched, all plants withered, and even the ground turned purple. Soon, the land seemed to come alive. It even began to wriggle, and all sorts of disgusting things were on it. Tentacles, eyeballs, and the like. Robert nearly vomited. But just as Robert was puzzled, the sound of the Elven Empire's organ suddenly rang out from behind him. Robert turned around, and saw that a large number of Elven Empire soldiers had appeared behind him. These Elven Empire soldiers wore armor that was primarily emerald green, but inlaid with gold. Against the pale snowfield, they stood out with dazzling brilliance, bringing a touch of life to the cold snow. Robert didn't know how many people were there, but the mountains and plains were filled with elves. And these elves watched the purple aura in the distance as if they were facing a formidable enemy. After discovering the Elven Empire's army, the purple aura accelerated, almost reaching the elves. The elves clenched their spears and shields, but just as they were about to overwhelm them, a furious shout suddenly rang out from the Elven Empire's army. Retreat! The next second, the terrifying purple aura truly stopped. But the soldiers grew even more nervous, immediately adopting attacking stances. Before Robert could grasp what was happening, monsters burst forth from the purple aura. Only upon seeing the monsters' appearance did Robert realize they were aberrations. The aberrations burst forth from the purple aura, colliding directly with the Elven Empire's spear formation. The 4-meter-long spears pierced the leaping aberrations like candied haws. The Elven Empire soldiers in front, holding their shields tightly, held them back from the aberrations' charge. The spearmen behind them thrust their spears with all their might, as if to pierce through the aberrations. For they were the Elven Empire's last remaining army. If they were defeated, their wives, daughters, fellow citizens, and families would also be contaminated by the aberrations. They absolutely could not lose. This time, the Emperor personally led the charge. Because the aberrations had already contaminated the entire Orc Empire, they were now within the Demon Empire. Looking around, Robert suddenly remembered that this seemed to be the Kursk Plains, because he visited here for a field trip after the mushroom bomb explosion. What did it mean to bring me here? Robert fell into deep thought. Chapter 1229. The soldiers of the Elven Empire quickly engaged the creatures. This refers to a physical struggle. Although the aberrant creatures attacked fiercely, the soldiers of the Elven Empire were extremely formidable. Unlike the Elven nobles of Robert's time, the Elven nobles of this era were all skilled warriors. It was their prowess that completely conquered the Elven Empire. Sadly, these skilled elves perished in the war with the alien race. The reason the elves became the first non-dragon masters of the era after the dragon's decline was not only due to their strength, but also to their wisdom. Although humans at that time possessed wisdom, they lacked sufficient power, making them incapable of becoming masters. As a result, humans were forced to rely on the elves. However, as the planet's energy dwindled, it could no longer sustain so many powerful individuals, and ordinary humans finally took the stage. But all this is a story for later. The elves and the aberrant creatures engaged in a bloody battle on the plains. Many elves were tainted. Without hesitation, they drew their swords and struck their own hands or legs. They didn't actually want to harm themselves, knowing that if they lost their hands or feet, they would never have a chance to return to the battlefield. But if they were completely tainted by the deformed creatures, they would become a burden to their comrades, instantly transforming into monsters and attacking them. Many elven soldiers silently counted to 10 after severing their hands and feet. 10 seconds later, he finally confirmed that he had not mutated. He was then escorted off the battlefield by his comrades. Seeing this, Robert felt a certain admiration for the elves. Not everyone has the courage to chop off their own limbs. The aberrant creatures surged forward like a tide. The elves built a wall of their bodies to defend against these aberrant creatures. But as the war dragged on, the elves gradually became exhausted. One line of defense was breached, followed by more. The elven army, so impenetrable just moments ago, was devoured by the aberrant creatures in an instant. The elven emperor dispatched reserve troops to try to stop the monster invasion. But it was all in vain. The frontline troops were breached in an instant. This had already determined the outcome of the war. The emperor's tactics of fueling the attack ultimately only resulted in increased casualties. The military advisor beside him immediately persuaded the emperor, and after a while, he finally decided to withdraw his troops, abandoning the cursed plain and focusing on defending the border. At the emperor's command, the 3 million-man frontline army began an orderly withdrawal. Some of the Elven Empire's troops volunteered to remain behind to cover the retreat. The Elven Empire at this time was not the Elven Empire it would later become. As a power that occupied most of the world, the Elven Empire had nearly 10 million soldiers. But due to the war with the aberrant creatures, the Elven Empire's army was reduced to just over 4 million. And in this recent battle, over 500,000 soldiers had been lost. Fighting aberrant creatures meant paying with human lives. Robert tried to stop an elven soldier to inquire about the situation. But when he reached for the soldier's shoulder, his hand passed through the elf's body. This surprised Robert. Was he just a spectator? But before Robert could react, the elf emperor's carriage passed by Robert. At that moment, the carriage stopped, and the elf emperor suddenly spoke to Robert. "Robert, let's talk." When Robert heard this, he was stunned. Everything around him froze at that moment, and time stopped. Robert then walked over, and the emperor dismounted from the carriage. The elf emperor was handsome, but the protracted war and the heavy workload of state affairs had left him looking slightly haggard. "You're here to find the elf tears, right?" the emperor asked. Robert nodded. "But do you know where the elf tears came from? People say they were created by the elf god, but that's not true. The elf tears are the blood and tears of the elves. They symbolize the final glory of our elven age, so I can't easily hand them over to you." The emperor's words surprised Robert. Aren't elven tears the tears of the elven god? How did they become the blood and tears of the elven race here? The emperor remained silent, simply gazing at the retreating army in the distance. He watched as the elven soldiers sacrificed their lives in this foreign land, protecting the others' evacuation. Robert, observing the elves' sacrifices in the distance, gradually understood the emperor's meaning. But all this is over now. The elves can never go back to the past. And now they live well, safe from bullying. Robert began. "I know, but I need to do one more thing." The emperor suddenly looked at Robert. Robert was puzzled. "I will make the abyss pay, I will make the gods pay. Why should we, the elves, be the ones to pay for their deeds? Robert, that's why you came here, to meet me and your beloved here." The emperor patted Robert's shoulder. Robert looked up suddenly, understanding the emperor's meaning. "Are you saying that fuchsia is the elf's tears?" Then, "Me." When Robert realized this, his words were incoherent. To heal himself, he had to use the elf's tears. But according to the emperor, the elf's tears were fuchsia. Wouldn't that be a vicious cycle? Robert was in a dilemma. The elf emperor then spoke. "Many times, we are beyond our control. There is always a providence in the universe." The emperor finished speaking, then waved his hand, and Robert instantly disappeared from the land. Watching Robert disappear, the elven emperor looked at the surrounding elven soldiers. "Well, it's time for us to let go. The elves are a thing of the past." As the emperor finished speaking, the elven soldiers, frozen in place, strangely turned their heads. These elven soldiers had never been frozen from the start. The emperor smiled with relief, and the next second, the world began to crumble. The elven souls, trapped in this illusion for thousands of years, were finally freed. In the Lost Kingdom, Robert opened his eyes. He found himself in a seaside camp, holding a blood-red gem. Is this the elven tear? Robert finally stood up and glanced around, searching for that familiar figure. But no matter how hard he looked, He couldn't see her. Chapter 1230. Robert stared at the elf tear in his hand, completely stunned. When he realized the elf tear was fuchsia, Robert had already given up on saving himself. If saving himself meant sacrificing fuchsia, even if Leon agreed, he would never agree. But now, the elf tear appeared in his hand. And where was fuchsia? Robert frantically searched for fuchsia. He grabbed the intelligence captain nearby and anxiously inquired, "Where is fuchsia?" Seeing Robert's anxious expression, the captain was also stunned. "General Robert, who is fuchsia?" This question completely stumped Robert. "What do you mean by who is fuchsia?" "Fuchsia isn't." Robert was about to reveal fuchsia's identity, but the words suddenly froze. He was horrified to discover that in his memory, there seemed to be only 4 witches, not the 5 great witches, although one witch was missing. Everyone knew there were 5 witches, yet now he only remembered 4. Fuchsia hurriedly asked the captain, "How many witches were there in total?" 4. The captain answered without hesitation. Robert froze in his tracks. "Fuchsia? Who is fuchsia? Why do I feel like she's so important to me?" Robert discovered that he had no memory of fuchsia. He had called out her name the moment he woke up. So what had happened? Robert glanced at the elf's tear in his hand, but he could not recall anything about it. He only knew that elf tears could be used to cure his curse, but he had forgotten where they came from. The captain beside him looked at the dazed Robert and asked, "General, has something happened?" Looking at the captain beside him, Robert was in a daze. What had gone wrong with him? Robert was filled with doubts, but everyone quickly packed up their weapons and prepared to leave. Since they had already obtained the elf tears, there was no need to venture further. But just as they were about to leave, Robert suddenly stopped them. "We can't leave. I think I've forgotten someone very, very important," Robert said anxiously, and the captain beside him also realized that something was wrong with Robert. Robert was very calm, and anything that could make him lose his composure was definitely suspicious. But the problem was, there was no woman named Fuchsia here. Finally, the captain agreed to Robert's request and stayed for 2 more days. But still nothing was found, and Robert finally chose to leave with the captain and the others. Upon returning to Liongrad, the doctors immediately administered the elf's tear to Robert. Robert quickly recovered and returned to Pirchet. However, to Robert's horror, Sibes seemed to have forgotten fuchsia as well. Frightened, Robert sought out the witches to inquire about fuchsia. But the answer he received was, undeniably, complete ignorance. Even the witches knew nothing about fuchsia. It was as if she had never existed. But when Robert saw the elf's tear in his hand, he understood that fuchsia had definitely appeared and was incredibly important to him. But even Lion denied knowing. While Robert was feeling depressed, the second 5-year plan was completed. Leveraging the accumulated experience, Lion decisively launched the War of Unification. The War of Unification began smoothly, with the Wehrmacht sweeping across the eastern continent at breakneck speed. Even the mercenary corps could hold their own. However, when the Wehrmacht prepared to launch an offensive against the Papal States, it suffered repeated setbacks. As a last resort, they replaced the 2nd Infantry Army with their most elite armored army. Under this armored army's attack, the enemy was quickly defeated. In just 6 months, the entire Papal States was completely conquered. In despair, Emperor Holdras hanged himself. From then on, the world was completely unified. Even the Sanshui Empire in the sea submitted a letter of surrender. Nonsense! Lion had already unified the land, so why were they fighting? In response to the Sanshui Empire's surrender, Lion did not exterminate them. Instead, they relocated their entire royal family to Liongrad. He maintained strict control and lived a quiet life as a wealthy man. After unifying the entire planet, Leon did not immediately drop his disguise. Instead, he ordered the Space Force to remain dormant. Upon learning of Leon's unification, the gods were extremely anxious and immediately launched an offensive against the planet. They even resorted to renewing their cooperation with the Abyss, finding ways to open a new passage. They ended up opening a passage in the far north. They ran head-on into the Space Force training there. The war between humanity and alien life quickly erupted in the far north. But the problem was that even if the aberrant creatures returned, they would be unable to turn the tide. A few mushroom bombs unleashed, and even though the creatures retreated obediently back to the abyssal plane, they dared not make any further movement. At least, they didn't dare enter the passage opened in the far north. Seeing the great flame suppress the distorted creatures, the gods were momentarily at a loss. Irina knew she couldn't wait any longer, so she gathered the limited energy of the divine realm and bestowed it upon her loyal followers. She then led her army in a fierce assault on the planet. Lion, unable to break his disguise, deployed his space forces. The two sides engaged in a war in space. Robert, a witness, watched the war unfold. And the balance of victory ultimately tipped towards humanity. The divine realm was ultimately destroyed by Leon. Robert returned to a normal life, but as the days passed, the smile on his face faded. He witnessed Vanna's marriage, the birth of his sister's child, and even her death before his eyes. An unknown amount of time passed before Robert lay in his hospital bed, surrounded by scientists brimming with achievements. These scientists stared at Robert nervously, and he opened his mouth. A nurse nearby hurried over to listen. Then, following Robert's wishes, the nurse ushered everyone out. As his life neared its end, Robert no longer had any regrets. His only regret was that he seemed to have forgotten someone. Who was it? Fershia. I think that's her name? But so much time had passed, did she really exist? Just as Robert lay dying, the door suddenly opened. A white-haired woman walked in. The moment he saw her, Robert stared intently. That beautiful face, he would never forget it. Fershia. Just as Robert was about to struggle to his feet, Fershia stepped in front of him and kissed him. Robert, I'm sorry. Fershia began. Why has everyone forgotten you? Why didn't you come find me? Robert cried like a child. If it weren't for Fershia, Robert would be dead by now. But when he saw Fershia, he immediately ignited his limited magical power and forced himself to rise. Because I am the elf's tear, only one of us can survive. If you die, I will live, Fershia said in a devastated voice. Robert was stunned after hearing this, then said in pain, Then why can't we both live together? Chapter 1231. Watching Robert collapse before her, Fershia's heart wasn't much better. The magic power within Robert's body quickly burned out. Sensing his own mortality, Robert touched Fershia's face. You know what? For decades, everyone has called me crazy, believing you didn't even exist. Only I know that my survival is inextricably linked to you. If I had my chance again, I wouldn't choose to let you save me. Because I don't want to live alone. And more importantly, because I love you. After saying this, Robert's hand caressing Fershia instantly dropped, and he closed his eyes. The electrocardiogram beside him completely turned to a single line. Fershia collapsed instantly, tears welling up in her eyes. Looking at Fershia weeping before him, Robert's last remaining consciousness made him reach out, but he had no strength left. She didn't understand why they had to play such a trick on them. Why could only one of them survive? As his consciousness faded, Robert discovered strangely that he wasn't dead. Or rather, he neither went to heaven nor to hell. Instead, he returned to the Kursk Plains, back to that environment. Looking at the Elf Emperor before him, Robert suddenly roared like a madman. Did you do all this? Did I tell you, I won't save myself, I let her live. Robert rushed forward, grabbed the Elf Emperor, and threatened him. The Elf Emperor showed no anger. Instead, he looked at Robert and spoke. Robert, always remember, don't let the elves shed blood and tears. A second later, before Robert could react, the Elf Emperor reached out and touched the pendant on Robert's chest. The crystal instantly blazed with light. Actually, besides elf tears, there's another treasure called elf blood. But I want to tell you that the one on your neck is elf blood, and Fershia is elf tears. Both can save your life. Furthermore, in another illusion, Fershia chose to sacrifice her own life for you. And you didn't disappoint me, you chose to save her too. The Elf Emperor then snapped his fingers, and a flood of images appeared before Robert. They were all of their daily work in Pillshot. Robert, I think there's something wrong with this data, Fershia said, pointing to a number. Robert immediately took it, then mentally calculated and consulted the data. Fershia stealthily approached Robert. But she didn't dare get too close, her face filled with confusion. Just as Fershia mustered the courage to approach, Robert had already discovered the error in the data. Yes, there is a mistake. You're amazing, Robert said, and immediately rushed to the lab. Fershia was left standing there, bewildered. Robert, can you stop being a vegetarian? Are you an elf? Just a vegetarian. Give me meat. Fershia directly fed Robert a bowl the size of a wash basin. Looking at the food in the large bowl, Robert shuddered. Can I refuse? Do you have a reason to refuse? Do you have the ability to refuse? Fershia said arrogantly, then poured the food directly into Robert's mouth like a grandmother feeding a puppy. The surrounding staff all turned their heads away. To think that Commander Robert, the all-powerful commander of the experimental field, could be manipulated by a woman. In the illusion, recalling the details of the past, Robert realized that Fershia had been interested in him for a long time. And the funny thing was, he had realized it long ago, but he had never made it clear to her. Why was he so cowardly? Robert suddenly slapped himself. The Elf Emperor fell silent. And at that moment, The space suddenly shattered. A man who bore a 70% resemblance to Leon stepped out of the space. This puzzled Robert. The Emperor, standing beside him, looked terrified. "What are you doing?" Before the Elf Emperor could finish his words, he kicked him away. "Larician, can you please stop messing with the younger generation? As an elven god, you ruled an entire elven era. Isn't that enough? You're still thinking of tying my men to your chariot, aren't you?" The man spoke bluntly, giving the Elf Emperor no respect at all. "Kuenberg. Damn it! You've been dead for ages, and yet you're still out to oppose me. What would you do with Leon if you kidnapped Robert? My sword is no slouch either." Larician watched Kuenberg cower before him, finally stepping aside in a timid manner. He didn't dare to confront Kuenberg at all. "Kid, do your best. Don't let any burdens or fears weigh you down." Larician loved to tease humans and study forbidden techniques, but he ended up playing them to death. Researching mushroom bombs is fine, but remember, you must ensure your own safety. Kuenberg patted Robert on the shoulder, and then looked at Larician. "Why don't you send them back? They're such a happy couple, yet you're forcing them into a choice, driving them both to their knees. If I were still alive, I'd sooner or later cast a spell on you, preventing you and your wife from appearing at the same time. I wonder who's going to be so anxious." Larician was sweating profusely, and then, not daring to move, he obediently sent Robert back. A flash of white light revealed Robert's presence outside the palace. The monster behind him had vanished at some point. Fuchsia now stood before him, her brow furrowed, her forehead covered in sweat, as if she were having a nightmare. "No! Robert!" Robert gazed lovingly at Fuchsia before him, hugging her with a look of heartache. Fuchsia then opened her eyes, and looked at Robert in a daze. "You're not dead?" Fuchsia's first words left Robert completely stunned. "If you can't speak, then don't speak." Robert pinched Fuchsia's face in anger. Fuchsia tried to struggle out of Robert's arms, but Robert held her tightly. Fuchsia felt a little embarrassed and tried to struggle to get up, but the next second, the entire Lost Kingdom complex suddenly turned to ash and vanished into thin air, including the palace before him, the surrounding buildings, and the monsters. In an instant, everything vanished. Chapter 1232. As everything vanished from sight, everyone returned to the cave entrance. The entrance to the Lost Kingdom had vanished, as if everything they had just seen was an illusion. A scientist spoke up. "We must be under an illusion. The Lost Kingdom doesn't exist." The scientists nearby nodded in agreement, but Robert and the others looked solemn. The Lost Kingdom must exist. But the captain chose to remain silent. He certainly knew whether the Lost Kingdom existed or not. If it was all just a dream, then how would he calculate the ammunition consumption of his soldiers? The bullets in the magazine wouldn't lie. The captain looked at Robert and the others, and gave them a mysterious smile. The group quickly returned to the surface, but the scientists were eager to share their findings. Robert looked at the excited scientists, but ultimately remained silent. Instead, he looked at the captain beside him. The captain didn't stop the scientists from sharing their erroneous conclusions. It's not that the captain didn't know, but sometimes, there are things that ordinary people shouldn't know. The captain saw something none of them had. The moment the Lost Kingdom collapsed, he saw a terrifying eye. The eye was about the size of the sun, though this was only a relative size. But it still took up half the Lost Kingdom. If this conclusion were made public, it would cause panic. So the captain decided to keep what happened here to himself and report it to Hans, letting him decide what to do. After the captain finally explained everything to Hans over the phone, Hans finally agreed with the captain's idea to suppress the matter. But as soon as the captain hung up, he saw Robert and the other man affectionately flirting with each other. The captain looked at the intelligence agents nearby, his hands on his hips. Though he didn't say a word, it seemed as if he had said everything. "Can you please be more presentable in public? You have a girlfriend. Are you so great? Are you worthy of us?" The team members all chuckled at the captain's broken defense. Fuchsia was still a little shy, but Robert embraced her directly. "What a joke. After being apart for so long in a dream, do you still care about other people's looks?" Just as the team successfully completed their mission, undercurrents were brewing in Liongrad. A large amount of new weapons and equipment rolled off the production line, successfully arming a number of troops. And with the 5th anniversary of the founding of the country approaching, the National Assembly was being reorganized, and a referendum was being held. It can be said that almost all major events coincided with the end of the second 5-year plan. Across the Yin, village chiefs and secretaries in every village were collecting votes. Workers in the military factories, working in 3 shifts, excitedly assembled weapons. Watching rifles and tanks being assembled under their own hands, the workers were filled with pride. The 5th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China was not just a 5th anniversary for the top brass, it was also a festival for these workers. Senior officials governed the people's livelihoods, officers commanded the battles on the front lines, and the soldiers and workers became the foundation of the nation. Without this foundation, how could there be a strong nation? Meanwhile, all walks of life were busy preparing for National Day. Students were having a hard time. Not only did they have to face homework, but they also had to write an essay about their feelings about the country. This was enough to drive many children to tears. Not only that, the students of Leningrad had to attend the military parade in addition to their homework and essays. Looking at the mountain of homework, then glancing at the piece of paper in their hands, the students wanted to find a piece of tofu to kill themselves. But what was the point? Wouldn't you have to do your homework if you died? Lion said, I send you to Hades, and even if you become a ghost, you still have to do your homework. Hades, don't look at me. I'm not that scary. At most, I make you choose between the 18 levels of hell and your homework. Maintaining democracy. With the holiday for the 5th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China approaching, the teachers assigned the students an essay. The students were confused, wondering why another essay when they were already assigned one. When they saw the title, they couldn't contain themselves any longer. Lion's gratitude. This really isn't over yet. The students haven't owed me their gratitude, and neither have the soldiers. Because the guards are being selected now. To be more precise, soldiers from all armies are being selected. Because they will form the parade formations. The 2nd anniversary was a time of haste, and it coincided with the war. So there was no way to calm down and organize a grand parade. But now it's different. Now that there's no war, everyone can sit down and watch this grand celebration in peace. Each army is actively recruiting personnel, striving to put on a good show within their respective camps. The whole country is watching, so why wouldn't they work hard? This has led to soldiers of the same height filling Yong'an Street. Aside from their uniforms and facial features, their height is completely uniform. Even some newly launched equipment, before even having time for field training, is being brought directly to Yong'an Street. Ever heard of the weapons used in military parades? What? You said you haven't seen them? No problem, you've seen them now. Although the training was tough, the soldiers persevered. While everyone in every industry was working hard for the upcoming 5th anniversary, our protagonist, Leon, was at home, enjoying a wonderful leisurely life. It couldn't be helped. A 3-month vacation was just wonderful, but things soon turned sour, because just as Leon was lying quietly on the bench, Yunli suddenly struck Leon in the face with a flying dragon, then sat on top of him. Leon's abdomen was struck so hard that he nearly collapsed. Oh my god, what are you doing? Before Leon could finish his sentence, Yunli grabbed him. Daddy! I want a little brother. Leon, Chapter 1233. Looking at his daughter before him, Leon felt a wave of fear. What his daughter said terrified him. This wasn't just innocent talk. This was killing me. Before Leon could even begin to speak, Yunli grabbed him and dragged him to Yuan Qingqi's room, clinging to his thighs. Mom! I want a little brother. Yuan Qingqi, who was sewing clothes for Leon in her room, nearly fell to the ground. But then she smiled charmingly. Yunli is truly a big sister. She's so good at taking care of her little brother. But how can you only have one little brother? Imagine having a dozen little brothers and sisters, and you could command them to do whatever you wanted. Yuan Qingqi whispered devilishly, and Yunli's small eyes filled with a strange look. It seemed to be true. It seemed like having only one little brother wouldn't allow her to have fun. If that were the case. Yunli then looked at her father, Leon. Terrified, Leon quickly shielded himself. Not my daughter, that look of yours scares me a little. Yunli then gave a wry smile and quietly retreated, considerately closing the door behind her. Leon was momentarily at a loss. Yuan Qingqi then simply threw Leon's clothes aside and swooped over. For years, Yuan Qingqi had always appeared in human form. But Leon knew that whenever Yuan Qingqi became excited, it would instantly transform into a snake, and it particularly enjoyed wrapping its tail around its prey. So whenever Yuan Qingqi became excited, it would wrap its tail around Leon. Leon was always terribly embarrassed at this moment, unsure how to face Yuan Qingqi. Yuan Qingqi wasn't afraid of Leon's gaze at all. Instead, he looked excited. Little Leon, just accept your fate. Leon then acted as if he were ready to die, which instantly lost Yuan Qingqi's interest. Hey, can you move? If you don't, why would I be interested? Yuan Qingqi then began to torture Leon. As a top-notch girl, Yunli couldn't let Leon be tortured, So she immediately went to find the other mothers. Hey you mom? Mom's cheating? Go! Schwanching. Yunling went straight to the other 4 women. The others were stunned. No way. It's still broad daylight. Yun Qingqi had no idea a large group of people were heading to her room. Leon had no idea she was about to participate in the Huashan sword contest. However, the instigator of all this was his sweetheart. Lion, who was being tortured, suddenly saw the door kicked open and Hey you stroll in. Oh my god, you're eating alone in broad daylight? You don't take us seriously, do you? Hey you then began sharing Leon's food with him in a familiar manner. This frightened the others. Isn't Hey you being a bit shameless? While eating, Hey you secretly pulled Leon towards her. The others then realized that Hey you was the most insidious one. They had thought she was stupid, but to their surprise, she was the smartest one. The others were not to be outdone, and the Huashan sword contest officially began. Leon, feed me peanuts. That night, Leon struggled to climb onto the dinner table. Then, facing a table full of kidneys, Leon tearfully wrote hard waist, the line of a strong waist. I should at least be considered the hero of a novel, right? Why was I so miserable? The hero of other novels, if not iron-willed, was at least a bit of a motor, right? How come he, even with the blessing of having a wife and a husband, couldn't even live up to his wife's expectations? Lion stroked his aching waist, pounding the wall and weeping. Even then, Commander William of the Guards was personally training his soldiers. These soldiers were none other than the elite selected from the Guards to participate in the military parade. Initially, the Guards trained these soldiers in marching. But William knew his own soldiers well, and he was worried about them. Afterwards, he personally went to Yongan Street and began training his soldiers. At first, the soldiers were relatively relaxed, as William hadn't arrived yet. But after he arrived, the soldiers were left with a bitter taste. If Commander William hadn't arrived, they would have had a chance to slack off. But now, William was watching the soldiers from a nearby platform with a telescope. William wasn't a pretentious man, nor was he one to distance himself from the soldiers. So, even though he was on the platform with a telescope, he didn't provide any sun protection. He, along with the other soldiers, was exposed to the scorching sun. The guards also began training even harder. But the armored troops were in dire straits, as the temperature now reached 36 degrees Celsius. These tanks, in particular, were so scorching hot that their exteriors could burn people. For the drivers inside, these tanks weren't just their most loyal comrades. They were like giant steamers. They were practically trapping the crew inside and steaming them. Compared to the T-72 and T-90, the Type 99A crews were much better off. Because the Type 99A had something these tanks lacked, air conditioning. Yes, when the Wehrmacht was just beginning to develop, armored forces were truly a dream. But even then, many soldiers suffered heat stroke from driving tanks in the scorching summer heat. So much so that during summer training, almost all crew members were equipped with heat-reducing medication. 5 years later, the tanks have been upgraded, but there's still no air conditioning. This led these poor soldiers to believe that tanks were just the way they should be, that they should be steamed like buns. But when they saw the Type 99A crews training on Yongan Street and learned that they had air conditioning, they were instantly devastated. And most damningly, thanks to the air conditioning, the Type 99A formations were extremely unlikely to make mistakes. To the point that they often ended training early, simply pulling over and slowly eating the ice cream they bought inside. This made the other friendly troops envious. No, buddy, we call this tank driving. You call this vacationing. The Army's armored troopers were furious and immediately complained to their superiors. Either remove these arrogant Type 99A tank crews, or install air conditioning on their tanks too. This was the Army's response. Yes, not only will there be air conditioning, but the new tanks will too. You all have air conditioning. This was the order from the military headquarters, but when it reached them, it was a completely different story. The political commissar, wielding a whip, roared furiously. Get ready, everyone. The heat is bullshit. The tanks are nowhere near as hot as the leaders. Train hard. Anyone who slacks off will be whipped. Chapter 1234. Liongrad was peaceful, but other places weren't so peaceful. The Kursk Plains no longer held the ferocity of its past. 3 years ago, a war broke out here that terrified everyone. Even now, the demons living here can't forget that war. However, many people from the Great Yin consider this place the beginning of everything. Since the Battle of Kursk, the entire Great Yin nation has grown tremendously in strength, firmly establishing its position as the world's hegemon. This led to large numbers of people from the Great Yin traveling to the Kursk Plains almost every year to witness the war. To the west of the Kursk Plains lay the once powerful Papal States. After the defeat, the Papal States paid a 500 million yuan in indemnity. But the Papal States dared not complain. They stood at attention when attacked, and besides, they lacked the power to resist. After 3 years of forbearance, Holdras finally managed to assemble a respectable army. However, his repressive control left the people of the country in dire straits. At first, most citizens were sympathetic to Holdras's revenge plan. But later, they discovered that while Holdras claimed to be working for the good of the country, he never considered the feelings of the lower classes. The lower classes' demands were actually quite low. They simply wanted to have enough to eat. But Holdras had clearly lost his mind. Holdras now only wanted to defeat Lion and reclaim everything that belonged to the Papal States. At first, Holdras was indeed deeply popular, but as time went on, unbeknownst to him, he had gradually become detached from the masses. In his first year, Holdras was able to take good care of the people. But by the second year, seeing that Great Yin had already defeated the Dwarf Empire and was extending its reach into the eastern continent, Holdras grew increasingly anxious. He then decided to devote all of the nation's resources to strengthening the military, exploiting the nation's potential, pushing the entire country onto the path of war. This would certainly allow for rapid military expansion and build a powerful army in a short period of time. But what were the consequences? The people of the Papal States now couldn't even afford meat. Great Yin had imposed sanctions on the Papal States, causing neighboring countries to be afraid to ship goods in. The Papal States could only produce and sell its own products, but the problem was, the Papal States' products were primarily industrial goods, and the former farmers were now forced to work in factories, working 3 shifts around the clock. Where would anyone farm? Farming was only allowed because of food shortages, so Holdras retained some farmers, keeping them honestly. Of the grain they grew, only enough was left for their own consumption, the rest was taken by Holdras. The farmers no longer wanted to farm, they envied the factory workers, who at least earned high salaries. But where did these salaries come from? Of course, they came from merchants within the Papal States, and from bonds issued by holders using the state's credit. The proceeds from these bonds were used to expand the military and pay the people. Holders had a trick up his sleeve. The bonds had a 5-year maturity. The problem was, they weren't due for settlement for another 2 years, and within those 2 years, war was certain to break out in the Papal States. This was Holders' true intention. To put it bluntly, it was a case of getting something for nothing, draining everyone's wealth. But Holdras had himself ruined. Due to the sanctions imposed by the Great Yin, the situation throughout the country took a sharp turn for the worse, and panic began to spread among the people. This coincided with a natural disaster unseen in decades, resulting in a poor harvest, with production decreasing by at least 20%. Don't underestimate this 20%, it represents 20% of the food needed by the entire populace of the Papal States. This meant that 1/5 of the people in the Papal States were now without food. The irony was that when these people used their wages to buy food, the merchants simply jacked up the price. The price was 5 times the usual price. The people were heartbroken, and they had to go home to discuss the situation with their families. By the time they finally made up their minds to buy food, it was all sold out. In a feudal dynasty, you could restrict people's literacy, but you absolutely could not deny them food. Without food, and Holdras unable to find a solution, the entire Papal States began to fall into chaos. Many timid but starving people had already begun begging, while some bolder ones resorted to looting. Some more determined individuals came directly to the palace to petition Emperor Holdras, hoping to get him to find a way to save the people. But Holdras had no good ideas at the moment. After hearing his men's reports that 20% of the people were starving, Holdras finally uttered an absurd statement. Let the people suffer, and let Lion bear the blame. Lion, I carry your dam. Howards then announced to the people that the lack of food was due to the Great Yin blockade of the Papal States. He also dispatched numerous lackeys and henchmen to spread the rumor that Leon was responsible. Many ignorant citizens of the Papal States immediately turned their attention to Leon. Lion was innocent of this. Don't you reflect on yourselves? I blockaded you, and now you can't eat. Then I ask you, why do you rely on imports for food? The Papal States has far more fertile land than the Divine Empire. Great Yin can keep its people employed, but what about you? Holdras continued to play political games, trying to shift the blame to Leon and make the people resent him. But some were more resourceful. They remembered that when Holdras issued bonds, he specifically stated that they could be temporarily redeemed. This meant that the people could redeem their bonds for cash, but without the interest. Many people were truly starving. They all wanted to cash in their bonds, and use the money to buy expensive grain. At first, the banks in the Papal States were able to redeem the money, but then the Demon Empire intervened. At Leon's behest, the Demon Empire began smuggling large quantities of grain into the Papal States. But this smuggled grain would inevitably be consumed by the grain merchants. Then they would sell it to the citizens of the Papal States at a high price. Once the grain supply increased, the people would have more and more money to buy it. But the biggest problem was that the Pope now paid his salary in bonds. The banks in the Papal States had only a pitiful amount of gold coins. So when the bank staff saw the long line outside the bank, all waiting to redeem their bonds, they knew the sky was falling. Chapter 1235. At the gates of the major banks in the Papal States, a large number of people began to storm the banks. At first, they simply wanted to exchange their bonds for cash, so they could buy life-saving food. The banks initially agreed to the exchange, but they didn't anticipate that hundreds of thousands of people would rush in and give up their bonds. The banks simply didn't have that much money, so they asked Holdras for instructions. But Holdras simply said one thing, completely severing the people's hopes. Money? Where's the money? It's all invested, leaving the people to suffer. Holdras's words silenced everyone present. It wasn't that Holdras didn't have the money, but rather that most of it had been invested, with a small portion held by Holdras's cronies. Holdras had learned the lesson of the previous pope. The previous pope had been killed without any resistance. Holdras was terrified, not only supporting his relatives, but also cultivating countless cronies. But all this was done to protect Holdras. Holdras knew that it would take a great deal of profit to win these people's favor. So he had to share his own interests and appease the people. This led to the formation of an empire centered on Holdras. He deployed numerous minions to protect Holdras's interests. The people eagerly awaited justice from Emperor Holdras. But the outcome was unexpected. For instead of Holdras, they encountered the papal army and police. Everyone go home. You are not allowed on the streets. You are opposing His Majesty. This is rebellion. The people rushed to explain. We are ordinary people. We are good citizens. We just want our money back. We have children at home waiting for me to bring food back. Please, sir. A worker knelt down and bowed before the police. The police remained unmoved. What did the life and death of the people before them matter to them? All they needed was enough to eat. The police's face darkened, and they swung their clubs, striking the worker on the forehead. The worker instantly fell to the ground, motionless. The people around him were stunned. The next moment, the police unanimously drew their clubs, and the people were driven away by them. The streets were filled with cries and wailing. The people finally understood that the papacy was dead, completely destroyed 3 years ago. The injured people had no money for medical treatment, and could only seek treatment in the church. But the church was now completely in decline. The beautiful nun was taken into Holdras's harem. A large number of magicians and priests were exiled. Only a few highly respected priests remained. Inside the church, the priest looked upon the battered civilians, and shed tears of shame. Why? Goddess, can't you open your eyes and see? We have been deceived by Irina, but in our hearts we have always believed in you, the goddess of light. Your people now have not a single grain of rice to eat, and are being persecuted by the emperor they follow. The priest used the little magic power he had in his body to heal his compatriots. A nun nearby asked. Grandpa Buck, the mother of the nation, would cry if she saw this. Buck stroked the nun's head and spoke. Mother will cry, but she also be proud of having these simple children. Lyra, you're my most proud student. Why don't you find a suitable family to marry? There's no need to stay with an old man like me. Besides, my time is running out. It's time for you to think about your future. Lyra shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Grandpa Buck, you can't leave. I have no one else to trust except you. Listening to Lyra's broken words, Buck spoke. You still can't forget Frank? He's dead. He died in Kursk. Lyra burst into tears at Buck's words. He's not dead. He said he would come back to marry me. Buck shook his head. He was killed by the Crusaders trying to bring you back. He's probably just a pile of bones by now. Buck's words pierced Lyra's heart like a knife. Buck was right. Frank had sent Lila back to the Papal States, but she encountered a group of Crusaders who immediately recognized Frank as the wanted man. They surrounded her, intending to kill her and collect the reward. Lila revealed her identity as a nun and tried to save Frank. The Crusaders, however, were scornful. Instead, they attempted to attack Lila, just to vent their anger. Frank drew his sword and killed one of them, then told Lila to run. Lila didn't hesitate and took off. She couldn't stay, as that would only make her a burden. But Lila never waited for Frank's return. This wait lasted 3 years, spring passing and autumn returning, and Lila grew tired of the seasons outside the church. But Frank still hadn't arrived. But Lila was willing to wait forever. If it weren't for Frank, she would have perished under Kursk's artillery fire. When Frank held her hand and ran frantically through the minefield, Lila had already decided that she would be with Frank forever. Listening to Buck's words, Lila walked out of the church in a daze, gazing at the white spider lilies outside. Lila suddenly burst into tears. "Frank, where are you? The country is on the verge of collapse, and Grandpa Buck will return to the goddess's embrace. I'm the only one left in this world." Lila squatted at the doorway and cried. Buck stood behind her, silent. The others in the church didn't know how to comfort Lila, the kind-hearted nun. And on the west coast of the Papal States, a merchant ship from the succubus kingdom of the eastern continent successfully docked. Many succubi disembarked, but also quite a few humans. De Yin imposed sanctions on the Papal States, but other nations remained on the sidelines. The succubus kingdom, under Leon's instructions, maintained contact with the Papal States. Aboard this ship, a man stood at the bow, gazing eastward. "Lyra, are you okay?" "I'm back." Frank glanced at his pocket watch, then smiled at the photo of him and Lyra taken by the Wehrmacht. Chapter 1236. Watching Frank smirk at the photo, the man beside him asked, "Who's this girl? She looks pretty good. Is she your girlfriend?" Frank shook his head. "Not really a girlfriend." The man breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he wasn't the only single guy out there. "She and I have secretly gotten married." As soon as Frank finished speaking, the man spat out the cold tea he had just taken. "What?" The man couldn't sit still anymore and grabbed Frank by the collar and began to chant Amonis. The succubi nearby watched the two men with great interest. The succubi were fascinated by the two men. Because their merchant ship was actually being escorted by the Great Yin Navy fleet, the Queen approached them and told them to protect Frank and the others. Not long after the merchant ship had set sail, an aircraft carrier battle group appeared alongside it. They escorted the merchant ship all the way to the Rising Sun base, east of the Dragon's Nest. Only at the Rising Sun base did the fleet cease escorting them. This made the succubi, like kittens, desperate to understand everything. But Frank and the other two refused to reveal their identities. No matter what the succubi tried, Frank and the other two refused to speak. The succubi treated Frank and the other two like eunuchs. After the merchant ship docked, a large number of workers rushed aboard and scrambled to get the cargo off. The dock contractor was a kind man. He chose to pay the workers with grain. He chose not the elusive bonds. That was why the workers were so nervous. If they could move more cargo, they could earn more food for their families. That's why they're fighting so hard. The man spoke. "You have 3 days. Return here in 3 days. The leader has ordered the two of us to overthrow Holdress's rule." Frank nodded at the man's words, then decisively disembarked. After agreeing on the fare, he immediately took a taxi to the church where Lyra was. Looking at the taxi, Frank couldn't help but sigh. Without the Crusaders, everyone's life has actually improved. The driver couldn't help but exclaim. "Improved? The Emperor is such a jerk. He's tricked us like crazy. They said the bonds could be redeemed at any time, but in the end, it turned out to be empty talk." Frank was puzzled by the driver's words. "I just returned from the East Continent. Can you tell me what's happening in the country?" Frank took out a silver coin and placed it in front of the driver. The driver's expression immediately changed. "This gentleman's sincerity has touched me." The driver then accepted the coin and began to explain seriously. "What kind of national credit guarantee did the damn Emperor use to issue bonds worth over 1 billion gold coins? He's practically drained all our money. And the Emperor has basically used it to increase national defense." At this point, the driver paused, while Frank looked thoughtful. The driver continued. "But that's not how the money actually went. 60% went into national defense, 1/10 was kept as a reserve, and 30% was divvied up by the damn Emperor's interest groups. Now, because of the sanctions from Great Yin, people can't buy food, and food prices are skyrocketing. Everyone had no choice but to cash in their bonds, but the damn Emperor refused to honor his promise. Over a dozen people died outside the bank." At this point, the driver fell silent, tears blurring his vision. For safety reasons, the driver pulled over and was about to wipe his tears with a tissue. Just as he reached out, Frank had already handed him the tissue. "Thank you." The driver wiped his tears and continued on his way. "Then haven't you ever thought about resisting?" Frank asked. The driver shook his head. "I thought about it, and so have everyone else, but several demonstrations have been suppressed, and I don't want to do it again." Frank then asked, "How many hours do you work a day now?" 16. The driver said with a wry smile. "A great man once said that the 8-hour workday was promised by the goddess, Because she wants us to rest for 8 hours and think for the remaining 8. Frank patted the driver on the shoulder and handed him a red booklet. Before the driver could say anything, Frank got out of the car. The driver looked at the red booklet, a little confused, and then read the words aloud. Das Kapital, social wealth under the capitalist mode of production. The driver read, completely absorbed. Frank, on the other hand, was galloping across the wilderness. He had already spotted the church in the distance. He knew a woman had been waiting for him there for 3 years. Lila had harvested the wheat from the field, preparing to trade it with the neighboring peasant woman for flour to prepare a hearty meal for Grandpa Buck. But just then, a man stood on a distant ridge. Lila felt a familiar look, but for a moment, he couldn't place his identity. But as the man approached, bathed in the setting sun, the winnowing basket in his hand instantly fell to the ground. Then, he rushed towards Frank excitedly. Frank! Lila! Lila jumped into Frank's arms and hugged him tightly. Is that you? I'm scared this is fake. Lila curled up in Frank's arms like a kitten. Authentic. Frank patted himself after saying this. At this moment, Buck rushed over with several other saints. He thought Lila had been kidnapped. But when he saw the man's face clearly, he was shocked. Frank? At night, at the church dining table. A meager amount of rice with some pickled mustard greens. This was the church's meal. Lila and Buck ate with relish. And from time to time, starving villagers came to beg. But the villagers didn't ask for money, but for food. Buck didn't refuse, but only gave them a mouthful of rice. Because the church's food supply was running low. Seeing Frank not eating, everyone was a little bewildered. There were 3 saints, all strong young men, who all had some interest in Lila. But after hearing Frank's story, none of them had any evil thoughts about Lila anymore. A warrior of pure love, loyal until death, so they all took care of Lila as if she were their sister. Frank, is the food bad? Lila put down her bowl and said dazedly. Frank smiled faintly, then reached out and wiped the rice from the corner of Lila's mouth. It's not that it's bad, but I was just thinking. Frank then took out his suitcase and 6 cans of food, placing them in front of the group. Everyone was puzzled, unsure of what these cans were. Lila knew they contained food. When they were captured by the Great Yin, the Wehrmacht soldiers had given Lila and Frank several cans of food. Looking at the unmarked can, Lila's thoughts went back to 3 years ago. This is called a can. The Wehrmacht soldier waved the can in front of Lila, then drew his bayonet, opened it, and placed it in front of Lila. Thank you. You're welcome. You look a lot like my daughter. If she were still alive, she'd probably be around your age. The soldier looked melancholy, but the next moment he burst into a barrage of curses. Damn orcs. Chapter 1237. The soldier cursed, but the cans remained. For the first time, Lila ate food other than Holy Communion. She suddenly realized that this world wasn't just populated by goddesses, but also by other hard-working people, flesh and blood. Looking at the cans on the table, Lila expertly picked them up, then examined the rings, fumbled with them for a moment, and finally opened them. Frank, these cans? Lila asked, as if she had guessed where Frank had been for the past 3 years. I brought them from Yin. I've been in Yin for the past 3 years, Frank said. Then you? Lila hesitated. That day, I was surrounded by the Crusaders. I killed 3, but there were still 6. I was stabbed 3 times and collapsed on the ground. I was ready to resign myself to my fate. And then, a Wehrmacht patrol spotted me and rescued me. Frank spoke calmly, as if describing a trivial matter. Lila covered her mouth, and Buck and the others fell silent. Frank casually recounted a story of a near-death experience. What happened next? Why didn't you come back? Lila pressed. I didn't return immediately because I wanted to visit Yin and see exactly where we lost. Later, I realized we'd lost everywhere. Frank began. The others' expressions were complicated. In Yin, I saw a group of officials dedicated to serving the people. Their leader set an example for their subordinates, and with their leaders leading the charge, everyone was filled with fighting spirit. Although they were corrupt officials, the intelligence bureau dealt with them quickly. And everyone will have food to eat, everyone will have a house to live in. Frank stopped talking at this point. Because it was pointless to continue, Buck and the others ate their cans in silence. Buck pondered the words on the bottom of the can. There were words printed on the bottom of the can. Yin National Defense Army, serving the people. Reading these words, Buck suddenly remembered Holdress's mobilization. The people of the Great Yin are despicable. The National Defense Army is Lion's lackey. A weapon to suppress the people of the Great Yin. The great goddess has commanded us to rescue the people of the great Yin. We must do it. Holdress's words were still fresh in Buck's mind, but now, Buck felt they were so ironic. The saint beside him was a little incredulous. Your Majesty was chosen by the goddess. How could he betray us? Frank didn't think. He said calmly, do you really think he's still an emperor? Which goddess chose him? The evil goddess Irina? Frank stood up, wanting to go for a walk. Lyra hurried to follow. As they walked across the wilderness, the village in the distance was now brightly lit. They walked over, and as they reached the door, they saw a scene that infuriated Lyra. The papal army and police were collecting grain. The autumn harvest was over, and Holdress needed it to train his troops. This year, there was a severe drought, and the harvest was poor. Logically, Holdress should have reduced taxes. But with millions of troops waiting for food, it was impossible for Holdress to reduce taxes. Instead, they increased taxes. The people were devastated. Military officer. Please! We can't go without this grain. This is our last remaining supply. Without food, what will we do this winter? A man knelt on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly, begging the police for mercy. But the police ignored him. They simply kicked him down. Seeing him fall, his wife and daughter rushed out and protected him. The police instantly let out a sly grin. This mother and daughter are quite pretty. Captain, how about? He. Several men surrounded them, and the mother and daughter hugged each other in fear. The man rushed forward like a madman, trying to protect his wife and daughter. He was pinned down by the police. This mother and daughter are so beautiful. I don't like wasting food. Get out and line up. The captain then prepared to enjoy himself. Frank and the others watched this. Lila couldn't stand it anymore and rushed out. Stop! Frank was about to grab Lila, but she rushed out. Wow! There's a little girl. And a nun? That's even more exciting. The police and soldiers didn't show any restraint after seeing this, but instead became even more brazen. They surrounded them. The village chief, observing this, kowtowed repeatedly to the statue of the goddess of light enshrined in the village. Goddess, please save your people. Looking at Lila surrounded, Frank shook his head and sighed. Lila was simply too kind, and her hatred of evil made it impossible for her to calm down. Lila finally realized her impulsiveness as she looked at the surrounding police and soldiers, then turned back and shouted, Frank, run! Go back to Grandpa Buck. Frank smiled at this. Leave? What will you do if I leave? I can handle this bunch of scum. The military and police officers turned around instantly upon hearing this. Are you so arrogant, kid? Your wife is great, you can leave now. We're in a good mood. Frank didn't leave, but instead spoke. I'm going to beat 10 of them. The military and police were stunned, then launched their attack. Kill him! Bang, bang, bang. 10 gunshots rang out, and 10 military and police officers fell to the ground, motionless. The captain, who was preparing to eat meat in the yard, heard the gunfire and rushed out, gun drawn. Damn it! Who dared to disturb me? He's rebelling. As soon as he left the house, he saw his men lying dead. As soon as the captain left, Frank pointed a gun at him. Hero. I'm a good citizen. I haven't done anything against the law. The captain knelt. Do you think I believe you? Frank said disapprovingly. The captain, with a complicated expression, forced himself to speak. I was sent by His Majesty. Do you dare to kill me? Bang! The captain collapsed, leaving everyone stunned. No, you really shot me. Lyra walked over and helped the mother and daughter to their feet. The man rushed over, but pushed Lyra away. The villagers, far from grateful to Frank and the others, looked at them with stern faces. You killed them. You kill us all. Lyra was at a loss, while Frank fixed his gaze on the mother and daughter. The mother and daughter hid behind the man, their eyes evasive. Frank shook his head. Do you think you can survive if I don't kill them? Okay, if I didn't kill them, you trade your wife and daughter for their departure, but would your tax revenue be reduced? Could you survive this winter? Ignorance isn't the worst thing. What's terrible is your inability to distinguish between good and evil. Before Frank could finish his words, a golden light descended, illuminating Lyra. Leela instantly transformed into a light bulb, illuminating everything around her. Frank was stunned. What was this? Did Leela super-evolve? Chapter 1238. Lyra basked in the sunlight, feeling somewhat bewildered. This was the first time she had ever encountered such a situation. How could she suddenly be enveloped by sunlight? And it wasn't even daytime. It was night. Frank was also puzzled. Why did Lyra look as if she had super-evolved? After witnessing this, the villagers knelt and begged for mercy, believing it was the goddess of light appearing. And yet, it was indeed the goddess of light appearing. Galena had been watching all this, and she had seen many people using her name to help the evil. But while the goddess might be called a deity, she was actually no different from an ordinary person. She couldn't handle things as she pleased, and she was often powerless. This often resulted in her being forced to watch helplessly as events unfolded. Even though the Papal States had completely returned to her control, she wanted to transform the Papal States, but she found herself unable to face her own people. Because of her imprisonment, during the millennia Irina controlled the Papal States, the country had become a completely different place. The defeat made the citizens of the Papal States realize that no matter which god they worshipped, they could not be eternally invincible. Belief in a god was merely to improve their lives. The problem was, neither Irina nor Galena could bring them prosperity. Although missionaries ostensibly preached the virtues of the Papal States, even before the Battle of Kursk, the lives of the lower classes were still worse than those of dogs. Now, after defeat, the Papal States is even sharing the bitter fruits of defeat with everyone. However, ironically, the defeat treaty doesn't mention anything about ordinary people in Lyon. Those so-called mineral resources and indemnities were set by the Papal States rulers. They possess abundant resources and wealth, and the defeat treaty would have stripped them of all their resources. Even if they surrendered their resources, they wouldn't have been unable to survive. They simply wouldn't be able to enjoy their former life of luxury and debauchery. But these people didn't want to let it go. Unwilling to pay indemnities, they chose to impose the bitter fruits of defeat on everyone, making everyone bear the consequences of their misguided decisions. And the minerals seized by de Hien, after the mines were established, created countless jobs for the citizens of the surrounding Papal States. That's why many Papal States civilians never criticize de Hien. They simply see it as a powerful nation bullying the weak. But these civilians seem to have forgotten that they had started the war. Dine provided sufficient jobs to at least prevent some civilians from starving to death. At first, these civilians were reluctant, believing that Dine's opening of a mine on their land must have ulterior motives. However, time has proven everything. Within the past 3 years, Dine Mine has gone from monthly wages to weekly pay. And it has given the people two choices, either cash or food. Especially at this time, when food prices are skyrocketing and most people are starving. The mines in de Hien still offered grain as wages, and the grain's value was calculated based on pre-price increases. A miner could earn about 10 silver coins a month. This translated to 1,000 jin, 1,000 kilograms of rice. In fact, 10 silver coins could easily buy 2,000 to 3,000 jin, 1,000 kilograms of rice in de Hien. However, this grain was shipped from mainland China, and before the route opened, it largely relied on the East-West Railway. Transport capacity was limited, which is why the grain price rose to 1 copper coin per jin, 1,000 kilograms. But this was not much different from the previous local grain price. Instantly, the mine's reputation improved. However, some starving civilians, instead of resisting, turned to the weak. The reason many civilians lived a life of mediocrity wasn't because they lacked ability, but because they only wielded their weapons against those who were even weaker. Which famous person in history didn't go against the tide? Rebel. Do you have the guts to rebel? Leave your name in history. Do you have the courage? To put it bluntly, he's a coward at heart. The mine continued to distribute food, leading to many people squatting at the mine gate every day, waiting for an opportunity. Whenever a worker tried to take food home, they would be surrounded by a group, the food stolen, and the workers beaten. Some ruthless individuals even chose to cripple the workers, so the mine would hire again. But they assumed the mine owner was too kind. Who was the mine owner? A Dayan. When the mine owner saw his employees being robbed and their limbs broken at the mine gate, his inherent warlike nature instantly made him flip the table. The mine owner called the consulate directly, and the Great Yen consulate decisively decided to dispatch some mercenaries from the East Continent. While mercenaries couldn't compare to the National Defense Force, they were still a good match for defending a mine. To prevent the workers from being robbed, the mine owner allowed them to deposit their wages at the mine, allowing them to take a small amount of food home each day or ask the villagers to come and collect it. This solution was unanimously approved. But the mine owner wasn't pleased, his expression only darkened. He knew that without addressing the root cause, neither mercenaries nor the National Defense Force could suppress these vicious criminals. In the village, the villagers kowtowed to Lyra, and Frank, standing nearby, took the opportunity to intervene. You ignorant commoners! Your actions have offended the goddess. She has revealed her oracle and chosen Lila as the saint. She will become the new pope of the Papal States. She will lead you to overthrow Holdress's rule and ensure everyone has enough to eat. Frank's words stunned everyone present. Including Lila, who was also completely bewildered by Frank's words. Only Frank understood that this was a perfect opportunity, a perfect excuse. The Papal States needed someone to step forward, and this was his mission. But he felt a little sorry for Lila. Looking at Lila, who was being kowtowed to by everyone, Frank felt a surge of apology. Once we have an army, I will send you to Dahien. Chapter 1239. Lyra looked at Frank and suddenly felt a sense of strangeness about him. After finally calming the villagers, Lyra approached Frank and asked, "Frank, are you using me?" Lyra's words left Frank frozen in place. Frank then spoke. "I'm not trying to use you, and I already prepared a boat ticket for you to Dahien. You need to leave quickly." Lyra was puzzled. "Why are you sending me away?" "Because what just happened will spread quickly. Although I'm not sure if it was a divine oracle from the goddess, you will definitely be valued by Holdras. He's likely on his way with his army." Before Frank could finish, Buck rushed over and excitedly grabbed Lyra's hand. "It's confirmed. This is indeed an oracle from the goddess. I found information about the oracle in the books left behind by the church. Whenever the goddess of light is in pain, she issues an oracle, choosing a saint to walk the earth in her place. But strangely, none of these saints ultimately become pope." Buck said this, then closed the tome beside him, and fell into deep thought. The tome doesn't lie, but some people do. Is the saint destined to never become pope, or is someone trying to prevent her from becoming pope? Buck looked puzzled, but Frank clearly knew something. That's because they're afraid. They're afraid of the saint becoming emperor. Because the saint represents the goddess, while those so-called popes represent their own interests, the interests of the church. By the time Frank had finished speaking, Buck and Leela had understood everything. "So how did you know?" Leela asked. Frank shook his head. He couldn't reveal what he'd done in the past 3 years, because he violated an agreement. "I also learned it from some church leaders." Leela and Buck didn't ask further questions. Where were church leaders these days? Those who knew these secrets were likely sent to Dahien. As for what those sent to Dahien would face, that was unknown. Buck and Leela planned to stay in the church, though Frank was clearly more thoughtful. Learning that Leela wasn't planning to leave, Frank immediately contacted someone. Late at night, while Leela was sound asleep, a helicopter landed at the church entrance. This startled everyone inside. Buck, Leela, and the 3 saints immediately left the church, looking at the helicopter in the sky with a dazed look. The helicopter then landed in the field outside the church, a strong wind blowing up the straw. Before Leela and the others could react, Frank approached and explained the situation to a small team that had jumped out of the plane. The team quickly reached Leela and asked, "Excuse me, Ms. Leela? For your safety, please come with us. We will escort you to Holif." Lila was a little confused, then glanced at Frank beside her. Frank nodded, which puzzled Leela. Lila then looked to Buck for help. Buck, looking at Leela, who was both his daughter and granddaughter, wanted to keep her, but after thinking it over, he decided not to ask. Buck knew that being sent to Holif was the safest place for Leela. Staying in the church would only lead to Holdras' men finding her. Frank looked at Leela, who looked reluctant, and then explained the situation to the captain. The captain agreed to take Buck and the others aboard, leaving Frank alone in the church. As everyone was being sent aboard, Leela looked at Frank in the field and suddenly understood what Frank was going to do. "Frank, let's go together, okay?" Leela pleaded. Frank shook his head. "Lila, stay in Holif. I'd be there soon." With that, Frank walked towards the church without looking back. Just then, several more transport helicopters arrived, and a large number of Wehrmacht soldiers unloaded box after box. Leela suddenly fell silent, because these boxes looked very similar to the weapons boxes she had seen at the Wehrmacht base. Frank had lied. There was no way he could return to Lila anytime soon, because Dahien had given him a mission, to completely destroy Holdras' regime. Whether through violence or so-called destiny, Holdras must be contained. Lion was a cautious man, and therefore never exposed his weaknesses to his enemies. Holdras and Lion were the same man, but their national conditions were completely different. The current Papal States were simply not strong enough to support Holdras as the 6th prince. They simply did not have the money and resources to secretly expand their military. So Holdras had to take an unconventional approach and exploit his people by any means necessary. By sharing the debt among all, this deformed nation was driven forward. This practice of exploiting a nation's potential could certainly strengthen it in the short term. But if it failed, the nation would inevitably be plunged into irreparable ruin. Lion wasn't worried about Holdras turning the tables, because Holdras couldn't win. Even if he could win a war, he couldn't win consistently. He couldn't defeat the people. In a people's war, whoever wins their hearts and minds will ultimately be the winner. So Lion didn't mind tripping Holdress up. That's why he chose to send Frank. After being rescued by the Wehrmacht, Frank happened to be returning to Leningrad with the army. Because he was seriously injured at the time, he had no choice but to return to Leningrad for treatment. Leningrad's progressive ideas also successfully retained Frank, and Frank decisively enrolled in the Great Yin Military Academy. He then quickly joined the People's Party. It was only after joining this extended family that Frank realized the importance of ideological awakening. He began to ponder how to strengthen the Papal States. The strength of the Papal States not only altered the nation's status, but also the lives of its people. Initially, Frank observed that the Papal States' economy was booming under Holdress's rule. While Frank hadn't considered returning to overthrow Holdress, with the onset of economic sanctions, Holdress's radical policies gradually revealed their flaws. But Holdress refused to respond to the people, and instead began to suppress them. Frank was dispatched back to the Papal States in a time of crisis. He had two missions. One was to overthrow Holdress's rule. If the first mission failed, he would complete the second, control the largest port on the Papal States' west coast. Prepare for landing day. Chapter 1240. Lyra's selection, as the saint immediately sent the entire Papal States into a frenzy. The next day, the news reached Holdress. Hurriedly, Holdress immediately summoned his men. My dear ministers, please tell me. The saint has arrived. What should we do? Holdress spoke from the throne. What else can we do? We must find a way to get her. A minister spoke. Holdress looked at his brother, picked up a book, and threw it at him. Go, go, go! You only know how to do it. What else can you think of besides fighting and killing? Holdress knew that dealing with Lyra was the best solution, but the problem was that Frank had already sent Lyra to Horif. Dealing with Lyra now would be like putting a knife to the throat of the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht was an Astartes army, and these papal troops were rubbish. Letting rubbish fight an Astartes army was more than just a suicide pact. Holdress couldn't possibly provoke Leon right now, so he could only vent his anger on the common people. They didn't yet know they were about to face even harsher taxes. The saint's appearance had led many people to beg her for leadership. This completely infuriated Holdress, who dispatched his own military and police forces to strictly forbid the common people from discussing anything about the saint. Even the lower-level church members were strictly controlled. Holdress ordered that lower-level church clergymen were not allowed to mobilize the common people to follow the saint. Under this high-pressure control, the common people seemed to be submissive. But these church members wouldn't surrender. As church members, they naturally possessed a certain pride. Holdress was once just an ordinary church saint. He was later chosen by the evil god and ultimately became pope. Otherwise, Holdress would never have reached the pinnacle of power. But Holdress taught everyone a lesson. That's forgetting one's roots. Holdress's outrageous actions were no longer surprising to the common people. Their only concern now was their survival. As for Holdress, the common people were completely utterly. Frank remained within the church, watching the countless saints from the surrounding area rushing in, all eager to see the saint. However, upon learning that Frank had sent the saint to Dian, the saints were somewhat surprised, but they quickly accepted the outcome. The reason was simple. Holdress would inevitably persecute the saint, and sending her away was the best option. Many saints stood up for the saint, and began to tell Frank about Holdress's atrocities. Holdress was no fool, and neither were these saints. Their decision to step forward at this critical juncture was to spark a massive revolution. These saints were honest and dutiful, their only wish being to recite the sutras within the church. After so much effort, a saint finally appeared, but before these saints could follow her, the Pope issued an order forbidding them from following her. This immediately sent these saints into a rage. You can torture our bodies, but you cannot bend my faith. So the saints had come to Frank with great difficulty, just to see the saint. But the saint had been sent away. The saints were furious. If it weren't for the Pope, they would have already begun following the saint. Frank seized the opportunity and addressed the saints. I know you doubted your faith before, but facts have proven your doubts correct. For we believe in the goddess of light, not the evil gods. The fact that you're standing here today proves that you still have a conscience. Before she left, the saint instructed me to do everything I could to overthrow Holdress's rule. I'm telling you all this now, because you're willing to follow the saint. Are you willing to follow me in a resounding revolution? I won't force you. It's your freedom. Frank waited quietly, while the saints seemed somewhat bewildered. If they were asked to verbally criticize Holdress, they'd do it. But if you asked them to actually act, they'd be more cowardly than the last. Looking at these saints, Frank didn't panic. Instead, he pulled out 2 weapon boxes and dumped out the AK-47s inside. Now what? Are you willing to start a revolution? Looking at the guns scattered on the ground, the the saints present straightened their backs. They also deeply hated Holders. Holders was a typical ungrateful person. He not only oppressed the people, but also the church. Everyone was resentful of this emperor, and all they needed was an opportunity to ignite a prairie fire. Looking at the guns in their hands, flames flashed in the saints' eyes. Revolution. They were going to kill Holdres. That afternoon, a large number of civilians rushed to the church, but they saw no sign of the saint, only a large number of saints armed with AK-47s. Led by a man, weapons were distributed to the newly joined civilians. And the saints nearby trained them with a pamphlet. At first, Frank considered giving the Revolutionary Army a name, but the saints were more decisive. They simply took out the old crusade flags and donned the saints' special crusade chain mail. Looking at these saints clad in medieval armor and armed with AK-47s, Frank was somewhat bewildered. Not only that, the civilians also searched their homes and found the crusader robes their ancestors had been awarded for their participation in the crusades. In 2 days, Frank had assembled a crusader force of 5,000 men. Among them were many veterans of the Battle of Kursk. These veterans were shocked by Frank's training methods, as they discovered they didn't focus on individual combat capabilities. Rather, they focused on training the combat capabilities of the entire group. Although this crusader army had some difficulty dealing with regular troops, the rifles in the hands of the military and police were bolt-action rifles. The AK-47s alone could provide suppressive firepower. Holdres quickly received word of the crusader army's return and immediately mobilized his secret forces to suppress them. But somehow, news of the crusader army's resurgence quickly spread throughout the Papal States. Because word of human-to-human transmission is bound to fail, by the time the news of the crusader army's resurgence reached the most remote areas, it took on a completely different meaning. The saint has spoken. Form a crusader army and kill Holdres. Chapter 1241. And that wasn't the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing was how the rumor had completely distorted itself as it spread. If the goddess wants the saint to become the new goddess. Have you heard? The saint wants to rule the world. The rumors grew increasingly outrageous, leaving Holdres unsure how to proceed. Frank had to step in to correct the rumors. With Frank's intervention, Holdres instantly found a way to vent his frustration. Without hesitation, he ordered the military and police to begin a crackdown on Frank. But what Holdres hadn't anticipated was that Frank was no longer an unarmed individual. He was now a complete jerk. Holdres assembled Frank as the town's military and police, totaling over 800 men, and launched a massive crackdown on Frank. The outcome was obvious. These people hadn't even grasped what they were about to face. Those who had finally found faith unleashed immeasurable power. Not only did they persist in their training, they even impressed Frank several times. Frank briefly thought these ordinary people had been gods of war in their past lives, gilded in this one. 2 days later, the Crusaders directly led by Frank had grown to 8,000 men. The combined strength of the Crusaders from various regions exceeded 100,000. However, some of the Crusaders were extremely radical. After forming the crusade, they immediately began attacking nearby towns. Clad in medieval armor and wielding long swords, the Crusaders were no match for the soldiers and police within the city. When the police opened fire, most of the Crusaders were scared away. Because these Crusaders were already a motley crowd, starving, they readily chose to join the crusade when they saw that the Crusaders provided them with food. In just 2 days, Holdres's military and police henchmen successfully suppressed over 60,000 Crusaders. This inflated Holdres's confidence, leading him to believe that all 4 armies were vulnerable. His ministers, eager for success and reckless, ordered the military and police forces across the country to intensify their campaign against the Crusaders. The 800-man force approached the church where Frank was. The closer they got to their destination, the more uneasy they became. Previously, when they had been encircling the Crusaders, the people in the nearby villages had looked at them with terror. But now, the closer they got, the more terrifying the gazes they received from the villagers. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if they were about to devour them alive. The captain, somewhat frightened, ordered his men to march faster, aiming to reach the church before noon and return to the city before nightfall. However, even as they passed through the villagers had already gone to Frank to tip him off. With the Wehrmacht's support, Frank showed no fear. On the first day of the crusade, he bribed the people of the surrounding villages with a portion of their food. As the saying goes, food is everything. After receiving the food, these simple villagers naturally became Frank's sentinels. The military and police now used the main roads, and Holdres was currently unwilling to equip them with vehicles. Naturally, their speed could not match the villagers' speed, as they scurried through the mountains and forests. The villagers arrived at Frank's base half an hour early, and informed Frank of Holdress's dispatch of troops to encircle him. Upon learning that 800 soldiers and police were surrounding them, the saints present weren't afraid. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit. These saints were no ordinary beings. They were all at least third-tier magicians. And they were wearing elite Crusader chain mail. It could withstand low-level first- and second-tier spells. Looking at these determined saints, Frank had a picture in his mind. An AK in his right hand, a fireball in his left, a knight's great helmet on his head, and the chain mail symbolizing the Crusades on his body. It felt like a medieval knight wielding an AK against a World War I soldier. A saint, looking at another saint wearing armor and examining an AK-47, asked, "Wouldn't it be awkward for you not to wear it?" "Why would it be awkward? My lord, times have changed. Wearing Crusader armor is a sign of respect for the goddess, and holding an AK-47 is a sign of respect for technology. There's no conflict between the two." The saint began with a twisted argument, convincing the saints around him. Frank couldn't bear to watch after hearing this. What kind of perverse logic is this? How could such an explanation be possible? The saint, unconvinced, then picked up his AK-47 and fired at the Crusader saint armor nearby. Bang! The bullet struck the saint armor, only sparking, without causing any substantial damage. Because the saint armor itself is made of a special material, ordinary bullets cannot penetrate it. A 12.7mm can easily penetrate it, but you're equipping the military and police with 12.7mm caliber weapons? 300 saints, armed with AK-47s, charged fiercely towards the military and police. At this moment, the military and police forces hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. They were bracing themselves for complete annihilation of Frank's forces. However, as soon as the army emerged from the mountains, they saw a cluster of tents near the church. "Captain, how many men are there?" a subordinate asked frantically, and the captain slapped him. "You ask me, who the hell should I ask?" The subordinate covered his face in frustration, while the military advisor beside him stepped in. "Should we retreat? There are too many of them, we can't defeat them," the military advisor whispered to the captain. The captain nodded, and was about to order a retreat, when he saw a group of saints on horseback charging towards them. The sight of 300 knights charging filled the military and police with panic, but the most terrifying thing was that these knights were armed with AK-47s. As Holdress's lackeys, these soldiers and police naturally had some knowledge of weapons. After all, they were still using bolt-action rifles, while several neighboring countries had fully automatic weapons. They naturally had to be prepared. But why did these crusaders have fully automatic weapons? Before they had time to think, the saints, armed with AK-47s, began firing. The recoil of the AK-47 was nothing for magicians like them to fear. The saints were the counterparts of the Violet Knights. The saints, however, were meant to defend the church, while the Violet Knights were meant to protect the nation. The military and police were frightened to tears, but before they could even cry, they were struck by flying bullets and died on the spot. Being young is good, you can just fall asleep. Chapter 1242. 800 soldiers and police were unsurprisingly pinned to the ground and hammered by 300 saints. After a barrage of assault and gunfire, the soldiers and police were completely routed, fleeing in panic. Many of the soldiers and police had given up the fight, their morale had crumbled, and they simply wanted to escape. But how could two legs outrun a four-legged horse? The saints, mounted on their horses, pursued the fleeing soldiers, unsheathing their cavalry hammers and unleashing blows at the fleeing soldiers and police. The hammers struck the soldiers and police in the head with pinpoint accuracy, knocking them unconscious. The saints tried to keep as many of them alive as possible, as they intended to capture them for hard labor, and these men were skilled with guns, surpassing even many ordinary crusaders. Of course, there were bound to be some misses during the stunning process, so occasionally killing one or two wasn't a big deal. Of the 800 soldiers and police, roughly 100 were killed by gunfire, and 60 by cavalry hammers. After all, there were always saints who couldn't control their strength, resulting in a single blow that sent a melon shattering. The remaining soldiers and police were either knocked unconscious or surrendered. Their eyes were filled with clarity. Nonsense! Those who had tried to cross them were already lying on the ground, and they were dead beyond death. The soldiers and police were captured. Frank thoughtfully took a photo of them, and sent it to Holy for the CIA agents there to process. The photo quickly spread throughout the Papal States. "I'm so angry!" Holdress transformed into a master of desk cleaning, sweeping everything onto the floor. Still not satisfied, he drew his sword and cleaved the table in two. The ministers around him knelt and begged for mercy. Holdras was a bit moody these days, easily losing his temper over trivial matters. Once he lost his temper, it could easily lead to fatalities. Your Majesty, these people are armed with AK-47s. This must be some powerful nation backing them. We should condemn them. The minister's words silenced everyone present. Some people are foolish, some are simply stupid, but some are both foolish and stupid. Isn't escalating the conflict with the yen now courting death? We're already under economic sanctions, and now they're doing something like this. Wouldn't it just blow up on the spot? Frank had become such a force. Wouldn't it be unrealistic to suppress him through military and police? Frank now commanded nearly 10,000 crusaders, while the entire Papal States had only 200,000 military and police. And they were all using bolt-action rifles. How could they possibly compete with those AK-47s? Holdras hesitated. This time, he didn't angrily punish the minister. Instead, he simply lingered. The ministers lowered their heads in silence, fearing they would anger Holdras. Do it. Tell the troops to go out and quell the rebellion. Holdras made up his mind. The ministers urged Holdras to calm down. Calm down? Calm down. Tell them, march the army. The West French Empire was crushed by Bonaparte, and the Orc Empire was crushed by Urus. You're telling me a peasant uprising isn't something to fear? Both of those had the support of the Great Yin, and now Frank has the support of the Great Yin as well. Do you wish to see the empire destroyed? Holdras's words silenced the ministers present. Yes, Holdras was right. If the situation drags on, the Papal States will surely suffer a heavy blow. If you act rashly, you will suffer the consequences. That night, Holdras ordered the army to be dispatched. The 800,000 elite Papal States troops, hidden in the shadows, finally emerged. Watching the tanks and armored vehicles driving down the highway, many Papal States civilians were filled with fear. They thought the Great Yin was attacking. But when they saw the flags of the Goddess of Light draped over the tanks and armored vehicles, the people instantly fell silent. Is this their army? That night, Holdras began a nationwide broadcast. The Crusaders are traitors to the Empire. The Papal Army is the only legitimate force in the Empire. My fellow countrymen, the Papal Army has been dispatched and will soon wipe out the remnants of the Crusaders. For the pain of 3 years ago, I will lead you to avenge the Great Yin. We will always be the pinnacle of the world. We, the Papal States, will always be the beacon of the world. Holdras's words filled many nobles with elation. But the people at the bottom were filled with despair. They extracted crucial information from Holdras's words. That means war is about to begin. War. It's truly boring. In a secret underground factory. As the last M1 tank rolled off the production line, the workers cheered. They had finally met the Emperor's targets, and they could go home. 3 years. They'd been imprisoned here for 3 years. Holdras had taken advantage of the surrender to plunder the Papal States for talented individuals. He had driven them all underground. At first, their patriotism made them willing to work tirelessly. But later, Holdras's selfish motives gradually became apparent. He wasn't producing these equipment for the nation's strength. He was simply seeking revenge against the yen. These people wanted to leave, but Holdras threatened them with their families. If they didn't continue working, their families would die. They had no choice but to continue, and Holdras gave them a goal. That was to produce 3,000 M1 tanks. 10 magicians could produce 1 tank a day. 3,000 was no problem. But to their despair, Holdras showed no sign of letting them go. But they kept working. Until today. The person in charge smiled at the completion of the goal and then spoke. Job accomplished. Now it's time for me to reunite you with your families. Put on the hoods, and I drive you there. The person in charge smiled, bringing a sigh of relief to everyone present. It seemed they could finally be reunited. As the hoods were donned, everyone felt as if they were being escorted to an open space. The next second, the hoods were ripped off. What awaited them was not a car, but the black muzzle of a gun. The leader spoke. You are no longer valuable. You should have died 3 years ago. The Emperor allowed you to live. You should say thank you. Realizing they had been deceived, the crowd erupted in rioting. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The crowd fell silent. The leader spoke with a murderous tone. Don't you want to be reunited with your families? Your families are in the very soil beneath your feet. And what a wonderful mother and daughter. They're so irresistible. They died muttering a man's name. Let me guess who it was. Before the leader could finish his words, he shot a worker dead. I don't care. Kill them all. No trace left. The leader declared. The workers below angrily rushed toward the soldiers, but were met with only bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire continued for 10 minutes, and thousands of workers collapsed in a pool of blood. Strangely, none of them bled. The supervisor watched the scene with satisfaction, and was about to speak when one of his men ran over in panic. Tank, tank, blood! Chapter 1243. The workers were massacred, and the soldiers tried to collect the bodies, only to discover a complete lack of blood. It was as if they had hit toy figures instead of people. Just as the soldiers were puzzled, their comrades from the factory rushed over in a panic, then revealed shocking news. The tanks in the factory were bleeding. This surprised them greatly, and they were momentarily stunned. The leader quickly reacted and ordered his men to suppress the news. He then led his trusted associates into the factory and locked it down. The news of bleeding tanks was truly horrifying. Whether true or not, this news must not be leaked, as it would affect the entire Papal States. But when the leader rushed inside, he was stunned. The tanks were truly bleeding, and blood was pouring out of them, flowing endlessly, soon covering the entire factory floor. As the blood grew, it began to pour directly out of the tanks. It flowed along the factory floor and out. The soldiers murmured among themselves, and the commander, upon noticing, immediately ordered his men to close the gate. Then, somewhat frantically, he ordered his men to clean up the blood. But the blood gushed out like a fountain. One soldier approached, bewildered by the blood-soaked tank before him, when, the next second, blood gushed out, spraying the soldier. The soldier instinctively tried to wipe the blood away, but the next second, he collapsed to the ground in agony, unable to suppress a cry of pain. Ah! Help me! Witnessing such a devastating scene, the soldiers could no longer sit still. They all fled, ignoring the leader's cries. A few bucks a month? Was it really necessary to risk their lives? Besides, the leader only cared for his trusted associates, never caring about the ordinary soldiers. In their eyes, they were no different from the workers. They were just friendly forces. The blood, as if possessing a sense of its own, surged directly towards the soldiers. In the narrow space, there was no way for the soldiers to escape. The blood, like a mighty wave, devoured the soldiers. The leader panicked, for the blood showed no mercy. Trustees and ordinary soldiers alike were devoured by the wave, becoming utterly subdued. Not even a bone remained of the devoured soldiers. The leader hurriedly led his few trusted associates to flee, but the tanks seemed to come alive, moving without a human driver, their guns trained on the leader. Boom! A single cannon shot blasted the leader away. The soldiers outside heard screams, and even explosions emanating from the factory. Fear filled their eyes, momentarily at a loss. But some soldiers were clever. They knew they might die here. So they decisively stepped forward and spoke. Don't just stand there. Pack up and run. With that, the man ran, and the others followed suit. How much money did Holdress give them? Honestly, Holdress didn't pay them much at all. Their wages were barely enough to buy a pack of cigarettes. And the reason they didn't revolt was because the papal army provided food. But in a world where most citizens of the Papal States couldn't afford to eat, providing food for these soldiers was more than enough. And they even got a small salary to keep them entertained. What demands could they have? But this little money was only enough to keep them loyal to the emperor during times of peace. If war really broke out, what emperor? We are the people's army. We have to protect the people, and leave the front lines to the nobles. Holdress knew these people were a motley crowd, so he meticulously trained 200,000 elite troops. As for the rest of the troops, he basically used them as filler. The news of the factory spread quickly, and people in the surrounding area also knew there was a tank factory here. And what was even more terrible was that everyone already had a psychological trauma about the tank factory. After all, when they heard the story, they were all stunned. A tank that moves on its own and bleeds. What on earth is this? Is it a monster? Holdress, who was inside the palace, was once again furious. One crisis after another. While ordering the army to suppress Frank, Holdress ordered his intelligence agencies to prevent the spread of the news. But what Holdress didn't know was that the most powerful intelligence agency wasn't his lackeys. It was the simple people. The masses possessed the strongest intelligence capabilities. Before Holdress's minions could even leave the house, news of the bloodshed in the factory had already spread throughout half of the Papal States, and the news continued to spread at an extremely fast rate. Holdress wanted to suspend discussion, but he realized that his previous order forbidding the saints from following the saint had only angered them further. Now, if he did so again, it would inevitably backfire. For once, Howardree's mind was sharpened, and he immediately ordered his men to take action. He began to do everything he could to restore the Papal States' reputation. The public could choose to remain silent about the saint's case, but the deaths of the workers in the tank factory ignited their fury. These hard-working and meritorious workers, who had diligently served the state for 3 years, had their families not only taken into custody, but also subjected to humiliation. Finally, after their goal was achieved, they massacred the workers. This was beyond description. Holder's atrocities had completely lost the support of the people in the Papal States, and the public's anger threatened to overwhelm the entire Papal States. When the Papal Army's armored forces were less than 200 kilometers from Frank, the Papal troops were horrified to discover that instead of the people lining the roads to greet them, they were carrying rotten vegetables and rotten eggs. The civilians hurled these rotten vegetables and rotten eggs at the armored units. As elites, they naturally wouldn't argue with the common people, but they wanted to understand why they were throwing these things at them. But when they learned that the chariots they were driving were manufactured by the very workers massacred by the Papal troops, they fell silent. They gazed at the banners overhead, and for the first time, they felt their banners were so glaring. Chapter 1244. These elite Papal soldiers fell silent upon learning of the atrocities committed by the Papal army. For the first time, they felt how unsightly their yellow uniforms looked. "You are a bunch of beasts." An old man on horseback blocked the road. Bradley, leading the charge, slammed on the brakes. The old man rode a shattered old horse and wielded a rusty paladin's cross sword. He wore the armor of a general of the crusade, and around his neck hung a diamond medal of the cross. Bradley, the driver, was terrified and wept. As citizens of the Papal States, they naturally knew the terrifying extent of this old man's achievements. The Diamond Medal of the Crusade is the highest honor in the Papal States. Throughout history, a Diamond Medal recipient might only appear once every 10 years. Even Marshal Fabrice had never received a Diamond Medal. His highest honor was a gold medal. 30 years earlier, this old man had led a vast army against Alexander's western expedition. However, because he had lost all his strength in that war, the Pope, in an effort to stabilize the army, generously bestowed upon him the Order of Diamonds. This was a tribute to his achievements. After receiving the medal, the old man retired, as a commoner. Being promoted to marshal was already a miracle. If he had remained at this point, his entire family would likely have been murdered. After all, without his powers, it would have been nearly impossible for him to maintain that position. The old man returned to the countryside with his wife and children, where he diligently farmed. The nobles did not pursue him further, believing that this was a general who had served his country so faithfully. There was no need to exterminate him. The old man had always lived quietly in the village. Even when the Papal States and Great Yin went to war, he didn't intervene. He believed that if the emperor trusted Fabrice and appointed him to fight Great Yin, he could defeat Great Yin just as he had defeated Alexander. But the problem was that the Pope did trust Fabrice initially. But with the fierce attacks of the Wehrmacht, the Papal States suffered a series of setbacks, leading the emperor to replace Fabrice and appoint a new commander as the frontline commander. This change, however, only caused the front to explode. When the old man learned of the Papal States' defeat, he didn't express excessive anger. He was now in his 70s, and having lost all his strength, he could only live to 80 at most. 90 was a blessing. So for now, he could only live one day at a time. He no longer had many desires. And now, he not only had grandchildren, but also great-grandchildren. His only wish now was to see his great-grandson grow up. But after the scandal within the Papal States broke out, the old general could no longer sit still. A country's defeat could at most be attributed to the ruling class's incompetence. But the problem is, slaughtering the lower classes is beyond ordinary brutality. This country must have problems, and they are serious ones. This situation is not only due to the ruling class's incompetence, but also to their dictatorship. They treat the country like a toy, trampling on the lives of everyone. As a veteran general, he naturally loves this country deeply. When the country was defeated, the old general simply shed tears. But when the country's workers were wantonly slaughtered by the ruling class, he finally chose to stand up. Facing the old general before them, the Papal army paused. A brigade commander, upon learning that the old general was blocking their way, dismounted his military vehicle and personally approached the old general. He bowed deeply to the old general, ushered him aside, and began a friendly conversation. "Old hero, we have orders to encircle and suppress the enemy. Could you please move aside?" The brigade commander said respectfully. He knew the principle of not striking a smiling face, but he still didn't want to give these beasts any face. "I heard you're going to encircle and suppress the Crusaders?" The old general's first words immediately silenced the brigade commander. The old general was really talking out of nowhere. He knew we were going to encircle and suppress Frank, yet he forcibly referred to Frank as a crusader. Seeing the brigade commander's silence, the old general couldn't help but slam his hand on the table. "Am I wrong? You're using weapons made by your own people to fight your own people. What kind of skill is that? The Crusaders are the goddess's army. Are you rebelling? The old general continued, and the brigade commander began to defend himself. That's not the case. These Crusaders are not the Crusaders you're talking about. These Crusaders were bewitched by Frank and resolutely chose to fight the Emperor. They are rebels, enemies of the Empire. The old general scoffed disdainfully at the brigade commander's words. You call them traitors? But the saint has already descended. Who is the traitor? What have these traitors done for the people? And what has the Emperor you're talking about done for the people? The old general's words left the brigade commander speechless. The brigade commander stammered, trying to defend himself, but found himself unable to respond to the old general. Because what Holdras had done was truly abject. In the end, they didn't attack the old general. Instead, they called Holdras and sought his advice. But the old general was prepared for death. From the moment he learned the brigade commander had requested help from Holdras, he knew Holdras would finish him off. Meanwhile, Frank also learned that Holdras had overturned the table and sent in elite troops to encircle and suppress him. But he wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he began to calm the restless crowd. Holdras is so anxious to send the troops because they're afraid. They're afraid a spark will ignite a prairie fire, because all reactionaries are paper tigers. A powerful army will never bully the weak. Everything they do to the workers will eventually come back to haunt them. Chapter 1245. The Papal States were in turmoil. Leningrad, on the other hand, was peaceful. As National Day approached, Leningrad was filled with joy and laughter, and the residents were preparing for the upcoming ceremony. Even Lion was no exception. Of course, before he could celebrate with the people, he had to overcome his family's difficulties first. Thanks to everyone's tireless efforts, Heiyu finally became pregnant. This made his mother, Irina, overjoyed. Lion was somewhat bewildered, as he felt that Heiyu shouldn't be the second to be pregnant. If Heiyu's child was the second born, there would undoubtedly be some movement in Dragon's Nest. Although Vilya was Lion's mother-in-law, she was also the master of Dragon's Nest. Vilya would undoubtedly seek benefits for Dragon's Nest. Since Yuan Qingqi gave birth to a daughter, the gender of Heiyu's unborn child was crucial. If it was a boy, Vilya would undoubtedly do her utmost to support her grandson. At that point, there would be endless chaos. But now that things had come to this, Leon couldn't say anything. After all, she was pregnant. She couldn't just abort the child, could she? Leon would never do such a thing. The child was hers, and she had a profound connection to it, so she should shoulder the responsibility. Leon wasn't afraid of external factors, because as long as he was around, even the gods couldn't stir up trouble. But what Leon feared most was a word from the two children. The battle for the crown prince had always been like this. Leon was really furious there. How could we even play this game? I was fighting hard in the outside lane, but the other two lanes were completely destroyed. Tell me, can I fight 5 alone? Do you think I'm wearing Lu Tao? Leon was a strong man, but even the strongest had weaknesses. That was his wife and children. To prevent a conflict over the crown prince, Leon secretly summoned Caddis, Chester, Carl, Malgrove, and Winster. Even Alan, who was far away at the glacier base, was informed by Leon via telegram to return to Leongler. As the 6 arrived, Hans and William also received a call from Leon. Leon chose Hans's home as the meeting place this time. Tina looked at the 8 large men who appeared in her home with some fear. But when she saw the leader, her heart finally settled. It's okay, as long as the leader is here, nothing will be a problem. After sending Tina away, Leon began to explain some things to the 8 people before him. I called you here today to ask you to promise me something. Seeing Leon's serious expression, the others' faces gradually grew serious, as if they were listening intently. Heiyu is pregnant. Leon's words immediately set everyone into a frenzy. They naturally understood the significance of Heiyu's pregnancy. But why Heiyu of all people? The 8 of them were overwhelmed, but Leon continued. I'm not afraid of her pregnancy, but her mother, Wei Area. Dragons have extremely long lifespans, and the unpredictable could happen. If something were to happen to me, Yuan Qingqi and Yunli would be left orphaned and widowed. As the Dragon Master, Wei Area would undoubtedly fight for the dragon's interests. So, I have a favor to ask of you. If Wei Area wants to support Heiyu's child as a puppet, I hope you will do your utmost to stop it. But Heiyu is innocent, and so is the child. I don't want to see my bloodline slaughtering each other in the end. I will leave behind a leadership decree. If that day ever comes, I hope you can maintain great yen. I watched Yunli grow up under my watch. She's actually quite intelligent, but unfortunately, she hasn't used that intelligence wisely. I hope she understands in the future. Leon's words immediately caused everyone to kneel down. This wasn't a discussion, this was simply entrusting someone with a child. Leon then hurriedly asked everyone to stand up, but this was just a precaution. If Yuli wanted to become the next leader, she not only needed political acumen, but also the approval of the people. If she didn't have the people's approval, Leon wouldn't force his child into that position. He couldn't joke about national affairs. After this incident, Leon returned to the Duke's mansion, but he noticed a change in the atmosphere. Heiyu was gradually being isolated. Shuangxing and Yanqing immediately became Yuli's bodyguards, practically protecting her closely. Although young Kinky didn't isolate Heiyu, his usual smile was gone. Heiyu, this silly, cute little girl, still didn't understand what her pregnancy had brought. She only knew that her sisters had suddenly isolated her, and she couldn't even look at Yunli. Heiyu was deeply saddened and wanted to find someone to talk to, but she couldn't find anyone. Irina was currently on an autumn outing in the northern forest, taking Charlie's family out for some fresh air. When Leon returned to the Duke's mansion, he saw Heiyu crying silently in a corner. Xiaolong, why are you crying here alone? Leon rubbed her little head. When Heiyu saw the newcomer, she threw herself into Leon's arms. Leon! Why are you all isolating me? They won't even talk to me anymore. I just want to chat with them. Leon hugged Heiyu. Okay, don't be so sad. They're not isolating you. They're just afraid of you, afraid of something happening. Hearing Leon's words, Heiyu tilted her head, unaware of her situation. Because you're the second child, and your mother is the Dragon Lord. At this, Heiyu seemed to understand everything. She quickly pushed Leon away, her whole body shattered. But now Leon held her close. But I want to tell you, so what if your mother is the Dragon Lord, you are my woman, and the child you're carrying is mine? That's enough. If your mother tries to control my child, don't blame me for being cold-blooded and heartless. Let's go. I take you to them. How did Qin-Chi manage to be such a powerful woman? How could she do this? Leon's words stunned Heiyu. It was the first time she noticed how overbearing Leon could be, but before she could say anything, he dragged her away. He. Let go. Why should I let go? You're my wife. Why should I let go? Leon said seriously. He had indeed been wary, but when he saw Heiyu crying silently in a corner, his heart softened. Even elsewhere, a major incident occurred in the dragon's lair. Vilya was preparing a banquet to celebrate her daughter's pregnancy. But just as she was about to inform her subordinates, a terrifying aura enveloped the dragon's lair. Vilya, I hope you can be more obedient. Heiyu is my wife, and her child is also my child. If you intend to exploit your own daughter, then I strongly advise against her mother's premature disappearance. Vilya's mind echoed with these words, and the next moment, she collapsed to the ground, her back drenched in sweat. Chapter 1246. Because Holdras chose to overturn the tables, Holdras no longer had any intention of hiding his true intentions. Exposing the army wasn't enough for Holdras. Holdras planned to surprise the country on Yan's National Day. The elite troops he had dispatched finally began to encircle Frank. The old hero had vanished. As for where he had gone, that question remained unanswered. Perhaps Holdras knew the answer. Faced with the enemy's massive armored formation, Frank chose not to remain in the church, but to break up into smaller units. He entered the mountainous jungle and began guerrilla warfare. Although the armored forces were powerful, they were severely restricted in the mountains. For a moment, Holdras was powerless to do anything about Frank. So he could only look east. Tomorrow was National Day, and Holdras had secretly prepared a grand gift, intending to present it to the people of Yin and Lion on that day. With the arrival of National Day, the second 5-year plan finally came to a successful conclusion. The second 5-year plan originally envisioned building a massive industrial system within 3 years and upgrading the industrial system established during the first 5-year plan. Then, in the final 2 years, a major effort began to produce new equipment. Because the first 3 years of the second 5-year plan were completed a year and a half ahead of schedule, and laid a solid foundation for the future, this led to the introduction of a large number of new equipment. In addition to the Type 99A, Type 08, and Type 10, the Army also possessed the Type 05 self-propelled howitzer. And this was just the Army's armored units. To improve the Army's mobility, the artillery units were equipped with PCL-181 vehicle-mounted howitzers. In addition to conventional artillery, rocket launchers were also upgraded. The PCL-16 rocket launcher's 350-kilometer range was enough to make the Papal States feel the wrath of the Great Flame. In addition to new vehicle units, the Army also received weapon upgrades. The Great Flame now primarily uses 7 different calibers, 7.62 by 39, 7.62 by 54, 7.62 by 51, 5.45 by 39, 5.56 by 45, 5.8 by 42, and 12.7 by 99. This poses a significant challenge to logistics. In the past, Lion, to save money, divided equipment among different branches of the military, resulting in incompatibility between their weapons. For example, the Army still uses the AK-47 or AK-74. However, the Airborne Corps now exclusively uses the AK-12, and the Guards even possess the 191 rifle. The majority of the security forces are equipped with M4 carbines. The Navy's weapons are even more varied. Aside from the Marines, who have the M4A1, most shipboard sailors use outdated weapons. Many sailors even use primitive weapons, like the MP40. The Air Force is even more rudimentary. At most, they are equipped with an M1911. When on missions, they are equipped with an AK-74U. If they are unfortunate enough to be shot down, they will have to rely on their firearms to survive. The Missile Corps' weapons largely inherit the Army's tradition, still using the AK-47. Different weapons also mean different calibers. Each corps can operate independently or in conjunction, but the prerequisite is that logistical support must be sufficient. Due to the separation of the various armies, logistical pressures, while significant, were not overwhelming. However, with the completion of the second five-year plan, the Wehrmacht's weaponry also underwent a major upgrade. Artillery and missile units, as well as security forces and naval vessels, were uniformly equipped with the Type 95 rifle. The Army and Guards were all equipped with the Type 191 rifle, while squad machine guns retained the PKM. Because the PKM is, you have to admit, an extremely excellent weapon. As for the Airborne Corps, Lion did not replace its weapons. Which unit is so wealthy? It's already undergoing another weapons upgrade less than 6 months after its establishment, and the AK-12 is certainly a decent weapon. A gun becomes a classic not only because of its reliability, but also because of its price. At the right price, powerful attributes make it a legendary gun. While the Army received new equipment and new guns, the Navy and Air Force began massive layoffs. A large number of ace pilots and outstanding sailors were forcibly discharged and sent to the Glacier Base. Even the Air Force began retiring a number of aircraft. Most of the B-29s were retired and converted into cargo aircraft. The Air Force now relies primarily on the Tu-95 bomber. The Air Force's fighter aircraft have also undergone extensive upgrades. Previously produced Stuka bombers, Mustangs, and Me-262 jets have been virtually all retired. Some were stripped of their weapons and subsequently sold to civilian flying clubs. After all, even though these propeller planes have been stripped of their weapons, the high quality of Dayan's manufacturing ensures they remain viable for use by flying clubs. At Leon's behest, some flying clubs were directly established by Dayan. Training pilots requires more than just exams, it requires nurturing them from a young age. Instilling a passion for the sky in children is crucial. Flying clubs are essential for tank clubs. The Wehrmacht previously possessed over 2,000 Panther tanks and over 1,000 Tiger tanks. Because of their legendary crews, some of these tanks were consigned to museums. Many more were smelted back into steel. Still, some were sent to tank clubs. These discarded tanks will be available for training and operation at the tank clubs. After all, Dayan's children should make good use of their weekends by sending them to flying clubs or tank clubs. Let them become familiar with these weapons and equipment from a young age. This isn't about turning them into ruthless killing machines, but about instilling in them a reverence for the sky and war. When a tank slowly approaches you, the moment it stops in front of you, your heart is filled with immense fear. The same is true of war. Flowers in a greenhouse never grow. Dayan has become a world hegemon, but we must always be prepared for danger. That's why Lion lets his children start facing reality early. Dayan cannot be left without successors, and it cannot afford to let its comfort breed a bunch of insurgents. At midnight, almost everyone was waiting for the clock to strike 12 a.m. Dong! 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 The bells of the Cathedral of the Goddess of Light in Liongrad rang. And radio and television stations broadcast the chimes to the world. Countless people in the Holy Empire were glued to their radios. When everyone heard the chimes, they cheered. For their country had turned 5. The entire Dayan was peaceful, even like the new year. But the Papal States were not so lucky. Fighter planes took off under the cover of darkness and flew towards Halef, the border of the Papal States, Dayan-controlled territory. The radar operator on duty instantly heard the radar alarm. What's going on? Chapter 1247. The radar operator quickly reported to his superiors that the radar had detected an anomaly. Although the radar operator couldn't figure out what exactly was going on, their superiors did notice something was amiss. The company commander was directly in charge of them, and the battalion commander had already explained the situation to the company commander. The Papal State might possess air power. This was why radar units were deployed on the border. With radar units, they could naturally prevent potential threats. The company commander promptly reported the radar detection of enemy air units to Halef. The Wehrmacht in Halef was preparing to celebrate National Day, but before they could even sit down, they received a report from the border radar station. The Wehrmacht's 1st Infantry Army was stationed in Halef. The commander of the infantry army was also the highest commander in the controlled area. Upon learning of this news, the commander immediately contacted Air Force headquarters. While awaiting a response from Air Force headquarters, he notified the air base in Halef, urging its fighter jets to prepare for takeoff. The air base commander also understood the seriousness of the situation. Even before the military issued the order, the commander had already begun ordering the pilots to prepare for takeoff. Halef was the front line against the Papal States, so the Wehrmacht had deployed over 120 fighter jets there. Among them were 12 J-16DS and 48 Su-27s. These 60 advanced fighters alone were enough to destroy the entire Papal States Air Force. But after 3 years of forbearance, Holdres was no longer the same person, and the Papal State was no longer the same. The soldiers at the radar station were observing the night sky through binoculars. Radar indicated the enemy was very close. The radar operators heard a roar, and saw fighter jets roaring overhead. The fighters were densely packed. The company commander estimated there were at least 80 of them. And, in appearance, they didn't look much different from the newer fighters in the Air Force's fleet. This brings us to the traitors. They sent the MiG-25 blueprints to the Papal States, where scientists began dissecting them. They quickly developed a turbojet engine and began to build upon it. They discovered that the MiG-25 was essentially a flying tank. It was simply too crude. So, based on the original MiG-25, the scientists reduced its weight and modified its engine. The fuselage was constructed from stronger materials. The performance was significantly superior to the MiG-25, and its combat radius was far greater. But naturally, the price also went up. So much so that Holdres felt deeply distressed every time he built a fighter jet. The Papal States, having received the blueprints about 2 years ago, spent 2 years producing nearly 500 fighter jets. Of course, like those tanks, these fighter jets were built with human lives. During the manufacturing process, Papal scientists also upgraded this fighter. They named it the Glory Fighter. It symbolizes the supreme glory of the Papal States. To date, the Glory Fighter has reached its 3rd generation. The aircraft deployed for this airstrike mission are essentially 1st-generation aircraft. This was also Holdres' way of testing the Great Yin Air Force. If these 1st-generation fighters could gain the upper hand in air combat, Holdres would have no hesitation in shedding his modesty. He would have led his army directly into the attack onto Yin. Alas, Holdres would never defeat Lion. At Halef Air Base, a Su-27 was being loaded with a PL-15. Next to it stood the unloaded R-27. R-27 looked at the Su-27 with a PL-15. If it could speak, the conversation would have gone something like this. R-27, you must be well equipped with a PL-15. PL-15, Su-27, I ask you, who's better, me or the R-27? Su-27, of course the PL-15. R-27, Su-27 you changed. You become a stranger to me. Su-27, I'm sorry, I can't live without the PL-15 anymore. R-27 stood silently by, watching his Su-27 being loaded with the PL-15. The ground crew didn't care. The PL-15 was clearly superior to the R-27. And since an air battle was imminent, they had to be fully prepared to meet the enemy. After learning that the enemy aircraft had entered the border, the air base commander, regardless of whether he had received orders, ordered his fighters to take off. One Su-27 after another took off. An AWACS aircraft had also taken off. They intended to use integrated electronic warfare combined with beyond visual range strikes to teach the Papal States a hard lesson. The Papal States fighter pilots were still stuck in the idea of dogfighting. In their eyes, the Wehrmacht was most famous for dogfighting. Elon, the former aerospace hero, was world-renowned for his dogfighting. But these Papal States pilots didn't know that the glory days of dogfighting were over. Now everyone was using beyond visual range strikes, locking onto you from over 100 kilometers away. To achieve air superiority in air combat, you needed not only advanced weapons but also a complete system. Rafale, you know what I'm going to say. Those who say I can't defeat the J-10C, Your AWACS has been replaced with internationally made ones, and our own fighters aren't even on the same plane. The moment I took off, I was locked onto by a PL-15. I didn't even leave the airfield circle before it destroyed me. Can you blame me for this loss? When I was shot down, the comments were like, why don't you look for your own problems? I'm looking for A. The Papal States Air Force pilots had no idea what they were about to face. Just as they were full of fighting spirit, ready for a head-on confrontation with the Wehrmacht Air Force, they mysteriously discovered their radars sounding an alarm. Locked on. Evading. Papal States Fighter Pilot, ? Chapter 1248. Before the Papal Air Force pilots could even approach Halef, over 100 kilometers away, their fighter plane's radars sounded a warning. What does locked on mean? There were no enemies nearby. The pilots were stunned, briefly believing the radar to be malfunctioning. But soon, the Wehrmacht pilots pressed the missile launch button, and missile after missile streaked across the night sky, hurtling toward the enemy at breakneck speed. The Papal Air Force pilots suddenly noticed an increasing frequency of radar warnings, and a red dot appeared on the radar. The pilots immediately maneuvered their fighters to evade, finally realizing that the Wehrmacht had likely used long-range weapons, attacking them from beyond their range. Some pilots reacted quickly and evaded the enemy, but others were directly hit by the missiles, instantly shattered in midair. The evasive fighters fared no better. After all, not everyone could escape the PL-15's pursuit. No matter how they soared, the Thunderbolt 15s followed them relentlessly, like the Grim Reaper. The Papal Kingdom pilots were nearly in tears. In their first air battle, the Papal Kingdom had lost 12 fighters, and they hadn't even seen a glimpse of the Wehrmacht. Upon hearing this, Holdres immediately ordered the Air Force to evacuate. These were his treasures. Holdres ordered the fighters to be preserved. The Great Yen Air Force also abandoned pursuit. After all, today was National Day. A violent attack was inappropriate. But Frank and his men launched a fierce attack. The Papal States' surprise attack infuriated Leon. Lion, soundly asleep, was urgently awakened upon receiving news of the Papal States' surprise attack. Today was National Day, and Holdres's actions were tantamount to stirring up trouble. But Leon couldn't afford to start a war today. So he ordered Frank to attack. If he couldn't do it himself, then let someone else do it. Frank, who was leading his crusaders in the jungle, suddenly received a message from Leon. Lion transmitted the message directly to Frank's mind via magical communication. Keep an eye out for the nearby mountains. There might be wild weapons and equipment there. Wild weapons and equipment? Frank was puzzled. But before he could react, weapons and equipment actually grew out of the soil, and literally grew out, completely emerging from the earth. The Wehrmacht had mobilized a large number of magicians, using space magic to deliver the weapons and equipment, in addition to ordinary anti-tank weapons like RPGs. There were also numerous Javelin and Red Arrow 8 anti-tank missiles. Leon didn't want to see Frank and his men use these RPGs to engage the Papal States' heavy vehicles. Soldier, Captain, is my cannon any good? Frank, your cannon is a jerk. You're only fit to give them a pedicure. In reality, even if you use a rocket launcher like an RPG against an infantry fighting vehicle, you can't guarantee a single shot will penetrate it. The reason infantry fighting vehicles dared to charge the infantry line was that they anticipated being hit by anti-tank weapons. Furthermore, for infantry to hit a high-speed infantry fighting vehicle, not only did they need skill, but they also needed a certain amount of luck. Moreover, infantry fighting vehicles are capable of withstanding rocket launchers in many areas, with only a few weaknesses. Even the Javelin and Red Arrows can't guarantee a single hit. If infantry fighting vehicles are already so difficult to defeat, let alone tank units. Tank units and infantry fighting vehicles are simply not on the same level. In addition to these anti-tank weapons, Frank and his men even acquired a number of portable anti-aircraft missiles. Frank's eyes lit up as he looked at all this weaponry. He never fought a war so richly. After receiving this batch of weapons and equipment, Frank immediately began maneuvering with the Papal States armored forces in the jungle. You call them vehicle armored forces, right? Do you like my 120mm cannon? That night, while the Papal army was resting comfortably, their camp came under attack from the Crusaders. The armored units stationed in the camp were directly hit by Red Arrow anti-tank missiles deployed on a nearby hill. A missile struck a tank with pinpoint accuracy, striking the rear of the turret and causing it to explode. The Papal army, still asleep, was instantly struck. Before they could react, Frank had already fled with his troops. By the time they finally managed to get their equipment and emerge, the anti-tank missile emplacements on the surrounding hills had been completely dismantled. Only the small pits where the missile racks had been placed remained. The Papal army had no choice but to retreat to their camp to rest, and they dispatched soldiers to keep a constant watch on the surroundings. But Frank, having already received ammunition, decided to leave 2 crusaders behind, giving them each an RPG round and letting them take turns firing. The Papal army won't sleep tonight. The Papal army commander was furious. Just as he fallen asleep, he was jolted awake by an RPG explosion. But after commanding his men to chase them, they circled the mountain and found no one. They had to return empty-handed. After finally getting ready for bed, they returned to camp, only to be awakened again by another RPG explosion. Far away in the forest, Frank was perusing a book. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy halts, we harass. When the enemy tires, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. Frank was sharing the knowledge in the book with the surrounding Crusader commanders. As someone who had trained in Leningrad, Frank had always believed that knowledge could change everything, even on the battlefield. Frank never believed in fate. If he truly believed in fate, he would have resigned himself to his fate and died on the battlefield long ago. But it was precisely because of his refusal to accept fate that he survived and successfully changed his future. Night passed quickly, and a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. The entire Papal States had barely experienced any peace that night. The citizens of the Papal States were terrified, while Frank's crusaders were in high spirits. After being hounded for a day or two, they finally had a chance to show off their strength. The Papal army, however, was now filled with sorrow. After being harassed all night, their spirits were extremely low. They would continue their pursuit of the Crusaders during the day. The sky was falling. Chapter 1249. Lion chose not to vent his anger today, but instead chose to let Frank be his thug and teach Holdras and the others a lesson. At 6 a.m., Yun Qinchi woke Lion from his sleep. Normally, Lion would have been stunned for a moment. But the problem was, Lion shot out of bed the next second. Because Lion remembered what day it was. It was a legitimate national day, and as the leader, he had to be there. As Lion regained consciousness, the maid beside him hurriedly delivered the report from last night. That was Frank's battle record. Frank led the Crusaders to destroy 12 vehicles, and kept the Papal army awake all night. The Papal army also wanted to sleep, but Frank kept his men harassing them with RPGs, making it impossible for them to sleep peacefully. So much so that during the day, the Papal army was forced to split into 2 groups. One group rested on the spot, while the other, exhausted, continued to pursue Frank. Lion couldn't ignore Holdras' provocation, so he decisively contacted the garrison at Halif. Leader. The commander of the 1st Infantry Army answered the call. Informed the troops to launch an immediate attack on the Papal States by midnight. These bastards dare to attack today. They look down on us. In that case, don't blame us for giving them a big gift after today. After receiving Lion's order, the commander immediately began preparing for the attack. The 1st Infantry Army had waited for this opportunity for over 2 years. Ever since the Battle of Kursk Plains, they had been waiting for this opportunity. Although the Battle of Kursk ultimately ended in victory for the Great Yin, the 1st Infantry Army was deeply frustrated. They were constantly suppressed on the ground by the Crusaders. They never had a chance to demonstrate their strength. As soon as they emerged, they were attacked fiercely by the Crusaders. On the ground, their vaunted 3-3 tactics proved completely ineffective against the Papal Knights of Light. So the 1st Infantry Army constantly sought to prove themselves. They wanted to prove they were not useless. Not only did the 1st Infantry Army receive the order to attack, but Marglov, who had just returned to the Elven Empire's secret military base in the northwest, also received orders from Leon. Lion ordered Marglov to mobilize the 1st Airborne Division to quickly destroy the radar stations on the Papal States border. At the same time, he launched raids on several important transit cities in the Papal States' rear. According to reliable intelligence, the Papal States had established a comprehensive air defense system along the border. At the outset of the war, missile forces would destroy these air defense systems, but they couldn't guarantee that there were no anti-aircraft weapons within the 300-kilometer front line. Missile forces couldn't guarantee this, so naturally, someone was needed to conduct fire reconnaissance. The airborne troops were the perfect fit. Just as undercurrents were brewing at the border, the National Day Parade officially began. For this quinquennial parade, officials in Leningrad began preparing 6 months in advance. They completely renovated Yongan Street to accommodate 5 tanks abreast. Even under the relentless crush of tanks, Yongan Street remained unscathed. Furthermore, to ensure the parade's success, the entire guards, including the security force, were mobilized for a 3-month training session throughout Leningrad. In particular, the 6th district, under Ramayet's jurisdiction, was visited almost daily by a special forces unit from the security force. The reason was simple: excessive crime. The increased patrols by the security force had frightened many criminals. The mere passing of a security force patrol car had them flailing. Some radical elements abducted 2 hostages in the street and engaged in a standoff with security force soldiers patrolling nearby. The security force soldiers were stunned. They had probably just sat down to enjoy breakfast. And then, they were told they had achieved something. How could this be tolerated? The security force soldiers immediately took action. They couldn't let the credit go unnoticed. The combined efforts of the security force and the guards transformed the atmosphere throughout Leningrad. Not only that, but surrounding cities also followed suit. A top-down cleanup campaign began. Lion had no comment on this. Because his country was improving, he had no reason to comment. On Yongin Street, the soldiers of the 1st Armored Army came towards him. Yes, they were the vanguard, abandoning their proud armored units and marching in formation. And most of these soldiers of the 1st Armored Army were veterans of the 1st Armored Division. They could be said to be the true heroes of Great Yin. Without them, Great Yin would not be what it is today. Following closely behind was the Air Force Parade. The Air Force is also one of the most important contributors to the Great Yin. When the people saw their soldiers approaching, they immediately cheered. But the attentive ones noticed that Alan was nowhere to be seen this year. In the past, Alan always walked at the front of the Air Force Parade, commanding the Air Force. But this year, Alan was nowhere to be seen. Vaya, who was watching the parade with her children in the audience, felt a sense of despair when she saw her husband, Alan, missing from the Air Force Parade. Alan hadn't contacted his family in 2 months. Vaya approached Carl, but he was hesitant and tried to evade the question. Vaya then realized that her husband might be involved in a serious scheme. She then left without further ado. Even today, she still hadn't seen her husband. Many women cheered because they had seen their husbands. They looked around at the crowd with a show of force, wishing everyone knew it was their husbands approaching. Everyone was very tolerant of these women. After all, their husbands were truly the pride of the community, and these women naturally had something to show off. Those whose husbands were workers or other social positions spoke to their children. You must bring honor to your mother in the future. Show your relatives that you too can be her pride. Leon, standing in the center, watched the phalanx slowly advance with a serious expression. His eyes were filled with satisfaction with the phalanx and a longing for the future. The war of unification had to begin. For their enemy was not only the Papal States in front of them, but also the gods far away in space. The Papal States was at best a clown, but the gods were all ungrateful ogres. They desperately wanted to see the Great Yin fall, so they could unleash their full might against it. The entire planet would become nutrient for the gods. Chapter 1250. As the parade began, besides the soldiers marching before them, a large number of armored vehicles also appeared. Even the latest Type 99A tanks, various armored vehicles, and Type 05 self-propelled howitzers made their debut at the parade. However, Lion was a man of action, and would not allow so much weaponry to be used exclusively for the parade. Dian had the economic strength to support the smooth deployment of all weapons. In addition to armored units, there were also numerous missile launchers, even towed artillery, self-propelled artillery, and truck-mounted guns. And there were also Air Force fighter jets flying over Yongin Street. As for the Navy, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't possibly bring their warships onto land, could they? But among the Navy, only Chester knew that bringing warships onto land was no longer a dream. As the parade concluded, Lion began his 5th anniversary speech. Today, we all stand here not only to witness the 5th anniversary of the founding of Great Yin, but also to mark the end of the second 5-year plan. From today on, I can proudly tell you that this world will have only one voice, the voice of our people. Today should be a day of universal celebration, but I have something unfortunate to tell you. That was the despicable Holdress. He sent his air force to attack Holif early this morning, but we defeated them. We even had a 0-12 record. We launched missiles from a position unseen by the enemy, destroying them from over 100 kilometers away. This is a symbol of our strength and our unwavering support. Over the past 5 years, thank you to all the people for their joint efforts. Without you, there would be no Great Yin today. We must work even harder. The future lies not only in our hands, but also in the hands of our descendants. They are still children, and we must protect them. We cannot change history, but we can create it, a history that belongs to the people. Today marks the end of 5 years, and also a new 5 years. We must continue to build this beautiful country, and make our home better and better. As for the Papal States, I can only say, may the best of luck be with you. Also, in the upcoming election, I hope my fellow citizens will vote for me. After saying all this, Lion prepared to leave the podium. Prime Minister Winston, standing beside him, announced the official start of the National Day ceremony. Just as Lion turned around, he returned to the podium, glanced around, and spoke. Long live the great Yin. Long live the people. Lion saluted. Everyone in the room rose from their seats and waved in greeting. Long live the great Yin. Long live the people. Long live the great Yin. Long live the people. The terrifying roar enveloped the entire lion grad. Fellow citizens from other cities, who were heading into the city from the suburbs, also heard the noise. Though they didn't know what was happening, they instinctively joined in the chant. Long live the great Yin. Long live the people. At that moment, inside the imperial palace in the capital of the Papal States, Holdress was catching up on sleep after waiting all night for the battle report, but he suddenly had a nightmare. He jolted awake. No! Holdress sat up in bed, exhaling heavily. He had just had a nightmare about the Papal States. He dreamt that the Papal States had fallen, crushed by the Wehrmacht with overwhelming force. Last night's defeat had filled Holdress with fear. After finally falling asleep, he had another nightmare. The Papal States had been shattered by the Wehrmacht. This was unacceptable to Holdress. He hurriedly summoned his ministers. The ministers hurried to the palace and demanded to know why Holdress had summoned them. When they learned that Holdress had summoned them because of a nightmare, each of them felt a complex mix of emotions. Although Emperor Holdress was somewhat cruel, he possessed considerable ability, but for some reason. Over the years, Holdress had become increasingly mystical. In the immediate aftermath of his defeat, Holdress was full of fighting spirit, striving to make the country prosperous and strong. But now, Holdress had completely changed. Not only did he become paranoid, he even began to suspect himself. He believed someone close to him was out to harm him. The ministers lived in constant fear, carefully serving this difficult master. Your Majesty, some dreams shouldn't be taken seriously, and dreams can be the opposite of what you thought they meant. The ministers began to speak. Holdress finally relaxed. But soon, Holdress became nervous again. But our surprise attack last night failed. The returning pilots told me they didn't even see the Wehrmacht fighters. They were locked onto by missiles. Holdress became paranoid again. The ministers were at their wits' end, so they contacted the concubines in the harem, asking them to come and comfort Holdress. Holdress was finally appeased. Night had arrived. De Yin was celebrating, but the situation in the Papal States was not so good. In the De Yin-controlled area, a large number of National Defense Army soldiers had gathered at the border, and were ready to launch an attack on the Papal States. They were biding their time. Because they couldn't bring war to the mother of the nation on her birthday, they could only wait until the next day. As soldiers, when they learned that their nation had been attacked on her birthday, they were furious. They probably wanted to rush forward and tear the Papal States apart. But they restrained themselves, waiting until at least midnight before launching their attack. The seconds ticked by. A large number of soldiers gathered near the border, and the troops defending the Papal States border also realized that something was amiss. Why is the Wehrmacht on the other side so excited today? Is that right? In addition to the army, the airborne troops and missile units had already identified their targets. The clock ticked until finally midnight. When the second hand passed 12, the commander of the 1st Infantry Army immediately ordered the attack. At the same time, the missile units launched their missiles. A large number of missiles flew out from the Elven Empire and the mainland of Great Yin, then flew towards the Papal States. The soldiers of the Papal States were soundly asleep when they were directly struck by artillery shells. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions jolted the entire border force from their slumber. Before the soldiers could even comprehend what was happening, they were completely shattered by the Wehrmacht. Along with the army's attack, the Air Force's fighter jets and the airborne troops' low-altitude penetration were also launched. I heard you're so powerful. How dare you touch a tiger's butt? Chapter 1251. A single encounter. The National Defense Army destroyed the Papal States' border defenses. Holdress boasted daily about the Papal States' comprehensive border defenses. He promised his people that the Great Yin could not destroy the Papal States' border defenses. The Papal States' border defenses were impenetrable, but within 15 minutes of the battle, the Papal States' border defenses were completely shattered. The Papal Army soldiers, who survived the artillery fire, crawled from the rubble. They saw numerous vehicle lights in the distance. When they saw what lay beyond, their faces were filled with despair. Countless tanks and armored vehicles, and the Great Yin's preparations went even further. Great Yin fighter planes roared through the air, striking vital targets behind the defenses. and hundreds of helicopters were flying close to the ground. Not only for low-altitude penetration, but also to boost morale. Air supremacy is in our hands. Within half an hour of the battle, the Papal States had lost air supremacy over its borders. A single fiery Sun missile directly bombed the Papal Air Force headquarters. Holdress was completely mad. He was raging like a madman, and at the same time, he ordered all fighter planes in the southern region to take off. Let the fighter planes fight for air supremacy with the Great Yen Air Force. Holdress knew that Great Yen's hegemony depended on air supremacy. To compete with Great Yen, they had to fight for air supremacy. The Papal pilots fell silent when they learned that they had to face the challenge. It was an unfair fight, but they took off anyway. Because they were the Papal army, they had to defend their country. There's no right or wrong in war, because it's inherently wrong. The only right thing is to preserve humanity in war. What these Papal pilots about to die didn't know was that this war was caused by Holdress's capriciousness. The Great Yen Aerospace Force was tearing apart the Papal States' rear base. Two Su-27s flew over a village. Awakening the villagers, a child rushed into the yard, staring blankly at the night sky above, watching the two Su-27s fly away. Are they from the Great Yen? Has the war begun? The child's words silenced the adults, who had arrived after hearing the news. The adults stared at the passing fighter jets, their thoughts uncertain. The village chief, after a long pause, looked at the stunned crowd and asked, "Don't stand there. Pack your things. The Great Yen army is about to attack. Holdress, that emperor. He didn't bring us bread, but war." The village chief's words snapped everyone to their senses, and they immediately began to pack their things. To everyone's surprise, the Su-27s returned quickly. They were pursuing two Papal States fighters. These two Papal States fighters were about to attack the Wehrmacht on the front lines, when they were spotted by the cruising Su-27s. The Su-27s, naturally, gave them no chance and launched a direct pursuit. The pilots of these two fighters were not only lucky, but also quite skilled. Because the Su-27s were performing precision strike missions, they only carried one PL-15 missile for self-defense. The Su-27s now had only one PL-15 missile to attack the Papal States fighters. Another Su-27 had already launched a PL-15 missile. But the Papal pilot dodged it with tinfoil and aerial maneuvers. Now, only one PL-15 was operational. The Aerospace Force pilots were nervous. The Papal pilots were also afraid. They had dodged one PL-15, but it was dark. They had no way of seeing how many PL-15s the Su-27 had. Even more frightening was the fact that the Su-27 kept firing control at the Papal fighter, and it wouldn't let go. The Papal fighters could only flee at full speed. The fighters' flight alarms blared continuously. Enemy lock! Enemy lock! Enemy lock! While the Aerospace Force pilots were contacting friendly units, urging them to come and take out the two fighters, the Papal pilots belatedly realized something was amiss. Because the Yen fighters hadn't launched any more missiles, instead playing cat and mouse. This was not right. The Papal pilots decided to give it a try. One fighter continued forward, drawing fire, while the other rapidly ascended. The terrifying load caused the Papal States pilot's nose to bleed. The fighter executed several overloaded maneuvers. The Aerospace Force pilot was stunned. Aren't we just fighting so hard? With these few maneuvers, the Papal States fighter flew directly behind the Su-27 without missiles. The Aerospace Force pilot immediately ascended and rolled to avoid it. But the Papal States fighter had already locked onto the Su-27. Hearing the warning tone, the pilot sweated profusely. Enemy lock! Enemy missile! The Aerospace Force pilot immediately launched heat flares, but they failed to disrupt the missile. Followed by tinfoil. But the result was the same. The missiles continued to follow closely. The pilot finally understood that the Papal missiles were guided by magic. Seeing the missiles so close, the pilot gritted his teeth and accelerated his Su-27 into a dive. Unable to evade in a straight line, he could only exploit the terrain. The pilot zeroed in on a nearby mountain range. Even further away, the pilot locked onto another Papal fighter and decisively unleashed his final PL-15 round. A single PL-15 round accurately struck the Papal fighter. The Papal fighter exploded mid-air, disintegrating into a fireball. The villagers witnessed this scene clearly. Some felt a sense of sadness. They could only helplessly watch their own fighters being shot down. The Su-27, pursued by the missiles, was frantically fleeing. The pilot treated the Su-27 like a car, flying low to the ground in the night, circling the mountainous terrain. The pilot of the Papal States fighter jet behind them realized the great flame pilot before them was no ordinary fighter, and decisively launched 2 more missiles. 3 missiles flew in a triangular formation toward the Su-27. The Su-27 pilot, watching the missiles approach, gritted his teeth and plunged directly into the vast canyon below. In the darkness, flying a fighter jet at full speed into the canyon area. This was no ordinary warrior. The pilot knew he absolutely could not be shot down. He would rather crash into the canyon wall and die than be shot down. Shooting down would be a pillar of shame. The wingman, upon seeing this, was terrified. "Vasily, are you crazy?" Listening to his teammates, Vasily spoke over the radio. "I'm not crazy. I can't be shot down like this. I don't want to be a disgrace to the aerospace forces." With that, Vasily piloted the Su-27 directly into the canyon. One of the 3 pursuing missiles crashed directly into the canyon's cliffs. The cliff collapsed instantly, leaving only the other 2 missiles in pursuit. The Papal fighter pilots behind him couldn't help but gasp. Is air combat always this desperate? Then he inadvertently wiped the blood from his nose. Chapter 1252. 1 minute later. 2 explosions were heard in the canyon. Both sides waiting to see if Vasily could make it out. The next second, a battered Su-27 emerged from the canyon. The wingman's pilot instantly cheered. The Papal pilot, a look of disbelief on his face, fled without a backward glance. He knew that by the time Vasily piloted the Su-27 out of the canyon, the Papal States had already lost. And a complete defeat. Vasily did not pursue the Papal fighters, but instead flew his fighter to Horif Air Base. Although Vasily made it out alive, the tail and wings were severely damaged, and one engine appeared to have been hit by debris, rendering it inoperable. The Su-27 could now disintegrate at any moment. Vasily was flying with his life at stake. 81,193. Your aircraft has been detected as severely damaged. Base recommends an immediate parachute exit. 81,193 received. I will attempt to return. Please keep the runway clear. Over. The wingman was also on the radio, and the pilot immediately flew it to escort Vasily back home. Looking at the battered Su-27 beside him, the wingman suddenly understood why his instructor had told him on his first day as a pilot. The aerospace force is the face of the great yin. It was earned by our predecessors at the cost of their lives. High aspirations is our image. Looking at Vasily, the wingman fell silent. The 2 planes flew towards Horif. The ground forces were even more ferocious. If the aerospace force is the face of the great yin, then the army is the backbone of the great yin. The army has always been about blood, sweat, and no tears. In their eyes, sacrifice is the norm. In the yin, there are no veterans of 100 battles, because veterans have generally been promoted, and the true veterans are already buried in the ground. The Air Force has control of the air. The Wehrmacht is advancing rapidly. Holders deployed only the filling divisions along the first line of defense at the border. Under the Wehrmacht saturation attack, they had no power to fight back and were forced to organize a defense. Holders was strategizing the battle situation when the Minister of Defense rushed over in a panic. Your Majesty, this is bad. We lost air superiority. Holders gave a matter-of-fact look, then sighed with relief. Send the word out. Abandon the border and use our deep penetration to wear down the Wehrmacht. Holders was a clever man. He knew full well that De Yen favored blitzkrieg and annihilation warfare. The Wehrmacht excelled at using mobile forces to carve up the battlefield, then concentrating superior forces to encircle and annihilate the enemy. The Wehrmacht's combat effectiveness was naturally sufficient to defeat a larger force, yet it preferred to outnumber them. Such a Wehrmacht was naturally invincible. And Lion always prepared at the outset of each battle. He became the logistics captain, ensuring the Wehrmacht's safety. The Wehrmacht had won victories, suffered bitter victories, and endured mass casualties, but never had it run out of ammunition or lost. Lion knew he couldn't command large-scale operations, so he played the role of mascot. He immediately went to the logistics department, and the logistics department instantly became energized, frantically pulling supplies to the front lines. The Papal States border. The Wehrmacht destroyed Holders' 16 line-felling divisions deployed along the border. Approximately 100,000 men were wiped out without a single ripple. 2 divisions were completely wiped out, 8 were scattered, and 6 were further from the front lines. They fled immediately after the battle began, thus avoiding encirclement and annihilation. While urging these 6 divisions to flee, Holders assembled 50,000 elite troops and 150,000 reinforcements, preparing to build a defensive line along the Song River. In one night, Holders' ambitions were shattered. He had originally thought his troops could at least hold out, but they collapsed. This was also due to Holders' hesitation. Holders had not provided the reinforcements with sufficient weapons and equipment. Only anti-aircraft weapons were sufficient. But how could they intercept missiles and ground forces? The Papal army's defeat was inevitable. Holders then dispatched his 4th Armored Group, totaling 200,000 men, preparing for a bloody battle at the Song River. The airborne troops deployed 120 helicopters and hundreds of drones, carrying out airborne operations against key cities within 300 kilometers of the Papal States' border. Control these transportation hubs, then destroy roads and railways and lay mines. Slowed down the Papal army's advance, making it easier for the Wehrmacht to encircle and annihilate them. The commander of the 1st Infantry Army discovered Holder's intentions. After understanding Holder's intention to engage in a fierce battle at Sanjiang, the commander divided his army into two. 2 mechanized infantry divisions would attack from the front. The other 2 mechanized infantry divisions would advance westward, bypassing the Sanjiang River, crossing the Papal States' Chakra Plateau, penetrating into the Papal States' northwest, and then making a deep, outflanking move to assault the Papal States' capital. This plan was excellent, and the commander was pleased, as was Holder. With such a large commotion, Holderus naturally knew about it. But the commander wanted Holderus to know the army's movements. You want to use the Sanjiang River to intercept us? My sword isn't insignificant either. Then I break through the Sanjiang River's defenses. But this was only what the commander said to his men. The commander's real strategy was to wait for the army to land. Frank led the Crusaders in guerrilla warfare along the western coast. And in the western seas, a massive army was gathering. All the warships of the High Seas Fleet were assembled at the Dragon's lair. The dragons were stunned. They stared at the dozen or so aircraft carriers, at a loss for words. Besides the aircraft carriers, there were hundreds more warships. For the first time, they understood that even tiny humans possessed the power to overturn the world. Especially when the dragons learned that the warships before them weren't all there was, a large number of them were gathering. Once the warships were assembled, they would launch an attack on the Papal States' western coast. Holders believed the dragon's lair to the west wouldn't offer to Hien a backdoor. So he placed many of his industrial facilities along the western coast. This not only enabled him to obtain sufficient resources from the eastern continent via sea transport, but also enabled him to develop his economy and export goods more conveniently. But the Yan's economic sanctions ultimately devastated them. Unable to relocate their industrial base for the time being, the Papal State could only strengthen its defenses along the western coast. To secure the western coast, the Papal State deployed an armored army group there. Once again, it consisted of 50,000 elite troops and 150,000 reinforcements. But what these people didn't know was that they would soon face a massive wave from the Navy. Chapter 1253. Holdress assembled his troops, preparing for a top-tier defense. He also ordered an armored army group to advance southward from the north. He blocked the enemy on the central Chakra Plateau. He also attempted to annihilate the 2 Wehrmacht divisions. 200,000 versus 100,000. Is that at least the advantage on my side? Although the line-filling infantry couldn't be used as elite troops, they could still hold their own for a while, right? And another armored army group was flanking from the east. Holders was playing a grand game. Through various means, he mobilized all 800,000 troops. In addition to the 200,000 troops defending the west, he had staked his entire 600,000 troops on the board. And because of the falling out, Holdress immediately began conscription. He planned to recruit another 200,000 elite troops and 600,000 line-filling troops. This would nearly double the army. The Papal State could no longer withstand Holdress's tactical maneuvers. But Holdress knew better than to mention that if he didn't win this war, not only would he be hanged, but the entire Papal State would be reduced to ruin. De Yin would never let these manipulators off lightly. So Holdress immediately initiated forced conscription, frantically recruiting soldiers from those regions that supported him. At the same time, he transferred previously held reserve soldiers to active duty. This was used to assemble the 200,000 elite troops. The Papal State was not currently short of weapons. At least the elite troops could ensure full vehicle inventory. As for the fill-in troops, they could only be described as soldiers with guns and, at most, body armor, full artillery, and ample anti-aircraft weapons. And then it was gone. What? You ask how mobile such a force is? The answer, of course, is incredibly fast. They're highly skilled in mountain warfare, and even their infantry can be motorized. Because they have so few trucks, most of them are used for logistics. In other words, the soldiers rely entirely on their own 2 legs, with almost no vehicles available. Such is the fate of a line-filling force. But at least they're equipped with ammunition and intact body armor. So they can be sent to the battlefield and minced. Dawn finally arrived, and the Wehrmacht's fierce attack gradually slowed. The Wehrmacht began to eliminate the surrounding stragglers and mobilize forces from the mainland. In addition to the 1st Infantry Army, the military headquarters had already mobilized the 1st and 2nd Panzer Armies. The 2nd Infantry Army was also mobilized and sent to the Dragon's Lair. They landed on the western coast of the Papal States under the cover of the High Seas Fleet. And the eastern continent was not at peace either. At the Wehrmacht's instruction, mercenaries began various operations targeting the Western French Empire to the south, because they're actively provoking war. For the isolated East Continent, what Great Yin needs isn't a peaceful East Continent, but a few provinces within it. The succubus kingdom of the East Continent has begun secretly contacting the garrison at Northwind Harbor. They intend to encircle the 3 kingdoms from both sides, directly attacking them from both sides. And the Western Empire to the south is actively engaging the 3 kingdoms. Emperor Gaius is ambitious. He doesn't want to be ruled by Great Yin. He wants to be emperor, not just an ordinary person. Having experienced the life of an emperor, he naturally won't be content to be a mere mortal again. But he also knew that the Western Empire alone couldn't contend with the Great Yin. To fight the Great Yin, he had to muster all the forces he could muster. So he decisively contacted the 3 kingdoms, as well as the Papal States far away in the Western continent. When Holdras learned that Gaius also wanted to fight the Great Yin, he was incredibly excited. But it turned out that Gaius's Western Empire was somewhat abstract. Their weaponry was far inferior to that of the National Defense Army, and they couldn't even defeat the former Papal States. Now it was Holdras's turn to be stunned. For a moment, he didn't know how to deal with Gaius. The Western Empire and the kingdoms of the entire Eastern continent were nothing more than useless. It's tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard them. If Holdras chose to support these countries, he would be like the Papal States supporting the Orc Empire, not only expending a huge amount of military aid, but also facing the wrath of the Great Yin if he failed. This was a thankless task. After all, there was no guarantee that the country he was aiding would be able to repel the Great Yin. After the Orc Empire's experience, Holdras never dared to rashly aid a country again. Because if his aid went awry, there was a high possibility of a catastrophe. But now, Holdras no longer cared. Having broken with the Great Yin, there was no other solution. The Great Yin had only so many troops. If these small countries could hold back a certain amount of their forces, then it would greatly relieve Holdras's pressure. To be honest, the combined forces of the Western Empire and the 3 kingdoms might not be able to defeat a single armored army group of the Papal States. But the problem was, the mercenaries were even able to chase these people. This clearly showed how low their fighting power was. The problem was that the Western Empire and the 3 kingdoms were all eager to prove themselves. They were frantically developing their military buildup, to the point that their economies were distorted. Several uprisings even broke out domestically due to excessive taxation. But they were all suppressed by Gaius's military. The other 3 kingdoms were not much better off. Being small and sparsely populated, developing their military buildup was practically impossible. Moreover, they were developing their own strategies in isolation, without any reference points. The Western Empire to the south could only offer some experience. After all, the so-called war between Northern and Southern Western Empire was essentially a fight between 2 children, ultimately crushed by the Great Yin mercenaries. They had no chance of fighting back. The more they pushed for self-promotion, the more likely they were to fail. As the war with the Papal States began, the nations of the Eastern continent also began to stir. They saw this as an opportunity, and they wanted to unite the remaining nations in the world. After all, they were only small nations, helpless and adrift. Most people could only drift with the tide. In the Shifa Empire's palace, Emperor Gaius was listening to reports from his ministers. When Gaius learned that war had broken out between Great Yin and the Papal States, he was instantly excited. For he saw this as an opportunity. But what he didn't know was that the entire Shifa Empire could no longer withstand the turmoil. On the surface, the Shifa Empire appeared peaceful. In reality, undercurrents were stirring. In a dark alley in the capital, a group of people with red scarves tied around their heads were mobilizing. They wanted to change this country. Chapter 1254. The war between the 2 great powers affected countless smaller nations. Several small nations on the eastern continent began to stir, but their people were no longer willing to risk their future. They began to seek every possible way to find a way out. They didn't want to send their children to war, and they certainly didn't want to see their children die. But this was the tragedy of feudal dynasties. They had to sacrifice everything at the ruler's command. Soldiers guarded the borders, peasants engaged in production, but what about the rulers? If they were wise, there would be no need to criticize them. But the problem was, If these feudal rulers were incompetent, or even fools who didn't know how to be incompetent, then the lives of the common people would be in dire straits. After all, there were emperors in history who didn't even know how to be incompetent. Several kingdoms were preparing for war. But within their ranks, large-scale peasant uprisings broke out. The mercenaries preparing to provoke war were dumbfounded. Just as they were about to stir up some trouble in Maple Leaf City, a revolution erupted there. To be more precise, it erupted south of Maple Leaf City. The South was controlled by the Western Empire. The entire Western Empire's territory in Maple Leaf City and its surrounding areas only covered half of the southern half. The surrounding area was all Great Yin territory. So, to prevent its people from fleeing, the Western Empire chose to build a wall, trapping the entire southern population inside. At first, the southern residents were complacent. Because most of them were opportunists, they had surrendered when Bonaparte arrived, and then surrendered again when the Western Empire's army returned. It was through this method of surrender that they successfully preserved their family line and continued their lineage. At first, they thought the West French Empire would continue as before, at least vigorously developing its economy. But the problem was that Gaius was desperate to reclaim his territory, and was constantly preparing for war. The entire country was under constant high-pressure control and intense tension, leading the nation down a wrong path. The residents of Maple Leaf City were a case in point. Because they only owned half the city, they didn't even have access to the surrounding farmland. So, the city's residents relied on the West French Empire to the south, which shipped food into the city daily. In the beginning, Gaius, in order to outdo Great Yin, not only provided regular and adequate food every day, but also provided a large amount of fruit and nutritional supplements. He wanted to use this method to show the people of the north that he was their most wise monarch. But as time passed, the West French Empire gradually began to falter. Because they had failed to reclaim the northern industrial zone, and Gaius was intensifying his military expansion and preparations for war. Some of Bonaparte's defeated troops were gathered and reorganized into the Western French Empire's army. With an increased military presence, the output of the arsenals naturally needed to increase. The great steelmaking campaign required manpower, and the factories needed workers. Naturally, fewer farmers worked the fields, and with fewer farmers, there was less food. Thus, the people south of Maple Leaf City discovered with horror that their food supply was gradually dwindling, and their daily supply was gradually decreasing. The only ones who remained spirited were the ceremonial guards. Due to Maple Leaf City's political significance, the governor established an office there. Initially, only mercenaries were assigned to stand guard. But the Western Empire's ceremonial guards to the south were like crazy. They insisted on competing with the mercenaries in military posture. The governor was so angry that he almost threw a bowl. "You're so impressive just because you can goose step, right?" The governor directly dispatched 24 men from the Bayfong port garrison and sent them to the office to directly confront the Western Empire's ceremonial guards to the south. The daily handover ceremony was a source of much fascination for residents on both sides. But over time, the northern residents continued to laugh, while the southern residents stopped. Because they couldn't laugh anymore. In a residential building south of Maple Leaf City, a worried husband stared at his two hungry children, while his beautiful young wife rummaged through the kitchen drawers, searching for food. "I remember I hid 2 cans of food at home?" the wife asked, puzzled. The 2 children lowered their heads in fear. The husband naturally saw through the children's evasion, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled and patted the children. "It's okay, it's yours anyway." The husband's words caught his wife's attention. She suddenly realized what was going on, and went over to the children, ready to teach them a lesson. "Okay, you two. These 2 cans are for Daddy. Daddy's out, so who's going to earn money to buy food for you?" The wife was about to attack, but the husband quickly stopped her. "Honey, calm down. 2 cans are nothing." The wife collapsed upon hearing this. "No big deal. We've been starving for days now. It's okay for the 3 of us to go hungry, but what about you? You have to work 12 hours a day in the factory. Although he provides 1 meal, you and I both know that meal is just rice porridge. I'm not angry because they stole the food, but because I'm afraid I never see you again." Karen next door fainted on the production line from hunger and got caught in a machine. The wife grew increasingly agitated as she spoke. The husband hurriedly hugged her. She cried for a long time in her husband's arms, and the 2 children, realizing their mistake, lowered their heads in silence. In reality, no one was wrong, because the children were hungry too. The real fault lies with those high-ranking rulers. The husband finally managed to comfort his wife, then looked at the wall that blocked their path to light. "This wall should be torn down. This thought suddenly crossed the husband's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Because in the south, all residents were forbidden from discussing the wall. Even though they knew there was light beyond the wall, they dared not act rashly. In the beginning, a wall is just a wall. But later, the Western Empire soldiers erected electrified barbed wire, and even rigged it with butterfly mines. Is this to prevent outsiders from entering? Or is it to keep those inside from leaving? The hearts of the people won't be blocked by a bridge. When the Western Empire tried to contain the people with a wall, their fate was doomed. Because in this world, what's least needed, and what's most needed, are these hard-working people. Gaius knew this, but he had no choice but to do it. Because, for Gaius, face is often paramount. As the saying goes, if you want face, you suffer in life. Gaius was about to face the consequences. Boom! Just as the husband was stunned, an explosion erupted from near the wall. He hurried over and found a child lying in a pool of blood. He had seen a piece of food near the wall, most likely deliberately thrown there by residents from the north. The little boy thought he wouldn't trip a mine, but reality didn't. Chapter 1255. The moment the child collapsed beneath the wall, the people to the south were filled with rage. The boy's parents wept bitterly as they cradled the blood-soaked body. A young soldier nearby didn't know how to comfort the man before him, for he and his comrades had deployed these butterfly mines. He was an upright soldier. Despite the imperial decree that they didn't need to mark the minefield, he secretly did so anyway. The surrounding residents knew this young soldier wasn't a heartless lackey of militarism. Most people are normal, but in this abstract world, even normal people have to feign madness to survive. Soon, an officer arrived. But instead of offering comfort, he berated them. Don't you know this is a minefield? Your son deserves it. The officer raged. He couldn't escape responsibility for the child's death, and he was likely to be dismissed soon. He was now filled with rage, lashing out at the boy's parents. Upon hearing this, the boy's mother's eyes flashed with resentment, and his father punched the officer. What did you say? Say it again. You don't have children? Don't you understand the pain of losing a child? That's right. A Gaius lackey like you has no family. Your child will likely die before it's even born. The father lashed out. The officer paused, then spat out a tooth. The officer, having recovered, drew his rifle. A young soldier nearby stopped the officer. Captain, calm down. It's not worth getting angry over such a person. At the same time, he signaled his comrades to send the man away to prevent retaliation from the company commander. But the company commander refused to let the man go, and fired directly at him. Bang! A bullet struck the man's arm, and he fell to the ground. The young soldier was stunned, looking at the officer in bewilderment. Why kill your own people? The woman rushed forward to protect her husband. The officer was about to fire again, but the bullet jammed. At this moment, the angry people overturned the table. A worker rushed forward and tried to grab the officer's gun. In a panic, the soldier ejected the bullet and then shot the worker. Bang! The worker fell. The officer said smugly, "You're too young to fight me." But the next moment, he felt a chill on his back. He turned around and was horrified to find a large number of people standing behind him. What are you doing? Rebellion? I'm an imperial officer. You bunch of... Before the officer could finish, the angry crowd charged forward. Bang! 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 After several shots, the officer's ammunition was completely emptied. Because the young soldier had grabbed the officer's hand, the officer could only fire into the air. Several shots went blank. This gave the common people an opportunity. They rushed forward, snatched the officer's gun, and then proceeded to beat and kick him, making the officer feel the people's anger. The soldiers the officer had brought with him tried to rescue him, but were stopped by the garrison guarding the border wall. As guards of the border wall, they naturally saw countless civilians staring at the wall with longing eyes every day. The common people didn't have so many concerns, they simply wanted to make their lives better. But this pitiful wall before them blocked their future. Everyone could have a bright future, but because of this wall, the relationship between the army and the people was like fire and water. And the great Yen in the north could only watch them laugh. Before today, this fig leaf hadn't been completely torn off. But today, it was completely torn off. The officers were beaten by the crowd, and even their guns were taken away. The entire high-ranking officials of the Western Empire were furious. Even after learning that everything was justifiable, Gaius decided to suppress the people in the city. A mob. How dare they rebel against the great Emperor Gaius? Throw them all into the sea to feed the fish. The Maple Leaf City garrison received the order to suppress them, but they hesitated. Most of them were unwilling to carry out the order. As guards of the border wall, They had naturally seen the scenery north and understood that they were just frogs in a well. He then glanced at the ridiculous joke being propagated daily to the south, claiming the West French Empire was supreme. The guards were instantly elevating themselves. They began to get off work their shifts on time, no longer caring about guarding the border wall. The public's hearts had long since flown beyond the wall. The so-called border wall was merely the West French Empire's last fig leaf. Upon learning that the army was unwilling to carry out his orders, Gaius flew into a rage and hastily mobilized troops from the surrounding areas to march north. He dispatched a 2,000-man force directly to Maple Leaf City for an armed suppression. The governor of Northwind Harbor reported the situation to Leningrad and ordered the Northwind Harbor military base to enter a Level 1 combat readiness status. This was the West French Empire's internal affairs, and they had no business getting involved. But the question was, if they didn't interfere, how could they justify sending troops? What? You are actually oppressing the people. We will seek justice for them. So there they were. In contrast to the Northwind Harbor garrison, the mercenaries were incredibly excited. Because mercenaries' wages in peacetime were only half of their wartime wages. Furthermore, if they didn't fight, they couldn't earn merit, and if they didn't earn merit, they couldn't earn generous rewards. So it became a vicious cycle. Only war could keep these mercenaries afloat. Gaius was unaware of the actions that Great Yin had already begun in the north. At that moment, he dispatched 2,000 troops into Maple Leaf City and began a house-to-house search for civilians who had participated in the daytime assault on officers. The residents of the entire southern region shared a common hatred for the enemy, and were unwilling to expose any of their compatriots involved. But these were Gaius's lackeys, true henchmen. They won't bother with such trivial matters. Since you won't confess, we punish you all together. Then these lackeys began a ruthless crackdown. They smashed and looted every home. Almost every household was ransacked, men beaten and bruised, women kidnapped. Gold and silver jewelry were stuffed into pants, and the entire south was filled with wailing. Just then, movement came from the north side of the border wall. The next second, the border wall collapsed. A T-72 tank shattered the last remaining dignity of the Western French Empire, turning its gun on these lackeys. Good evening, have you eaten? The tank commander leaned out of the tank, smiling broadly. Chapter 1256. The moment the Wehrmacht tanks crashed through the wall, both the residents to the south and the troops dispatched were stunned. Are these tanks? The Great Yin people are coming? Gaius's henchmen remained silent as they watched the guns pointed at them. The civilians helped each other to their feet. The Wehrmacht officer waved his hand, and a large number of soldiers crossed the border wall. The Shifa Empire officer couldn't help but shout. This is Shifa Empire territory. The land of the great majesty Gaius. You have no right to offend. Hearing the officer's words, the Wehrmacht officer smiled, then jumped off the tank, approached the officer, and spoke. Gaius's land? Then let me ask you, will he agree if you ask him? If he won't, then what's the point of saying the land beneath our feet belongs to some damn Gaius? I tell you, this is everyone's home, not just yours. The leader and the governor told us to exercise restraint, but we simply can't stand it any longer. What's a bunch of big men bullying a bunch of unarmed civilians? Come and bully us if you dare. The officer said this with a wave of his hand. Dozens of tanks toppled a large section of the border wall, crushing the buried butterfly mines. Not only that, hundreds of Wehrmacht soldiers marched in measured steps before the crowd. Without a word, they silently patted their rifles and shouldered them. The Western French officer's face darkened as he looked at the Wehrmacht soldiers, their faces filled with disdain. The Wehrmacht soldiers naturally wouldn't treat those who bullied the weak with kindness. The very essence of imperial contempt was revealed in this moment. The Spanish officer blushed. As the regimental commander, he was suddenly being treated with disdain by a bunch of mediocre soldiers. The officer wanted to get angry, but he realized the people before him were the Great Yin people. They were notoriously protective of their own. If they provoked the Great Yin people, it would be the end. The officer simply endured the humiliation. If Bonaparte could endure it, why couldn't I? Bonaparte, come down, I have something to ask you. In the end, the officer could only watch helplessly as the Wehrmacht marched into the south. This feeling of powerlessness made him feel utterly incompetent. He looked at the cheering mob and cursed them fiercely in his heart. You untouchables! His Majesty's army will surely slaughter you all. The Wehrmacht marched into the south and dispatched deminers to clear all the butterfly mines. The butterfly mine was a brutal weapon. It resembled a butterfly and contained a very small charge, barely enough to kill an adult. It was triggered by a trigger. Once someone stepped on it, their foot was gone. Butterfly mines are cheap and easily incapacitate soldiers. They're notorious because they're so easily picked up by children as toys. Adults can break arms and legs, let alone these children. Lion has always banned the use of these barbaric weapons, but the Western Empire used them on its own people first. Watching the great Yen miners carefully clearing mines, the residents of the South smiled in relief. It seems good times have finally arrived. The Western Empire officer and his men fled in disgrace. They returned all the stolen goods and apologized to the families of the injured. But the National Defense Army didn't completely eradicate the problem. It wasn't that they didn't want to deal with these beasts, but Lion wanted to reduce casualties and scale down the war. If they killed all 2,000 of them at the outset, would anyone surrender? Aren't bullets free? The lives of great Yen soldiers are so precious. Lion gave Gaius a chance to surrender, but Gaius not only cut off his own escape route, but also dug a grave for himself. The Imperial Palace of the Western FA Empire. A bunch of insects. Lion is a coward. All the great Yen people deserve death. Gaius simply smashed and destroyed everything, venting his anger. A minister nearby spoke very cleverly. Your Majesty, the great Yen people are so despicable. Why don't we eliminate them within our own country? It serve as a warning to others. Are you crazy? What if great Yen retaliates? Just as Gaius was about to stop him, a minister spoke up. We can use legitimate reasons. Great Yen is a nation of propriety. As long as we maintain the moral high ground, great Yen will have no way to stop us. After listening to his Saget's advice, Gaius suddenly felt this plan was sound, and he immediately issued an order. All citizens of this country, the despicable great Yen people have started a war. We must drive them out. This is our Shifa Empire. Our eastern continent. Gaius issued this order, implying to his subordinates and the people that they could plunder the great Yen people's assets without any conditions. Overnight, the tens of thousands of great Yen people in the Shifa Empire were turned upside down. Hundreds were brutally murdered, and thousands were imprisoned. When this news reached great Yen, Leon collapsed to the ground. Hundreds of innocent lives were lost. Leon couldn't accept this outcome, and crouched under the table in a state of disbelief. Yuan Qingqi, watching from the side, felt a surge of anxiety. Hubby you. Leon reached out, and covered Yuan Qingqi's mouth. Can you please leave me alone for a moment? Yuan Qingqi looked at the slightly exhausted Leon, a pang of pain piercing his heart. Then, he kissed Leon and silently withdrew. As the door closed, Leon erupted in the study. Lion looked at the map on the table and, with a single punch, shattered the territory of the Western French Empire. I'm so pissed! Leon cursed and dialed. General Margelov, I hope the airborne troops can capture Gaius alive. And then deliver him to his fellow victims, so he can die as an apology. Leon hung up without waiting for Margelov's reply, because he had someone else to call. William, mobilize 2 Imperial Guard divisions, and head to the East Continent immediately. I want you to rescue our compatriots. If one of my compatriots dies, I will pay with 10 of my own. Leon roared. But this payback refers to the members of the Western nobility, and those Westerners who participated in the operation against the great Yen people. Gaius hadn't realized the disaster was imminent until he learned that his men had plundered millions of gold coins from the great Yen people. Gaius was instantly excited. Are the great Yen people so wealthy? If so, while Gaius was still pondering this, a terrifying noise was heard from the sky. Rushing out of the hall, hundreds of great Yen fighter jets were circling over the capital of the Western Empire. One fighter jet even charged directly towards Gaius. In front of Gaius's face, a missile was fired at the hall where Gaius was standing. Ministers and guards nearby hurried to escort Gaius away. A Shifa Empire priest took to the air, attempting to intercept the missile. The Shifa Empire priest was incredibly arrogant on this demon-poor continent. As a 9th-rank expert, he was a literal hegemon. Even Emperor Gaius had to give him some respect. A small missile, nothing to fear. The imperial priest covered his entire body with magical energy and then crashed head-on into the missile. Boom! The next second, a small black dot suddenly fell from the sky, smashing a hole in the hall. Why did this figure look so much like a priest? Chapter 1257. Gaius's palace was directly destroyed by the fighter jets. The imperial priest was already black, collapsing in the rubble. He couldn't understand how a seemingly insignificant missile could destroy him like this. Gaius stared at the ruins of his own palace in a daze. His palace was gone just like that. Gaius didn't have time to think before he saw the fighter jets complete their mission and depart. He paid no attention to what was happening below. At that moment, Gaius understood completely. How could the Western Empire, lacking even an air force, fight against the great Yen Empire? The mercenary corps began to march south. They would become the main force for the Great Yin Empire's conquest of the eastern continent. The war with the Papal States meant that Lion would not waste too many troops in the eastern continent. What a piece of trash! Are you worthy of my mobilizing? The mercenary corps had now expanded to 120,000 men. Aside from lacking an air force and navy, it possessed a considerable number of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, as well as a large number of artillery. The mercenaries' equipment was probably slightly inferior to that of the Papal States' elite troops. But the two were completely on a different level. Although mercenaries weren't considered regular troops, the Wehrmacht officers had always trained these mercenaries like slaves. For the pay, they had to work. As long as they didn't die from training, they would train to death. What? Die from training? Never mind all that nonsense. Just talk to the insurance company. While they weren't likely to die from training, hospitalization was still a common occurrence. However, under this infernal intensity, everyone's abilities improved dramatically. For a time, the mercenaries became the most powerful troops in Yin. Although their equipment was a bit inferior, they were more than enough to crush the eastern continent. Furthermore, the governor of Northwind Harbor ordered the 128 fighter jets at the air base to fully cooperate with the mercenaries. With the support of the Air Force, the mercenaries' combat effectiveness increased several-fold. The downfall of Gaius and his corrupt empire was only a matter of time. At the port of Dragon's Nest, a massive fleet of over 300 ships finally set sail. More than 10 aircraft carriers, carrying over 300 Su-33 carrier-based aircraft, and over 20 frigates, formed a formidable carrier battle group. And on the small island east of Dragon's Nest, the entire island had been transformed into a military base. Over 32 95s and 5 Tu-160s were waiting in the hangar for orders. The Great Yin's Second Armored Army appeared on the islands like a ghost. And the Marines also appeared like ghosts on the islands. Grand Marshal Chester was the commander-in-chief, responsible for formulating the landing plan. Chester originally planned to land directly at the port, but discovered that Holdress had deployed a large number of coastal defense bunkers and artillery within the harbor. Furthermore, they had concentrated the population near the harbor. If these coastal defenses were destroyed, the civilian population would be affected. Aircraft carriers and warships were naturally not afraid of these coastal defenses. But what about the landing force? If these coastal defense bunkers were not destroyed, the landing force would suffer a severe blow. But the question was how to destroy the harbor's defenses? They were using the civilian population as human shields, a brutal act that the people of Great Yin despised. So Chester had been thinking of a new solution, choosing a new landing site. This site had to be close to the highway, as large tracts of the Papal States were covered in virgin forest. Mechanized troops simply couldn't penetrate the dense forests, only roads could allow for a rapid advance. So Chester set the landing site on the southwest coast. The southwest coast was rocky, and had only 2 suitable landing sites. The rest was either barren or too narrow, and 2 were even too far from the roads. If the beachhead was too small, it would be impossible for follow-on troops to deploy there. So Chester ultimately chose Garmin as the landing site. He directed all his fleets to the Garmin area. At the same time, he dispatched a feint fleet to attack the port from the north, forcing Holderlees to defend the north. But Holderlees guessed that the Wehrmacht would land on the west coast. That's why he deployed an army group there. But Holderlees knew that a single army group couldn't defend the west coast. There were over 100 landing sites on the west coast. Dividing 200,000 men equally, each landing site could only accommodate 2,000. And Holderlees had also drafted half of his men into reserve. So, in reality, each beachhead had only about 1,000 men. How could 1,000 men withstand the enemy's ferocious attack? The Wehrmacht's artillery barrage was enough to crush the morale of these 1,000 men. What's more, of these 1,000 men, only 250 were elite. The other 750 were practically useless soldiers, capable of firing a couple of shots in battle. Putting these miscellaneous soldiers against the Wehrmacht's powerful ships and artillery is like turning on the light in a toilet. After Chester confirmed the landing site at Garmin, he began assembling his troops and ordered his bomber formations to focus their bombing on the northern landing site. He also had a feint fleet hovering off Hawk Harbor, creating the appearance of an attack from the north. This made Holdress extremely nervous. He feared the Wehrmacht would actually land on the west coast. At that point, his 800,000-man army would be insufficient. His current forces were stretched thin. If the Wehrmacht opened a second front on the west coast, Howards would be unable to hold onto his territory in the short term, and would likely lose significant territory. Therefore, Holdress issued a death order to the West Coast Army Group, demanding they hold the West Coast at all costs. The commander's face was solemn, as he understood the importance of the West Coast to the Papal States. If they could keep the Wehrmacht at bay, they could preserve the Papal States, or at least hold on until its reserves were replenished. But could the West Coast truly be held? To completely capture Garmin, Chester waited for the weather. He could easily use his divine power to manipulate the weather, but if he did, the gods would know where Chester intended to land. Just then, a torrential downpour hit, drenching the entire West Coast. Chester was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, desperate to land the Wehrmacht. But the weather wasn't kind, and the rain kept falling. Chester could only focus his attention southeast, hoping the 1st Infantry Army could achieve a breakthrough. In contrast to the torrential downpour on the West Coast, the southeastern region of the Papal States was experiencing a severe drought. 2 months had passed without a drop of rain, a highly unusual occurrence for autumn. Winter was about to arrive, and not a single rain had fallen. This successfully allowed the Wehrmacht's mechanized units to roam the fields, but it also made the surface of tanks practically scalable. Chapter 1258. Upon learning that Chester was biding his time, the commander of the Wehrmacht's 1st Infantry Army wore a gloomy expression. The 2 divisions crossing the Chakra Plateau were making little progress. Holdres deployed an army group on the Chakra Plateau for defense. Originally, Holdres planned to rely on the terrain and wait for the Wehrmacht to cross the Chakra Plain, then take advantage of the situation and directly crush the exhausted Wehrmacht. But the army group commander chose to lead his troops onto the Chakra Plateau and engage in a fierce battle with the Wehrmacht there. The reason was simple. The army group itself was filled with a diverse group of people. The commander wasn't sure he could command 200,000 troops. The 50,000 elite troops could fight to the bitter end, but the 150,000 miscellaneous troops would likely be shattered at the slightest touch. Furthermore, those 150,000 miscellaneous troops were extremely short on heavy firepower. A head-on confrontation with the Wehrmacht on the plains was impossible. So the commander chose to lead his troops onto the plateau and confront them there. Since the commander's army group consisted mostly of soldiers recruited from the vicinity of the Chakra Plateau, they were naturally well adapted to high-altitude combat. However, the situation was different for the National Defense Army. The majority of the 1st Infantry Group were native to Dehien, a land devoid of any plateau terrain. Therefore, when the army attempted to cross the plateau, they suffered widespread altitude sickness, forcing the division commander to withdraw his troops and seek a way out. The offensive on the Chakra Plateau was thwarted, forcing the National Defense Army to seek alternatives. Pressure instantly fell on the commander. He was forced to command 2 divisions to confront the Papal Army to the north. There were a full 200,000 troops in the north, and they had established a makeshift defense along the Song River. The Papal Army was clearly more resourceful. They deployed only a small number of troops, scattering a few dozen along the river's defenses. This was to minimize the lethality of the Wehrmacht's artillery fire. The Papal Army commander's actions directly neutralized the Wehrmacht's artillery. And the enemy was very clever, using minimal casualties to deplete the Wehrmacht's artillery. The army group commander called in the Air Force for support, and after several rounds of airstrikes, the Papal Army's makeshift defenses were largely destroyed. But the problem was, even though they were destroyed, it still didn't change the fact that they couldn't cross the Song River. The Imperial Army chose to blow up all the bridges over the Song River during their retreat, making the entire Song River impassable for the Wehrmacht. As a result, the Wehrmacht soldiers, searching upstream and downstream for bridges, returned empty-handed. The commander was furious. But just then, magicians sent from higher-ups arrived to provide support. No bridge? Then build one with magic. Just a good lesson for these Papal soldiers. As the saying goes, one should never forget their roots. They were born into magic, yet they had forgotten the power of magic. With the commander's support, the forced bridge construction operation was quickly approved. The artillery began to disperse, continuing the barrage as much as possible. The Papal Army was pinned to its rear positions. The Papal Army commander saw this, and became extremely anxious. If the Wehrmacht built the bridge, the armored forces would follow, leaving them defenseless. The commander gritted his teeth. This was the end of the world. Then he ordered the troops in the rear to pull out all the hidden artillery and rocket launchers, directly using force to disrupt the Wehrmacht's bridge construction. The magicians were peacefully working on the bridge when, in the distant sky, a whistling sound erupted. The shells landed on the Song River, sending up massive waves. The magicians working on the bridge were stunned. The magic power they had just gathered was instantly dispersed. The Wehrmacht didn't hesitate. While ordering soldiers to escort the magicians back, they signaled the artillery to open fire. Damn it! Since you're trying to launch a surprise attack, we suppress it with fire. The Wehrmacht's artillery fire then doubled. If the previous artillery fire had been a light drizzle, now it was a torrential downpour. No part of the entire papal defense line was left untouched. The ground was scorched black. Missiles blasted out from the Wehrmacht positions, accurately hitting the papal artillery positions firing from the rear. Upon learning that the artillery positions had been destroyed, the commander of the papal army was heartbroken. But what good was that? If the Wehrmacht had built the bridge, they wouldn't have felt any pain when the steel torrent arrived, for they would already be dead. The two sides immediately engaged in a turn-based game. Artillery fire clashed, with the Wehrmacht gaining the upper hand. But the papal army always managed to unleash a few artillery pieces from unexpected locations, disrupting the mages working on the bridge. The Wehrmacht could only repeatedly deploy bombers and fighters, along with missiles for escort. After 2 days of effort, the Wehrmacht, with some difficulty, finally repaired the bridge. The commander was overjoyed upon hearing the news. Then he ordered the troops to cross the river. The artillery opened fire at full force, deploying heavy howitzers and truck-mounted artillery. The papal army, having been bombarded for 2 days, suddenly felt the brunt of the storm. If the previous 2 days had been torrential rain, today was a force 12 gale combined with a thunderstorm. The morale of the 150,000 miscellaneous troops was instantly crushed. The Wehrmacht seized the opportunity to attack. In headquarters, the commander gave orders, directing his troops to focus their attacks on specific locations. The papal army was no slouch. Upon learning of the Wehrmacht's use of focused attacks, their commander immediately deployed 50,000 elite troops to these key points. With these elite defenses, these points were secure. Because the 1st Infantry Army's weaponry was still dated from the end of the Cold War, it had not been fully upgraded to modern equipment like the 1st Panzer Army and the Guards. This led to a close fight between the two sides. At this critical moment, the commander's phone rang. The commander picked up the phone. "Hello? Who is this? I implore you to remove my son." A mature female voice called out, and the commander was stunned. This landline number belonged to the military. Only high-ranking military officials or Leon could call here. As if sensing the commander's confusion, the woman began to explain. "My father is Caddis. Both of my sons are in the army. One died yesterday, and the younger son is now on the front lines. Caddis only has this grandson." The commander frowned slightly when he heard the first half of the sentence, but when he heard the last part, he was completely panicked. The Wehrmacht was not cold-blooded. Generally speaking, if a family only had a single child, the Wehrmacht would forcibly retire the soldier. The woman's words were incredibly explosive. Chapter 1259. After discovering the woman's identity, the commander was sweating profusely. Because one of Caddis's grandsons was serving in his unit. And one of Caddis's grandsons had died yesterday, and yet today he was sending his other, and currently only, grandson to the battlefield. The commander was right. The death of Caddis's grandson had nothing to do with him. He had simply fulfilled his duty as a general and ordered his soldiers to attack. The commander couldn't care for everyone, because the others who had died were just as flesh and blood as Caddis's grandson. Just because your grandson was a grandson meant that those who had died were no longer other people's children. The general actually resented this kind of powerful noblewoman. But when he heard the second half of her words, he fell silent. Because this wasn't just Caddis's only grandson, he was also a mother's only child. His own son had died yesterday, and now his other son might soon be killed. The commander didn't dare to imagine how deeply the woman would cry. He hurriedly called the front lines. "Hello? Commander of the 4th Division? Is there a man named Matt Howard in the 4th Battalion, 2nd Regiment, 3rd Brigade?" The commander, upon hearing it was the commander, hurriedly answered the phone, only to learn the commander was looking for someone. For a moment, his mind froze, then he quickly realized. There is this man, and he's on the attack list. I wanted him to withdraw today because of his brother's sacrifice, but he's now demanding revenge for his brother. At the time, I was shocked by his last name, Howard, because it was the same as Marshal Caddis's. But he denied being a relative of Caddis. That's why I didn't pay any further attention. After all, Before the division commander could finish, the commander interrupted him. Matt is now Caddis's only grandson. To be more precise, his only living grandson. If nothing unexpected happens, the dukedom will be his. The commander's words sent a chill through the division commander's spine. What does that mean? What does Marshal Caddis's only grandson mean? Wait, Matt. Howard. Caddis? Howard. Oh my. After realizing what he was saying, the division commander rushed out of the command post. He was sweating profusely as he watched the Wehrmacht charging. Without hesitation, the commander immediately called. At the front, Matt's company commander was called. The problem was that Matt's armored company had already begun fighting and had run head-on into an elite Papal Army unit, a tank company. The two sides engaged in a direct exchange of armor and shells on the battlefield. Matt's company commander's T-72 was tragically destroyed. As a result, each platoon was now under the direct command of the platoon leader, advancing as a unit. Unable to contact the company commander, the division commander became anxious and immediately called the battalion commander, instructing him to find a way to bring Matt back. He also notified the messenger, who then went to deliver the order in person. After a long while, news finally arrived. To everyone's horror, Matt's company had been dispersed. Due to the battalion commander's misjudgment, Matt's armored company mistakenly entered a trap. 6 T-72s, 8 BTR infantry fighting vehicles, and 12 BMPs were completely surrounded by the Papal Army. To eliminate the armored company, the Papal Army prepared over 20 M1 tanks. The armored forces of both sides were fundamentally outmatched, and after a desperate resistance, the Wehrmacht was ultimately dispersed. Matt also lost contact. When Wehrmacht reinforcements arrived to lift the siege and rescue their trapped comrades, they were horrified to discover that Matt had vanished. After inquiries, they learned that Matt had been hit by an artillery shell while covering his teammates' escape during the previous battle, incapacitated, and forced to remain where he was, awaiting reinforcements. Most frighteningly, Matt's position had now been recaptured by the Papal Army. The Wehrmacht's blitzkrieg was a cone-shaped attack, while the Papal Army employed a pincer-shaped attack. The two sides clashed head-on, but due to a difference in luck, the Papal Army gained the upper hand and recaptured the recently lost position. The division commander hurriedly ordered his troops to retake the position. But by this point, he had lost his composure. Given the brutal nature of the Papal Army, they would definitely kill prisoners. The Papal Army, having recaptured the position, deployed their line-filling infantry there. This position was unimportant, being considered marginal territory. That was why the Papal Army was able to recapture it so easily. And that's why they placed the line-filling troops there to contain the Wehrmacht. But they soon discovered something was amiss, as they saw the Wehrmacht's attack was extremely fierce. And the cone-shaped offensive was no less powerful than a blitzkrieg. This left the line-filling soldiers dumbfounded. "Are you brothers? We're not the main force. Why are you attacking us like crazy?" The division commander looked anxious, the brigade commander looked anxious, and the regimental commander personally led the attack. The commander was also anxious, but he had no solution. He paced back and forth in the command center, then spoke to the deputy commander beside him. "From now on, anyone who belongs to our group army, anyone who is the only one left, must retire honestly." The deputy commander nodded in agreement, and the political commissar silently agreed. The chief of staff, standing nearby, suddenly thought of something and spoke hurriedly. "How about we ask the airborne troops for help? Ask them to help bring Matt back?" The chief of staff's words woke everyone up, and the commander called Maljarov without a word. "General Marjalov, I implore you to send the most elite airborne troops deep behind enemy lines to rescue a single soldier." Marjalov was somewhat bewildered by the commander's words. "I'm sending my most elite soldiers just for one soldier?" Marjalov didn't want to see his elite soldier sacrificed. Because that soldier is the only son of a mother. His brother died in yesterday's battle, and he's also Marshal Caddis's only grandson. Marjalov sat up in a split second. Being the only son of a mother was enough, let alone the grandson of Marshal Caddis. Marjalov immediately began to arrange his men. And the protagonist of this story, Matt, was cowering in a bomb crater. He clutched his AK-47 tightly, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Matt heard voices nearby. And judging by the sound, they definitely weren't his fellow Wehrmacht soldiers. Matt looked at his injured leg and pulled out a photo of himself, his mother, and his brother. "Mom, I can't go back." Chapter 1260. Matt listened to the noise and tightened his grip on his gun. He still had 2 magazines, enough to last a while. Matt prayed inwardly that the Papal soldiers wouldn't notice him. But the more you fear something, the more likely it is to come. A Papal soldier spotted Matt's backpack, left by the crater, and immediately raised his gun. "What are you doing?" The soldier beside him couldn't help but ask. "Someone." The soldier aimed his gun at the crater, and the soldier next to him immediately raised his gun as well. Matt overheard their conversation and, without hesitation, pulled out 2 grenades. An image flashed through his mind. "So what if you're my grandson? I can't offer you anything. You have to earn everything on your own. The Howard name won't bring you unparalleled glory, it will only become a stumbling block. The higher you rise, the harder you fall. I sent you into the army, it's up to you to decide what to do next. Your life or death is none of my business." I don't want to see you on a list of prisoners. Caddis's teachings echoed in his mind, and for the first time, Matt felt the turmoil his identity posed. Matt took a deep breath and pulled the trigger on his grenade. A grenade flew toward the Papal soldiers' position. Before the Papal soldiers could react, they saw a dark figure rise from the crater. The Papal soldiers instinctively dropped to the ground. Boom! A barrage of fragments rained down upon the Papal soldiers, injuring 2 of them instantly. The remaining soldiers immediately surrounded Matt, firing short bursts of fire directly at his hiding place without hesitation. Bang! 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 Matt was instantly pinned to the ground, motionless. Bullets flew over his head, leaving him no room to maneuver. Matt repeated his old trick, attempting to throw another grenade. But the enemy was clearly prepared, and he hurled another grenade. But the killing effect was far less than before. Only 1 soldier was hit by the shrapnel, incapacitated. Matt then raised his gun and fired with all his strength. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets blazed indiscriminately at the enemy. 2 Papal soldiers were unlucky enough to be hit. Without hesitation, the Papal soldier pulled out a grenade and threw it into the crater. Matt, who was in the process of replacing his magazine, had no time to reload it when he saw another grenade roll in. Boom! The next second, Matt's vision went black, and the world spun. Matt seemed to have been blown away, sprawled on the ground, his eyes fixed on the scattered photos, and the smiling face of his mother. He was stunned for a moment. The explosion had directly shattered Matt's eardrums, and his world was completely hushed. He was able to calm down and listen to his inner voice. But the enemy wouldn't give him that chance. Seeing Matt incapacitated, the Papal States soldiers approached. They remained silent, searching Matt's surroundings. They only found a nameplate and the family photo. Matt Howard? A Wehrmacht soldier. Someone who seemed to be the squad leader asked with surprise. The surrounding soldiers immediately gathered around him, then gazed with pride at the incapacitated Matt. The man before them was actually a Wehrmacht soldier. They might have become the first squad to capture a Wehrmacht soldier since the war began. They had to take him back safely. The soldiers then made a simple stretcher and carried Matt back. They had originally intended to exchange Matt for a Wehrmacht prisoner. But the Papal States High Command was so extreme that there were numerous extremists throughout the Papal Army. When someone saw the soldiers capture a Wehrmacht soldier, they immediately spread the news. Most soldiers were proud of the fact, but some extremists had other ideas. The squad that captured Matt immediately brought him to the priest. The priest, rather than refusing to treat an enemy, calmly began to heal Matt. Using magic, he removed the shrapnel from Matt's body and began healing his wounds with healing spells. The previous squad of soldiers waited outside the tent, awaiting Matt's treatment and a commendation from their superiors. Soon, a large group of officers arrived, bearing both a reward from the higher-ups for the team and a simmering rage. Most of these officers were extremists, and they held a deep hatred for the Wehrmacht. In their eyes, it was the Wehrmacht that had destroyed the Papal States, reducing them to a second-rate nation. After receiving the commendation, the soldiers were about to ask for Matt in exchange for the prisoner when the officers burst into the tent. Before the soldiers could react, the officers roughly dragged Matt from his bed. Then they began to beat and kick Matt, with the priest nearby hastily intervening. "You can't do this. This is a hospital, not a battlefield." The priest who spoke out for justice was knocked unconscious by a punch from an officer. Without any chance of retaliation, Matt was beaten black and blue, and even had several broken ribs. After venting their anger, the officers didn't calm down, but instead became even more furious. "I think we should make an example of him and execute him with the most severe punishment possible. That will deter the Wehrmacht." "Harsh execution? Not only that, but we also videotape this and make the Wehrmacht a pillar of shame. Show them that they can't protect their own soldiers." The extremists' remarks stunned everyone. Some clear-headed officers immediately spoke up to dissuade them. Doing this won't deter the Wehrmacht and lower its morale. It will only make them even more angry. Our casualties will only increase. But the extremists didn't care. "What do I care about your nonsense? I'm out for revenge against the Wehrmacht. They act so arrogant every day, but when they start fighting, they tear all our efforts to pieces. Who can we turn to for justice? Wehrmacht, if you're a wimp, practice more." Matt, battered and bruised, lay dying on the ground. His eardrums had been healed, so of course he heard the conversation. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid they record his death and use it as a video to intimidate him. But Matt was already nearly dead, and he had no power to resist. These extremist officers ignored the rational officers' words, not even consulting their superiors, and proceeded to execute Matt. Many Papal State soldiers, upon seeing this, could not help but look away. Matt's screams echoed throughout the camp. A helicopter landed in the bomb crater where Matt had just taken shelter. Looking at the bloodstains and nearby traces of battle, the airborne squad leader's face was grave. They were still a step too late. Chapter 1261. Inside the Papal Army camp, the extremist officers were brutally assaulting Matt. They vented all their anger from the past few days of defeat on the battlefield on Matt. Matt was practically a human punching bag, his head bruised and bloodied by the extremist officers. But this wasn't enough. One officer, furious, prepared to chop off Matt's head. He was stopped by a nearby officer, as their division commander arrived. The commander didn't let Matt go, but immediately ordered the extremist officers to take him away. They then led him to a small house filled with torture instruments. They pinned Matt down on a chair and prepared to torture him. The division commander approached Matt, holding a photo stone, and said with a playful expression, "Your name is Matt, right? If you can admit that Great Yin is inferior to the Papal States, then I let you go." Hearing the commander's words, Matt spat directly at him. "Kill me or chop me up as you please. I'm not that soft." Matt had angered the commander, and just as he was about to teach him a lesson, an officer beside him spoke up. "Commander, he seems to be from the Howard family, a descendant of the present-day Caddis." The officer's words woke the commander from his dream. He looked at Matt excitedly and asked, "Are you a descendant of Caddis? Judging by your age, you must be his grandson or great-grandson." Hearing the commander's words, Matt felt a little panicked. If the enemy knew his identity, they would undoubtedly use him to threaten his grandfather. "I absolutely cannot become a flaw," Matt tried to deny it, but the papal general standing beside him had clearly recognized him. "He's a descendant of Caddis, because he and Caddis bear at least a 70% resemblance." This general had once led an army against Alexander's western expedition. So of course, he's seen Caddis before. At that time, Caddis was still relatively young, only about 10 years older than Matt was now. This general had been defeated by Caddis, and Caddis had become his lifelong nightmare. He would recognize Caddis even if he were reduced to ash. That's why he concluded that Matt was Caddis's descendant. The division commander was overjoyed upon learning this, and immediately ordered his men to use both soft and hard tactics. If they could persuade Matt to defect, it would be a humiliating blow to the Great Yin. They, the Papal State, could finally turn the tables. At first, the Papal State used every trick, from beauty to money, but Matt remained unmoved. They had no choice but to resort to force. But after torturing him for half a day, Matt refused to surrender. That night, Matt sat on the chair, blood already flowing all over the floor. All 10 of Matt's fingernails had been torn out. To be more precise, they had first pierced them with bamboo sticks and then broken them off. The excruciating pain caused Matt to faint. But even so, Matt refused to surrender. The Papal Army used branding irons and electric shocks, but still failed to force Matt to surrender. Finally, they had to sever the tendons in Matt's hands and feet. This left Matt completely disabled. The Papal Army recorded the entire torture process. Seeing that Matt refused to surrender, the division commander finally ordered his brutal execution. At this moment, in Leningrad, in Caddis's ducal palace, Caddis, in his military uniform, sat silently on the sofa, while Zoe, beside him, comforted his daughter-in-law. The daughter-in-law was crying so hard her voice was hoarse. She had received word that Matt was missing, and possibly even dead. Upon hearing this, Caddis rushed back from the military headquarters. He was met with the wrath of his wife, Zoe. "You sent the Matt brothers to the battlefield. Now one is dead, and the other is missing. Are you satisfied?" Zoe fired like a turret. Caddis sat silently on the sofa, thinking of his 2 grandsons. When they were so young, they followed him into the Sin territory. It could be said that they didn't enjoy wealth and glory, but they endured a lot of hardship. But what happened now? Good things were finally coming, only to find the 2 brothers perished on the battlefield. Caddis had 3 children, but only 2 grandsons and 4 granddaughters. And now, one of his grandsons is dead, and the other is missing. How could this not terrify Caddis? Caddis's calmness was merely an act, for he was utterly panicked. If he had known, he wouldn't have sent the 2 brothers to the battlefield together. But Caddis fell silent again, because examples of fathers, sons, and brothers fighting in battle were commonplace in the Wehrmacht. Are other people's fathers, sons, and brothers not fathers, sons, and brothers? Are only his 2 grandsons brothers? This was why Caddis remained silent. He couldn't possibly ignore Leon and Diane for his grandson. That's why he silently endured his wife's accusations. After Zoe's furious outburst, she calmed down. Then she spoke. You must find Matt right now. I don't care what you do, you must find him. It was the first time Zoe had acted like a shrew. Cadis's children were stunned. In their eyes, their mother had always been a gentle and elegant woman. She would never act like a shrew. But now, they saw a different mother. Cadis struggled for a long time before finally deciding to go to Leon. Because he had to talk to Leon about this matter, and ask Baryan to bring his grandson back. At worst, I could give up my position as field marshal, but I still bring my grandson back. But at this critical juncture, Holdress obtained the video of the persecution of Matt, then copied the photo stone tens of thousands of times, and scattered them across the Wehrmacht-controlled area. When the Wehrmacht soldiers picked up the photo stone and examined the video inside, they were stunned. Soon, the commander obtained the photo stone, and upon seeing the footage inside, he knew the sky had fallen. Chapter 1262. The story of the photo stone quickly spread throughout the National Defense Forces. Many instructors and political commissars immediately began collecting the photo stones. Having already received news of Matt's disappearance, they naturally recognized Matt in the video. The Papal State was in dire straits. As time passed, these political commissars and instructors also learned Matt's identity. My goodness! This was Marshal Cadis's only grandson, and when they saw Matt's death, they all fell silent. They could see the scars on Matt's body, and could only imagine the torture he had endured in his life. A burning rage spread within the hearts of the National Defense Forces soldiers. And it was contagious, igniting a raging fire within more and more soldiers. After seeing the images within, the commander was speechless. Without hesitation, he asked the magician to return the photo stone to De Yin. These image stones soon reached Leon and his men. Upon seeing them, they were all petrified. As the leader of the entire Great Yin, Leon naturally knew all about the various minister situations. So, he naturally knew that both of Cadis's grandsons had been sent to the battlefield, one having died yesterday, and the other's whereabouts unknown. Upon learning of this, Leon implicitly supported the rescue of Matt. Otherwise, the airborne troops wouldn't have coordinated so quickly. Leon truly wanted to rescue Matt, and he believed his chances of survival were high. But this image stone had silenced Leon. Leon put down the photo stone and stood in his bedroom in the Duke's mansion, quietly gazing at the lights of Cadis's residence in the distance. It was already night, almost midnight. But Cadis's residence was still brightly lit. Leon could sense that his Aunt Zoe was extremely unstable. Cadis sat motionless on the sofa, like a mountain, while his children remained silent. His two sons were on the phone, mobilizing every possible connection to confirm Matt's death. But everyone knew that both of Cadis's grandsons were gone, the last of them murdered. The woman stared at the image in the photo stone, her breath choking with despair. She couldn't believe her handsome son had been tortured to this state, and finally, brutally murdered. The woman fainted the next second, and her husband rushed over to embrace his wife. Zoe gave Cadis a cold look without saying a word. He then went straight to his daughter-in-law, using his magic to soothe her, and instructed his son to carry her to his room. Zoe never glanced at Cadis, nor spoke a word to him. After Zoe led his daughter-in-law away, Cadis abruptly stood up, glanced around, and spoke to his son and daughter, who were still in the living room. I'm a marshal now, and everyone thinks I calmed down. I sent the Matt brothers into the army, not to send them to their deaths, but to help them understand how hard peace is won. I don't want my successor to be a loser. But what I didn't expect was how fate would play such a trick on me. Although I had considered from the beginning that the two brothers might die, when that day finally arrived, I found myself unable to accept it. I realized I was truly wrong. I shouldn't have sent both brothers to the battlefield. For our family, the battlefield might have been the best fate, but only when the elderly saw their children die did I truly understand the pain. Cadis's words shocked the children. In their minds, Cadis was a man of steel, never admitting his mistakes or yielding to anyone. But now, Cadis had admitted his faults. The children were stunned. Cadis didn't pay too much attention. He quietly went to the bedroom and called Leon. As if Cadis knew Leon was waiting for his call, Leon answered without hesitation. Leader. Cadis began, but Leon interrupted him. Senior, please accept my condolences. The First Armored Army has arrived at the border of the Elven Empire, and is expected to launch an attack on the Papal States tomorrow. They will destroy everything in the Papal States. Lion said calmly. Cadis opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say what he wanted to say, because Lion had already said it for him. Cadis, still wanting more, spoke up. I want to personally avenge those two brothers. Lion was completely silent after hearing Cadis's words. Lion said this to appease Cadus, to discourage him from charging headfirst into attacking the Papal States. Cadus knew this, but the rage within him was unquenchable, and he had to vent it. Lion knew he couldn't stop Cadus, so he spoke. Go ahead then. I notify Balian and have him protect you from the shadows. As soon as Leon finished speaking, a gust of wind ripped through the phone, and the next second, Leon felt Cadus fly out of his mansion. Then, like a meteor, he flew towards the Papal States. At this moment, within the Papal States, Frank was leading his crusaders in a guerrilla operation in the mountains, forcibly holding back 50,000 elite papal troops. Holdras, truly helpless against the crusaders, ultimately chose to mobilize 50,000 miscellaneous troops to exchange them for these 50,000 elite troops. He had these 50,000 miscellaneous troops advance cautiously, slowly eliminating the crusaders. Facing a siege of 50,000 miscellaneous troops, Frank led tens of thousands of crusaders in a guerrilla operation in the mountains and forests, defeating the miscellaneous troops' encirclement and even raiding their supply lines. Holdras, troubled by his headache, finally felt a sense of relief upon learning of Matt's death. He believed that Matt's death would undoubtedly deal a blow to the morale of the Wehrmacht. After all, everyone fears death. No one cares less about their own lives. At the front, the papal army slept peacefully in their camp. But the soldiers on guard felt a chill, as they sensed something terrifying gazing at them from the Wehrmacht positions across the way. Indeed, they were not mistaken. The Wehrmacht soldiers on guard across the river were cleaning their rifles, awaiting the arrival of the 1st Panzer Army, which would then launch a fierce attack and completely annihilate the papal army. And then, at this critical juncture, a meteor suddenly appeared in the east. The Wehrmacht was the first to react, startling the magicians awake, but they quickly fell back asleep. When gods fight, it's best not to get involved. Chapter 1263. Cadus appeared like a meteor, directly above the papal army. The high-ranking magicians in the papal army naturally spotted him. Some of the magicians, who had fought him before, were troubled. They truly didn't want to fight him. Over 20 years ago, he had already pinned them to the ground and beaten them. And now, even though they were old, they were still being beaten by him. Wouldn't those past 20 years have been wasted? The magicians grew increasingly angry, unwilling to be the first to stand up. Cadus was getting closer and closer. The papal army commander could no longer sit still, and ordered the magicians to fight him. Cadus didn't even draw his sword. He sent a 9th-rank magician flying with a single punch. Cadus was unstoppable, and there was no one in the papal army who could stop him. The magicians knew that if they didn't act now, Holdras would definitely find a way to raid their homes. They prepared to launch a siege, using large-scale magic to force Cadus to leave. Several 9th-rank magicians began chanting, and a terrifying cloud of magic instantly gathered, enveloping Cadus in the air. Cadus merely glanced at it, and then a flash of golden light appeared, revealing a suit of golden armor. It was armor with its own light source, dazzling against the night sky. The magicians gazed at the golden-armored Cadus, their thoughts drawn back to over 20 years ago. The border of the Papal States. The flag of Alexander was hoisted on the border. 2 young men gazed silently at the distant Papal States. One was dressed casually in the attire of an aristocrat, while the other, clad in armor, resembled a general. Cadus, do you think the Papal State is truly invincible? The man in armor was none other than Cadus in his youth. Cadus spoke. I don't know. The man turned, a smile breaking across his face, but it quickly faded. You are my great general. How could I not know? You are the Grand Duke of Violet. Alexander then waved his sleeve and looked away. Cadus bowed slightly and stood silently to the side. After a long pause, Alexander sighed and spoke. I don't know either, but I do know that if I don't act now, my people will no longer know who the emperor is. They will only know that the church is the one who benefits them. The army fought bloody battles on the border to secure peace, but the church offers nothing but a fleeting remark. Peace is due to the goddess's blessing. I bless you, you bastard. Alexander then kicked a nearby stone. Cadus fell even more silent. Cadus, do you know? Do you know the pain of watching your people being exploited by the church, and then having to thank the church for that exploitation? I am the emperor of the Holy Empire. I ascended the throne at a young age, defeated 2 uncles fighting for power, and resolved the chaos in the court. And what's the result? My people are being exploited like animals by the church. I, Alexander, can die in battle, be cursed by the gods, but I cannot hide in the palace and watch my people live like animals. Alexander roared as he finished all this. Because yesterday, when the Western Expedition Army reached the border of the Papal States, the church directly ordered Alexander to return. And the church incited the people of the Holy Empire to oppose Alexander's war. A woman knelt at the palace gate, weeping. Your Majesty, we cannot offend the gods. We cannot disobey the messengers of the church. She then set herself on fire in front of her 6-year-old son. This was the source of Alexander's wrath. My people, you told her to burn herself with a single word? I know these people are the foundation of the empire. And what about you? That's right, in your eyes, the lives of animals are nothing. Death is replaced by death. A broken family? It won't affect the enjoyment of the noble members of the church. Alexander immediately stationed a large army at the border. He was deeply upset and determined to seek justice for the Holy Empire. After learning that Alexander was determined to oppose the Papal States, the Pope immediately notified the church to make some moves within the Holy Empire. The church told believers that if they self-immolated, they would ascend to heaven and live forever. Overnight, tens of thousands of people in the Holy Empire self-immolated. One family of 5 even committed suicide en masse. The youngest was only 2 years old and was directly killed by his fanatical family. The next day, upon hearing the news, Alexander spat out blood and fainted. Cadus and the others waited outside Alexander's tent, awaiting the results of the magician's treatment. Just then, an envoy from the Papal States arrived. Alexander, the Pope demands your immediate withdrawal, or more people will fall into the embrace of the goddess. The envoy shouted outside the tent, and Alexander, still unconscious, suddenly spat out blood. The magicians were stunned. What fool would provoke his majesty at this moment? Turning around, they saw it was an envoy from the church. Forget it, we can't afford to offend them. After seeing this, Cadus and the others drew their swords, ready to strike the envoy to death. The envoy said arrogantly, You dare to strike me? Your compatriots will be in trouble. Ha ha ha. With that, the envoy sped away. At night, inside the tent, Cadus looked at the civil and military officials below silent. But they were arguing like market aunties in the tent. I think we should withdraw. Your Majesty can't take it anymore. Bullshit. If we don't settle accounts with them, how will your Majesty and your compatriots avenge their grievances? Revenge? Can you defeat them? This sentence silenced everyone. Yes, can they defeat the gods? Everyone fell silent, but then Cadus spoke. Even if we can't win, we must fight. His Majesty is still unconscious. Does he want us to retreat? If he wakes up, how painful would it be for His Majesty to see us retreat? We have all received His Majesty's favor. I, Cadus, Grand Duke of Violet, swear to fight the Papal States to the death. After saying this, Cadus drew his sword, and everyone else followed suit. Early the next morning, 200,000 Western expedition troops set foot directly on Papal States soil. The church was stunned? No, they won't retreat. The Pope hurriedly summoned the Crusaders to meet the Holy Empire's army. Cadus surveyed the scenery of the Papal States with a stern expression. At that moment, a large number of magicians appeared in the sky in the distance. They were all high-ranking magicians of the Papal States. Everyone looked nervous, but Cadus drew his sword and rushed forward to meet them. An hour later, a wounded Cadus looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and smiled. What does the Papal State have to offer? We, the Holy Empire, fear no one. But just then, there was movement in the sky. An angel descended from the sky. Everyone, including Cadus, was stunned. What on earth was this? Chapter 1264. Faced with the angel in the sky, everyone's expressions varied. The church members were all beaming with joy, while the Holy Empire's monarch wore a solemn expression. For it looked every bit like the legendary angel, the messenger of the goddess of light. The angel looked down upon the mortals below, expressionless, yet filled with disdain. She was sent by Irina to help the church resolve the Holy Empire's western expedition. The Papal States was now arguably the world's hegemon, and the sudden surge of the Holy Empire threatened its very existence, so it was only natural that she must be dealt with. She wasn't actually a true angel. She was a demon, transformed into an angel with Irina's help. Mortals, dare you offend my God? You should commit suicide and atone for your sins. The angel said coldly, seemingly disregarding Cadus and the others. Cadus and the Holy Empire generals looked at the angel with grave expressions. Everyone was divided. Some were eager to try, others remained silent, and even some considered retreating. Cadus, observing their reactions, knew he had to step forward, and he decisively spoke. May I ask your name, sir? Angel Layla. Layla said coldly. Cadus's face was solemn. If the person before him was an angel, then this war would have changed. It would no longer be a war between humans. It would be a war between gods and humans. Cadus wanted nothing to do with the gods, but now, he had no choice. In order to send Lyra away, Cadus tried to speak softly. My lord angel, isn't it degrading for you to interfere in mortal affairs? A beautiful angel like you should enjoy life in the divine realm. But Lyra didn't give Cadis any chance and spoke directly. Don't tell me these nonsense. You have only one end, death. Hearing Lyra's words, Cadis's face darkened, and he silently drew his sword. Since reason can't convince the other party, then reason must be used to force them to submit. Seeing Cadis draw his sword, Lyra felt a touch of disdain. That's the nature of petty mortals. They can't recognize their place, and they only challenge the gods like fools. Lyra then swung her sword, knocking Cadis into the ground. Not only that, Lyra swung her sword again, wielding the Holy Empire's high-ranking officers in one fell swoop. Only a few survived thanks to their exceptional skills. Just as Lyra was about to kill them all, a voice rang out. Stop! Alexander, looking frail, walked over with the help of Hatong. Looking up at Layla in the sky, he asked, Please, Lord Angel, spare my men. Looking at Alexander before her, Layla's face lit up with a playful smile, and she spoke. You want me to spare your men? Of course, but you must kneel before me and the church, and become my servant. Layla's words stunned the Holy Empire officers. Everyone looked at Alexander, but as he stared at the dying Ketis, then at the shattered generals, a sense of powerlessness washed over him. Was he truly a worthy emperor? And his subordinates were brutally harmed by his impulsiveness. Alexander knew he was an emperor. An emperor should have the dignity that belongs to him. Forcing an emperor to kneel was sheer utter travesty. But for Ketis and his many soldiers, this arrogant emperor finally knelt. Looking at the kneeling Alexander, Ketis, who had finally gotten to his feet, was stunned. At first, he believed Alexander was a worthy monarch and an outstanding military strategist. But now, Alexander had been completely recognized by Ketis. He was not only the emperor of the Holy Empire, he was their emperor. Alexander never recovered from this defeat. Even after launching 2 more western expeditions, he never set foot in the Papal States. Within 3 years, Alexander died of depression. Time returned to the present. Ketis gazed at the golden light in the sky, and once again recalled the events of the past. But this time, he would not be easily defeated. Just as humanity reclaimed what belonged to humanity, Cadis must also reclaim the dignity it had lost. The Papal Magi prepared to surround Cadis, but Cadis shattered their defenses with a single sword strike. At this crucial moment, the divine realm finally took action. The same golden light, the same as before, descended again, but the next second, it transformed into a dark purple. The former angel Layla had now become a fallen angel. The glamorous makeup and revealing attire caught the eye of many papal soldiers. But the next second, their eyes suddenly widened. The soldiers collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. The officer immediately ordered the soldiers to stop staring at Layla. Layla ignored the papal soldiers, and instead stared intently at Ketis. You again? Wasn't our lesson enough? Listening to Layla's words, Ketis spoke. Today, I will not only reclaim my dignity, but also the dignity of His Majesty Alexander. Furthermore, I will reclaim the dignity of our humanity for tens of thousands of years. With this, Ketis drew his sword, unsheathed for 18 years. The artifact, Violet Light. This sword was passed down from Barian, sharing the same lineage as the Violet Eternal. It symbolized the Grand Duke's status as Violet. This sword had been slapped into the ground by Ketis, and since then, Ketis had never used it again. This time, on his quest for revenge against the Papal States, Ketis brought the sword with him, knowing that the divine realm would surely descend again. Watching Cadis draw his sword, Layla suddenly realized something was amiss. Her intuition told her she might die here today. The next second, a golden light descended upon Cadis. Angelic shadows descended from the clouds, instantly illuminating the once pitch-black night sky like day. As they descended, the angelic shadows chanted a veiled, incomprehensible spell. A flood of golden runes descended upon Cadis, and his aura surged. The golden armor on his body completely transformed. Previously a dazzling gold, it was now filled with a radiant aura. Layla cursed. Galena. You bitch. Chapter 1265. With Galena's help, Cadis took that step. A terrifying force erupted from Cadis's body. For the first time, Cadis felt such a powerful force coursing through him. It felt like a return to youth. Cadis now seemed to have endless energy. Looking at Layla in the air, Cadis rushed directly towards her without hesitation. Layla realized something was amiss, and prepared to flee. Yes, this arrogant god actually wanted to escape. After 20 years of cultivation, the original Cadis had reached the peak level of an ordinary person. Even against ordinary low-level gods, he could trade his life for theirs. Furthermore, Now that Galena had given him an epic enhancement, Caddis could easily tear her apart. Galena successfully enabled Caddis to take that step and directly reach the level of a low-level god. Although Layla was a mid-level god, she had now descended in a physical form, and was naturally suppressed by the planet's will. Her cultivation plummeted from a mid-level god to a low-level god. If Baryan had truly taken action, he could have easily eliminated Layla. But Baryan couldn't act rashly, for this wasn't just a war between gods and humans, it was also a personal feud. If Baryan had taken action, Irina would have been doomed. Irina had sent Layla to completely shatter Caddis and humanity's dignity, but she hadn't anticipated that her own sister would actually take action, and if she didn't make a move, she would have been a resounding success. Galena chose to help Caddis break free from his shackles. Seeing Caddis charging towards her, Layla didn't hesitate a moment. She fled, using magic to delay him while activating a teleportation array, hoping to teleport herself back. But how would Caddis give her a chance? How long had he been waiting for this moment? For over 20 years, Caddis had been waiting day and night for this moment. Caddis didn't hesitate, bearing the blows head-on, pursuing Layla. As arrogant as Layla had been just now, she was now in such a state of disgrace. She now deeply regretted accepting the mission. Didn't Irina say that Caddis was the same as before? And that she could dispatch Caddis with a single blow? But why did it feel like he could dispatch her with a single blow? Layla fled in front, Caddis chasing after her. Layla channeled her magical energy and struck Caddis directly at him. But Caddis remained unmoved. His minor spells had no effect, and his larger spells were instantly shattered by a single blow of his sword. Layla spoke as she ran. Caddis, can you please let me go? I reward you handsomely one day. Let you go? Why should I? Have you ever let anyone else go? You mercilessly killed my companions who fought alongside me on the battlefield. They were also other people's husbands, yet you showed no mercy. Caddis said, then slashed Layla down with a single blow of his sword. Layla's wings instantly snapped in two, and a shower of black feathers rained down from the sky. Layla plummeted to the ground. Boom! A large crater appeared in the ground. Caddis approached, sword in hand. Layla instinctively stepped back as he approached, speaking, I was wrong. I repent. I'm willing to kneel before you. Please, please, let me go. Caddis shook his head. I don't accept your apology or repentance. I don't need you to kneel. Even if you did, I wouldn't let you go. You don't deserve sympathy. You're begging for mercy because you're afraid of death, not because you repented. With that, Caddis thrust his sword through Layla's neck. Blood spurted from Layla's spotless neck. The beauty's face was filled with disbelief. She could only watch helplessly as the blood flowed from her neck, her life force slowly fading. Layla clutched her neck and slowly collapsed. She actually wanted to use healing magic to heal herself, but Caddis was prepared. He had imbued his sword with a vast amount of divine power. After piercing Layla's body, this divine power immediately surged into her, wreaking havoc within her. Layla had no power to resist. She watched the person before her slowly collapse. Caddis's expression was one of relief. He had finally put a perfect end to his life, and reclaimed everything that belonged to both his former self and Alexander. Looking at the dying Layla, Caddis muttered to himself, Old friends, I have finally avenged you. After saying this, Caddis turned around and looked at the papal army before him. My score is settled. Now it's time to settle the score with you for my grandson. Everyone was puzzled, but the officers who had committed the violence immediately realized what was happening. Because Matt was Caddis's grandson, and now that Caddis had come knocking on their door, they, the culprits, already knew their fate. Some officers bravely accepted death, while others planned to take this opportunity to quietly escape. But with a simple wave of Caddis's hand, the entire papal army's leadership was reduced to dust. Yes, all the officers were reduced to dust, including the bystanders and those who were unaware. They were attacked indiscriminately, but who made them papal army soldiers? But just as Caddis was seeking revenge for his grandson, Layla strangely stood up behind him. Caddis spotted Layla immediately and attacked. With one strike of his sword, Layla was sent flying. Strangely, Layla's body was as hard as steel. The violet light struck her as if it were a piece of steel. Caddis was stunned, then looked over. Suddenly, a large amount of black energy appeared around Layla, as if she had become a completely different person. Caddis couldn't help but grumble. Is there a second round? Whether it was a second round or not didn't know, but Caddis knew that Layla before him had become stronger, and he might not be able to defeat her. Caddis, why didn't you die in the Papal States? A different voice rang out. It wasn't Layla's voice at all, it was the evil god Irina, Cottis reacted and prepared to flee. But Irina was quicker, grabbing Cottis. The terrifying black energy spread along Cottis's arm and into his body. Just as the black energy was about to invade him, the next second, Cottis's golden armor glowed, a terrifying aura of light dispelling Irina's black energy. Then, a second later, a silver sword slashed out from the void, forcing Irina to let go and warily eye a handsome man who stepped out from the side. Baryan! You have no moral compass. You're the one who has no moral compass, aren't you? You old bitch. Chapter 1266. Baryan's words immediately broke Irina's defenses. As a god, especially a goddess, she hated being called old the most. The dark energy emanated from Irina, and Baryan regained his composure. He then retrieved the other sword from Cottis. The violet eternal in Baryan's hand was a silver-white long sword, while the violet light in Cottis's was a golden long sword. Both swords had accompanied Baryan on the battlefield. But only Baryan knew that the violet light was actually more powerful than the violet eternal. It was like one was meant for showmanship, while the other was meant for fighting. After receiving the two swords, Baryan became a completely different person. He was full of vigor and energy, which reminded Irina of the old Kjunberg. Baryan and Kjunberg both looked at her with the same look, a look filled with fighting spirit yet disdainful, which irritated her. Irina, knowing her talkativeness was the enemy's downfall, immediately launched an attack. Baryan used violet light to block Irina's aggressive advance, simultaneously stabbing with violet eternity, aiming for a sharp strike in Irina's kidney. Irina attached herself to Layla, a dark aura permeating her hands, transforming them into weapons. One grasped the violet light, while the other attempted to strike Baryan. But at this moment, Baryan switched from defense to offense. Seeing the long sword thrust toward her kidney, Irina abandoned her attack and attempted to block it. Each hand grasped a sword, and Irina immediately exerted force, snatching the violet light from Baryan's hand with her right hand. She then prepared to crush the sword, but as soon as she exerted force, she discovered something was wrong. She couldn't break the sword. Irina then attempted to use her divine power to erode it. But the sword seemed protected, and her dark energy couldn't penetrate it. Baryan then immediately created 7 clones, attacking from 8 directions. Irina had no choice but to drop the sword, but the problem was, it stuck to her hand like glue. Irina stared at the glowing violet light and finally understood what the sword was all about. Galena. You bitch. The goddess of light had anticipated this, so while she was sublimating Ketis, she also tampered with the violet light. She upgraded the sword from a quasi-artifact to an artifact and infused it with a trace of her own power. The two sisters had always been mutually beneficial and mutually exclusive. They share the same mother and are twins. The two sisters' attributes clash in the womb, nearly killing their mother. Thankfully, their father is a top-tier god, the original master of the divine realm, who successfully delivered the sisters. From their birth, the two sisters have been fighting each other from childhood to adulthood. Galena was born just seconds before Irina. Irina was deeply dissatisfied with being the younger sister and desperately wanted to become the older sister. So she began a frenzy of self-sufficiency, striving to surpass her sister in every way. But Galena seemed to have a special talent. In many areas where Irina struggled mightily to reach the highest level, Galena could surpass her sister with just a few simple efforts. Irina was deeply dissatisfied. Why was her sister so gifted? She also learned that her father intended to pass the throne of the divine realm to her sister. Irina ultimately imprisoned her sister and placed her parents under house arrest. She successfully ascended to the throne of the divine realm. But after becoming lord of the divine realm, she discovered that the divine realm was rapidly declining. Irina had no time to care about the invasion. She was obsessed with finding a way to save the divine realm. That's why she sought to seize the Church of Light, hoping to completely drain the planet's resources. But Kjunberg's second playthrough interrupted her plans. After finally defeating Kjunberg and confirming he wouldn't play through the third playthrough, Leon appeared. Everyone says the first playthrough is just about shopping, but Leon's first playthrough saw players speedrun every boss. He also unlocked various hidden achievements and inherited some of Kjunberg's first and second playthrough saves. Irina, there's a cheat! There's a cheat! How can I play? Even now, after learning her sister had escaped captivity, Irina knew the situation was hopeless. But she was the lord of the god realm, and she couldn't afford to give in. At least 2/3 of the god realm followed Irina, so she still had a chance to turn the tide. The problem was, those gods who followed her were merely opportunists. They followed Irina for the cultivation resources. But now, with resources dwindling, even the gods within Irina's own camp had begun fighting. Although Galena only had 1/5 of the gods following her, these gods were veterans, and most of them were longtime subordinates of Galena's parents. One can defeat 10. That's why Irina didn't rush after her sister escaped. If push came to shove, both sides would likely be doomed. On the battlefield of the Papal States, with one hand restrained by the violet light, Barian attacked from all sides, overwhelming Irina with defense. But Irina was truly a top-tier god, and even under siege, Barian couldn't easily harm her. Seeing that Barian couldn't harm her, Irina relaxed and began to use her own power to invade the violet light. Ultimately, the violet light couldn't withstand Irina's attack and began to weaken. Knowing he was about to lose Irina's hold, Barian tried to end the fight quickly, but Irina seized the opportunity and swatted him away with a single claw. But the next second, space suddenly warped. Irina saw someone she absolutely never expected. Leon, still in his pajamas, flashed out from the spatial distortion, clutching a glowing object. Irina immediately sensed something was amiss, but before she could react, Leon slammed the glowing block and then vanished back into space, taking Ketes and Barian with him. Irina finally understood what she was seeing. That was a mushroom bomb. Irina tried to escape through the space, but was horrified to discover it was blocked. The next second, it was as bright as day. The National Defense Forces inside the camp suddenly saw a sun appear in the direction of the Papal Army. Before they could react, Leon appeared above the National Defense Forces camp, casually tossed the two men down, drew the mountain and river sword, and tossed it into the air, shielding the National Defense Forces. Chapter 1267. Irina stared at the block before her. A flash of white light appeared, and the world became clear. After an unknown amount of time, Irina felt a slight pain, and her vision returned. Opening her eyes, she saw a massive pit before her, her body in the center. The pit extended downward for 100 meters. The radius reached several thousand meters, and the entire Papal Army camp was reduced to dust. Not even ashes remained. Irina felt her body, and found severe burns all over her surface. She was practically cooked, and she was completely trapped in a vitreous body. Irina channeled her magical energy, attempting to heal herself, but as soon as she did, her entire body rapidly collapsed. Irina panicked. Although this body belonged to Layla, they were both gods, and Layla's body had collapsed. This wasn't just any body, it was a divine body. Divine bodies can be injured, but even if pierced by a divine weapon, this wouldn't happen. A divine weapon would destroy the divine body's functions, but it would never cause it to collapse. Irina felt the changes in her body with horror. She now had a genuine fear of Leon. If Leon had threatened her with a mushroom bomb before, she might have been half believing, but now, she dared not be careless with him. The fact that Leon had detonated this mushroom bomb so easily meant he had more than just one. He had more. And perhaps even more powerful. Irina watched her body collapse before her eyes, then spoke to Layla, who had transformed into a spirit. We failed. We come back next time. Layla watched her body disintegrate piece by piece, her whole body in a daze. After receiving Irina's order, she didn't dare to linger and immediately fled. She was also shocked by the power of the mushroom bombs, and now she didn't want to stay in this world for a moment. The body is gone, it's gone, and it can be rebuilt. But if the soul is gone, it's truly gone. Irina took Layla and left immediately. At the Wehrmacht position, a terrifying blast of air rushed towards the camp. Leon protected everyone, and everyone looked at the man in pajamas in the air, a little stunned. In the light of the mushroom bombs, Leon's figure was visible to everyone. But everyone was puzzled. Was this still their powerless leader? To the common people, Leon had always been an ordinary person, as ordinary as could be. This was one of the reasons why the Wehrmacht fought with all their might. They didn't want to see their adored leader harmed. But when Leon appeared in the air, the shock he brought to the defense forces was truly immense. Is this still their powerless leader? Barian began to heal Ketes, who seemed to have survived a disaster. He knew Leon's current strength was beyond words, but he hadn't imagined Leon could be this strong. He leaped right under Irina's nose and unleashed a mushroom bomb in front of her. Even if Ketes had the strength, he wouldn't dare do it. After all, not everyone has the courage to detonate a mushroom bomb in front of the final boss. Leon watched Irina retreat, feeling deeply moved. Once, they were pursued by the gods, but now they could drive them away. The dynamics of attack and defense have changed. Leon turned to look at Ketes and Barian behind him, and was about to speak when he heard the rumbling sound of water. Looking back, he saw a hole blown open in the Sanjiang River. The next second, a torrent of water poured into the newly created crater. Leon witnessed the formation of a massive lake. A freshwater lake with a diameter of over 10 kilometers and a depth of 5 or 600 meters appeared. Lion was a little confused and began to recall what he had seen in some videos. A certain red giant bear in the north had used mushroom bombs to blow up a reservoir. Did he do the same? Lion was about to ask Baryan and the others when he saw the National Defense Forces rushing towards them. Lion, without hesitation, tore through space and fled. He had to maintain his image as a leader in front of everyone, or rather, he had to tell everyone that he was just an ordinary person and anyone could assassinate him. Because only by putting myself in the loop can I uncover these despicable thugs. The commander of the 1st Infantry Army rushed over and asked, "Was that the Lord Leader just now?" Baryan and Caddis exchanged glances, speaking in tacit understanding. Not the Lord Leader. The commander was a little puzzled, but chose to trust them. Could these two masters possibly be lying to him? Late at night in the Duke's mansion, Yuan Qingqi was sleeping peacefully, holding Yunli in his arms, when Leon slipped out from the void nearby. Then, tiptoeing to dust himself off, he quietly retreated into his bed. But just as he laid down for a moment, preparing for a good night's sleep, a pair of cool hands caressed Leon's waist. Leon's entire body hardened, and then Yuan Qingqi whispered in his ears, "Honey, where did you go just now? Why do you smell like another woman's perfume?" Yuan Qingqi began softly, but the next second, her voice rose 8 degrees. Leon turned around abruptly. "Not my friend. How could I smell like a woman's perfume?" "Wait." Leon thought of Irina. "Is Irina a walking perfume?" Looking at Leon's bewildered expression, Yuan Qingqi grew even more furious. "Good sir, you're cheating, and you don't even tell me who it is? Let me smell it carefully." "Which sister's perfume is this?" But the next second, Yuan Qingqi was dumbfounded. Because none of them used this kind of perfume. Yuan Qingqi was furious. "Okay, leaving the food at home and eating outside? Do you want me to break your legs?" As if sensing danger, Leon hurriedly tried to explain. Yuan Qingqi didn't care and pounced. But the next second, the witch Evelyn appeared in the room. "Lion! Irina just arrived, and there seems to be a mushroom bomb explosion in the Papal States to the west." Evelyn hadn't finished her words when she saw the two disheveled men. "Am I here at the wrong time?" Evelyn asked awkwardly. Chapter 1268. Lion was a bit confused, but looking at Evelyn, who was eager to learn, he spoke. It was indeed a mushroom bomb that exploded, and Irina possessed a god, and then took the hit. After hearing Leon's words, Evelyn suddenly realized something and spoke. "Could it be you?" Lion was embarrassed. Did the witch before him understand the true meaning of being the 6th master? How could a 6th master expose himself every day? Seeing Leon's resentful expression, Evelyn suddenly showed a look of sudden realization and clapped her hands. "You asked Baryan to bring the mushroom bomb over there? I sensed something, and the plants and animals, as well as the magic in the air, all tell me the explosion was serious. Did Irina seem to be injured? Whether she was injured or not, I don't know. But what I do know is that the god she possessed is probably not going to survive," Lion said with certainty, while Yuan Qingqi and her daughter sat obediently on the bed beside them, listening to their conversation. Because their conversation was truly explosive, mother and daughter were momentarily baffled. After receiving the answer, Evelyn walked over to Yunli and lifted her up. Before the sleepy Yunli could grasp what was happening, Evelyn carried her away. Evelyn even considerately closed the door, giving a knowing expression. Leon and Yuan Qingqi tried to explain, but their explanations became increasingly abstract. Yuan Qingqi looked at Leon with a hint of resentment, then punched him. "Look, you caused another misunderstanding, haven't you?" After being hit by the fist, Leon collapsed to the ground in agony. It hurts so much. Why are you hitting me so hard? I'm in pain all over." Leon's acting wasn't acting well enough. Yuan Qingqi, seeing this, became anxious and hurriedly helped Leon up, gently rubbing him with her delicate hands. "Are you okay?" Leon appeared to be in agony, but inside, he was beaming. "The best wife is still the best." Leon then grasped Yuan Qingqi's hand and said affectionately, "My whole body aches, but when I saw you, the pain went away." Yuan Qingqi's face darkened upon hearing this, and he immediately threw Leon out of his arms. "You're itching, aren't you?" Yuan Qingqi said, putting his hands on his hips. "I'm not itching, I'm." Before Leon could finish, Yuan Qingqi gagged him. "You're still talking? Any more is inappropriate for children." Yuan Qingqi blushed, while Leon beamed with pride, like a victorious general. "So what? You're my wife, so why shouldn't I say this? And don't you usually love me?" Yuan Qingqi blushed, and then, like a giant snake, he coiled around her. "Leon, let me go! If you dare, We fight for 300 rounds. What do you mean by targeting my weaknesses? The next day arrived. The Papal States battle reports had spread throughout the world. After the mushroom bomb exploded last night, the commander of the 1st Infantry Army immediately led his troops in a counterattack. With the Papal States soldiers on the Zhangjiang River defense line largely reduced to ash, the Wehrmacht advanced with unstoppable force, and Holdress's carefully prepared defenses collapsed in an instant. The Wehrmacht soldiers effortlessly seized the northern positions. Holdress, far away in the Papal capital, could no longer sit still. He had assumed that his 200,000-man army would hold off the Wehrmacht for at least 10 days, or half a month, at least until new reinforcements could arrive. The problem was, after the mushroom bombs, the reinforcements had no time to arrive. The Papal State was completely unable to stop the Wehrmacht's offensive in the central region. Holdress had no choice but to order the army group currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Wehrmacht on the Chakra Plateau to retreat. If this army group didn't withdraw, it would be trapped on both sides by the Wehrmacht. Holdress deployed his remaining army group south of the capital. At the same time, he encouraged the civilian population to adopt a policy of resistance in place. To put it bluntly, he hoped the Papal States civilians would fight to the death, buying time for the Papal States to replenish their forces. But the Wehrmacht clearly understood this, and would not give the Papal Army a break. The 1st Infantry Army launched its offensive northward along the highway at full speed. The 1st Armored Army had already reached Horluz, and would launch its attack on the Papal States before noon today. They would advance northward from the east, making a large loop, and then launch their attack from the east of the Papal capital. Chester, at sea, finally enjoyed a calm day, and as luck would have it, dawned with heavy fog. This meant the fog would provide excellent cover for the landing troops. To ensure the Marines' successful landing, Chester mobilized over 100 bombers. They bombed the fortifications along the shore of Garmin, and simultaneously ordered the troops in the north, responsible for the feint, to begin their assault. It's worth noting that the northern offensive was significantly more powerful, but it was all talk and no action. The true direction of attack was Garmin to the south. The Papal troops stationed in the harbor looked solemnly at the fleet emerging from the sea's mist. Their coastal artillery couldn't reach the warships, but these ships began to destroy them with missiles. The Papal High Command could only watch helplessly as the shore defenses were destroyed. However, most of these were only surface defenses. In fact, 60% of the entire port's defenses were underground. If the Wehrmacht forcibly attacked the harbor, they would be in for a heavy blow. The missiles launched by the warships weren't enough. Fighters dispatched by the Naval Air Force had already arrived over the port and began attacking the air defenses below. Their actions created the appearance of an assault on the port. The highest commander guarding the port immediately reported the intelligence to Holdress. Upon receiving the news, Holdress prepared to order the reserve troops to reinforce the port, but he quickly calmed down. The Wehrmacht never fought an unprepared battle. Could such a blatant attack on the port be a sham? Could it be that their true attack was elsewhere? Holdress paced back and forth within the palace, seeking an answer. But the main force attacking Garmin had not yet launched its attack. If the feint attack on the northern harbor failed, their position would be besieged. Holdress ultimately decided to send troops to reinforce the port. They had already spotted the landing craft floating on the sea. These landing craft had been prepared by Chester long ago, and they were mostly wooden vessels. They had fashioned the wood into the shape of landing crafts, then installed a magical engine to propel the small wooden boats forward. The Papal army had been tricked to their very core. Chapter 1269. Outside the harbor, watching those landing craft. The commanders defending the harbor immediately reported the situation to Holdress. In his report, the commander kept saying, "We discovered a large number of enemy landing craft, at least hundreds." This statement stunned Holdress. Holdress immediately dispatched reserve forces to support the harbor. Intelligence agents quickly observed the departing reserve forces. And spies planted within the Papal States also reported that Holdress had sent troops to support the harbor. Chester was overjoyed and immediately ordered the main fleet attacking Garmin to begin its offensive. Over 100 bombers flattened the defenses on Garmin Beach. Soldiers quietly hunkered down in the Garmin fortifications, smoking cigarettes and enjoying a few drinks, when they suddenly heard a whistling sound in the air. Before they could even leave their fortifications, they were reduced to ash by bombs dropped by the aerospace forces. Over 100 bombers didn't bomb in a single round, but in 5 separate rounds, bombing Garmin with virtually no pauses. Each round of bombing took half an hour. This half hour was the perfect opportunity for the Marines to land. As the first round of bombing began, over 3,000 Marines boarded 150 landing craft and, taking advantage of the last remaining fog, began their attack. As time passed, the fog was about to dissipate. However, luck favored the Great Yin Navy, allowing them to seize their last opportunity. When the landing craft were within 2 kilometers of Garment Beach, the fog gradually dissipated, and the defenders, caught in the bombardment, finally saw the over 100 landing craft. The defenders finally realized this was the main direction of the attack, because who would land with hundreds of landing craft? Can your beach accommodate that many? The officer who reacted immediately called Holdress, but an officer of his rank didn't have the authority to contact Holdress directly. The infuriated officer could only call frontline headquarters, where the commander agreed with Holdress, believing that Chester was attacking the harbor. The attack on Garmin to the south was merely a feint, intended to draw away the reserve forces. The wise and powerful Emperor Holdress would never be fooled, but the commander still called Holdress to inquire. After all, he was a top-notch non-stick friar. By leaving the problem to Holdress, Holdress wouldn't blame him even if he failed. In the palace, Holdress was in a state of deep dignification. On one hand, the harbor was under attack, and on the other, enemy forces appeared on the Garmin Sea. However, Chester was incredibly deceptive. He dispatched most of his older B-29 bombers to the harbor for bombing missions. The B-29 inventory numbered 3 to 400, and the overwhelming bombing by these bombers completely disoriented the harbor's defenders. They also wanted to use their anti-aircraft weapons, but Chester first dispatched a group of fighters for reconnaissance fire. Some young, unwise anti-aircraft soldiers chose to open fire at this point. Though missiles were launched, they were deflected by the fighters, who then launched a precise strike. The remaining anti-aircraft weapons waited patiently until the B-29s arrived overhead for their bombing raids, and then they opened fire. All the bomber pilots knew they might die here today, but they fought bravely. An anti-aircraft missile hit the B-29, and the bomber exploded midair. His comrades, watching, could barely conceal their grief, but gritted their teeth as they continued bombing. Feint attacks don't come without casualties. Casualties are inevitable in war. Escorting fighters immediately began attacking the newly appeared anti-aircraft positions. But bombers were still occasionally shot down. And to the south, in Garmin, as the third round of bombing began, the Marines had already landed on the beach. Landing craft surged onto the beach, and soldiers from the Marine and Air Force jumped off from both sides, immediately searching for nearby friendly armored vehicles. One after another, Type 05 amphibious infantry fighting vehicles successfully landed from the sea on the western coast of the Papal States. There are two types of Type 05 amphibious infantry fighting vehicles: the ZBD-05, armed with the familiar .30mm cannon, and the ZLT-05, equipped with a 105mm rifle tank gun. The most terrifying thing, however, is that these two amphibious infantry fighting vehicles can reach speeds of up to 25 to 30 km per hour in the sea. You might say, other military speedboats can easily reach 60 to 70 km per hour. But come on, these are infantry fighting vehicles. Unlike landing craft that can be overturned by a single shot, the Type 05 amphibious infantry fighting vehicle's frontal armor can withstand 30mm rounds and standard RPG rounds. You might ask, wouldn't it be better to just fire from the side? But there aren't that many flanks to hit on the battlefield. You're not the attacker, and the enemy isn't stupid. Amphibious infantry fighting vehicles are called amphibious infantry fighting vehicles because they can use their onboard weapons platforms to attack you in the sea. The 30mm guns killed or wounded all but 105, and even their ashes were missing. Under the Air Force's bombardment, the Papal troops were completely devastated, and the Marines effortlessly reached the beach. Finally, they immediately began advancing, protected by the Type 05 infantry fighting vehicles. Many Papal soldiers, upon seeing this, drew their weapons and prepared to resist, but the Marines remained behind the amphibious infantry fighting vehicles. The infantry fighting vehicles fired their 30mm guns at any muzzle flash. Under the suppression of the 30mm guns, the Papal soldiers were completely devastated. The Marine commander on the front line, upon seeing the enemy pinned down, immediately ordered his troops to advance rapidly. The assault guns were observing the Papal defenses. If any of the guns within the lines opened fire, they would immediately fire a single round. A Papal soldier attempted to attack a Type 05 amphibious infantry fighting vehicle with a Papal imitation RPG. An RPG round struck the front armor of the infantry fighting vehicle. The Type 05 IFE paused briefly before immediately turning its gun and unleashing a barrage of fire with its .30mm cannon. Inside the IFE. "Boss, someone's vandalizing our vehicle," the driver exclaimed, aggrieved. The commander cursed at the gunner. "Damn it! How dare they vandalize my vehicle? Get rid of them." Bang, bang, bang. The Marines advancing rapidly felt a sense of relief at the melodious artillery fire. The soldiers on the other side were in dire straits. The Papal States soldiers were pinned down in their trenches, daring not to move. The .30mm cannon used high explosive rounds, and the gunners were firing directly from overhead. The rounds landed at odd angles into the trenches, causing heavy casualties among the infantry. Inside the defensive line, an anti-tank operator asked his squad leader, "Squad leader, is my gun any good?" "Your gun is a jerk." Chapter 1270. The Marines advanced rapidly, and the gunners on the infantry fighting vehicles used their weapon platforms to suppress the enemy. The Papal soldiers knew they couldn't sit still and wait for death, so they began to frequently change positions. They attempted to defend themselves with their respective weapons. But the Marines' offensive was too fierce, and they couldn't even get out of the way. The moment they did, they were pinned to the ground by the Wehrmacht. For a moment, the Papal soldiers showed signs of retreat. Because they were unable to hold their own against the Wehrmacht, they knew that if they continued fighting, they would surely be the ones to die. They didn't want to die in such a miserable way, they preferred to die on the way to the charge. They didn't want to be killed by Wehrmacht artillery. The commander of the defending position, while requesting support from Holderness, led his personal guards to the front lines to confront the Wehrmacht. However, before Holderness could respond, the Wehrmacht fired a single cannonball, killing the commander. The commander never received Holderness's reply until his death. Looking at the Papal soldiers, defenseless and defenseless, the Wehrmacht soldiers showed no sign of letting down their guard, nor any sympathy. Those who commit evil will eventually perish. The Papal States' current situation is their own fault. No one will sympathize with them. If anyone does, then the souls of their loved ones must be considered. Both Great Yin and the Holy Empire suffered tragic deaths at the hands of the Papal States. Practically all of humanity harbors no good feelings towards the Papal States. Even the people of the Papal States had lost hope in their country. Otherwise, the blockaded Franks would have starved to death long ago. Frank now led tens of thousands of men in guerrilla warfare in the mountains. Due to the Papal army's ironclad tactics, their cautious siege left Franks with little opportunity to farm or even forage. They could only rely on the local people for support, and the locals were more than happy to support Frank's crusaders. Wherever Frank's crusaders passed, the local Papal army soldiers treated the locals well. Many even changed their attitude drastically, not because of genuine guilt, but because they feared the people would defect to Frank's crusaders. Now, Holderness had understood that these so-called crusaders, and their leader, Frank, were inextricably linked to Lion and to Yin. Holderness had realized that as long as he treated the people well, no one would join the Crusades. Add to that his ironclad encirclement, and the Crusades' demise was inevitable. All of this presupposes that the troops tasked with encircling Frank remain free of external interference. But plans can't keep up with changes. The Wehrmacht's landing in Garmin disrupted the entire battle plan. Even the Wehrmacht in the east hadn't anticipated the Navy's landing at this juncture. In the central region, the Wehrmacht's 1st Infantry Group was advancing. The Navy's landing in the western coastal region forced them to divert some forces to open the central passage. If the passage wasn't opened, the two armies would be fighting each other. At that point, if Holderness had some hidden tricks up his sleeve or launched a massive attack, he might be in trouble. By then, the Wehrmacht won't have time to cry. After these few days of fighting, the commander had figured out that this enemy wasn't just a bunch of mediocre soldiers. They included quite a few miscellaneous troops, but also quite a few elite troops. These elite troops had inflicted immense suffering on the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Army. Otherwise, Cadus's grandson wouldn't have been sacrificed. The Wehrmacht fought this battle with all their might, and even Holderness was defeated on the opposite side. Inside the palace, Holderness looked at the map and yelled, "Why did the Wehrmacht land in Gommen? And why didn't Irina eliminate Cadus and his men last night? The central region is about to be lost, and the northeastern region will also be captured by the Wehrmacht's armored army. What's the point of you all lining your own pockets?" Holderness said, flipping the table and pointing a finger at the ministers who had followed him. Among them were many of his relatives, and Holderness hadn't initially considered taking action against these incompetent relatives. After all, we're all family, but what they did was truly atrocious. Not only did they hinder national development, but they also profited immensely from the national crisis at this critical moment. They even secretly struck a deal with the Western French Empire, reselling some of their military equipment to them. As for how Holderness knew this, it all comes down to his temporary expansion of the army by 800,000, only to discover that some of his elite units lacked adequate armor. If he had resold some light infantry weapons to the Western French Empire, Holderness wouldn't have been so angry. As a result, Even their most important elite units don't have enough weapons and equipment, so what could they offer against the Wehrmacht? Heads, or a competition of gun barrels with Wehrmacht tanks? Holdress ultimately decided to attack his own relatives, because he could no longer bear it. Holdress then began a purge within the group, but this couldn't change the imminent fall of Garmin. On the beach, Freiman was an ordinary gunner. His infantry fighting vehicle was the last to land, and the friendly infantry had already largely cleared the beach. His vehicle only needed to go through the motions, and the commander didn't demand too much, telling Freiman to fire freely. After observing for a while, Freiman realized that his teammates were taking kills faster than he was. Every time he saw the enemy about to fire, his teammates had already killed him. Just as Freiman was feeling discouraged, he suddenly noticed a large number of moving figures in his scope. Looking closely, he saw over 20 papal soldiers preparing to relocate. Freiman decisively opened fire. Boom, boom, boom! The 30mm rounds pounded the papal soldiers, shredding them with terrifying shrapnel. Over 20 soldiers collapsed to the ground, dead before they could react. Freiman then prepared to cease fire, but just as he did, he realized this place was like a respawn point, with another 20 or so soldiers scurrying past his guns. How many times have I told you? Don't crowd together. Boom, boom! These are all military achievements, and I tell you about my 30mm cannon. Chapter 1271. Freiman immediately used a 30mm cannon to begin catching French fries. Because the commander of the Garmin Papal State had already ordered a retreat, Holdress had ordered them to hold out to the very end. But the commander knew what holding out to the very end meant. Would you let 1,000 of them die on this meaningless beach? If you had told them there was support, and that reinforcements were on the way, they might have held out to the end. But you told them from the outset that there was no reinforcement. How could ordinary soldiers possibly have the will to hold out? They were human, not steel. Even steel melts, let alone these men. Without hope, a great rout ensued. To preserve his dignity, the commander chose to retreat. After 1,000 men were defeated, he might only be able to collect 200 remnants at most. But if he had ordered an orderly retreat, at least 500 to 600 men could have been saved. There was nothing wrong with this plan, and even the ragtag troops obeyed orders. But the wild card was a gunner named Freiman. For these papal soldiers to evacuate, they had to pass through a mountain pass. And this pass, as it happened, lay directly under Freiman's guns. Seeing the soldiers passing him, Freiman opened fire without hesitation. What's the saying? A shell is only a shell once it's fired. Shells stored in storage have only two outcomes, either captured by the enemy or ultimately destroyed. Freiman opened fire, firing his 30mm cannon near the mountain pass, spraying shrapnel and injuring the fleeing papal soldiers. After witnessing the deaths of over 50 of their comrades, the papal soldiers considered retreating, but they discovered they had no other escape route except this mountain pass. This mountain pass, their only route of retreat, was now blocked by the infantry fighting vehicle that Freiman was in. The papal commander decisively ordered the throwing of smoke bombs to block Freiman's line of sight, and then they quickly withdrew. But the commander was naive. The 30mm gun was called a gun because it exploded like a cannonball. After throwing several smoke bombs, the commander waited for the smoke to clear before fleeing. But Freiman, evidently experienced, immediately opened fire as soon as he saw the smoke rising. The 30mm gun shells landed in the mountain pass, blasting the fleeing papal soldiers to pieces. Even the commander was not spared, losing a leg. The soldiers on either side, without hesitation, carried the commander on their shoulders and ran away. The commander escaped with his life, but the others weren't so lucky. The others were reduced to ash by the 30mm cannon. In one round of fire, at least 100 papal soldiers fell to Freiman's cannon. Freiman didn't know if he hit them or not, he just kept firing. The surrounding infantry, noticing the commotion, immediately began to close in on the mountain pass. By this time, most of the papal soldiers had already successfully evacuated. The commander had originally planned to escape with 500 of his men, but after this round of fire, nearly 200 soldiers remained at the mountain pass. When the Marines reached the mountain pass, they encountered not a fully armed enemy, but a scattered mass of them. Here and there were still many still alive, but they lay wailing in pools of blood, and several were nearing death. Some Marines vomited on the spot. They saw the papal soldiers, their hearts and souls utterly devoted, and even more so, the soldiers spread evenly across the ground. The scene was truly horrifying. The Marines, suppressing their nausea, began to count the bodies of the papal soldiers. After a careful search, they determined there were at least 200 bodies. What? Why 200 bodies, you ask? There were so many wounded, The seriously injured Wehrmacht soldiers were dealt a quick death, while those with minor injuries were generally taken back as prisoners of war. These captured papal soldiers would face trial. If they had committed heinous acts, they might not even have their bodies left. If he were an ordinary soldier, he would have to work in the mines for 2 years. He had to pay for his misdeeds. The 200-plus bodies successfully shocked the entire Marine Corps. Even Chester commended Freeman. Not everyone can take 200 heads with a machine gun. The so-called veterans of 100 battles only have 10 heads at most. It doesn't mean you can kill several people in every battle. If you truly have that kind of skill, after 100 battles, you killed thousands of people. You're no longer a veteran, you're a god of war. To honor Freeman, Chester applied for a gold medal for him. Chester also began publicizing Freeman's exploits, hoping to spur other armored vehicle units within the Marine Corps to work harder. There was competition among friendly units, but it wasn't vicious, but rather healthy. After all, once Freeman received his medal, his platoon leader and company commander would comment, "Look at Freeman. A rookie got a medal. How about you?" As the saying goes, popularity kills. Unbeknownst to Freeman, immersed in his joy, he had become the target of widespread criticism. As the great flame landed on the west coast, Holder's gloomy face in the palace erupted. He had worked so hard for so long, hoping to achieve a victory. Or rather, to stop the Wehrmacht's offensive. But the problem was, the central region couldn't stop the Wehrmacht's advance. And the eastern region itself had no hope of stopping the Wehrmacht. And even the western region, which he valued most, couldn't stop the landing. The constant flow of victories made Holder's life questionable. He began to doubt his own rank as emperor, and wondered if his subordinates were deceiving him. At this moment, a strange black snake appeared before Holdras. "Holdras, if you continue fighting, you will surely lose. The Wehrmacht you see is just the tip of the iceberg. Lion secretly possesses even more powerful forces. To win this war, you must sacrifice something." Irina's voice rang out. Looking at the speaking black snake before him, Holdras remained calm. "Then tell me what I have to lose." 1 million men. "Give me 1 million men, and I give you 1 million undead soldiers." As the black snake spoke, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the night sky, illuminating Holdras, whose eyes were filled with madness, and making his expression even more ferocious. A mere 1 million men. What does 1 million mean, if it means victory for the Empire? Chapter 1272. The Wehrmacht's relentless advance drove Holdras completely mad. Holdras was now willing to do anything to win. Upon learning of Irina's proposal, he immediately agreed. Irina intended to use divine power to mutate humanity en masse, transforming them into ruthless killing machines. Holdras then began to summon his henchmen, telling them to find a way to capture 1 million people as guinea pigs. Holdras had reached a terrifying level of madness. Even elsewhere, in the divine realm, Irina was repairing Layla's body, which had been shattered by her abuse. Layla was now undergoing Irina's repairs, and with her help, she had regained her strength and even reached a new level. Feeling the abundant power within her, Layla couldn't help but hum softly. Irina also breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't afford to lose anyone now. If Layla were lost, the balance would be shattered. More importantly, Galena had an excuse to start a war. Both Galena and the other gods were waiting for Irina to reveal a flaw. The increasingly intense resource struggle within the divine realm was forcing everyone into action. Galena hadn't considered starting a war, but she was waiting for an opportunity. Irina was forced to withdraw her defenses. In the core area of the divine realm, a couple lived in a courtyard. Both of them possessed no divine power, as if they were ordinary people. But the problem was, this was the divine realm. Even the smallest blade of grass and tree held divine power. How could there be ordinary people? A couple was trimming the flowers and plants. The woman, looking at her husband's gentle face, couldn't help but ask, "You won't intervene? The two sisters are fighting like this, and you, as a father, haven't stepped in yet?" The man shook his head. "Only one of them can survive." Hearing the man's words, the woman's heart trembled. "Obelia, are you talking nonsense? When we fled here with you, you got me pregnant. You wanted me to give birth to both sisters, and now you say only one can survive?" The woman was a little overwhelmed. "Because I know that for the god realm to develop, its lord can't be a mediocre person. And certainly not a mediocre one," Obelia said calmly. "But they are sisters. The Type 2 civilization destroyed our home. We fled here, finally having children, finally building a new home, and yet you insist on destroying it all." The woman lost her composure, tears streaming down her delicate face. "Do you think I don't want a happy family with many children and grandchildren? The Type 2 civilization destroyed our home, and I was forced to bring you here to make our home, but the Type 2 civilization won't let us go. They've been searching for us throughout the universe. They're afraid our descendants will return and tear theirs apart. Obelia slumped to the ground after saying this. What? Are you saying the Type 2 civilization is still hunting us? The woman asked. Yes, and they're heading this way. Then why didn't you tell me? Why tell me? To continue to cause panic? I don't want to escape. We were on the verge of becoming a Type 2 civilization, but they came, destroyed our home, and left us wandering for thousands of years. I'm tired, or rather, I want to live a respectable life. Not like a rat in the gutter. Obelia practically roared, leaving his wife beside him stunned. She had never seen Obelia lose his temper like this before, because since becoming the lord of the god realm, Obelia had rarely gotten angry. Even when Irina had driven him from power, Obelia hadn't been angry. But now, Obelia seemed like a stranger to her. Looking at his wife's shocked face, Obelia felt a little dazed, as if he had been mean to her. Obelia then hugged his wife. I'm sorry, I was a little mean, but I wanted to. I've been running away long enough. I don't want to run anymore. How about you leave? I take you away now. Hearing Obelia's words, his wife was stunned. She remembered that Irina had abolished all of Obelia's cultivation to prevent him from regaining his position as lord of the divine realm. But now, hearing Obelia's words, his wife was completely in disbelief. Didn't they say her husband's cultivation was abolished? As if sensing his wife's confusion, Obelia spoke. Because I'm tired of the intrigues that come with the position of lord of the divine realm, I just want to spend my final moments with you. When my daughter ousted me, I already knew that the Type 2 civilization was pursuing us. But this time, we can't escape. When we invaded this planet, we were tricked by the planet's will. We can't escape with our current home. Furthermore, the current power of the divine realm isn't enough for us to leave with the spark. Without the divine realm's protection, we can't sail through space for long. After saying this, Obelia hugged his wife tighter. His wife was stunned for a moment, then smiled. She had finally come to terms with it, because Obelia had been by her side all these years, and for tens of thousands of years, they had been inseparable. She could say she had lived enough, with no regrets in her life. And the poor sisters, they were still unaware of the severity of the situation, and Leon, far away on the planet, was even more in the dark. Irina told Holdras to intensify the arrests, but Holdras I simply couldn't muster 1,000,000 young and strong men. But Irina said they didn't have to be young and strong, men, women, young, old, the weak, women, and children would all be welcome. Hearing this, Holdras froze, but then a sinister smile appeared on his face. If that's the case, then we could just take everyone in the entire city. Thinking of this, Holdras smiled strangely. To the northwest of the Papal States, there was a small town of 50,000 people. The people of the city lived peacefully, still pursuing simple agricultural life. The war in the southeast had not affected them. Aside from a few who had joined the Crusades and never returned, the entire town was peaceful. The scenery was delightful, with children playing in the streets and smiles on everyone's faces. Such a beautiful scene, but with the arrival of a group, it would be completely consigned to the past. More than a dozen mysterious men in black robes arrived outside the town and began to set up a formation. At the same time, they notified Holdras, who hurriedly contacted the evil god Irina. Irina thought Holdras had gathered 1,000,000 men, but upon inquiry, she discovered that he only had 50,000. Irina wanted to curse, but then she realized that even she couldn't gather 1,000,000 men at once. So she began her transformation. Chapter 1273. The people of this small town were unaware of the catastrophe that was about to befall them. As usual, with the rising of dawn, the inhabitants of the small town began their day's work. Children were carrying their school bags to school, while the men had gone to the fields. The women were in the workshops, weaving handicrafts. The entire town essentially produced and sold its own goods. Without outside influence, it could have lived in peace and stability for its entire life. This was a typical small peasant economy, where genuine handicrafts were no less valuable than manufactured goods. The 200-man guard force recruited locally was responsible for guarding the small town. This type of guard force was common in every city, but it became increasingly rare the closer one got to the capital of the Papal States. This was because they had no formal organization. To put it bluntly, they were a force spontaneously raised by the local people. To claim that the Papal States was the best country in the world was a complete joke. The Papal States were the best country in the world. This was true only for the powerful. For only the powerful enjoyed the best of everything in this country, while the lower classes, like them, struggled to survive under heavy taxes. A war would change everything for them. So they changed, becoming increasingly numb. Some, unable to endure the Papal States' tyranny, chose to establish themselves as rulers. Some, steadfast in their hearts, chose to fight the Papal States to the bitter end. While others gradually drifted towards darkness, they began to wield their swords against the weaker. In larger cities, it was still possible for local nobles to organize armies to suppress banditry. However, in smaller cities like this, the nobles didn't possess significant wealth. So, the nobles and the local people shared the cost of the guards. Although the guards were not part of the official corps, they were still required to report them to the emperor. The emperor wouldn't easily mobilize these guards. After all, they hadn't funded these troops, and their weapons were only effective against bandits. The guards, as usual, patrolled and stood guard on the city walls. But strangely, they noticed a large number of civilians on the road in the distance. Most of these civilians were farmers from nearby villages, all coming to the small city to trade goods. But the problem was, these civilians had strangely appeared in the distance today, wandering around, not entering the city. This unusual behavior caught the attention of the guards, who immediately reported the situation to their superiors. Before the commander could react, a man who had just left the city, on his way to visit relatives in a nearby village, came running back in a panic. He had discovered he couldn't leave the city. More precisely, a barrier seemed to have appeared around the city, blocking them in. After circling the city, the man realized he couldn't escape. He also encountered farmers outside the barrier trying to get in. The two sides exchanged glances. Finally, both sides confirmed they were unable to enter, and the man hurried back to report to the guards. The guards had never seen such a situation before. The commander then prepared to dispatch soldiers to investigate the border situation. But by then, the Papal States had already begun to act. They sealed off the entire town, then, after a night of labor, carved numerous inscriptions around it. They then injected a vast amount of magical energy into them, activating them. These inscriptions had a single purpose: to establish contact with the divine realm. After completing all preparations, Irina began to use these inscriptions to transmit energy. The terrifying magical energy descended directly from the divine realm through the passage. The people of the town were hard at work when, the next second, they saw a black gas descending from the sky. The black gas instantly enveloped the entire town, enveloping the people before they could react. Only a few churches remained untouched by the black gas. However, as luck would have it, due to the town's limited finances, the local mayor had sent all the students to the church, using it as a school. This town remained unaffected by the Papal States' twisted ideology. The church was indeed sacred, but children were innocent. Even if the goddess of light knew about teaching them in church, she wouldn't blame them. A kind goddess treats everyone with kindness, especially if this were all for the children's future. The priest and teacher were teaching the children, when they suddenly noticed a black cloud outside the window. The priest put away his textbook and quietly walked to the window. Looking around, the entire town was shrouded in a black cloud. From time to time, roars and screams could be heard from the black cloud. The priest realized something was amiss, and immediately notified the Saint Sisters and the priests to lock the church doors. The priest then arrived before the statue of the goddess of light. Before he could even pray, he saw it glowing. Dazed, the priest rubbed his eyes and, looking intently, saw that the statue was indeed glowing. He immediately began to pray, but a voice echoed in his mind. Protect the children. Ignore everything outside. Do not let the children leave the church. The priest suddenly looked up and saw that the statue had returned to normal. Not wanting to waste any time, the priest immediately summoned the saints, who then strictly guarded the area, preventing any children from leaving. He also notified the nuns to take out their treasured snacks and toys and distribute them to the children to calm them down. At first, the children, who had clamored to return home after seeing the dark air outside, were comforted by the nuns. But not all the children were in the church, they were inside a house. Due to a fever the previous night, the little girl had not been able to attend church. Her mother, who had cared for her all morning, was about to take her to church to seek the minister's help. But the next second, a black aura suddenly filled the air, and the little girl witnessed her mother being consumed by it. The black aura also spotted the little girl and immediately surged towards her. The black aura began to consume the little girl, and the intense pain made her cry out in agony. "Mom, it hurts." But the little girl's words were destined to go unanswered, for she had witnessed a scene that filled her with immense horror. Chapter 1274. A black aura enveloped the entire city, corroding countless people. With the exception of the children in the church, who had escaped unscathed, the entire city instantly became lifeless. There were only countless roars and painful wails. The farmers outside the barrier were dumbfounded, watching the city enveloped by the black aura. And in the research base beneath the northern forest, Teresa gazed at the shattered monitoring equipment, lost in thought. The reason was simple. This monitoring device was used to monitor divine power. And Balian Cadischester and Leon were not within the monitoring range. This meant that if a true god appeared, the monitoring device would immediately sound an alarm. The last time Lyra descended, the monitoring device only sounded an alarm, but today, it shattered to the ground. Clearly, the critical value had been exceeded, and the entire device had exploded. Teresa immediately contacted Leon. Leon, drained to the bone, struggled to rise from his bed, and decisively answered the phone. Lyon's office had 7 lines, one directly to the military, one to the cabinet, and one directly to William's headquarters. In addition to these 3, there were 4 more important lines. One to the underground base, one to the Fearless Island Space Base, one to Malbro's headquarters, and the last to Hansa's office at the intelligence agency. These 7 lines were specifically set up for Leon. Each ringing signaled something major was about to happen. If Leon called someone else, it would only mean something was wrong, but if someone else called Leon, it was a major disaster. Lyon glanced at the phone and saw it was from the underground base, so he decisively answered it. "This is Leon. What happened?" The divine power monitoring device went off. "It seems a god has descended," Teresa said anxiously. Leon was stunned upon hearing this. Didn't they just bomb Irina a few days ago? Could she be trying to come down and eat another mushroom bomb? Is she an evil god or a greedy cat? Leon thought about it, and found that this idea didn't make sense. No fool would commit such a crime against the will of the law. Leon then asked Teresa for details. "Try to find out where it is. I notify the Iron Guard and the Imperial Guards, and have them prepare for battle. I go ask Evelyn if Senior Witch has any answers." Leon hung up the phone, immediately put on his clothes, and knocked on the guest room door. "Senior Witch, the underground base's monitoring device has exceeded critical levels. I suspect Irina has descended," Leon said as he knocked. But no sound came from the room. Leon listened carefully and heard soft sobbing. Upon hearing this, Leon hurriedly asked, "Senior Witch, is something wrong?" Leon's question received no response, so he called Yun Chi and the others. He then had his wives break down the door. After breaking through, Leon and the others witnessed a horrifying scene. Evelyn was now enveloped in a black aura, and blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. What had happened? Inside the small town. The girl saw a pair of crimson eyes emerge from the black aura and stepped back in fear, but she stopped a second later. To her horror, the owner of those red eyes was her own mother. Black energy was engulfing the little girl, but around her neck hung a necklace given by a church priest, preserving her last remaining consciousness. So she witnessed her mother transform into a monster. The monster was enormous, barely recognizable as having once been human. But what truly frightened the little girl was that the monster before her actually had a human face, albeit a hideous one. But the little girl instantly recognized it as her mother, a terrifying experience for a 7-year-old. She witnessed her mother transform into a monster with her own eyes. The monster then spotted the little girl, but since she hadn't transformed, it immediately charged forward. The little girl looked at her mother, and instinctively called out, "Mom!" The cry stopped the monster in its tracks, staring intently at the girl. The monster's instincts made it attempt to attack the little girl, but its motherly instincts suppressed its urge. The little girl stared at the monster, stunned, as it spoke human language, its voice hoarse and labored. "Run! Escape to the church!" The little girl, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate and immediately took off running. Unbeknownst to her, she was already under the influence of the black energy, and the priests in the church were powerless to help her. She still managed to escape, but to her horror, she found the streets filled with mutating monsters. These mutated monsters were incredibly powerful. Taking advantage of the fact that several of the monsters were still mutating, the little girl rushed towards the nearby church. Some of the mutated monsters quickly spotted the little girl and charged towards her, leaping up and down walls. The little girl was horrified. She couldn't understand why the usually gentle creatures had suddenly transformed into such bizarre creatures. Faced with these wall-climbing monsters, the little girl desperately fled. Unbeknownst to her, she, too, had been transformed by the black energy. She wasn't exactly agile now, but she could be considered a sprint champion. She wasn't quite as agile as the wall-climbing monsters, but she could still create a hole in the ground with a single kick. The little girl sprinted towards the church, where subtle changes were taking place. A large number of monsters surrounded the church, aware of the delicious food within. But the sculptures atop the church, like gods, watched over them, preventing them from making any rash moves. The monsters could only linger near the church, gathering strength and preparing to attack. There were also conflicting accounts within the church. The priests chose to defend the church to the death, but the young and energetic saints had a different view. They believed that since these monsters didn't dare attack the church, they must be afraid of the light. These saints had learned most about light magic, so they naturally had no fear of these monsters. But the monsters also thought so, waiting for the saints to leave the church and then slaughtering them. These monsters had received Irina's blessing, so they were naturally fearless. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg in the Papal States. Many more places had become like this. Chapter 1275. Holdras prepared 5 cities in one fell swoop. That's over 300,000 people in total. These were all his people, but now, he no longer treated them as human beings. A war changed everything. Holdras became a gambler, and the people had to pay the price for his actions. But many were innocent people, living humble lives, giving their all for this country, yet how did Holdras treat them in the end? And yet Holdras turned them into weapons. The little girl fled in the darkness, tears blurring her vision. She saw her mother transformed into a monster, and the uncles and aunts around her, who had treated her well, had also become monsters. Because of this black energy, her life had changed drastically. She hated this black energy, for it had affected everything about her. But she was powerless, so she could only run, avoiding the monsters chasing after her. The little girl quickly reached the church. But before she could rush inside, she was locked onto the statues on the church. The little girl tried to enter the church, but a sharp pain ripped through her body, like someone burning her skin with fire. The little girl couldn't help but cry out in pain. "It hurts. Help me." The saints inside, hearing the cries for help, instinctively tried to escape, but were stopped by the priest. The priest then opened the window, allowing everyone to see the burning little girl. The saints were stunned, as the black energy surrounding the little girl had accumulated to a terrifying level. The black energy was larger than the bodies of more than 10 little girls. A faint golden light could be seen on the little girl's chest. The priest recognized the little girl immediately. She had been to this church before, and the necklace around her neck was one he had given her. Looking at the girl in agony, the priest's face was filled with grief and indignation. He couldn't understand why this child had to suffer such a calamity. Did the heavens have eyes? Or did they not? The little girl's body had mutated, and the pain brought her to her knees. She stared at her shadow in the puddle, stunned. She saw herself clearly now, a monster. Her hideous form made her look like neither human nor ghost. The little girl screamed, and then rushed directly towards the church. The saints prepared for battle, but the priest ordered them to halt. The little girl sped up, exacerbating the burns. The priest could even see the vaporized liquid on the little girl's body. The closer they got, the slower her steps became, and she collapsed at the church door. The black energy had been completely expelled, but only the little girl's white bones remained. In a daze, the little girl spoke to the priest. "Father, I'm in so much pain. Can you please save Mom? She's turned into a monster. I want to eat the candied haws that Mom bought me, just one bite. I never be naughty again." Before the little girl could finish her words, she died. The priest was stunned. The young and energetic saints nearby were enraged. They entered the underground armory and retrieved their saintly armor. Only a small number of church members were fighting against the National Defense Forces. There were still some righteous people within the Church of the Goddess of Light, but these righteous saints might remain saints for the rest of their lives. The 8 saints donned their armor, ready to fight the monsters to the death. The priest spoke coldly. "What are you doing? Going out to die? The goddess blessing protects you from the black aura, but can you defeat these monsters?" The saints fell silent. The priest was right, they couldn't defeat the monsters. But just then, something unexpected happened. The monsters realized they couldn't get close to the church and began to think of a solution. After a long thought, they came up with a brilliant idea, throwing rocks at the sculptures on the roof. A torrent of rocks pelted the roof, destroying numerous sculptures. With each statue destroyed, the black aura drew closer. The priest's face was tense, and the saints drew their knightly swords. It looked like there was no escape. With the last statue destroyed, the statue of the goddess of light within the church dimmed. The priest spoke immediately. "Nuns, send the children to the basement. Saints, I will defend the church with you. Don't let any monsters in. I don't know when dawn will arrive, but I know these children must have a future." The priest returned to his bedroom and donned the chain mail the archbishop had given him. Who wasn't a hero back then? The priest even produced a knight's sword. The saints were stunned. Was this still the amiable priest they remembered? Why did he wear armor and a long sword, symbols of strength? Ignoring the bewildered saints, the priest closed the doors and windows and stood before the statue of the goddess of light. 8 saints lined up on either side, looking ready for battle. A black aura filled the entire world, but it didn't invade the church. The next second, a monster burst through the main entrance. The saints rushed forward, quickly dispatching the monster. The monster wasn't very strong, and it didn't seem completely mutated. It was half monster, half human. The saints were horrified to see a look of relief on the monster's face. The saints then fell into deep thought. The priest, however, had a serious expression on his face, because he could sense that there were even more powerful monsters nearby. So the priest hadn't taken action, while the monsters were preparing to attack. After sending out a cannon fodder, the monsters had gauged the saints' strength. The next second, the windows on the first floor of the church shattered, and monsters poured out. In an instant, at least 20 monsters poured in. The saints unleashed their full firepower, wielding their knightly swords with furious force. Some monsters were easily dispatched, but others proved to be indestructible, unable to even budge. The saints were stunned, but the priest's reaction was even faster. Without hesitation, the priest slew 5 monsters with a single blow. The monsters' attack was instantly halted. For a moment, the monsters were stunned, but their strange, ferocious instincts spurred them to charge even harder. The priest was powerful, but he couldn't defeat 10 alone. Soon, the monsters used a human wave tactic, overwhelming the priest and the believers. The believers gradually lost their strength, and one was about to be pierced by the monster's claws. But the next second, a sudden crackling sound echoed from the church roof. The believer instinctively closed his eyes. After a long moment, he realized there was no pain. Opening his eyes, he saw a massive figure in dark golden armor appear before him. The monster had transformed into Oni-chan. Chapter 1276. The saints and priests were stunned as the massive figure before them crushed a monster into a pulp with a single step. Yes, literally. The massive figure turned back to the priests and saints behind him and spoke. Leader, order. Clean up everything. The massive figure wasn't actually very tall, only about 2.4 meters. To ordinary people, he was certainly tall, but don't forget that this is a magical world where monsters over 2 meters tall are common. So the priest was a little frightened. In his subconscious, he thought the massive figure before him must be a giant. Also, his black metal armor was being corroded by the black energy, but the energy couldn't penetrate the armor. And the armor surface was shimmering with light. With each shimmer, the black energy clung to it, dissipated a little. It seemed he wasn't afraid of the black energy's attack at all. The massive figure then turned to the priest and spoke. Is anyone else in here? It looks like you're protecting something. The priest and the saints exchanged glances before deciding to tell the truth. There are dozens of children in the church's basement. And there's more than one church nearby. There are 24 churches in this town, and there are probably 1,000 children in all of them. I beg you to save these children. The church's statues can suppress these monsters, but they can destroy them with projectiles. The situation in the other churches is likely to be equally dire. We can sacrifice ourselves, but the children are innocent. The guardsmen before them were stunned by the priest's words. Not brothers? You have so many children? Do you really think you're Captain de Yin? The Imperial Guards didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately began contacting their superiors. And now overhead. Over 20 specially designed transport planes were circling. 6 of them were filled with Imperial Guards, totaling 120 men. Lion's Imperial Guards currently number only 800. The Iron Guard has expanded to 5,000. Over 300 Iron Guards and 120 Imperial Guards were deployed in this operation. If one Iron Guard can destroy a tank, then one Imperial Guard can sink a warship. Don't ask where this description came from, because the Imperial Guards actually did destroy a warship. This was because they were testing the Imperial Guard's destructive capabilities. The first generation of Imperial Guards could be described as mere knights in armor, but now, they have become magical fission-powered beasts of burden. The current Imperial Guard has reached its 3rd generation, equipped with the latest fission-powered reaction cones. Their weapon is also a magic factor spear. It can cut through the weapons currently in the National Defense Forces inventory. Even the Iron Guards cannot withstand the penetration of the Imperial Guard spears. This is because the Imperial Guard spear's penetration mechanism is closely linked to the fission core. The fission core infuses the spear with power, maximizing its penetration. The Iron Guard's armor and weapons primarily rely on the inherent strength of the metal, which is still several levels behind the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards also possess numerous ranged attack methods. They can not only throw their spears, but also release shockwaves by compressing the fission core. Let's just clear the map. The armor of the Custodians is also quite sophisticated. While the materials are similar to those of the Iron Guard, the difference in specific protection is enormous. This is because the fission core can be used not only for offense, but also for defense. The fission alloy is connected to the entire armor, allowing magic factors to flow across its surface. This forms something like an ion shield. Even ordinary sun missiles can't kill a Custodian soldier. Furthermore, the armor's defense mechanism is similar to a recoil defense mechanism. The greater the force you apply, the stronger the recoil. For example, if you, an ordinary person, strike a Custodian with all your might, the resulting force you receive could be far greater than the force you applied. This is equivalent to a Custodian soldier wearing a piece of anti-armor armor. And the damage return is as high as 120% to 150%. How can you defeat this? It's like a human turret. This is Leon's ultimate weapon against the gods. What aerospace carrier is nothing more than a mere transport vessel? Only these Imperial Guards are truly powerful. Iron Guard. So love will fade, right? The Imperial Guards followed the priest to the basement. After the priest knocked repeatedly, the door finally opened. A nun nervously looked outside, only to find it was indeed the priest, and breathed a sigh of relief. Because the nuns had just heard a noise overhead, many children were frightened and crying. The nuns did their best to comfort them. The children were quite sensible. Aside from a few who were frightened and unhinged, most of them calmed down. The children saw the door open and thought they could escape, so they hurriedly prepared to rush out. However, just as they reached the door, they saw a large figure walk in. The children screamed in fear. "There's a monster!" The Imperial Guard soldier, upon hearing this, didn't get angry. He struggled to squeeze through the doorway. A little boy stepped back in fear, but fell to the ground. The Imperial Guard soldier slowly entered. The little boy's sister, a little girl, stopped the soldier and said stubbornly, "Big monster, come at me if you dare." The Imperial Guard soldier knelt on one knee before the little girl. It wasn't that he didn't want to squat, but rather that his armor didn't allow him to do so. Armor isn't a human body. Squatting would severely compress the leg armor. The soldier knelt on one knee before the little girl, and then pulled a box of sugar cubes from his chest magazine. The Imperial Guard soldiers didn't carry ammunition or supplies. Their only supplies were food. A large amount of sugar cubes and glucose, along with 1 or 2 stimulants, to ensure the Imperial Guard's continued combat capability. The soldier then placed the candy in the little girl's palm and carefully stroked her head with his large hand. The little girl was stunned. Was this a monster? Then, a second later, there was a noise in the basement hallway. Monsters were charging in. The soldier then withdrew his gentleness and silently drew his spear. He pierced one of the monster's head on. The children were stunned, while the Imperial Guard casually tossed the monster's corpse aside, then looked out at the dark hallway and spoke. "You must accept the leader's favor." Chapter 1277. The Imperial Guards were like gods descending from the heavens, unleashing a torrent of slaughter. The monsters had no chance to approach. They were instantly slaughtered by the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, they seemed rather excited. These soldiers had been confined to the training base for years. They were constantly trained, without any rest. They were essentially top-tier cattle, and horses confined to the base. They couldn't even return home on holidays. They trained day after day, year after year. This training catapulted their strength, allowing them to successfully undergo a complete transformation. Because they were already powerful, coupled with the brutal training, dealing with these monsters was a piece of cake. The monsters, realizing something was amiss, attempted to leave the church. But the Imperial Guards and Iron Guards had already launched their operation. A video recording of the operation was transmitted back to Lion Brad. Lion, watching it in his bedroom, fell silent after watching it. For these monsters were indistinguishable from monstrous creatures. Those monsters, like the aberrant creatures, were all species that had been corrupted and mutated. This gave Leon a headache. The war with the Papal States had already begun, and now he had to deal with these monsters here. Furthermore, the zombies in the Holy Empire's capital, the Imperial City, were still being cleared. Drains had assembled an army of undead in the lower ground, attempting to challenge Leon. However, before they could even leave the Imperial City, they were blocked by the National Defense Force, the Holy Empire Front Army, and the local civilians. The power of the masses was formidable, and Drains and his undead army couldn't even leave the Imperial City. It was practically a case of being shut up and beaten. Drains was deeply frustrated. The Wehrmacht had surrounded the palace, and was giving them no chance. If the undead creatures stepped outside the palace, they would be met with devastating blows, practically utterly defeated. Drains tried countless ways to break through the Wehrmacht blockade, but was repelled by the Wehrmacht's rogue fighters. Drains did have some strength, but his men were questionable. Undead creatures were inherently fragile, having already died once. No matter how powerful they were in life, their bodies had been corroded after death. Some of the lucky ones retained half their abilities, but the unlucky ones had lost only 1/10 of their strength. Under such circumstances, how could the undead creatures fight the Wehrmacht? They would simply thrust their cannon barrels in their faces and blast them. This caused these undead creatures unbearable suffering. You tickle their tanks, and they destroy you in 2 shots. And you have no power to resist. Over time, the undead creatures gave up, but Dreen saw otherwise. Drins now only wanted to regain everything he had lost. But what Dreens didn't know was that he had already lost everything over 1,000 years ago. When Dreens' brother was assassinated, it was certain that he would pay the price for his actions. Perhaps others saw his career as an emperor as highly successful, but truly wise people would never agree with Dreens. Otherwise, the Holy Empire would inevitably reach new heights. The people never considered Dreens a true leader, and Dreens never considered them his subjects. So, while it may seem that the Holy Empire's history books of the past extol Dreens' achievements, in reality, none of them hold up to scrutiny. But the former rulers and high-ranking officials of the Holy Empire had been perpetuating this narrative. They needed a hero, but that hero couldn't be Kuenberg. But people and nations that fail to acknowledge past history and respect its heroes are doomed to decline. Drains attempted to contact some of the descendants of the nobles who had followed him. But without exception, these descendants either took group photos in the basement, surrendered to Lion, or were exiled to the eastern continent. Faced with Dreens, these descendants unanimously refused. What a joke. They had finally managed to survive, and now Dreens was trying to coax them into rebellion again. This was practically a suicide pact. In just 5 years, there had been several notable rebellions, but without exception, they had been crushed by Lion. What terrified everyone was that Leon played a different card each time he crushed them. Those tempted to rebel had completely given up, for they didn't want to risk their lives. Life was important, at least in the eyes of these nobles, more so than their money. They had pursued fame and fortune their entire lives, only to be completely shattered under the iron hoof of the great yen. They had once sought power, but now they simply sought survival. What kind of rubbish was Dreens? After learning that these descendants of the nobility ignored him, Dreens became furious. He began to wander back and forth within his underground kingdom, but no matter how he wandered, he found no way to change the status quo. At this critical moment, Irina appeared before Dreens. Stop wandering around. You can't change reality. Holdress has distracted you. You must find a way to break through the blockade of the imperial capital and unleash chaos throughout the Holy Empire, and even Great Yen. Do you understand? Irina said without question. Drain's face was solemn, and he then grumbled. Do you think I don't want to break the blockade? They stuffed tanks and cannons into my mouth. How can I possibly stand up to Leon, with just those puny soldiers under my command? Irina then spoke. It's not a big deal. I find a way to help you resolve it. Irina then waved her hand, and the black energy of war surged into the bodies of the undead creatures. These undead creatures instantly gained ultimate strength, transforming from frail sticks into powerful men. And they collectively rioted. The National Defense Forces guarding the palace quickly noticed something was amiss. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from within the palace, a remarkably loud one, as if something were rapidly approaching the palace gates. The palace gates were now completely sealed shut. The Wehrmacht had already arrived at the gates with tanks and armored vehicles. The tanks and armored vehicles had completely blocked the gates. Even the Wehrmacht soldiers themselves believed the enemy had no chance of breaking through their defenses. But the next second, terrifying footsteps approached the gates. Bang! A violent crash was heard. The Wehrmacht soldiers' previous relaxed composure vanished, their faces filled with solemnity. The officers nearby immediately sounded the battle alert. What a turbulent time! After finally celebrating the 5th anniversary of the founding of the nation, not only has war broken out, but there's also a zombie crisis here, and the latest news of a mutation crisis from the Papal States. This is it. Chapter 1278. The undead uprising overwhelmed the National Defense Force, but no matter how much these undead creatures gained strength, they couldn't overcome their limitations. The physical strength of the undead meant that even after strengthening, they couldn't destroy the world. They could only be said to have gone from being small soldiers to elite monsters. But the opposing National Defense Forces armored vehicles were no mere decoration. Undead, I've been strengthened. National Defense Force, I have tanks. Undead, I have the blessing of the evil god. National Defense Force, I have tanks. The undead creatures rushed out of the palace gates with great anticipation, only to see the black muzzles of cannons pointed at them. Before the undead could escape, the tanks opened fire on the monsters. Leon had already issued an order allowing the National Defense Force to use weapons of any caliber. If the palace was gone, it was gone. The people of the imperial capital must be well. The palace might be a relic, a piece of history. But in the eyes of the people, these things pale in comparison. Upon learning this, the royalists within Great Yin were terrified. The palace must not be lost. If it is lost, the kingdom will be lost. Great Yin is primarily divided into 2 factions and 4 smaller ones. The 2 major factions are the Hawks and Doves, while the 4 smaller factions are Republicans, Royalists, Military, and Progressives. The Republicans follow Leon, but they are more focused on the future of Great Yin. Leon is the leader, but not necessarily forever. The Republicans hold nearly 1/3 of the seats. The second largest faction is the Royalists, and there is a lot of overlap between the Royalists and the Military. The Royalists hold 1/4 of the seats, and the majority of the Military are Royalists. The Royalists and the Military faction combined hold over half the seats. This is because both factions were among the first to follow Lion. In the former Sin territory, Lion provided them with food and lifted them out of the quagmire. He gave them a good life. This wasn't because they wanted to protect their own interests, but rather they wanted to repay Lion, a benefactor who had freed them from suffering, provided them with food, and given them a good life. They had unknowingly become Lion's diehard fans. In their eyes, the only leader could be Lion. If the leader gives me a good life, I will protect the leader and his family forever. As for the Progressive faction, it was a faction formed by fresh blood. They were the future successors of Great Yin, and Lion didn't want them to be torn between the Republicans and the Royalist Military faction. Most of them were new to Parliament, and many were still young and inexperienced. Most of them had returned from the Holy Empire after having made achievements in poverty alleviation. Letting them get things done is fine, but letting them engage in deception in Parliament is completely unacceptable. To gain greater influence, the Republicans will naturally achieve more political achievements and recruit new blood. They don't want to see the Royalists rise to prominence, but they absolutely dare not engage in factional fighting. They can compete with each other for achievements, but not with the achievements of those who betrayed them. If Leon finds out, he will personally take action, even without the Royalists. Throughout history, countless dynasties have fallen due to factional strife. It's normal to have factions within the party, but that's no reason for you to engage in infighting at this critical juncture. Republicans constantly focus on achieving success, leading to numerous Republican MPs traveling extensively to the countryside to implement targeted poverty alleviation efforts. This allows them to present a thick stack of achievements during the parliamentary elections, proving the Republicans are the best faction. But the Royalists are even more terrifying. While you Republicans still go to the countryside, the extreme Royalists will simply rush in and have someone devise a plan to get rich. If you don't comply, they point a gun at your head and use military tactics to force your agreement. Lion knows the Royalists are somewhat extreme, so he keeps a close eye on them. The Royalists have some ties to the military, but simply being a Royalist won't harm the country. On the contrary, it might even make it better. But the military is both good and evil. The military exists to give the military a say, but if you're not careful, once they come to power, they could escalate into militarism. Militarism and fascism are absolutely unacceptable. When Great Yin was first established, it was indeed somewhat dictatorial, requiring extraordinary measures in extraordinary times. Lion couldn't possibly have held a democratic vote in its early days, surrounded by powerful enemies. By the time the vote was over, the enemy would have been at the gates. Lion is now decentralizing power, with the cabinet and the military both independent, all to distribute its power. Multi-party consultation and mutual criticism are the only way for a country to progress. Lion is striving to become a mascot. After all, he's been working for 5 years, and it's time to retire. Lion got up early today, because yesterday, the Imperial Guard and the Iron Guard had already begun clearing out monsters within the Papal States. A conservative estimate puts the number of monsters within the Papal States at least 500,000, and the number is rapidly increasing. Lion was terrified upon hearing this, because Holdress had betrayed humanity. He was unworthy of being human, to do such a cruel thing to his own people. Lion feared not only Holdress's madness, but also his methods. He feared Holdras would transform his fellow citizens of Dayin into monsters. While Holdras would ultimately die, his transformed compatriots would never return. Lion pondered this, and suddenly an idea struck him. If Holdras's actions were exposed, he would undoubtedly lose face. The National Defense Forces had already occupied half of the Papal States. Where there is darkness, there is a thirst for light. Relying solely on the National Defense Forces' concern wasn't enough. He had to descend directly upon the Papal States to make the people feel genuine care. Because the Papal States' occupied territories were still somewhat unstable to this day. The people weren't afraid of the National Defense Forces, but rather of being liquidated. Because the Papal States had indeed committed many outrageous acts. These civilians were, to some degree, complicit. Even if the Wehrmacht didn't liquidate them, they still lived in constant fear. Now, they faced not only the oppression of war, but also the moral blackmail of Holdras. If you don't pay taxes, you're unpatriotic. If you're unpatriotic, you're unworthy of being a citizen of the Papal States. Now, Holdras is no longer satisfied with simply collecting taxes. He's now trying to turn his citizens into tireless warriors. This is the worst of beasts. Lion quickly finalized his itinerary and personally led the expedition. In reality, this was intended to expose Holdras's abominable behavior and win over the people. By branding Holdras a traitor to humanity, Lion would be the true light of humanity. If you contradicted Lion, wouldn't you be a traitor to humanity? Chapter 1279. When his men learned that Lion was heading to the Papal States, they were all panicked. This wasn't just any place. Going to the Papal States was like going to a disco on the front lines. One careless move could lead to enemy capture. While Barion's powerful men were present, capture was unlikely. What if the enemy attacked Lion's location? Then the National Defense Army would lose face. But no one objected to Lion's decision to inspect the Papal States. They simply couldn't find any reason to object. Lion's presence in the Papal States would greatly reassure the local people. By then, the National Defense Army's controlled areas would be stable, allowing them to focus more on the war on the front lines. They wouldn't have to maintain a reserve force to guard against an armed uprising by the local people. Lion had long since concluded that to win a war, especially one between people, one must mobilize the masses. The Elven Empire's Aid War, the Holy Empire's Liberation War, and the Elven Empire's Liberation War all prove that the people are the foundation of everything. Gudry, leading his armored forces, once couldn't find the way to the Holy Empire's capital. Finally, a nearby civilian who had received food from the Wehrmacht showed him the way. Gudry had no doubt of this. If we give someone a bite to eat when they are most hungry, they will never deceive us. For in this era, no one has lost their absolute conscience. When someone chooses to accept food from Gudry and his men, they may not tell him the route, but they will never deceive him. No one would lie to their savior. If they did, they were not a human being. The same was true in the Papal States. Wherever the Wehrmacht arrived, they would distribute a portion of their rations to the starving locals. The people, in turn, would share any useful information with the Wehrmacht. They didn't want to betray their country, and wouldn't tell the Wehrmacht where the Papal troops were stationed. But they also didn't want to witness their savior's deaths, so they would warn the Wehrmacht to avoid surprise attacks from the Papal army. A year ago, they would never have done this. But over the past year, Holdras had completely squandered the nation's credit. Furthermore, Holdras had exploited the people to the uttermost. Frank's uprising was only the beginning, more of a beginning. Most people in the Papal States still choose not to rebel, not because they still had food to eat, but because they still had a shred of loyalty to the country. However, this shred of loyalty would vanish completely as Holdras transformed the lower classes into weapons. Leon quickly arrived in Horif and began to publicize Holdras' crimes. He immediately labeled Holdra a blatant traitor to humanity, a lackey of the gods, and a man who treated the people like pigs and dogs. With these three labels, Holdra was left with no defense. Because the Intelligence Bureau had already gathered all the intelligence. Holdra's crimes could only be worse, not less. Because the evidence the Intelligence Bureau had gathered was only the tip of the iceberg. But just as Leon was about to expose his true intentions, Holdra revealed himself first. The reason was simple. A magician from the Papal States tried to contact his family far north, but found himself unable to do so. This magician from the Papal States was no ordinary magician. He was an instructor at the Magic Academy in the Papal States capital, a full-fledged 7th-rank magician. Originally, his family had lived with him in the capital, but with the outbreak of war, and the successful landing of the National Defense Army on the western coast, the entire central and southern regions were no longer safe. Even the so-called capital was under threat from the National Defense Army. So, the magician sent his family back to their home in the north. In fact, many teachers at the Magic Academy as well as a large number of nobles, had also sent their families north. They hoped their own army could hold off the National Defense Army outside the capital. Their worst-case scenario was that after the National Defense Army captured the capital, Holdras would surrender. Then, they could bring their families back. The problem was that Holdras's weaponization of the people was carried out in the north. With war raging in the south, everyone was focused on the central region's defenses, leaving only the north to conduct weapons testing. The magician gave each of his younger siblings a communication stone. If anything happened, they were to contact him immediately using the stone. Then, the magician received a call for help from his siblings, saying they were trapped in the church's basement. There were monsters everywhere outside. The priest said the entire city had turned into monsters, and only they, who were inside the church, were safe. The magician was instantly furious. Without hesitation, he flew north, eventually arriving at his hometown. However, he discovered his hometown surrounded by a barrier, and a large number of security personnel were stationed nearby. Upon discovering the magician, they immediately launched a siege. The magician prepared to fight these men to the bitter end, but they were all powerful 7th or 8th level warriors. After the initial confrontation, the magician was at a disadvantage, and immediately tore open the teleportation scroll and fled. He could conclude that these men were connected to the so-called Emperor Holdras, for in the Papal States, only the Emperor could mobilize such a large number of high-level magicians. The magician then fled back to the Magic Academy and contacted his colleagues, only to discover that many of them had also been unable to contact their families in the north. After understanding the whole story, these magicians went into a frenzy. Finally, they approached the dean, hoping to enlist his help. But as a peak 9th level dean, he was naturally aware of the movements in the north. So the dean backed off. He didn't dare to confront the gods. After learning of this, the teachers reluctantly returned to their dormitories. But soon, the original magician lost contact with his siblings. Enraged, he no longer cared, so he gathered his colleagues whose families had been in trouble and infiltrated the palace, arriving at Holdras's chambers. Holdras was tied up while still asleep. Stupefied, Holdras tried to call for the guards, but the magician and his colleagues punched him unconscious. Chapter 1280. The magician held a knife to Holdras's neck, leaving the emperor stunned. He couldn't understand why someone would rush into his chambers. And most shockingly, his guards didn't even react. If the guards had heard this, they would have burst into tears. It wasn't that the guards had failed to protect him. It was that the magicians had rushed in and knocked them all unconscious. How could these second and third tier guards possibly stand a chance against these magicians? The palace was full of attendants, naturally magicians. Their kidnapping had the tacit approval of many nobles. The families of these nobles had also been sent north. These nobles considered them the seat of their families. If the National Defense Army captured the capital, these individuals would carry the future of their families into hiding. But the problem was, these carefully selected seedlings were wiped out by Holdras. Although the entire Papal State boasts a population of 80 million, the majority is located in the central and southern regions, with only 15 million people actually residing in the north. This population is primarily concentrated in the central and northern regions, with the actual northern region having a population of less than 5 million. This remote location naturally draws little attention. This makes it an ideal choice for the nobles, but it also makes it an ideal choice for Holdras. When the nobles learned that their family's future had been completely shattered by Holdras, they were all horrified. But they couldn't possibly defeat Holdras with the power of a single family. It was simply a fantasy. So they had secretly united, preparing for an opportunity to kill Holdras. But the magicians were even more radical than them, storming the palace with no, or rather minimal, preparation. This terrified the nobles. But they quickly realized that the magicians were a powerful weapon, and immediately mobilized their resources to subdue the priests, who wanted to protect Holdras. The magicians were able to reach Holdras's chamber safely. And the dean of the Magic Academy also took action. The dean was no complete wimp. He had once been a peerless powerhouse, but just as he was about to reach the pinnacle, his dignity was shattered by the gods. From then on, he never recovered, never regaining his former spirit. After learning that his teachers had been bullied, the dean sought refuge with the gods, but found he could never let go of the past. Just as the dean was struggling, the magician stormed the palace, instantly awakening him. By his age, his so-called integrity and honor had largely worn off. He had to live up to his past self. He couldn't regain his lost dignity from the gods, but he could protect his followers and students. Holdras had several die-hard followers, but they were stopped by the dean. The nobles even considered sending powerful members of their own families to help the magicians intercept Holdras's loyal followers. But when they saw the dean taking action, they immediately stopped their actions. They focused all their energy on promoting the cause. Since Holdras did it on the first day, they shouldn't blame them for it on the 15th. If Holdelis had threatened their interests, they would naturally fight him to the bitter end. In the palace, Holdelis was dumbfounded as he watched the enraged magicians before him. As an emperor, he should have dignity. But now, the enraged magicians had forced Holdelis to his knees, wearing only his inner lining. The concubine beside him was stunned, startled awake by the noise, but before she could even scream, the magicians covered her mouth and led her away. The purpose of their trip was revenge against Holdelis, not against anyone else. Holdelis tried to maintain his imperial dignity, but the magicians took turns slapping him in the face. The slapping sound echoed throughout the palace. I am the emperor. You traitors. Stop! Stop it! At first, Holdelis tried to assert his imperial authority, but after a barrage of slaps, he lost his composure and ultimately fell to his knees, begging for mercy. But the problem was, the magicians showed no sign of stopping and continued to slap Holdras. Even if they killed him, it wouldn't alleviate the hatred these magicians harbored. They kept Holdras alive because they wanted him to self-destruct and confess all his crimes. My heroes, please stop! What are your demands? Holdras began to speak. The magicians finally heard this and placed their knives on his neck, speaking coldly. Then let me ask you, what about those monsters in the north? You turned our family into monsters. How will you repay them? Your life is worthless. The magician finished his words and slashed Holdras's leg with a single blow. He then cast a healing spell on him, stopping the bleeding. The pain radiating from his thigh made Holdras cry out in agony. Holdras wanted to question the magicians before him, but suddenly remembered that his life was in their hands, and he fell silent. Now you have a choice. Tell everyone about someone else's affairs. I will let all my compatriots know your true colors. Someone like you is unfit to be emperor. The magician spoke fiercely, and Holdras panicked for the first time. This time, he was truly panicked, because the magician's actions would completely ruin his reputation. Holdras tried to struggle, and just as he was about to weakly ask, he was lifted up by the magician and led out of the palace. The palace was now surrounded by the papal army. When the gates opened, the soldiers were stunned. The magician placed a knife directly at Holdras's neck, leaving the papal army, which had been hoping to rescue him, stunned. The magician then led Holdras to the square in front of the palace. He produced a broadcasting device from the Intelligence Bureau. The magician knew the Intelligence Bureau was aiming to disrupt the entire papal state, but he lacked the ability to spread this news to the entire nation. At this moment, an Intelligence Bureau agent mysteriously approached the magician, offering him a device capable of broadcasting to the entire world. This broadcasting device could not only reach Great Flame, but also surrounding countries, including Northwind Harbor and the Dragon's Lair. Anywhere under Great Flame's control could receive the broadcast. Holdras wanted to refuse, but after one look at the knife at his neck, he decided to reveal everything. Chapter 1281. The soldiers of the Papal States stared at Holdras, who was strung up. In their eyes, Holdras was an omniscient and omnipotent being. There was no way he would lower his noble head. But now, their worldview had collapsed. For a moment, they were at a loss as to what to do. They tried to rescue Holdras, but the magician wouldn't give them a chance. Holdras stared at the blade on his neck and finally surrendered. I'm guilty, I'm a sinner. I'm sorry to everyone. Holdras said this, then suddenly realized something and quickly shut up, trying to end it. But the magician wouldn't let Holdras go. He kicked Holdras to the ground, and then grabbed him again. Tell me everything. Or die, the magician said fiercely. Holdras tried to escape, but was pinned down by the magician. But Holdras knew full well that if he truly spoke out, his life might be over. The magician didn't hesitate, severing Holdras's other leg in front of everyone. This time, no healing spells were used, and Holdras was in excruciating pain. The imperial servants within the palace finally grew restless. They could turn a blind eye, but only if the magicians didn't do anything out of line. The problem was that the magicians had now trampled upon Emperor Holdras's dignity and the empire's reputation, and done so relentlessly. The servants rushed out in force, attempting to put an end to this farce. The magician sensed a terrifying presence approaching. Everyone stood ready. As figures appeared in the distance, the magicians finally saw that it was the priests who had arrived. The magician sneered. It's just right that these lackeys haven't come yet. Isn't it because the papal state is so closely tied to you? People tend to seek advantage and avoid disadvantage. There aren't many good people among the papal state's high-ranking officials. It's all just a bunch of badasses. Holdras was overjoyed at the priest's arrival and then spoke. Quick! Kill them! I want them dead. Holdress was clearly mentally ill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. The priests then prepared to rescue the emperor, but the next moment, a magician descended from the sky, carrying the bodies of 2 priests. Everyone looked closely, and saw that it was the dean of the Magic Academy. Everyone was stunned. The priests finally understood who had provoked the fight in the palace. My goodness, is the dean of the Magic Academy that powerful? The dean casually tossed the body to the ground and spoke. No one can take Holdress away until he confesses. The priests hesitated at the dean's words. Standing nearby, Holdress rasped. What are you standing there for? I spend so much money supporting you, and this is how you repay me? The priests turned a deaf ear to this. Their salaries were high, but their lives were also precious. The dean had been hiding for years, but today he erupted. A smart person wouldn't step into a minefield. But now? Holdress wanted them to charge forward and die. The priests chose to wait and see. Holdress, no longer pretending, immediately played his trump card. A group of black-clad men rushed out of the palace. Looking around, they were all uniformly powerful warriors of the 8th and 9th ranks. These were Holdress's trusted confidants, the equivalent of death squads. Originally, Holdress would not have played this trump card, but now, these so-called imperial ministers showed no regard for his life. He no longer cared. Saving his own life was paramount. The imperial ministers, upon seeing Holdress's trump card, immediately rushed to his rescue without hesitation. Holdress saw through these men's ugly faces. But he said nothing, because people tend to seek profit and avoid harm. They won't do anything without it. Now, they came to Holdress's aid, hoping to atone for their mistakes. As Holdress played his trump card, the dean of the Magic Academy grew solemn, for he couldn't possibly stop all the ministers and these black-clad men on his own. However, at this critical juncture, an old man appeared. The old man, riding a white horse, marched straight from the street outside the palace toward the palace gates. The papal soldiers blocking the palace made way for him. The magicians also noticed the approaching old man, and were stunned when they saw him. For the old man was none other than Fabrice, the former supreme commander of the Crusaders. After his defeat against the Wehrmacht, was replaced by the then Popate at the last minute, and Fabrice eventually retreated to the rear. He commanded the defense of Horleff, but it ultimately resulted in the Papal States' defeat. For this, Fabrice was dismissed from office and investigated. Upon his rise to power, Holdress issued a general amnesty. Fabrice was spared imprisonment. However, Fabrice had already become disillusioned with the country. After ascending the throne, Holdress had made no changes, instead continuing his warlike pursuits. This completely disheartened Fabrice. So he returned home to farm. He had hoped to live a prosperous life, but the previous pope had already raided his house. Although his family had not been punished, the entire mansion was now empty. Fabrice then fled to the countryside with his family, intending to live out the rest of his life there. But the events in the north did not escape Fabrice's notice. Even after Fabrice's departure, many of his subordinates and former soldiers remained within the army. These people were far more informed than Fabrice himself, and they informed him of the trouble in the north. When Fabrice learned what had happened in the north, the capital erupted in chaos, and the magicians stormed the palace. Fabrice's appearance caused all the papal soldiers to bow their heads, for he was a true hero of the Papal States. The men in black and the priests also paused. Fabrice was no ordinary man. He was a peak-level 9th Order expert. Fabrice passed everyone before approaching Holdress and spoke coldly. You only have one chance. Holdress felt a sudden, soul-shaking fear. Without hesitation, Holdress immediately took the microphone and confessed all his crimes. Holdress' words, broadcast across the world, reached the people working in Liongrad. Initially puzzled, they fell silent after hearing his words. Chapter 1282. Holdress exploded, revealing everything about himself. The world knew Holdress's true face. When they heard that Holdress had sacrificed the lives of millions of his people to achieve victory, they were all stunned. Even the Wehrmacht, charging furiously, fell silent as they listened to the radio. Gudry was leading the 1st Panzer Army across the eastern region. As the region directly confronting the Demon Empire, the people of the eastern region were known to be fierce and ruthless. Gudry planned to proceed cautiously and contacted Lion and the military headquarters. After obtaining their approval, he borrowed 400,000 troops from the Demon Empire to provide support. This was to minimize casualties. But Gudry discovered that along the way, not even a single person had been seen, let alone troops. This was not right. On the eastern front, a tank battalion was slowly advancing. A Type 99A tank, number 208, was advancing along the road, flanked by two Type 08 infantry fighting vehicles. Their armored unit's mission was simple: fire reconnaissance. But they hadn't seen a single soul along the way. The tank commander was complaining on the radio. "Where are the people? Aren't we being told not to pick up the fries?" The commander shook his head and then spoke. 0128, 0129, be on guard. Watch your sides. I have a feeling something's going to happen. The commanders of the two infantry fighting vehicles also looked grave. "There's no way there are people," the gunner of the 208 tank spoke up. "Squad leader, the land here is so fertile. Endless black soil." The gunner looked envious. "What a shame. So much black soil, yet we're facing drought. If De Yin had black soil like this, perhaps we wouldn't have to fight so many wars." The driver said. "How can you talk like that? We're doing this for the cause of De Yin, for the liberation of all those suffering," the tank commander said righteously. The gunner muttered. "That's just the surface talk. In reality, you and I both know that De Yin's barren land can't support a population of over 20 million. The leader never glorified war, but he failed to point out that we're primarily fighting for ourselves. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts." The tank commander fell silent. The tank rolled over the cracked black soil, leaving two long tracks. 3 armored vehicles moved across the wilderness. And in the distance, behind a hill, a desert-painted M1 Abrams was hidden under a camouflage net. The tank commander crouched on the hill, observing everything in the distance with a telescope. A Type 208 tank and 2 other infantry fighting vehicles came into view. The tank commander licked his chapped lips, then sheathed his binoculars and slid down. "Captain!" The driver, who was hiding from the sun in the shade of a nearby tree, immediately stood up when he saw the commander and gunner return. "Start the tanks. Let's engage the Wehrmacht." The commander's words stunned the other two. Looking at the dazed men, the commander couldn't help but speak. "What are you standing there for? Aren't you ready to fight?" The gunner hesitated, but the driver beside him cut to the chase. "Captain, you're leading us to our deaths. What are you talking about?" The tank commander, his face brimming with rage, was about to strike the driver, but the gunner quickly stopped him. "Am I wrong? The commander's simple each for himself command has us 200,000 men disbanded on the spot. 150,000 of the miscellaneous troops have fled. Only our 30,000 or 40,000 elite troops are left here to die. Many friendly troops have fled, leaving us alone in this area. Do you know what it means to be the only tank within a 10-kilometer radius? It means we're idiots. 3 idiots and a tank are all idiots." The driver's face flushed. The commander also stopped moving, then slumped to the ground. After a moment's silence, he began to cry. The 2 drivers were stunned. The commander was a true Iron Man. They had been together for 2 years, and they had never seen him cry. They were momentarily flustered. "I don't want to die, but the general and his men say the Wehrmacht will cleanse every inch of the Papal States because of the Church's past crimes. What's behind us? Have you forgotten? That's our hometown, where we were born and raised, where our families are." The driver froze, then mechanically turned around, bewildered by the vast expanse of desert. Is this his hometown? Isn't his hometown full of towering trees? How could it be this desert? The driver then handed the binoculars to the driver and pointed in a direction. The driver peered through the binoculars and spotted a village nestled in a ravine. Looking at the familiar village entrance and the familiar buildings, the driver was stunned. This was really his hometown. How could it be possible? It's only been 10 years, only 10 years. His hometown had transformed from a picturesque landscape into a desert. Looking at the sallow-faced villagers, the driver thought of his parents, brothers, and sisters. He had been chosen by the church to join the young knights of the crusade. The church had promised his family a life of luxury. But what happened now? The driver then put down his binoculars and headed straight for the village. The gunner took the binoculars and began to peer. The tank commander stopped the driver. "You can't go back now. The Great Flame will be here soon. I want to go back and tell them to hide." The driver spoke forcefully. He knew the tank commander wanted to go home too, because the 3 of them were knights of the young knights, and the church had promised them a prosperous life for their families. But what happened now? The tank commander glanced at the Great Flame tank in the distance, and finally agreed to the driver's request. He called the gunner back to the tank. Inside the tank, the gunner suddenly spoke. "Sergeant, what do you think we're fighting for?" The tank commander was stunned. He had countless reasons, for the country, for the people, for himself, but when it came to his mouth, he couldn't utter a single word. What did they protect? They didn't protect their families, they didn't protect the people, and they didn't protect the country. The only thing they protected was the interests of the aristocracy and the powerful. Is there any point in doing this? The conductor fell silent, and just then, Holdress's confession came over the radio. After hearing the broadcast, the conductor's face paled. Is there any hope for this country? Chapter 1283. Soon, the driver returned to the tank, but remained silent. The commander realized something was amiss. What's wrong? What happened in the village? The driver was about to speak, but his voice choked up the next second. In the 3rd year after we left, the Pope chose to build a steel mill here to fight Latif's. This was to ensure faster supply of weapons and armor to the front lines. But the problem was, all the wood for the steel mill was cut from the mountains. Without the forest, the village was daily bombarded by sandstorms from the north. In the 6th year, a severe drought occurred. The 1,000-year-old well in the village dried up. My 2 sisters starved to death, and your brother, squad leader, is gone too. Sheila, your father, went out looking for water and was killed by a monster. At this point, the driver collapsed. The commander and gunner Sheila were both silent. Sheila cried softly. He was the only child in his family. Without his father, what would his mother do? The commander angrily slammed the tank. The driver calmed down and spoke. My parents are still alive, but I only have one older sister. Sheila's mother hasn't remarried, but life is very difficult. Captain, your parents are still alive, and you have a younger sister. But everyone is emaciated and malnourished, unable to even run. The driver's eyes were filled with disappointment in this country, as he spoke. The captain felt a wave of anger upon hearing this, but quickly fell silent. Because the villagers couldn't travel long distances, this was a death signal. A death signal for them. Because they couldn't stand by and watch their families perish, they had to buy time for the villagers. As for how to buy time? Of course, they would sacrifice their lives. The tank commander was silent for a moment, then gave the order. Start the tanks. Let's do one last thing for our families and compatriots, the only meaningful thing we've done in all these years. The driver started the tank without hesitation. The M1 Abrams, which had been dormant here for over 2 days, finally started. The Abrams quickly reached the back of the hill, using the slope to find an ideal firing position. The gunner aimed at the distant plain the Wehrmacht tanks were about to pass through. The 208 tank and 2 other infantry fighting vehicles had already passed through, but along the way, they found an unconscious civilian from the Papal States on the side of the road. This civilian was from a nearby village. His family had run out of food, and he couldn't bear to see his younger siblings stealing it, so he ran away to avoid burdening them. But in reality, his family's situation didn't improve after he left. Instead, it remained the same as before. His parents knew he had left for home, but they still limited their food intake to keep them alive. But even so, they couldn't survive the winter. They had originally planned to wait for relief food from above, but instead of it, they received a bunch of bandit-like soldiers. The commander of the 4th Army Group chose to disband on the spot, turning 150,000 soldiers into bandits, who began looting food. Holdress had no extra food for them. Not to mention the civilians, even these soldiers couldn't get enough to eat. If they couldn't get enough, it was only natural that after disbanding, they would loot. The already difficult lives of the common people were further ravaged. After rescuing the civilian, the crew of the 208 tank received crucial news. The 4th Army Group had been disbanded. We had encountered at most 50,000 elite troops along the way, and it was possible that even these 50,000 had been disbanded. Upon hearing this news, Gudry, without hesitation, immediately ordered a full-scale attack. At first, Gudry had only sent exploratory attacks, typically deploying a small number of elite troops after reconnaissance, using these small, spearhead-like tactics to gradually erode the territory of the Papal States. But now that the Papal Army had disbanded, what reason was there for them to continue their slow, gradual encroachment? Gudry remained cautious. He wanted to find a nearby village to confirm whether the Papal Army had indeed been disbanded. The crew of the 208 tank, accompanied by 2 infantry fighting vehicles, advanced slowly across the plain, unaware that an enemy tank had already zeroed in on them. Due to their orientation, the 2008 tank crew and 2 infantry fighting vehicles headed straight for the Abrams. The area where the Abrams was located was the only mountainous area nearby, and the most likely location for a village. Although the mountain was now bare, it did not affect the protection it provided to the villages nestled in the valley. The reconnaissance crew advanced. The crew of the 208 tank was chatting and laughing, but the next moment, the advancing 99A tank suddenly felt as if struck by something and jerked to a halt. The driver was still a little confused, but the commander reacted immediately. Enemy attack. Activate the active defense system. Send the 2 infantry fighting vehicles to disperse. After giving the order, the tank commander immediately began searching for the enemy's position. In the Abrams tank in the distance, Gunner Schiller looked at the unscathed Type 99A with some horror. What's wrong with this tank? It could actually withstand a single round from them. You know, at this range, even the Wehrmacht's trusted T-72 couldn't withstand a single round. The tank commander immediately ordered the gunner to fire another round and informed the driver to prepare to relocate. Since it looked like the enemy hadn't discovered their position yet, this was the time to seize the opportunity and kill them with a single strike. The Type 99A's tank commander was searching for the enemy's position, but instead of ordering the gunner to rotate the turret, he ordered it to aim forward. Because the previous round hadn't penetrated the Type 99A's armor, and the impact had come from the front, the enemy had most likely hit the front armor. Moving the turret at this point was risky. The next round might blow it up, and that would be the end of the manned spaceflight. The 2 deployed infantry fighting vehicles approached the mountains ahead at a rapid speed, like a dragon. The commander had already informed the 2 infantry fighting vehicles that the enemy shells were most likely coming from this very mountain. The 2 infantry fighting vehicles naturally caught the Abrams commander's attention. But the commander knew that the Type 99A in front of them was their greatest threat, as there weren't many tanks that could withstand a single round of theirs. What shocked the Abrams commander was that the Type 99A actually began to reverse. It reached a range of 2,000 meters. What was going on? Could a tank gun still be lethal at 2,000 meters? What the commander didn't know was that the Type 99A's greatest pride wasn't the armor in its turret, but that at 2,000 meters, no tank could destroy it, yet it could easily penetrate 1,000 millimeters of homogeneous steel armor. This was the Type 99A. The true wall of size. Chapter 1284. The Abrams crew didn't understand why the Type 99A retreated to a distance of 2,000 meters to attack. But the commander couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Sheila, fire. Focus on the opposing flank. Sheila received the order, but the Type 99A wouldn't even turn. Its 40 km/h reverse speed made the Soviets envious. As a rising star, the Type 99A not only combined the best of various tanks, but also adopted Western turrets, rather than the round-nosed Russian ones. The chassis incorporated the best of various designs, ensuring both protection and ample space for the crew. Undeniably, the Type 99A did draw inspiration from foreign tanks. But if you didn't, wouldn't that be a closed-door design? Why else would the Type 99 have been designed to destroy the T-90? With every new tank released, a T-90 would be tarnished on the design drawing board. Inside the Abrams, Sheila's face was tense, sweat dripping down his boots. The Type 99A continued to retreat, preventing him from finding a weak spot to fire at. Meanwhile, 2 Type 08 infantry fighting vehicles had already reached the mountain and launched 2 drones, preparing to dig deep into the area. Lion had equipped all Type 08 infantry fighting vehicles with drones. This wasn't to allow the infantry fighting vehicles to use drones to attack the enemy. It was to provide an extra pair of eyes. It would allow for a clearer observation of the enemy's position and provide additional battlefield intelligence to nearby infantry. And as the 208 crew retreated, they reported their first enemy encounter. Gudry was extremely cautious. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered fighter jets from Halef Air Base to launch support. The air base commander was stunned. "Hey, buddy. Sending fighter jets before we even figure out how many enemies there are?" The commander was a little confused, but he still sent a Su-27 into the air. As the 2 sides collided, the Abrams radio finally picked up. "Is this the crew, Lebs?" Hearing the voice on the radio, Captain Lebs was overjoyed. "This is Captain Lebs. What are your instructions?" "We learned your crew has encountered the enemy. Please hold on. Reinforcements are on the way, and will attack from both flanks." Lebs nearly jumped for joy upon hearing this. And at this moment, Sheila finally seized his opportunity. The Type 99A had just slightly adjusted its hull due to the terrain. Sheila didn't hesitate, seizing the opportunity. Boom! A steel needle shot past. Sheila was thrilled, because he had aimed at the most vulnerable flank. Through the scope, he saw the Type 99A's flank explode. Sheila couldn't help but pump his fist. He won. Wait. That's wrong. Where did the explosion come from? Sheila looked up, looking through the scope. The Type 99A stood intact in the desert. What was going on? In Type 99A number 208, the commander glanced at the active defense system nearby and saw that it had expended a round. At the same time, the system's radar confirmed the Abrams position. Abrams spotted at 10 o'clock. 1,800 meters. The driver didn't tell the gunner to maneuver the turret. Instead, he immediately turned on the spot, aiming directly at the Abrams at 10 o'clock. The gunner had already deployed the vertical stabilizer. The commander activated the laser suppression system. Just as Schiller was about to fire, he realized he was blinded. The Abrams's display screens went completely white, and the electro-optical sights completely failed. Lebs had broken through. He knew the Wehrmacht's armored vehicles were incredibly powerful. But that wasn't how it worked. Lebs ordered the driver to retreat, to prevent the laser suppression system from suppressing them further. Damn it! They're all using their infantry fighting vehicles to clean up their electro-optical sights. Your 99A's automatic aiming is fine, and your domestically produced steel needle can penetrate anything at 2,500 meters. What's the point of you cheating now? You're not even putting on an act? As soon as the Abrams started moving, the 208 tank gunner fired a steel needle at him, but luck favored Lebs, and the needle just missed. Inside the 208 tank, the gunner couldn't help but curse. What a shame! The commander consoled him. It's okay, we still have a chance. He immediately picked up the radio. The Abrams is fleeing. Pursuit authorized. Beware of enemy ambushes. Don't stray too far. The tank commander gave the order and began to direct the driver to pursue the Abrams. The swirling yellow sand cast a desert veil over the army green paint job of the Type 99A. In the mountains, 2 Type 08 gunners held the Red Arrow 73D on their weapon platforms. This thing is far more effective against tanks than the 30mm cannon. The Abrams fled. Liebes still wanted to fight to the death, but was paralyzed by the laser suppression system. If they couldn't even fight back, what could they do? Liebes was a little frustrated, but he remained undeterred. Technology is inherently unequal. There was no reason for them to give up. The Abrams was clearly more familiar with the terrain, and quickly evaded the Type 08 infantry fighting vehicle's pursuit. Arriving at the village entrance, he saw his compatriots hiding inside, secretly observing him from their windows. Liebes ordered a turn. We can't run. Even if we can't win, we must fight. The Type 08 infantry fighting vehicle's drone operators spotted the Abrams parked at the village entrance, and the village itself. Before he could report, he saw over 20 armored vehicles approaching from the distance. Run! 208 crew, a large number of armored vehicles have been detected to the north, including over 8 tanks. Less than 5 kilometers from your unit. The commander hurriedly ordered. You retreat quickly, we cover your retreat. There were only a few small hills within a dozen kilometers. The Type 08 infantry fighting vehicle couldn't possibly escape on its own. Upon learning that the Type 99A would remain behind to cover their retreat, the Type 08 crew was momentarily stunned and offered a single reply. Goodbye. The commander then ordered the driver to find a pit to park in, minimizing enemy attacks. He then climbed out and reloaded the active defense system. A fierce battle was about to begin. The gunner prayed as he counted the ammunition. The loader still had 39 rounds. With over 20 armored vehicles, could they survive? The driver was also writing a suicide note, but he found himself unable to. It wasn't that he couldn't write, but he was overwhelmed with worry and didn't know how to write. He sighed, put away the blank note, and quietly went outside the tank to collect weeds to make camouflage netting for the Type 99A. 5 kilometers isn't a long distance. For an armored force advancing at full speed, it would only take 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the armored forces of the Papal States finally came into view. The commander remained calm at first, but soon, he was stunned. 16 Abrams tanks. 7 Bradleys, 9 LAVs. The commander fell silent. The crew members of Car 208 also remained silent. Chapter 1285. The 208 tank crew prepared for battle. The gunner nervously aimed at the distant enemy. A LAV appeared first, darting straight out. Soaring like a dragon in the sky, it landed steadily. The driver had received orders to pursue the fleeing 08 infantry fighting vehicle. If they couldn't defeat it head-on, who wouldn't want to strike down a fallen enemy? 2 M1 Abrams tanks followed behind the LAV. With the Abrams support, the LAVs charged freely. The 99A tank took aim at a speeding M1 Abrams. Boom! Without hesitation, a single steel needle pierced the rear of the Abrams turret. The ammunition detonated, causing the Abrams to explode instantly. The Papal State armored forces were stunned, but quickly reacted and dispersed. Boom! But the gunner was quicker, firing another steel needle, hitting another Abrams, but not the rear of the turret, striking the turret flank directly. Although there was no secondary explosion, the jet of metal instantly killed the gunner and commander inside. The metal spray evenly coated the interior of the Abrams. The driver seemed to be killed as well, as the Abrams simply remained there. The commander couldn't help but cheer after seeing the 2 hits, then immediately activated the laser suppression system, suppressing the incoming Abrams. The gunner continued to fire, and the loader loaded a high-explosive round. At this moment, LAV was so weak and helpless, fleeing alone across the Gobi Desert. Such a lovely LAV, of course, deserved a treat from the shells. Boom! A high-explosive round blew the LAV apart. Tanks are called the kings of land warfare because they're formidable on land. No matter how maneuverable an infantry fighting vehicle is, a single round of fire. The LAV exploded. The armored forces in the rear, hesitant to deploy, missed a golden opportunity to discover the Type 99A's exact location. After a brief discussion, 5 M1s and 8 LAVs moved out. They planned to encircle and destroy the Type 99A. According to Liebes's intelligence, there was likely only one Type 99A. The Abrams and the LAV rushed out. The commander, upon seeing this, ordered the driver to maneuver while giving the gunner free rein. Boom! 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 3 shots in a row, 2 hit. One Abrams was hit directly in the turret, the steel needle piercing the frontal armor of the turret, instantly killing it. The other Abrams was luckier, receiving a hit to the frontal hull. The Type 99A's needle pierced the left track. The commander ordered a retreat, and the driver immediately retreated at full throttle. The Papal armored group finally spotted the sniper-like Type 99A. The Abrams engaged the enemy at a range of 2,000 meters. But remember, this is the absolute range of the Type 99A. To defeat the Type 99A, an infantry fighting vehicle would need to neutralize the laser suppression system at the rear of the Type 99A's turret, but this would be very costly for the tank. After neutralizing the laser suppression system, advanced Western tanks would need to be within 1,500 meters to achieve a single-shot kill. Otherwise, they would be subject to a counterattack from the Type 99A. Statistically, only the purebred M1A2 could compete with the Type 99A at a range of 2,000 meters. As for the others, they're nothing. Even an M1A2 wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat a Type 99A, let alone those Papal States M1A1s. The Type 99A rapidly reversed, shells from the Papal States tanks whizzing past it. Occasionally, a few rounds threatened to hit the Type 99A, but were invariably intercepted by the active defense system. Luckily, coupled with interference from the laser suppression system, the enemy couldn't hit them at all. The LAVs couldn't stand it any longer, and 8 of them immediately launched TW anti-tank missiles, attempting to destroy the Type 99A. But you foolish little LAVs, your electro-optical sights, like your .25 Viper guns, are as inadequate and powerless under the laser suppression system. The TOWs had barely taken aim when their sights threatened to fail. But the LAVs still managed to fire their TOW anti-tank missiles a split second before they failed. 8 TOW anti-tank missiles, trailing long trajectories, flew towards the Type 99A. But without sights, the gunner dared not make a single move and simply let the TOW missiles loose. The result was obvious. Some missiles can't be locked. None of the 8 TOW missiles hit their target. The Papal armored forces, distant and yet to join the battle, were stunned. No! What kind of weird thing is this? The Bradleys, watching from afar, also chose to join the fray. Due to their greater distance, and the fact that the laser suppression system hadn't yet reached them, they successfully launched 7 TOW missiles. Including the previous 8, a total of 15 TOW missiles flew towards the Type 99A. The Type 99A managed to dodge the first 8 with the laser suppression system, but the 7 TOW missiles that followed left the commander in awe. The active defense system only had 6 rounds of ammunition. During their recent retreat, the Abrams had already expended 4 of their rounds, meaning they only had 2 rounds left in their active defense system. Of course, they had far more ammunition, but the commander was unable to replenish the system in time. Watching the incoming TW anti-tank missiles, the commander could only use his laser suppression system to disrupt the Bradley in the distance. The driver glanced at a photo hanging nearby and prayed inwardly. He must make it back alive. The Type 99A seemed to hear his inner voice, instantly becoming one with the driver and the vehicle. Facing the incoming missiles, the driver's tank executed countless tricky maneuvers, narrowly dodging for TOW anti-tank missiles. Of the remaining 3, 2 were intercepted by the active defense system, but the final one struck the Type 99A. A terrifying explosion erupted. The Papal States cheered, as if they had destroyed this terrifying tank. The TW anti-tank missile struck the turret, but failed to penetrate it. The intense impact caused the driver and his companions to pass out, but they soon regained consciousness. After all, this was an air-conditioned environment. Heat stroke was out of the question. Could there be any tanks without air conditioning? Chapter 1286. Just when everyone thought the Type 99A was destroyed, it mysteriously restarted. Yes, it started right in front of everyone. When the black smoke from the diesel engine reappeared over the desert, the Papal armored forces were stunned. What the hell was this? It took over 10 TW anti-tank missiles and survived? Is this a cheat? But reality isn't an exercise. Cheating isn't possible in an exercise, and even less so in the real world. After a brief moment of shock, the Papal army quickly regrouped. It's okay. Now they figured out that the Wehrmacht seems to only have this one tank. What's there to be afraid of? We have over 20 armored vehicles. Let's just charge right in. The Papal armored forces regrouped and then launched an attack on the 208 tank crew from 3 directions. This time, the 208 tank commander didn't order a retreat. Instead, he went against his usual pattern and ordered the driver to charge forward at full speed. Because behind them lay a vast, boundless plain, they were reversing at 40 km per hour, while the enemy was advancing at 50 to 60 km per hour. The gap between the two would only narrow. By then, the 99A's range advantage would be completely negated, meaning they would be easily ripped apart by the enemy's superior armor numbers. The tank commander's sudden inspiration secured a glimmer of hope for the 208 crew. The tank charged forward at full speed, and the gunner, undeterred, demonstrated to the enemy how a tank could hit an enemy at high speed. 2 steel needles fired, destroying an Abrams tank. The surrounding tank units were dumbfounded. Because in their daily training, their instructors had never taught them that tanks could hit the enemy at high speeds. Furthermore, the Papal States' armored forces were relatively new, even to the Wehrmacht. Before the invention of vertical stabilizers, tank gunners couldn't guarantee hitting the enemy with their guns at high speeds. But now, things were different. In a desperate situation, the gunners didn't care about anything else. The oncoming armored forces were always a serious threat. So, the gunners fired head-on, where speed would have the least impact on the rounds. And with some luck, 2 rounds directly destroyed an Abrams tank. Watching the Type 99A tanks charging towards them, the other 3 Abrams tanks responsible for the frontal charge panicked. They were truly elite, but even the sight of such a fearless enemy, even their powerful presence, gave them a sense of fear. How could they, with fewer troops than the enemy, actually initiate a charge? Inside the 208 tank, the 3 men's adrenaline was surging. The commander used lasers to frantically suppress the 3 tanks in front of him. The driver, like someone drunk, treated the tank like a sports car. Drifting across the endless Gobi Desert, he dodged the shells with unexpected maneuvers. The gunner was even more impressive, with a brutal, almost unacted lock. He fired 7 rounds in a row, 5 of which accurately hit the Abrams. 3 Abrams tanks took 5 rounds, a truly impressive feat. 2 were shut down, and 1 exploded, reduced to scrap metal. The crew of another tank suffered devastating damage, and the entire tank was left stranded in the Gobi Desert. As for the other Abrams, it narrowly escaped death, but its turret transmission was damaged. This Abrams had to withdraw from the battle. Because its turret was now locked, the Abrams had become an assault gun. While it could be powered to function as a mobile turret, it would never be done unless absolutely necessary. So the Abrams chose to flee. Only 2 lone Bradleys remained on the entire front, and the Bradley crews were on the verge of tears. What kind of situation was this? The Bradley commander immediately ordered his men to flee. Nonsense! The tanks had already fled, so how could they rely on these useless guys? They could still tell which was stronger, a fragile Bradley or a tank. The 2 Bradleys' flight signaled the complete breach of the front. The commander of the Papal State Armored Forces was stunned. Why did they all collapse en masse after just 1 encounter? The frontal collapse was even faster than the commander had anticipated. But crucially, he hadn't anticipated such a collapse from the outset. How could a single tank destroy 4 tanks in just 3 minutes? And the 2 Bradleys were frightened away. With the front breached, the 99A charged unimpeded into the mountains. And at this moment, as luck would have it, within the mountains, Liebes and his crew slowly approached the exit. Because the armored forces had arrived to support them, they no longer had to face pressure from the Wehrmacht. They were now rushing to the battlefield to support the incoming friendly forces. Because they heard the legendary story of the Type 99A over the radio. This wasn't just any legend, it was practically a case of Lady Luck being tied to him. As soon as Liebes left the mountain, he collided with the oncoming Type 99A. The 2 sides met at a corner, with the Abrams approaching slowly. But the Type 99A on the other side was already fleeing, completely unaware of the turn. By the time the Type 99A driver realized it, it was too late, forcing him to drift. The commander couldn't help but rant at the driver. What time is it? You still have the energy to pull off a stunt? The driver was left speechless. The gunner listened leisurely to the exchange between the commander and the driver. But Liebes, on the other side, wasn't so relaxed. Originally, Liebes and his men were leisurely heading for the battlefield. But just around the corner, a Type 99A drifted through the corner and came right in front of him. This is... Wait. Wow, Levi's initial composure was replaced by a sudden, unprepared look, his expression shimmering. The driver also reacted and immediately began to reverse. Sheila was still joking at first, but when he saw the Type 99A drift around the corner and appear in front of him, his chuckle instantly died down. He was about to aim his gun at the Type 99A, but the 99A gunner reacted faster and opened fire without hesitation. The gunner's drift had just brought the gun barrel directly into the Abrams' face. Boom! The close-range shot blew the Abrams, where Leaps was, apart. Yes, it was literally blown apart. The steel needle pierced the turret and struck the rear ammunition rack. Boom! A small firework exploded. Chapter 1287. Liebes never imagined that he would not engage the enemy in a cannon battle, but rather die in such a humiliating manner. As former members of the Young Knights, Liebes and his companions were full of high spirits. But time eventually wore them down, and they ultimately chose to go with the flow, following Holderness's outrageous course. Perhaps, at the last moment, they realized they were merely victims of militarism. Holderness began as a feudal emperor, but later became a dictatorial fascist and the epitome of militarism. The reason Napoleon was recognized by the French people and ascended to the throne without any resistance was precisely because he was a man who cared about the people and was both wise and powerful. During the French Revolution, the people hated the tyrannical king and sent Louis XVI to the guillotine. As the people suffered under Louis XVI's rule, they began to pursue a democratic government. It was they who ultimately chose Napoleon as the new emperor. This puzzled the European nations of the time. Why had they bid farewell to a king and welcomed an emperor? Because it was the people's choice. Rather than trusting a government that was only concerned with internal strife, superficially democratic and republican, but in reality tyrannical and authoritarian, the people chose an emperor who would lead them across Europe. Napoleon's success and failure were both due to the people. Waterloo marked the end of his history, but Napoleon still had the strength to fight. But as the people's emperor, he finally realized that further fighting was pointless. Because the people could no longer bear the bloodshed, Napoleon ultimately chose to succumb to reality. He ultimately chose to compromise for the people. Holderness could have been just as capable, but he ultimately chose to go against the people and ultimately became a true dictator. In reality, everyone is the same. They all want to be Napoleon. But many ultimately become Louis XVI. Lyon desperately wanted to avoid confusion, so after becoming leader, he worked diligently. Either leave a name in history or be forever infamous. As a leader, there are only two paths to take. Do you want to sail through your term peacefully? Then you have to ask natural disasters and man-made disasters if they agree. The 208 crew destroyed Leb's Abrams with a single shot. The Papal State Armored Forces were completely powerless against the Type 99A, attempting to rely on superior numbers and firepower to defeat it. But have you ever seen a tank take over a dozen TW anti-tank missiles, or even forcibly break through a siege from a dozen tanks? After breaking free from the encirclement, the 208 crew, without a moment's hesitation, immediately advanced northward. The commander of the Papal Armored Forces assumed the 208 crew would remain in the mountains, engaging in guerrilla warfare and awaiting reinforcements. Instead, the tank commander and his crew drove the tanks out of the mountains and charged directly into the heart of the Papal States. The commander of the Papal Armored Forces watched the retreating 208 crew with a bewildered look, but he quickly realized what was happening. Not good. The commander is in danger, because behind this armored unit lies their regimental headquarters. The Papal Armored Forces are highly mechanized. They possess not only sufficient armored units, but also a large number of command vehicles and armored Humvees. However, these light vehicles usually guarded the headquarters. After breaking out of the mountains, the 208 crew raced forward, suddenly spotting armored Humvees and a radar vehicle in the distance. The commander was instantly overjoyed. In modern warfare, if you manage to break through an enemy's armored lines, then, after charging deep into enemy territory, you see military Humvees, radar vehicles, and some command and support vehicles, and you be close to their headquarters. The commander of the 208 tank looked at these vehicles with a fiery enthusiasm in his eyes. For no other reason than that these vehicles were his battle records, the commander immediately asked the gunner how much ammunition he had left. The gunner counted and replied, "We still have 25 rounds, and 364 machine gun rounds." The commander nodded and ordered full speed ahead. He told the gunner to focus on the radar vehicle and command vehicle, and to let the armored Humvees go. If these armored Humvees were equipped with portable anti-tank missiles, they have just fired at them. The light vehicles, leisurely patrolling in the rear, suddenly saw a military green tank charging out. The military green tank was covered in dust, casting a hazy yellow hue on the green. Before the light vehicles could react, a shell flew right over their heads. The driver and gunner were stunned. What had flown by? The next second, the radar vehicle they were protecting disintegrated into a ball of fire. The light vehicles reacted instantly. "It's not us! There's a tank! It's charging towards our rear!" With the radar vehicle destroyed, the Armored Regiment's Logistics Command Group went into a state of panic. The regimental commander immediately ordered nearby vehicles to come to their aid, ordering the command vehicle and radar vehicle to withdraw quickly, leaving the light vehicles to delay. But those light vehicles were also afraid of death. If they were wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, they wouldn't dare engage in dogfights with tanks. The military Humvees, for example, were indeed useful as vehicles for infantry. But in front of tanks, they were nothing more than tiny pieces. Unsurprisingly, the light vehicles fled, leaving only a handful of military Humvees equipped with TOW anti-tank missiles to conduct sniping from a distance. However, the 208 crew was completely focused. They kept their eyes on the fleeing command vehicle and pursued it. Some company-level command vehicles were destroyed, but the 208 crew realized that they were fleeing, following it, and that numerous light vehicles were rushing in to die, simply to delay them. The commander concluded that the command vehicle held a significant advantage. But with both sides racing, the gunner couldn't deliver a single kill. So, the two sides engaged in a relentless, high-speed race across the vast plains. After 5 minutes of pursuit, the 208 tanks remained relatively close. TOW anti-tank missiles flew in from time to time. And the active defense system ammunition, recently replenished in the mountains, had been expended. The commander finally decided to take a gamble, ordered the driver to stop, and then had the gunner make a desperate attempt. The gunner stared at the fleeing command vehicle in the distance. Despite the air conditioning, he was drenched. He was now relying solely on adrenaline. The entire tank's hope rested on him, and the gunner finally fired. A shell flew past, and for the first time, the gunner felt how slowly it traveled. The next second, the distant command vehicle instantly disintegrated into a ball of fire. The crew of the 208 tank erupted in excitement. They had succeeded. Chapter 1288. The 208 tank crews were on a rampage in the rear. Destroying the command vehicle wasn't enough, they remained in the rear, giving the enemy no chance. After the regimental commander's command vehicle was destroyed, the deputy commander attempted to take command. But the 208 tanks remained fixed on the plain like a pincer. Without giving the deputy commander a chance to contact the troops, the deputy commander and the chief of staff were unable to integrate the various units. They could only watch helplessly as the 208 tanks tore through their command structure like a troll. This practically crushed their command structure to the ground. Naturally, the deputy commander refused to accept his fate. He actively rushed around, ordering his men to transform into motorized infantry. Let them use their legs to contact the various companies, and then they would have a fully assembled army. But everything went too smoothly. They overlooked the fact that the Wehrmacht was a unified entity, with many more powerful tanks like this. And the Wehrmacht was more than just the army. Just as the deputy regimental commander regrouped his troops, preparing to storm the 208 tank crew with all his might, a roaring sound rose from the sky. A Su-27 descended like a hero. It spotted the 208 tank, dominating the plains like a king. At first, the Su-27 pilot assumed the 208 needed no support. But soon, he discovered the enemy was surrounding the 208 tank. Without hesitation, the Su-27 immediately attacked the Papal States Command and radar vehicles. He also requested additional fighter support from the air base. After confirming that the 208 tank crew had encountered a large enemy force, Guderian immediately ordered the frontline troops to initiate electronic suppression. Some Papal troops had completely lost contact with their subordinates, and the subordinates were unable to contact their superiors. They were left with only the most primitive means of communication: messengers. The Wehrmacht initially avoided electronic suppression, preserving it as a hand to prevent the Papal States from acquiring more cards. War is a game. No one knows how many cards the other side holds. And besides the Air Force support for the 208 crew, Army support was already on the way. Shortly after the fighter attack, the armored vehicles that had been surrounding the 208 crew were suddenly attacked from behind. These armored vehicles were trapped. The papal armored forces initially wanted to emulate the 208 crew and directly break through the defenses. As the saying goes, some tanks can't be locked up. They wanted to be free tanks. The papal armored forces attempted to break through the defenses, but of course, they were quickly stunned. Because they witnessed a scene they would never forget. Across the vast plain, hundreds of tanks surged out, attacking them from all sides. For a moment, the 20-plus tanks were stunned. Why were the enemy attacking from all sides? In reality, the Wehrmacht hadn't surrounded them from all sides. Instead, they were using a pincer movement to directly engulf those 20-plus tanks. This created the illusion of an all-out attack. This immediately crushed the morale of the Papal States' armored forces. As one of the newest armored units to be trained in recent years, this army had never faced a truly formidable opponent. As elite troops, their primary duties were to round up and suppress rebels and bandits in the nearby mountains. They had never engaged in armored combat. And yet, they were outmatched 12-0 by 208 tanks. They were instantly overwhelmed by the crushing defeat. After finally rallying, they were completely overwhelmed by the torrent of steel. For the first time, they found war so dull. Before then, they had always been the ones crushing others. Only a small number of them were former crusaders. Those who had fought the Wehrmacht had practically all perished under the blast of mushroom bombs. Those who survived were sent directly to the mines, and had not yet completed their 3-year labor sentence. So, no one had ever witnessed the terror of the Wehrmacht. It existed only through word of mouth. Until today, they had finally been defeated. Before their defeat, they had countless reasons to argue that the defeat in the south was the 3rd Army Group's fault. The West Coast landings could also be considered the 4th Army Group's fault. But now, no matter what they said, the outcome was sealed. The destroyed armored formation was quickly laid bare to the deputy regimental commander. With the previous experience of his commander being decimated by a single shell, the deputy commander chose to command the entire situation from a hillside. At first, he had prepared for a bloody battle with the Wehrmacht, hoping to win. But after witnessing the Wehrmacht's steel torrent, the deputy commander completely lost his will. He knew he could never defeat the Wehrmacht now. He finally understood why the commander had ordered the troops to disband on the spot. Because only by disbanding on the spot could the Papal State retain its last bit of dignity. Give them their only chance of survival. According to Holderness, even if they chose to evacuate, they would still return to the battlefield as filler. The commander was not a fool, nor was he mediocre. On the contrary, he was the wisest one. If 200,000 men disbanded on the spot, at least 150,000 would survive. This very commander had now been captured by the task force dispatched by Holderness. Holderness believed the commander's order to disband on the spot was a mistake. Holderness tried to use his position as emperor to rally the fleeing soldiers, but ultimately discovered he was a complete wretch. So, Holderness turned his attention to the commander. Holderness planned to send the commander to the guillotine. However, ironically, no soldier defended the commander. Most chose to remain silent. The commander allowed them to survive, but so what? Did they beg the commander to help them, to keep them alive? People are selfish, and the Papal Army is even more selfish. On the plains, the Wehrmacht's armored forces simply overwhelmed this armored regiment. They had absolutely no ability to defend themselves. The battle on the eastern plains was just a microcosm, and the 208th's crew was one of countless heroes. In this war, many heroes, like the 208th's crew, emerged. They were not just Wehrmacht soldiers, they were soldiers of the people. Chapter 1289. The East was Holderness's final madness, but the 200,000-man army was disbanded on the spot, abruptly extinguishing Holderness's hopes. Holderness then began to harbor devious ideas. Thus, the evil god transformed into a biological weapon. However, this was destined to go against humanity. Holderness ultimately suffered the consequences of his own actions. As the magician forced Holderness to explode, Holderness's glorious deeds became known to everyone. The public outcry instantly overwhelmed Holderness. The citizens of the Papal States, unanimously and vehemently demanded that Holderness pay for his crimes. The common people of the capital were powerless to resist the troops defending the capital. But let's not forget that there were also a group of nobles in the capital who wished Holderness dead. These nobles were originally the beneficiaries and, logically, should have protected Holderness. The problem was that Holderness's actions had already jeopardized their interests. Many cities in the northern part of the Papal States were transformed into dead cities. Among them were their families and heirs. This immediately sent the nobles into a rage. As the popular uprising grew stronger, the nobles complied with the popular demands. They immediately began inciting the army to revolt, while also mobilizing the troops under their control. The army guarding the capital numbered approximately 100,000, of which the nobles controlled 30,000. Holdras directly controlled 60,000. Another 10,000 were under the command of ministers. The three factions had previously been quite harmonious, but now the ministers were silent. The nobles, with 30,000 troops, prepared for rebellion, while simultaneously paying off the remaining 60,000. The troops were now divided, having learned what kind of man Holdras was. Although Holdras was a scoundrel, a traitorous beast, he understood the importance of the army and consistently provided them with adequate pay, sometimes even bonuses. In an era of hunger, the soldiers defending the capital not only had enough to eat, but also good food, with adequate pay and a fixed monthly bonus. This made them eager to fight for Holdras. And their families were saved because of it. But now, Holdras had fallen on hard times. The popular outcry, coupled with the pressure from the nobility, forced the soldiers to realize they needed to take sides. Some far-sighted officers unhesitatingly chose to support the nobility, while others, even more savvy, openly declared their support for the people. They didn't say they supported the nobility or Holdras. They chose the most correct and greatest answer, the people. Because of Holdras's actions, the people were now at the center of the Papal States' turmoil. Of course, this isn't about putting the people on the spotlight, but about bringing them back into the public eye. It's about making those high-ranking ministers and nobles understand that the people are the foundation of this nation. So now, almost no one dares to go against the people. They are all trying every possible way to improve their image. And the best way to do all this is to care about the people. Holdras is now a mirror. If they simply do the opposite of what he did, they will become worthy successors. But all this presupposes that this heir wasn't just putting on a show. Following Holdras's fall from grace, many nobles began to cultivate their own personas. So much so that the Papal States itself was stunned. How could there suddenly be so many outstanding heirs? And many ministers were also setting an example by caring for the people. Some common people were dumbfounded, unable to understand why these once high-ranking nobles were now so submissive and kind to them. The nobles bribed the common people with a few pieces of bread, and the common people began to speak well of them. The entire papal capital was in turmoil. Many nobles took to the political stage, and the troops defending the papal capital began to split. After 2 weeks, the nobles had commanded over 60,000 troops, ready to launch their operation. To ensure the smooth progress of their operation, the nobles mobilized the common people they had bribed, getting them to take the stage and criticize Holdras. These common people didn't actually understand why they were speaking out against Holdras. They could easily have discussed and criticized him behind his back or among their friends. Poor common people, unaware they were being used as pawns. Holdras was instantly enraged at the sight of these lowly commoners defying him. After revealing everything, the magician didn't rush to kill Holdras, not only because he couldn't, but also because the priests and the dead servants were protecting him. Fabrus's appearance didn't change anything. He merely restrained the guards, and the dean merely restrained the priests. Holdras remained unharmed. But Fabrice's actions weren't meant to spare Holdras's life, but to allow him to witness the ruthless destruction of everything he was so proud of. Faced with the people's attacks, Holdras showed no remorse and instead intensified his military suppression. But this time, the situation completely slipped out of his control. After receiving the order to suppress the rebellion, the army was pinned down by the arriving nobles before they could even launch an attack. You took my money, but that doesn't mean you can bully the common people. Your military pay and your food are all taken from the hands of the common people. We are nobles, yes, but we are not without conscience. You are the army, and you have a conscience too. Our enemy is not the people, but that traitor to humanity who sits in the palace, that beast. Warriors of the people, take up your guns, and let us charge in together to drive that beast from his throne, and let him live with his throne forever. With these words, the noble led the charge towards the palace, with officers who had been bribed beforehand taking the lead. The soldiers under his command were still confused, but seeing their leader move, they moved without hesitation. The situation snowballed, and over 30,000 troops surged towards the palace, and the number continued to grow. Sitting in the palace, Holdras waited not for news of his troops suppressing the rebellion, but for news of the capital guards mutinying. Even more terrifying was the fact that these troops were led by nobles. However, even more terrifying was the fact that the guards at the palace gates opened them without hesitation. The rebels marched through unimpeded, and Holdras knew his end was near. Chapter 1290. After the nobles, along with a large number of civilians, stormed the palace, Holdras commanded his few men to defend it. But what he didn't expect was that the general guarding the palace gates surrendered directly, and without even a shred of hesitation. At first, the general guarding the gates was determined to fight to the bitter end for the emperor. But he soon realized something was amiss. Because these nobles had not only rallied the rebels, but also sent the common people to the front. As the general guarding the palace, he was naturally well informed, and had also heard of Holdress's glorious deeds over the past few days. The officers and soldiers guarding the capital silently chose to keep quiet about Holdress. After all, the emperor was still their emperor, even after all his foolish deeds. As long as the emperor provided them with sufficient pay and salaries, they would be loyal to him. But all this presupposed that the enemy was also an army. But now, the nobles were simply pushing the common people into the breach. This was like putting the soldiers guarding the palace on a spit. So the garrison general decisively led his troops in surrender. The palace gates were breached without even being able to do anything. Holdress, who had originally planned to rely on the palace gates to hold out and await reinforcements from troops near the capital, was dumbfounded. I thought your palace gates would hold for 24 hours, but now, you can't even hold for 24 minutes. Holdress was completely furious. The typical garrison at the palace was no more than 20,000 troops, but most of them were stationed near the city walls. The troops actually defending the core area numbered less than 3,000. With the magician's experience as a lesson, Holdress increased the number of troops guarding the core area to 6,000. Originally, 6,000 men might have been considered a large number, but now, 6,000 men were barely enough to fill a gap. Holdress led 6,000 men to guard the main palace, while at this moment, his harem was also in turmoil. After learning that the palace gates had been breached, Holdress's concubines each harbored their own ulterior motives. Holdress was a tyrannical emperor, willing to do many outrageous things to satisfy his own selfish desires. They say that within the 3 harems and 6 courtyards, there were only about 10 or 20 concubines with official names. But Holdress had over 1,000 concubines arriving at once. There was basically a different one every day. When Leon heard the news, he almost burst out laughing. Are you winning by sheer numbers? My 5 wives nearly killed me. Are you sure your 1,000 plus won't drain you dry? Holdress knew he couldn't care less about so many women, but he had no choice. He simply wanted to prove himself superior. He claimed in countless speeches that he was superior to others in every way. Everyone knew that the other he was referring to was Leon. Holdress had completely lost himself in madness, constantly comparing himself to others, hoping to surpass Leon. But Leon's ability to crush him in every way made him doubt his own ability. Unable to surpass Leon politically, he sought other avenues. That's why he had a harem of thousands of beauties. Holdress, I can do it, you can't, Leon, yes, 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 you're the best. Holdress took a different approach, and no one could surpass him in this field. No emperor in the Holy Empire was as crazy as Holdress. But the sheer number of people led to all sorts of nefarious activities. Even agents from the Intelligence Bureau managed to infiltrate. You might think the agents who infiltrated the Intelligence Bureau were female, but in reality, they were male, because they needed a large number of personnel to serve over 1,000 beauties. The eunuchs alone numbered over 5,000. To be honest, with the size of the Papal States, it would take forever to investigate all 5,000 eunuchs one by one. After some operation, the Intelligence Bureau sent over 60 agents in. Among them were 6 female agents. 3 of them became Holdress's concubines. But what made Leon burst into laughter was that these 3 female agents had been selected 2 years ago, yet they still hadn't been favored. It wasn't that the 3 female agents weren't beautiful enough, but rather that Holdress himself was no match. Outwardly strong, but weak inside, a withered bone in a grave. That was Holdress. As the gate was breached, the concubines in the harem began a frantic escape. They devised countless ways to escape and contacted their families. Of the over 1,000 beauties in the harem, half came from noble families. It was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their own unique abilities. The agents of the Intelligence Bureau also received the news. The leader ordered them to evacuate. In a country as filthy as the Papal States, let them fight among themselves. However, what Holdress didn't know was that his head was already covered in corruption. With over 1,000 concubines in his harem, he couldn't possibly favor every one of them. As the saying goes, if he didn't favor one, someone else would do it for him. All sorts of fake eunuchs and palace guards frequently entered and exited the harem under Holdress's nose. The entire papal harem was in tatters. Holdress knew it, but he couldn't resort to a bloodbath. By the time he realized what was happening, the entire palace would be completely rotten. If he began to purge these people, the whole world would know his scandal. For the sake of his dignity, Holdress gritted his teeth and swallowed his pride. But his dignity had long since vanished. After learning that the concubines had fled en masse, Holdress sat on the throne in despair. At that moment, shouts of killing echoed outside the palace hall. The last remaining troops loyal to Holdras were engaged in a fierce battle with the rebels outside the palace hall. But the rebels, with their numerical superiority, gradually gained the upper hand. As the soldiers fell one by one, the sounds of fighting outside the palace gradually faded. Soon, even the gunfire ceased. Feeling the silence outside the palace, Holdras knew his end had come. He couldn't help but think of Bonaparte, who had previously proclaimed himself emperor. Bonaparte had once been a mighty hero, a worthy emperor, but later, he became the very person he had once loathed. He ultimately chose to burn himself to death. Thinking of Bonaparte's story, the thought of self-immolation flashed through Holdras's mind. But he quickly shook his head and refused. Because he feared death, he didn't want to die like this. The next moment, the door to the palace hall was kicked open. The rebels filed in, and the nobles rushed forward, pulling Holdras off the throne. For show, the nobles simply split the throne in two. This country should be ruled by all of us, not the emperor sitting on the throne. Holdras looked at the throne, which had been split in two. He knew that he too had been split in two. Chapter 1291. After capturing the palace, the nobles didn't kill Holdras, but immediately placed him under house arrest. It wasn't that they didn't want to kill Holdras, but rather that he was still crucial. The nobles who had entered the palace were only a portion, many more were on their way. As victors, they naturally wanted to join the revelry and share in the spoils. If Holdras died now, the revelry would become a battlefield for internal strife among the nobles. The nobles knew they absolutely couldn't engage in infighting now, as it would only benefit Lion. However, these nobles were unwilling to accept this, as those who hadn't contributed could openly reap the fruits of their efforts. After careful consideration, the nobles unanimously decided that Holdras should abdicate and establish a cabinet, appointing those nobles who had first entered the palace as ministers. Holdras signed his abdication decree without hesitation. For Holdras knew that, whether he signed it or not, his fate was sealed. If I had signed the abdication decree, perhaps I could have lived a few more days. Inside the palace, Emperor Holdras chuckled self-deprecatingly at the sight of the heavily armed nobles before him. Yesterday, he had easily killed these nobles, but today? They were killing him without a second thought. God has his way, and no one can escape the consequences. I must personally pay for the consequences of my own actions. Seeing Holdras resigned to his fate, several nobles exchanged glances, and then one of them handed over a letter of abdication. The abdication edict was very concise, consisting of just a few words. Holdras is a sinner of the Papal States, unworthy of his position, and a betrayer of all his people. Therefore, I hereby declare my abdication and establish a cabinet, handing over state power to cabinet ministers. Appoint several cabinet ministers. The abdication edict was extremely sloppy, so sloppy that it caught everyone off guard. Holdras's mouth twitched. Could you at least make this abdication edict a little more elegant? What kind of a mess? Isn't it obvious what Sima Zhao is up to? But Holdras had no choice, for he had already seen the knife in the guard's hand. Signing would allow him to live, but not signing would mean death. Finally, Holdras signed his name. As he finished signing, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If he had chosen a different path, would the outcome have been different? Perhaps the people would not have betrayed him, but there are no ifs in this world. The nobles obtained the desired abdication edict and announced to the nation that the tyrannical emperor had been driven out, and the people now ruled the country. Countless common people wept with joy, cursing Holdras for a horrible death, while praising the nobles. After gaining power, the nobles began to show their fangs. But they couldn't immediately break off relations, so they continued to play along. On the one hand, they pretended to issue decrees, ceding some benefits to the people of the country, and then, in order to accumulate strength, they began to turn their attention to the monsters in the north. The Imperial Guards and Iron Guards in the north were diligently clearing out the monsters. The newly elected aristocratic government couldn't possibly engage in a decisive battle with the Wehrmacht in the south. They could only focus on the north. So they began to label the Imperial Guards and Iron Guards as enemies, and invited various scholars to criticize them. Our compatriots have been transformed into monsters, yet these people are wantonly slaughtering them. This is simply a massacre of our compatriots. I believe we must find a way to rescue these monsters, rather than resorting to killing. The aristocratic government's words completely shattered Leon's perspective, because it was simply too abstract. What did it mean that these monsters shouldn't be dealt with by killing? Are you supposed to use love to influence these monsters? Just guess. If love could influence these monsters, why didn't Galena take action? If it weren't for the Imperial Guards and Iron Guards, the entire northern region would have fallen by now, and a large number of monsters would have already broken out of the city, rushing from the north to the south. Can a new government come to power in the Papal States? It's a good thing the capital isn't overrun by monsters. No one enjoys killing. Of all means, killing is the last resort. The common people in the north, brainwashed by the aristocratic government, have also begun to criticize the imperial guards. The entire Catholic state blames them, but only the child priests in the church at the center of the mutation remain steadfast in their support of the imperial guards. If it weren't for the imperial guards, they would have been slain by the monsters long ago. It was the Great Flame that saved them, but now these aristocratic governments are inciting the common people, inciting them to oppose the Great Flame. Since the aristocracy had overthrown Holdress's rule, many common people chose to trust the new aristocracy. However, the common people should not be drawn into dirty political struggles. The new aristocratic government in the Papal States clearly failed to realize this. They discovered that by leveraging public opinion, they could gain widespread popular support, and many middle-class people would donate portions of their assets to support them. Gradually, they tasted the sweetness of success and began to incite. The nobles who subsequently arrived in the papal capital began to compete with the nobles of the new aristocratic government. Why aren't we given enough places? Is it because we arrived late? Then we have to compete. The ignorant lower classes were incited, and the upper echelons continued to fight among themselves. Faced with the Papal States' ingratitude, Lyon even considered withdrawing the Imperial Guard. The worst hit were the papal troops, who learned overnight that their emperor was gone. Meanwhile, a new government was established, yet it hadn't issued any military orders. It was as if these soldiers had been forgotten. Not only were there no military orders, but even their logistical supplies had been suddenly cut off. The troops on the front were thrown into panic, unsure whether to continue the resistance. Without a leader, insufficient supplies, and winter already approaching, facing the powerful Wehrmacht, the famished and cold papal troops were making a final stand. Some soldiers had already been defeated, but others chose to remain and hold off the Wehrmacht. Chapter 1292. With the arrival of winter, the weather in the Papal States grew colder. Practically all of the Papal States' miscellaneous troops had fled, save for a few reckless individuals who remained to hold their ground. Even of the 200,000 elite troops, nearly 80,000 had fled, leaving only 120,000 elite troops holding the various lines of defense. 120,000 elite troops plus 30,000 miscellaneous troops. This was the only remaining military force in the Papal States. The new aristocratic government had not given up the war, but had instead deliberately escalated it. Although they had deceived the people and completely divided power, they were the best ally in defending the Papal States. Holdress was the emperor, and they were the nobles of the country. The emperor was the greatest noble, while these minor nobles were the most numerous. They were the backbone of the Papal States' defense. Faced with the overwhelming power of the National Defense Army, the new aristocratic government chose to continue Holdress's policy of military expansion. Despite extremely tight financial constraints, Holdress still planned to expand the army by 800,000. He gambled his entire fortune, sent several of his corrupt relatives to the guillotine, and secretly raised an 800,000-man army with their blood and the money they embezzled. Now that Holdress has been forced to abdicate, the military expansion plan has been temporarily shelved. After the new government came to power, it liquidated Holdress's group of idle relatives. These relatives were mostly mediocre, but they had a relative from the emperor to protect them. When Holdress first came to power, most nobles dared not speak out, unwilling to provoke trouble. So they silently endured the oppression of Holdress's relatives. But now, these relatives' biggest supporter, Holdress, is gone. Without Holdress's protection, these relatives were purged by the new government. These relatives were immediately executed, and all their property was confiscated. The new government conservatively estimates that nearly 100 million gold coins were seized from these corrupt officials. Why so much money, you might ask? Because the wealthiest members of the Dwarf Empire had fled to the Papal States. And these Dwarf Empire refugees were practically wiped out by Holdress. Their wealth was completely swallowed up by Holdress and his relatives. Holdress only took a small portion, while the vast majority of their assets were swallowed up by his relatives. And now, these despicable relatives have finally been punished. Over 40 million gold coins in cash have directly provided a lifeline for the nobles. The aristocratic government used half of the 40 million gold coins in cash to improve people's livelihoods, while the remaining 20 million gold coins were invested without hesitation in equipping and training an 800,000-man army. Some of the remaining fixed assets were absorbed internally, while others were auctioned off for cash. All the proceeds from the cash were invested in military training. The nobles then realized that the army was burning through money even faster than they were spending it. Among the nobles, there were many wealthy and extravagant young men. But no matter how much these young men spent, they could not match the army's spending. 20 million gold coins only covered the weapons and equipment of 400,000 elite troops. Originally, Holdras had planned to gather 200,000 elite troops and 600,000 miscellaneous troops. The new aristocratic government chose to go all the way, mobilizing 800,000 elite troops. 20 million gold coins poured in were only enough to cover half the equipment costs, not even counting the soldiers' salaries. Weapons and equipment for the other half were still unavailable. But the aristocratic government no longer cared about this. They were now intensively producing weapons and training their troops. At the same time, they finally realized that over 100,000 troops were still waiting for supplies on the front lines. So, they spent another 2 or 3 days re-energizing the supply lines. By the time the first batch of supplies arrived at the front, the soldiers hadn't received any for over 6 days. During these 6 days, the Wehrmacht advanced relentlessly, advancing as far as 250 kilometers. They could have advanced even further, but winter arrived, and a blizzard halted the Wehrmacht's advance. While it didn't reach the horrors of the divine retribution winter, it was no less severe. The snow was over a meter deep, allowing Wehrmacht armored vehicles to pass through, but not infantry. The papal soldiers on the other side were even worse off. They faced not only hunger, but also freezing temperatures. In these 6 days, of the 150,000 soldiers originally assembled, 50,000 were defeated. Of these, only 20,000 were defeated by the Wehrmacht's advance. The other 30,000, unable to bear the cold and hunger, chose to flee. The Wehrmacht did not pursue them relentlessly, but instead sought refuge from the cold. Having finally achieved a good life, there was no need to endure hardship. To endure hardship without suffering would be foolishness. The Wehrmacht did not rush to attack. Meanwhile, the papal army was mired in internal conflict. Central defense line. The sky was filled with drifting snowflakes, and the ground was a blanket of white. No bomb craters, no trenches, no sign of human life. Just then, a sudden bulge appeared, and 2 papal soldiers emerged from it. The blizzard covered everything, including the trenches below, forcing the papal army to dig deep dugouts. Among the elite troops were many first and second level mages, most of whom knew some basic magic. They used fireballs and light to stay warm. As elite troops, they had no shortage of fuel and magic crystals. The incessant blizzard made it impossible for them to find firewood, so they could only ignite fuel or use magic crystals to replenish their mana and cast spells to stay warm. So while the sky and earth appeared white, beneath the invisible snow lay a vast expanse of papal soldiers. The Wehrmacht naturally knew they could easily destroy these soldiers with heavy artillery and bombs. However, the commander of the 1st Infantry Army, tasked with attacking from the center, chose to wait. He knew that weather was the most powerful weapon. The severe cold would freeze these unsupplied papal troops to death here. The heavy snow blocked the roads, making it impossible for the papal logistics forces to deliver supplies to the front lines. But they couldn't let 100,000 soldiers on the front line starve to death. The aristocratic government immediately hired a large number of capable individuals, promising them generous rewards to deliver supplies to the front. As the saying goes, if you pay, anything can be done for you. A large number of low-level papal magicians accepted the government's mission. Then, relying on their own strength and their own magical powers, they forged ahead to deliver the supplies to the front lines. While this was only a drop in the bucket, it alleviated the urgent need on the front lines. Looking at the army in the distance, that was frozen beyond recognition, the Wehrmacht soldiers couldn't help but sigh. They had also suffered from the same cold on the Kursk plain, but they had enough supplies at that time. Chapter 1293. Inside the Papal States positions. A large number of soldiers squatted in deep trenches, huddled together for warmth. Looking at the snow-covered sky above, the soldiers seemed somewhat bewildered. A young soldier was checking his weapons. "Simmons, what are you doing?" An old soldier crawled over and patted Simmons on the shoulder. Simmons said, somewhat dazed, "I'm checking my weapons and equipment. I'm afraid the Wehrmacht might attack." The old soldier shook his head. "You kid, you should be studying at your age. The war dragged you into this, and those people above you drafted you into the elite. How can you, a kid, be considered an elite?" The old soldier couldn't help but curse. Simmons lowered his head, then silently took out his pocket watch. On it was a happy family photo. Simmons was only 17 years old, and an outstanding student in the Papal States. However, because Holdras was anxious to expand his army and needed talent for his elite troops, Simmons, only 17 years old, was successfully conscripted. At first, Simmons was persuaded by Holdras's propaganda. The great Emperor Holdras would lead them to victory, They would make Great Yin pay the price. They would take back everything that belonged to them. But things went against their wishes, and Simmons gradually realized their mistake. This war was completely meaningless, and the people were the ones who ultimately paid the price. And with just these few words, Holdress caused millions of casualties. People believed in Holdress because he could lead them to revival. Holdress led them into a ditch. Simons suffered widespread bullying within the army. Because of his advanced education, he was a popular figure within the company. The company commander highly valued Simmons, but the others did not. They were somewhat jealous of Simmons' excellence. Why was Simmons, so young and new to the army, favored by the company commander? In the beginning, Simmons was constantly bullied by the veterans. Until 2 weeks ago, after the Wehrmacht launched an attack, Simmons' squad was severely damaged. The squad leader was killed, and Simmons took command, leading the squad to repel the Wehrmacht's attack. This earned him the respect of all officers and soldiers. Simon's status gradually rose, and he was promoted to squad leader. Though the veterans did not become squad leaders, they no longer dared to use their seniority to suppress Simmons. Inside the trench air raid shelter, watching Simmons staring at the photo, the veterans wanted to offer their condolences, but they realized they hadn't been home in ages. Ever since they became soldiers of the Papal States, home had become a permanent fixture in their memories. It wasn't that they didn't want to go home, but rather that their superiors wouldn't let them go. In reality, the superiors weren't to blame. The real blame lay with the people at the top. They believed these soldiers were solely responsible for holding the front lines and holding off the Wehrmacht. They never truly cared about the opinions of their subordinates. After all, in their eyes, weren't these soldiers mere beasts of burden? Did beasts of burden need personal opinions and will? The soldiers couldn't go home, and neither could the officers. And yet, those higher-ups were free to squander their lives. With the collapse at the front, these high-ranking officials fled, leaving only a few truly loyal officials behind. The aristocratic government regrouped and subsequently sent several generals to reinforce and retake control of the army. But faced with the blizzard, the papal army was helpless. The generals didn't rush to order their men to attack, but instead focused on the specific situation on the front lines, fearing the soldiers would mutiny due to the severe cold. These generals weren't foolish enough to put out the fires themselves. They shared the hardships with the soldiers on the front lines. This is called enduring hardship. As generals, they were naturally more important than ordinary soldiers. As long as the generals were alive and conscious, they could command a vast army, while the soldiers were just soldiers because of their limitations. Simmons felt the old soldier's gaze, then glanced back and silently put away his pocket watch. He was just a microcosm of countless soldiers, just like him, eager to return home. Just as Simmons and the soldiers waited for the blizzard to end, there was a sudden movement from the position behind them. The magicians, braving a blizzard to deliver supplies, suddenly sensed movement behind them. They'd been listening to the wind, but just now, they heard something strange. Did he hear a muffled roar? The magician hurriedly turned around, and the others around him were surprised. "What's wrong? What are you doing? Why are you so startled?" The magician looked around, finding nothing amiss. Just as he was about to explain to his companions, he suddenly caught sight of a pair of crimson eyes. "There's a monster!" The magician roared, then pushed his companions aside. A monster shrouded in black mist burst out of a nearby snowdrift. A large amount of snow still covered the monster's body. The magicians immediately recognized it as the monsters from the north. But how had the monsters from the north gotten here? The magicians were filled with fear. The monsters crawled out of the snowdrift again and attacked the magicians directly. The magicians immediately activated their magic to defend themselves, but they were only low-level magicians of level 2 or 3. How could they possibly defeat the monsters? The monsters tore them apart with reckless abandon, and those who had been diligently delivering supplies to the front line were quickly killed on the spot. An officer waiting for supplies at the front suddenly realized something was amiss. Today's supplies hadn't arrived yet. Just as he was about to rally his troops, he was suddenly met with countless pairs of crimson eyes staring back at him. The officer, terrified, didn't dare to breathe, staring directly into the monster's eyes. After a 2-second stalemate, the monsters launched a direct charge. Without hesitation, the officer drew his pistol and fired a warning shot. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots startled the entire position. The officer was completely torn apart by the monster. Simons, homesick, heard the gunfire and immediately grabbed his weapons. Thinking it was the Wehrmacht from the south, he quickly realized something was amiss, as the Wehrmacht would always use artillery before an attack. What on earth was that? Simons was about to lead his men into their designated combat positions in the trenches when he heard screams from outside. Monsters! Help! Help me! Chapter 1294. Diane's Northern Forest. The arrival of winter brings colder and colder weather, and Diane's first snow falls in the Northern Forest. This only forest in Diane hides many secrets. It not only houses Diane's most highly guarded secret base, but also Diane's first missile silo and a rift to another world. The 2nd Guards Division is still engaged in extensive development in the other world. As the new year approaches, the people of Diane are intensifying their preparations for the Lunar New Year. With winter approaching, everyone must work hard to ensure a good new year. And beneath the Northern Forest, staff at a secret research base are studying the events of the recent past in the Papal States. The Imperial Guards, after much difficulty, have retrieved the corpse of a monster from the northern region of the Papal States. And, most challenging of all, they transported the corpse back from the north, and did so secretly. Even many high-ranking members of the National Defense Forces were unaware of this. The monster's corpse was returned to the secret base. Then, research on the monster began immediately. Teresa and her researchers spent 3 days in the underground laboratory, frantically studying the monster corpses. As they delved deeper, they discovered that these monsters were truly unique. Irina had used divine power, a profoundly evil one at that. This had caused these humans, who had mutated into monsters, to undergo a complete and utter mutation. Even their genes had been affected. They were not just monsters, but a completely new species. Indeed, a new species mutated from humans. The problem was, however, that these so-called new species possessed extremely low intelligence, and not just ordinary low intelligence. Judging by the reactions of the frontline Imperial Guards and Iron Guards, these monsters were driven only by instinct, the instinct to hunt. Bloodlust was ingrained in them. Aside from the church protected by the Imperial Guards and Iron Guards, virtually all humans in the rest of the city had been slaughtered. And these monsters relentlessly charged towards the church. From their initial reckless charge, they now employed tactics to deceive the defending Imperial Guards. But over time, the Imperial Guards and Iron Guards developed countermeasures. They wouldn't foolishly allow themselves to be deceived. They had learned to be more clever. But they were surprised to discover that these monsters had actually developed the ability to learn. From their initial blindness, they now employed tactics. Recent battle reports from the front lines revealed that these monsters had even learned to use tools. Yes, truly, they were using tools, as the Imperial Guards recovered a large number of handmade tools from the monster's lair. Most of these tools were used to breach the church's defenses. Although the Imperial Guards defended diligently, they were still human. They too get tired, so the monsters waited in awe, waiting for the Imperial Guards to reveal their true intentions. Once, due to the Imperial Guards' negligence, the monsters raided a church. Since the Imperial Guards had been distracted, the monsters easily entered the church and slaughtered the 20-odd children and 6 clergymen inside. When the Imperial Guards returned to the church, they saw only blood on the ground. The Imperial Guards then abandoned their defense and began to crush the ground. Step by step, they destroyed the monsters in each house. The Imperial Guards were eager to turn the entire city upside down. They ransacked every house, searching door to door. Every monster in the city was completely annihilated. The Imperial Guards then transported the monster's body back home. But the Papal States seemed to have anticipated the return of the monster's body, and had dispatched high-ranking magicians to await them at the border. The Papal States' high-ranking officials considered this a family scandal, one that must not be aired publicly. But the National Defense Army didn't care about such nonsense. They were the true overlords. They had always oppressed others, so how could anyone oppress them? The Papal States' high-ranking magicians were powerless to stop the National Defense Army. Baryan, carrying the monster's body, forced his way through the border. The secret transport referred to keeping the matter secret from the people. If they had, it would have inevitably caused panic. As researchers delved deeper, they discovered that the most noticeable change in these monsters was their physical fitness. Their physical strength has nearly tripled. If they were just minions before, they're now elite monsters. Energy is conserved. These monsters gain strength and physical improvements, but they must pay a price. Because of their immense physical strength, they require a vast amount of energy to replenish their energy. The best way for monsters to gain energy is to plunder it from others. In simple terms, it means eating people. This is why these monsters are frantically seeking out living people. They desperately need blood and the magic within humans to replenish their energy. The cells in these monsters were incredibly active, and their mitochondria were incredibly numerous. They were the equivalent of super-enhanced humans. Teresa was practically mad, because in her eyes, applying this technology to bioenergy would be a quantum leap. Human bodily functions were still limited, ordinary people could never become powerful. But now? Teresa's eyes flashed a terrifying red light. The staff nearby shuddered subconsciously. Aren't we wearing clothes? Why is it still so cold? The underground base was safe, but the missile silo on the other side had a problem. A Wehrmacht soldier on duty glanced at the screen, and suddenly noticed something was wrong with the image on one of the screens. There was a pool of black blood on the ground. Wait a minute. If I remember correctly, there should be a comrade standing guard there? The soldier on duty suddenly realized something was amiss, and immediately made a phone call. Upon learning that a soldier on guard had disappeared, the company commander in charge of the entire missile silo leaped from his bed in a rage and rushed to the monitoring room. On the way, he notified his soldiers, who then prepared for battle. The soldier in the monitoring room was now filled with panic, his grip tightening on his pistol. A dark shadow seemed to flash across the monitors. The soldier finally caught a glimpse of a black monster appearing in the camera's field of view. The monster was bloated, pitch black, and most bizarrely, it had a human face. The soldier, terrified, immediately sounded the alarm, but then, realizing something, he looked up and saw the monster staring eerily at the camera. The soldier then realized the monster was right outside the monitoring room door. Crack! Bang! The sound of a door breaking was heard, followed by a gunshot, and then everything returned to silence. Chapter 1295. With a single gunshot, the monitoring room fell silent. The company commander rushed over immediately after hearing the gunshot. Other comrades nearby also rushed over without stopping. By the time they arrived at the monitoring room, no one was there, only a pool of blood. Based on the blood, the company commander quickly pieced together the situation. The soldier guarding the monitoring room must have been struck by something and fired a shot. But the attacker didn't seem injured. Instead, he furiously tore the soldier apart. The soldier didn't die immediately, but his body was torn to pieces, blood splattering all over the floor. He died in agony. And judging by the flesh on the ground, the attacker looked like a man-eating monster. The thought of this sent a chill through the company commander. This was truly shocking. As a normal person, he couldn't imagine such a thing happening. After learning that his men had apparently been dismembered, the company commander fearfully placed his hand on the pistol at his waist. Perhaps only this gun could give me a sense of security. After a moment's silence, the company commander quickly realized that the monster was still in the missile silo. The company commander immediately ordered his men to seal off the silo and close all entrances and exits. He then reported the situation to the military, because everything here seemed to have exceeded their expectations. Upon hearing this, the military immediately dispatched a large number of imperial guards. As high-ranking military officials, they naturally knew about the monsters in the Papal States. So, they understood that the monster in the silo was most likely from the north. Irina's decision to release the monsters was clearly intended to disrupt and annoy Leon. Leon reserved his opinion on all this. Irina could no longer be described as human. No, she wasn't human to begin with, so her every move defied common sense. Irina sending the monsters into the missile silo was essentially childish play. Relying on such despicable tactics when you can't defeat them is indeed a bit abstract. The Imperial Guards quickly sealed off the missile silo. This silo was actually outdated, capable only of launching the Sun-type missile. But in reality, the Sun-type missile had already reached its second generation, and there were even more powerful missiles. That was the Yaoyang missile developed by the Research Institute. If the Sun-type was a ball of fire, then the Yaoyang was a sun. The Yaoyang missile utilized fission technology, making it the equivalent of a small mushroom bomb. But because the super-concentrated magic crystals stored within it were relatively small, therefore, its yield was limited, and naturally, it wasn't listed as a controlled weapon. A small explosion doesn't count. These old missile silos were gradually being phased out and sealed. Since this missile silo was the first true missile silo in Diyin, Leon didn't lift the blockade. Instead, he protected it, and even stationed a number of troops to protect it. The silo's status was gradually lowered, and it was gradually revealed to the public. People also began to visit it. Irina naturally set her sights on this missile silo, but the Papal State couldn't attack it, so she chose to place some monsters in the north. This childish trick didn't anger Tiong, instead, it made Leon laugh. Because it was simply too abstract. This wasn't a duel of gods, it was simply childish play, but Leon still ordered the monster to be completely destroyed. After all, if it had appeared in the missile silo, it could certainly appear in the city. Leon would not allow anyone to threaten the people of Great Yin. Nonsense! I hold the mushroom bomb, I'm the true king. Why should I listen to others? Ever since becoming the world's hegemon, Leon's thinking has become increasingly biased towards his countrymen. A true Great Yin supremacist would never overly care about the interests of a hostile nation. Even the Demon Empire to the north, Leon always treated it as his godson. He treated the Elf Empire as his own son, and the Holy Empire as his eldest son. Before a country fully joined Great Yin, whether it was a military alliance or any other alliance, Leon would always maintain a bottom line in his heart. But for some countries, Leon's bottom line simply didn't exist. Because in Leon's eyes, these countries were destined for destruction. What bottom line? The monster was wreaking havoc within the missile silo. It had no idea that Leon was treating it with such importance. The monster had been hiding in a city on the northern border of the Papal States. It had barely escaped the pursuit of the Imperial Guards, only to feel the call of the evil god and be airdropped directly into the missile silo. Irina gave the monster the order to kill everyone within the missile and create as much chaos as possible. To accomplish its mission, Irina gave the monster wisdom, which led to the scene where the monster headed straight for the monitoring room. But precisely because the monster was so clever, it was timid in everything it did. After killing the soldiers in the monitoring room, it immediately went into hiding. Having missed the perfect opportunity for a massacre, when the monster finally mustered the courage to launch a surprise attack, it was met not by Wehrmacht bullets, but by the spears of the Imperial Guard. After learning that the missile silo plan had failed, Irina, furious, decided to airdrop a large number of monsters directly into the capital, Leningrad. In Leningrad, atop a bell tower, a flash of black light flashed, and 5 pitch-black monsters emerged from the shadows. Below this bell tower, the people were laughing and talking. The people had finished their work and were just about to go home to enjoy themselves, or go out to the night market. But what they didn't know was that a monster had appeared above them. At a roadside stall, a student from Dying College was enjoying kebabs with his female classmate. The boy's family wasn't particularly wealthy, his only strength being his willingness to help others. The girl, on the other hand, was not only well off, but also the most prestigious of the school beauties. After countless efforts, the boy finally won the school beauty's favor. But with limited funds, he couldn't afford to take his beloved to an expensive restaurant, so they had to eat at a street stall. But the school beauties weren't angry. Instead, their eyes were filled with curiosity. Because she knew the boy in front of her liked her, and even more so, that he wasn't well off. The most important thing wasn't where to eat, but with whom. The boy stuttered as he stared at the beautiful girl before him. "By the way, Knox, your classmate said you've been gone for 2 years? You only returned to school in the last 2 years?" Knox quickly swallowed his food and was about to speak when he looked up and saw the monsters overhead. Chapter 1296. Knox immediately embraced his goddess. The school beauty was stunned. Because in her and everyone else's impression, Knox had always been a weakling. He was usually a lurker in class, rarely participated in class activities, and was absent from school 4 or 5 days out of 7. Whenever the professors asked who was absent, they would stop asking when they heard it was Knox. This was the reason the school beauty was curious about Knox. You could skip any other class, but the problem was that you even skipped Professor Roman's. Professor Roman was Robert's physics teacher. Ever since Robert became famous, Professor Roman's class had become so hard to get. The college arranged classes fairly, so all physics students could attend Professor Roman's class. But even Professor Roman didn't ask Knox about Knox. The school beauty wanted to find out who Knox was. But as they spent more time together, she found Knox quite interesting. When her roommate learned about it, she advised the school beauty to understand that it was okay, but not to fall in love. The school beauty said it was impossible. "I'm the most beautiful girl in the Yin Academy. How could I possibly fall in love with a poor boy on the street?" The school beauty, held in a princess's arms, gazed at Knox's profile with loving eyes. Knox's heart was about to explode. He was a member of the Imperial Guard. The Yin Imperial Guard was divided into 2 types. One was the Light Guardians. They existed completely openly, and their movements were recorded. The other type was the Shadow Guardians, like Knox. They wouldn't activate unless absolutely necessary. They existed to protect the people in critical moments. The Shadow Guardians of the Imperial Guard could be anyone. There were high-ranking officials, and there were also peddlers and hawkers. They were the people you wouldn't expect, yet they could step up at the most crucial moment. Dig more traps. Your own people might only get a few scratches if they fell into them, but without them, the enemy could advance unimpeded. Knox wasn't chosen to go to the Papal States, but remained in the capital, Leningrad, to defend the people. Knox thought he could finally rest for a while, and now his goddess had even asked him out shopping. Knox was so happy he almost kissed a dog on the street. Knox dressed in his most formal attire. He had originally thought he was about to marry a beautiful, wealthy woman and reach the pinnacle of his life. But a sudden monster had blinded him. He simply ran with the school beauty in his arms. He wanted to get her to safety. "Knox? Aren't you just an ordinary person?" asked the school beauty Nelvin. Knox's mouth twitched, and then he found a perfect spot to put Nelvin down. Nelvin was about to ask more, but Knox spoke up. "I have something to do tonight, so I can't take you home. I apologize next time. If you run to the guard's base, it won't be peaceful tonight, and Liongrad won't be safe," Knox said, heading towards the bell tower. He heard the shouts and screams of the people. Nelvin didn't ask any more questions, but shouted, "Be careful." Knox waved his hand, and the next second, a flash of golden light covered his entire body in custodian armor. After donning the custodian armor, the data panel inside Knox's helmet exploded with a message. "Monster spotted in Sector 3. Guardians, please send for support immediately. Monster spotted in Sector 2. Guardians, please provide support immediately." Knox was swirling through the barrage of messages. Nelvin, far behind him, was stunned. Had Knox transformed into a guardsman so effortlessly? Knox folded up his information panel and sped towards the clock tower. The sudden appearance of the monster terrified everyone. The crowd fled in all directions. Low-level magicians tried to protect the people, but when faced with those terrifying monsters, their legs trembled and their minds went blank. The security guards, standing guard, didn't hesitate a moment. They raised their M4s and charged at the monsters, firing as they urged their comrades to evacuate. But the 5.56mm rounds were no match for the monsters. The 5.56mm rounds barely tickled the monsters. Enraged, the creature leaped down and tore the security guards apart. A military Humvee drove up, and the machine gunner on the roof opened fire on the monsters. The 12.7 caliber bullets pelted the monsters with blood and flesh. The monsters, in pain, ignored the fleeing civilians and instead focused their attacks on the military Humvee. "You monsters! Come at me if you dare! Come and taste my massive 12.7 caliber bullets!" But there were too many monsters, attacking from all sides. The machine gunner's laughter soon died down. But he wasn't afraid at all, for he saw his compatriots evacuated safely. The security forces or soldiers too. The monsters flipped the armored Humvee over, and the machine gunner, in that moment, thought of his wife and children back home. He wasn't that great, he wanted to survive, but once he donned the uniform, his decisions were no longer his. After dispatching the machine gunner, the monsters immediately charged toward the surrounding crowd. At that moment, a couple and their daughter were fleeing. They were shopping in a nearby store. After spotting the monsters, they attempted to evacuate, but were knocked down by passers-by. They finally managed to get back to their feet, but everyone else had already fled, and the monsters were already right in front of them. The father, clutching the girl, ran furiously, while the mother dropped her purchases. The family of 3 fled, but the monsters were faster, catching up in a matter of seconds. The father clutched his daughter tightly, fearing for her. The monsters, too, began to play with the 3, toying with them like a cat and mouse. The husband fled, his daughter in his arms. The monsters, using their speed advantage, blocked them from view. The husband and his family had no choice but to redirect themselves. But every time they turned and ran for a few seconds, another monster would appear at the end of the road. As if tired of playing, the monsters collectively attacked the 3. To protect his daughter, the husband buried her tightly beneath him, using his own body to fend off the monsters' attacks. The wife also shielded her husband and daughter. But the expected pain didn't come, leaving the family of 3 puzzled. Wouldn't these monsters kill them? But the next second, they heard the monsters' wails, and the sound of something falling. Ah! Boom! The family looked up to see a guard wielding a spear, piercing through 5 monsters one by one. The husband and wife were stunned, while the daughter's eyes were filled with admiration. "This big guy is so impressive." Knox saw the monsters bullying the 3 civilians and leaped up, spear in hand. The ground cracked from the sheer force of his leap. Knox, spear in hand, flew over like a meteor, piercing one monster with a single shot, then dispatched the other 4 with ease. The hunt begins. Chapter 1297. Knox, clad in 3rd-generation Imperial Guard armor and armed with a spear, moved unstoppably. The monsters' mighty bodies were nothing compared to the Imperial Guard's spears. Knox easily dispatched the 5 monsters. After surviving, the family of 3 kowtowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times before the Imperial Guards. They were not from Great Yin, but refugees from the Eastern continent. They had barely escaped the civil war in the Western Empire, and, through their own hard work, found their own home in Great Yen. Everything was thriving, but the appearance of the monsters nearly cost them their lives. The family of three's kowtows, and kowtows did not move knocks. Seeing the Imperial Guards ignored them, the three men didn't linger, packing up and preparing to leave. Just as they turned to leave, wait! Something dropped. Knox's voice rang out. Looking back, the three men saw Knox had picked up the little girl's teddy bear and thoughtfully wrapped it in a nearby cloth. Knox's armor was covered in black blood, and the little girl's teddy bear couldn't possibly get stained with it. The little girl was a little surprised. Seeing the ferocious guards before her, she felt a little frightened, but when she saw her teddy bear, she smiled. "Thank you, big brother." Knox then left without looking back, for there were still many more people waiting to be saved. The news of the monster appearing in Leongrad quickly reached Leon. This time, Leon lost his composure and became a furious desktop cleaner. Just as he was about to clear everything from his desk, he spotted a small sculpture. The idea of becoming a desktop cleaning master was nipped in the bud. The reason was simple. This little sculpture was expensive. If Irina had used such despicable tactics against a military facility, Leon wouldn't have been so angry. But now that Irina had chosen to target civilians, don't blame Leon for starting a war. Leon finally notified the space base. "Bring me your Sun Chaser rocket. Send it to the launch site in Pirchet. I will make the gods pay for their folly." The head of the space base was stunned upon hearing this. After learning about the Sun Chaser series, Leon classified the Sun Chaser rocket as top secret. This was because the Sun Chaser's range far exceeded that of previous rockets. The Sun Chaser, as the name suggests, could send instruments to the vicinity of a star. According to the Space Center's report, the Divine Realm was in an orbit between Leon's planet and the star, and even closer to the star. The reason the Divine Realm chose to remain in this orbit was primarily to use the star as a human shield, using planets to block incoming meteorites and other objects. Thus, scientists have deduced the exact location of the Divine Realm. It's equivalent to the distance between Blue Planet and Mars. The Sun Chaser rocket was originally used for stellar exploration, and its technology is the same as that used on aerospace carriers. But converting a rocket into a missile isn't impossible. After all, a warhead is still a warhead. After receiving Leon's order, the head of the space base, though somewhat skeptical, immediately ordered his men to pack up and send the Sun Chaser rocket to the Pirchet launch site. When Leon mentioned sending the rocket to the Pirchet launch site, the head of the space base knew Leon was planning to use it to attack the Divine Realm. Indeed, this was the first time in the history of the entire planet that a direct attack on the Divine Realm had been launched. The head of the space base was also extremely excited, as this was the first actual combat use of the Sun Chaser rocket. Although rockets are used for scientific research, they could also be used in warfare. Who says rockets have to benefit the people? V2. You better sleep with your eyes open. At this moment, Pirchet was feeling a bit uneasy, having learned that the Sun Chaser rocket was about to be delivered. The entire Pirchet staff seemed extremely flustered. Because Robert and Fuchsia were on vacation in Leongrad, all the work at Pirchet fell on Sipes. Sipes really wanted to quit, but then he remembered that his sister was still in Leongrad. For the sake of his sister's future, Sipes, a smart and sensible brother, worked tirelessly at Pirchet for nearly 4 years. He really wanted to slap himself in the face. Why had he shown off his strength in front of Balian? "Do you know how I've been living these past 4 years?" Although Sipes was furious, he calmly informed his men to take over the Sun Chaser rocket. The monsters in the capital, Leongrad, were merely a minor incident. Although they injured some civilians, the Imperial Guards' combined forces suppressed them. Before dawn even reached dawn, the Imperial Guards had completely slaughtered the over 100 monsters that had entered Leongrad. Even the monsters in the missile silo to the north were completely wiped out. Because Lion was furious, the Imperial Guards and other departments immediately began a non-stop crackdown upon receiving the order. But hundreds of civilians were still killed or wounded. Leon is a vindictive man, and Irina actually dared to use such despicable tactics against those who follow Leon. Leon will do whatever it takes to retaliate. The Sun Chaser rocket reached the Pirchet launch site, and Sipes then placed the second-generation Mushroom Bomb super-concentrated magic crystal block inside. The second-generation super-concentrated magic crystal block is smaller in size, and packs a greater burst of energy. The first generation used fission technology, while the second uses fusion technology. The gods still don't know who they angered. Irina, sitting on the throne, suddenly felt a chill on her back and muttered to herself, "I got a bad feeling." To impress the gods, Leon had Sipes prepare a larger super-concentrated magic crystal block. The explosive power could probably destroy the entire Great Flame. It's perfect for bombing the gods. After all, if the gods blow up, they blow up, and who among the gods will try to put it together again? The gods didn't dare destroy the planet, coveting everything on it. But they forgot one thing: Leon could have attacked the Divine Realm long ago. It's just that Leon couldn't find a reason. But now, the Divine Realm has completely enraged Leon. Prepare to endure the wrath of the Great Flame. Most importantly, even if the Divine Realm is bombed, they must swallow their anger. Leon ordered everything to be kept simple, and soon, a rocket blasted off from the Pierchet launch site. Irina, enjoying life in the Divine Realm, suddenly noticed something amiss. Chapter 1298. The Sun Chaser rocket, carrying a fusion warhead, took off from the Pierchet launch site and sped toward outer space. The call was made in the early morning, the rocket was delivered at dawn, and the launch began in the morning. The residents of Liongrad were still reeling from the previous night's grief. And the Sun Chaser rocket, carrying its warhead, flew toward the Divine Realm. The Sun Chaser rocket's speed was incredibly fast, reaching 18 kilometers per second, surpassing the third cosmic velocity. It took only a few minutes to reach space from the ground, but only a split second to the naked eye. Some sharp-eyed people, after seeing the rocket, were puzzled. Did Diyin launch another rocket? Then why wasn't it live-streamed? The Sun Chaser rocket quickly left the planet. As it left the planet, it discarded its boosters and flew at full speed toward the Divine Realm. Divine Realm. Irina was discussing with her men how to deal with Lion. Irina and her men had realized that if they didn't take the initiative, Leon would eventually invade the God Realm. So this time, Leongrad was just a warning. A warning to Leon to tone it down. Lion, me? Are you talking to me? My God, I think we should take the initiative. Leon can't blow up the planet, so we can invade moderately. This won't provoke Leon, nor put the God Realm in constant danger. But what if Leon actually launches a mushroom attack? One of the gods said weakly. This sentence silenced everyone. Irina wanted to curse. Whose subordinate is this? Why are they always saying such depressing things? Irina was about to curse when she realized it was one of her own men. Irina swallowed her prepared curse words back. Don't worry, don't say such depressing things. Leon will never use a mushroom attack. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Irina tried to cheer everyone up. The fighting spirit in their eyes was rekindled. But the next second, the door was kicked open. Impossible? Do you know that your stupid actions last night pissed off Leon? Galina rushed in with a group of her men. Irina's men drew their swords, and the two sides immediately became tense. Irina was surprised by this, but she quickly realized what was going on and spoke. What do you mean? The mushroom bomb is on its way. You should figure out how to protect the Divine Realm, Galina said, then sat down to the side, completely ignoring the others. The men wanted to go up and teach Galina a lesson, but Irina stopped them. God? Never mind that. Go investigate outside. I still don't believe Leon would retaliate against us this way over such a trivial matter. Irina would never admit it until she was proven wrong. But soon, her subordinates rushed in a panic. God! Something's happened. A UFO is approaching the Divine Realm. Hearing her subordinates report, Irina was terrified. Is this true? Are you sure? Irina asked seriously. The subordinates, startled, nodded emphatically. God, I'm sure. I saw a rocket flying towards the Divine Realm with my own eyes. The subordinates said seriously. Then we have to find a way. No. You said you saw it with your own eyes? Irina, hearing this, was mid-sentence when she realized something was amiss. Yes, I saw it. My power is connected to my eyes, so I can see it. It seems to be only a few thousand kilometers away. Irina froze at her subordinate's words. Is that human language? Baheo! Irina turned around and saw that Galina and her men had disappeared. On an asteroid far away in the Divine Realm. Galina sat in a chair, gazing calmly at the distant Divine Realm. Behind her were her followers, and some old monsters, who had escaped from the Divine Realm. These old monsters were Galina's fathers and grandfathers. In their prime, they were far more powerful than Galina and Irina, but now they were weak inside. Who hasn't had a glorious past? They were already on the verge of collapse, and now the Divine Realm was under attack again, so naturally they chose to flee. Why not? Would they stay and wait for death? They were the founders of the Divine Realm, having shed blood. They should be enjoying their youth, but the Divine Realm is now in turmoil. They naturally have no reason to reignite the Divine Realm. What do you mean by their descendants? Their descendants already have countless descendants, and they become indifferent to all that. Now they just want to survive. When they learned that Leon was using a sun chaser rocket with a mushroom warhead heading straight for the divine realm, these old monsters only wanted to escape. After learning that Galena had found a prime location for observation, they immediately rushed over. They also wanted to see how Irina, the so-called Lord of the Gods, had governed the divine realm. After confirming that Leon had launched an attack on the divine realm, Irina finally panicked. She was a talker. It was fine if she just talked big, but now Leon was actually using a missile to test her. She only now realized that even her talk could be true. And it was a mushroom bomb with a very high yield. Irina ordered her men to find a way to intercept the mushroom bomb, but they had no experience, so how could they possibly do it? Aside from Irina, no one present had ever truly experienced a mushroom bomb like Irina had. Without experience, how could they talk about experience? Without experience, they could only try to intercept it. But Leon had anticipated that they would use various methods to intercept it, so he had already made preparations. He had Barian cast various forbidden techniques on it, and if anyone attempted to intercept it, it would immediately accelerate. If anyone tried to destroy it with brute force, it would explode immediately. Giving the gods no chance at all, would you want to intercept it with your body, or would you like to detonate it? Choose one. Gods look at each other. No one wanted to intercept, as they had no idea of the mushroom bomb's blast range. After all, the scene of Irina being nearly killed by the explosion had left a deep impression on them. Who would be so foolish as to stand up to the attack physically? Everyone pushed back, and Irina's face darkened. When they asked for resources, they reached out without hesitation, but now they were all cowering. Irina, without hesitation, immediately began to call out her troops and generals. Don't worry, Siros, you go intercept. You're my #1 general. Siros, shrouded in a dark aura, pointed at himself. Me? Let me go. Siros looked at Irina before him and swallowed silently. He knew he couldn't escape. Chapter 1299. Cetos looked at those who had come to see him off, feeling lost for words. You say these people are hoping for his death, yet each one looks reluctant. You say you care about him, yet none of them are willing to die for him. Cetos was deeply hesitant, but Irina patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, after you die, I take care of your wife and children. Cetos' face turned pale and green upon hearing this. Why do you sound like you're coveting my wife? Cetos set off reluctantly. To ensure Cetos could die more easily, Irina and the gods pooled resources for Cetos' family. The implication was self-evident, to ensure Cetos had no worries. Cetos thought about many things. He wanted to escape, but then he thought about his family and the tactics of these people. He finally took a deep breath, then charged towards the mushroom bomb without hesitation. Soon, he collided head-on with the Sun Chaser rocket, which was approaching the divine realm. The Sun Chaser rocket was enchanted with numerous forbidden techniques to prevent interference. Cetos attempted to intercept the Sun Chaser, but found himself unable to do so. The Sun Chaser was like a hedgehog, and Cetos, with no experience in interception, had no idea how to proceed. The Sun Chaser rocket quickly approached the divine realm. Cetos knew he could no longer sit idly by, and immediately used his divine power to destroy it. However, Cetos was originally a fringe god, not a powerful one within the divine realm, but rather a weak one. This was why Irina chose to send Cetos to his death. Who would choose to send their main force to their deaths? Cetos' divine power had no effect on the Sun Chaser. On the contrary, after detecting an interception attempt, the Sun Chaser's speed increased. Cetos gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to intercept it with his body. But the foolish child, at nearly 20 kilometers per second, even the gods couldn't withstand it with their bodies. Unsurprisingly, Cetos was knocked flying, and he flew from the Baichao garden to the Sanwei book house. When Cetos first used his magic to intercept, the gods' eyes froze. Could it be that the interception was successful? But the next second, they saw that the rocket didn't slow down, but instead accelerated. Everyone was instantly thrown into panic. But Cetos quickly regrouped and charged directly into it with his body. Hope reignited in the gods' hearts. Could it be? But the next second, Cetos was sent flying. He was knocked to the ground and vanished into thin air. The gods' rekindled hope was instantly extinguished. The gods of the divine realm were plunged into terror. Irina watched the gods attempting to escape, unable to help but internally complain, cursing Cetos for his uselessness. Then she personally prepared to intercept the Sun Chaser rocket. But seeing the Sun Chaser rocket so close, Irina backed off. Because she didn't want to be blown up again. No one wanted to be blown up by mushrooms a second time. Irina's escape at the crucial moment completely stunned the gods. The gods could only forcibly open the Divine Realm's defenses and watch helplessly as the Sun Chaser rocket accurately struck the Divine Realm. Boom! A bright light blazed, bathing the entire Divine Realm in illumination. The gods within the Divine Realm collectively paused at this moment. Dian was now shrouded in darkness, but thanks to the clear skies during the day, visibility was excellent. Some astronomy enthusiasts were observing nearby planets through telescopes. But suddenly, they spotted a bright flash of light. Before they could determine its source, the light faded. Some astronomers excitedly wanted to give speeches. They had observed a star twinkling. Divine Realm. 6. The terrifying explosion mercilessly ripped apart the entire Divine Realm. The Divine Realm actually had a defense system. Although Irina had escaped, she had already activated it. They pinned all their hopes on it, hoping it would withstand the attack. But how could that be possible? Leon's revenge and the people's anger were more complex than that. As Robert's deputy, Sipes was undoubtedly superior to his master. He didn't just store a single mushroom bomb, because Sipes always believed in science. Yes, this Elven Empire sword master, a 9th-level magician, actually believed in science. He believed the mushroom bomb might misfire, so he chose to carry 2 warheads. Could it be that both warheads misfired simultaneously? With 2 warheads, the power of the explosion increased dramatically. Originally, it could destroy a large flame, but now it could even destroy 2 or 3 large flames. This was why the astronomers saw a flash of bright light. And the protagonist, the Divine Realm, was in dire straits. The terrifying explosion instantly shattered the Divine Realm's defenses. Originally, the Divine Realm was an asteroid. To be more precise, it was an artificial asteroid, similar to Noah's Ark. With this explosion, tens of thousands of years of effort by the God Realm were wasted. Irina's parents did not remain in the God Realm, but instead came to a nearby asteroid, silently watching their other daughter, Galina. "Galina, aren't you going to help your sister?" Obelia said. "You want me to help her? Are you kidding? She's my sister, sure, but she chose to be where she is today. I told you not to invade planets, because challenging a planet with our size is impossible. But you passed the position of Lord of the Divine Realm to your sister and encouraged her to invade. Now, not only are we stuck in this quagmire, but the Divine Realm itself is in jeopardy. The planet's energy has completely trapped us here, and there's no way for us to escape. You're my father, sure, but you never given me any real help, and don't think I didn't know the Type 2 civilization was about to arrive. You thought you had us all in the dark, but in reality, you are the only one who is in the dark. I'm looking for Kimberg and Leon because I hope we can make peace and fight against the Type 2 civilization. Father, I'm calling you father for the last time. From now on, I won't care whether you live or die. I must eliminate the opposition within the Divine Realm. I'm not doing this just for myself, but for those who follow me, to help them survive the Type 2 civilization," Galina said, glancing at Obelia. Obelia was furious, and just as she was about to speak, she noticed the old monsters collectively looking at her. Obelia then realized that the little girl who had chased after her, calling her daddy, had completely grown up. Chapter 1300. When the Sun Chaser rocket, carrying 2 warheads, exploded in the Divine Realm. Leon was the first to receive the news. Upon learning that the Sun Chaser missile had indeed destroyed the Divine Realm, he was utterly shocked. Leon couldn't believe that Irina had actually allowed the rocket to hit the Divine Realm. If any god had dared to sacrifice their own life and exploded while holding the Sun Chaser rocket, the rocket would not have hit the Divine Realm. But now, not only did the Sun Chaser rocket hit the Divine Realm, but according to the images transmitted back from the telescope in orbit, it seemed as if the entire Divine Realm was engulfed in the explosion. The once arrogant masters of the Divine Realm had been completely rendered foolish by the explosion. Leon didn't rush to announce this news. Instead, he ordered the space agency to continue observing and confirming whether the Divine Realm had indeed been destroyed. According to Leon's order, his colleagues at the space agency dispatched a large number of personnel to monitor the Divine Realm's every move. After over 3 hours of observation, it was finally confirmed that the Divine Realm had indeed been destroyed. A conservative estimate suggests that 2/3 of the artifact was reduced to ash. Only 1/3 of the Divine Realm remained intact. The space agency's observers were thrilled upon hearing this news, and immediately reported it to Leon. After finally feeling relieved, Leon practically leaped for joy. He immediately embraced Heyu, who was playing with a cat, and gave him a savage kiss. Heyu? ? Before Heyu could recover, Leon excitedly rushed out and drove directly to the capital. He wanted to tell everyone in the world this news. Because this was even more significant than creating the mushroom bomb. The mushroom bomb had hit the divine realm and nearly destroyed it. That spoke volumes. The gods weren't invincible. Mortals also possessed the power to destroy the divine realm. Leon excitedly rushed to the capital. The newly posted guards at the gate were puzzled. Why would anyone dare to park right in front of the capital? Until they saw Leon sprinting down from above. Oh my god! The guards immediately saluted. Leon didn't even have time to say hello before rushing into the capital, and then into the cabinet. In the cabinet office, Winston and his cabinet members were reviewing documents. Looking at the mountain of documents, Winston complained, "I never thought this job was so difficult before. I don't know how the leader managed to get through it. How did he manage to revise so many documents? Forget all the documents, but when will I get a raise? I'm the head of the cabinet after all." Then, the door was kicked open. Winston was about to ask who it was when he saw Leon walk in. His voice froze, and he looked at everyone else, pretending nothing had happened. Oh my god! I just started complaining about the leader, and he walks in. Could the leader have heard me complaining about him? But Winston was overthinking it. Leon excitedly grabbed Winston. It exploded. It exploded. Leon's excited ramblings left Winston stunned. What's wrong with the leader? Why is he so startled? What exploded? Leon then spoke. We blew up the divine realm. Our mushroom bombs blew up the divine realm. Winston was stunned for a second after hearing these words, but the next second, there was a loud explosion. What? Several departments outside the door heard Winston scream and looked in to see what was going on. What was going on? Why was Winston so out of control? The other cabinet ministers were stunned. It was clearly Mandarin, but why did it sound so strange to their ears and brains after they processed it? We blew up the divine realm. The cabinet ministers reacted with excitement. The divine realm had always hung like a sword over their heads, always relying on its power to act recklessly. It arbitrarily interfered with everything on the planet. Kuenberg's defeat was a bloody lesson. Both Winston and the ministers were in fact somewhat afraid of the divine realm. After all, they had heard mythological stories since childhood, and now Leon was telling them that the invincible god they believed in had been blown up, and his home destroyed. A wave of shock washed over them. Winston was the first to react, and he immediately called his secretary to inform the TV station to prepare for Leon's national speech. Winston, a newcomer, had only been in office a short time, but he understood Leon's thinking very well. This kind of major event had to be made known to the entire nation. The TV staff were initially a little annoyed. It was already late at night, and they were being asked to work overtime. But once they heard the content of the call, they perked up instantly. Leon was coming to the television station to give a national speech, perhaps even a speech to the world. The television station staff immediately went to work. The staff on duty immediately notified their boss, and the director, still sound asleep in bed, flew back from home without hesitation. The governors of each province also received the news that Leon was about to give a speech. At first, the governors didn't understand what was going on. They thought Leon was going to issue a final pre-war mobilization, launching a general offensive against the Papal States. But soon, when Leon's voice came over the radio, they listened carefully and discovered that what he said was even more explosive than the mobilization. Fellow countrymen, I apologize for disturbing you so late at night, but there's something important I must tell you. It must be shared with all of you. Just now, in response to Irina's release of monsters into the capital the day before yesterday, we launched a rocket equipped with 2 mushroom warheads, launching a retaliatory attack on the divine realm. The rocket accurately hit the divine realm, and now 2/3 of it has been destroyed. It's certain that a god fell in the explosion. This is a historic moment. For the first time, we have attacked the homeworld of the gods. Before, they bullied us with impunity, but now they are attacking and defending the aliens too. We can proudly declare to others that the gods are no longer mythical beings, nor are they high and mighty. They are just as vulnerable as we are. Leon's speech inspired the Chinese, and shocked those in other countries. Gaius of the Eastern Continent naturally heard the speech as well, and he was completely devastated. Holdress, who was under house arrest, suddenly laughed. So Leon never used his full strength against us. Chapter 1301. The news of the Great Flame attack on the Divine Realm quickly spread throughout the world, but the Divine Realm was now in turmoil. After the Divine Realm was bombed, Irina vanished instantly. The only survivors in the Divine Realm were essentially Irina's surviving subordinates. The rest of the innocents had been taken away by Galena, waiting silently on a nearby asteroid. The Divine Realm was no longer the Divine Realm of the past. It was no longer the harmonious and friendly family it once was. The divine realm used to be filled with laughter and joy, but ever since Irina came to power and began plotting planetary invasions, things had changed. The children dared not laugh much, as Irina's policies were extremely repressive. Ordinary people were not allowed to express their opinions, and were forced to follow the rules. You say you want freedom of speech? Let me see if everything you say is praise for the great Lord God Irina. Because Irina herself doesn't like to laugh, she doesn't allow others to laugh either. At first, the gods, with ample resources, didn't even consider these matters. After all, Irina had given them enough resources to keep them alive. But now, things were different. Irina had begun to consolidate the resources of the divine realm, distributing them entirely to her subordinates. Those of them who were neutral or supported Galina had very few resources at all. Irina might, on a whim, give them some, but her lackeys would quickly sniff out the opportunity and seize back the resources Irina had so generously given them. Irina knew about this, but she wouldn't speak out, much less condemn her subordinates. This was a tacit agreement, a tacit approval of his subordinates to attack neutral and opposing factions. There was no other way. The god realm initially had ample resources, but later, after being manipulated by the planetary will, resource shortages became their greatest problem. Without sufficient resources, they were reduced to internal strife. Many of those who followed Irina were drawn to the resources. Only a small number were truly loyal. But these loyalists seemed so insignificant in the face of the mushrooms. A small number of loyalists fought with Irina to the very end, but Irina simply fled. These loyalists were blasted to pieces by the mushroom bombs. Irina felt some regret afterward, but she quickly suppressed it. As the lord of the god realm, everything she did was meaningful. It couldn't be meaningless. The god realm suffered a devastating blow, and the conflict between Irina and the gods intensified. After the explosion, the gods saw their home. The once beautiful god realm was completely destroyed. 2/3 of the divine realm was reduced to ash, its shattered fragments scattered everywhere, becoming nothing more than wandering space dust. The beautiful divine realm was destroyed, and most devastatingly, its vital food production sites were destroyed. The gods may be gods, but that doesn't mean they don't need to eat. It was mentioned long ago that they are merely superhuman beings, not completely removed from the realm of humanity. They still need food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and without it, they quickly fall into exhaustion. Irina ordered her men to strictly monitor food security, and to search for new planting areas whenever possible. The gods' food wasn't just any food, they needed food imbued with powerful divine power. And this kind of food could only be grown in the divine realm. The original planet could have grown it, but because the divine realm had drained its energy, it couldn't even cultivate gods. So how could it possibly cultivate food rich in divine power? After the explosion, the divine realm shrank even further, and its energy diminished. Without sufficient energy or arable land, they simply couldn't cultivate food edible for the gods. The gods' lack of food was even more serious than a lack of resources. Without cultivation resources, their strength might decline, and they might even fall ill. But the lack of food was practically fatal. Even without Irina's instructions, her minions had already begun to act. After all, they needed to eat, they wanted to survive. They began to rob others of their food, and seize the few remaining fields. Indeed, these divine realm administrators weren't focused on saving the realm, but instead were pursuing their own selfish interests. This infuriated the neutral factions and Galina's subordinates. As the former lord of the divine realm, Obelia was somewhat bewildered by this scene. He couldn't understand why the divine realm had become so degraded. He thought the divine realm had become uglier than it could be, but he hadn't expected these people to be so abstract. When disaster struck, they weren't thinking about saving the realm, but instead were pursuing their own selfish interests. Is there any point in a divine realm like this? Obelia remained silent. For the first time, he wondered if Galina had become the lord of the gods. Wouldn't things be better now? But there are no ifs. The conflict between the gods is irreconcilable. Galina returned to the divine realm with her men and the refugee neutrals. Irina's men occupied the few remaining fields and houses within the divine realm. By the time Galina and her men returned, it was too late. She, her men, and the innocent people were deeply moved by the sight of their shattered homes. But just as they were about to rest, they discovered they had no homes. Irina's men informed them that, because the divine realm was under attack, they had no homes at all. Upon hearing this, the gods remained silent. Instead, they silently accepted the outcome. After all, their homeland had been attacked, it was a reality, and they had no reason to dispute it. At this critical juncture, they wanted to contribute to their homeland. So, they chose to use their own strength to begin building their own houses. But soon, they were told they were forbidden to do so, because building their own houses would take up farmland. That's right, the divine realm currently struggles to even sustain itself with its own farmland. Where would they find the land to build their own houses? The gods were furious. Not only were they not allowed to live in their own houses, but they were also not allowed to build their own houses. So where would they sleep? Would they sleep on the floor? The problem was, there wasn't a floor. The gods were completely devastated. But what shattered their defenses even more was what happened next. Irina's subordinates lived in luxurious mansions and ate delicious food. But they were told that the divine realm was facing a housing and food shortage. The gods were furious. They were simply giving them the cold shoulder. Galena, upon learning of this, took no action. Instead, she watched silently. Because the people cannot be suppressed, constant suppression will only lead to an explosion. Chapter 1302. The gods were furious upon learning all this. We can share joys and sorrows, and weather dangers together with the divine realm, but not this kind of discrimination. Why do you get to occupy so many resources, while we can only cower in fear? And most unfairly, you say one thing to us, but another to your own people. The gods were furious, and they wanted to overthrow everything. But they never found the opportunity, because Irina's subordinates, upon learning of the gods' dissatisfaction, restrained themselves somewhat. But the seeds of conflict had been sown. If the problem wasn't fundamentally resolved, it would sooner or later explode. Galena watched her subordinates, and the ordinary gods being bullied without any reaction, but continued to wait silently behind the scenes. The reason was simple. Galena's strength hadn't fully recovered yet. If she rashly started a war with Irina, she would inevitably be at a disadvantage. So she waited, waiting for the perfect opportunity. The conflict among the gods intensified. A few days later, Irina was still busy having her men repair the divine realm when the conflict finally erupted. Early that morning, the divine officials distributed food as usual. The gods of the divine realm received their food with blank expressions. They wanted more food, but the officials wouldn't give them enough, only ensuring they wouldn't starve to death. The gods wanted to flee, but without food, they simply didn't have the strength. Unable to sail long distances, how could they possibly escape the divine realm? If they had the ability, they would have fled to Lion long ago. Although Leon was an enemy, these civilians were not, and Leon would naturally take care of them. Because Leon had proven that he wasn't one to target civilians. Whether in hostile nations or foreign countries, Leon would provide the vast majority of civilians with even the most basic security if they came to him. If you're willing to contribute to the yen, Leon would grant you even greater privileges. Your life in this country would be better. The gods wanted to flee, but Irina, the ruler of the divine realm, naturally disapproved. After all, if everyone fled, who would she rule? Irina had been reigning in her subordinates for the past few days, encouraging them to treat the other gods with kindness. But Irina's escape at a critical moment had completely chilled the hearts of her subordinates, and they were already harboring rebellious thoughts. They began to disobey Irina and others' orders. Who the hell are you? You abandoned us at the most critical moment. You can no longer be my boss. The gods began to intensify their attacks. Food distribution center. The hungry gods lined up to receive their food. Looking at the meager portions on their plates, they felt a mixture of emotions. They had once been incredibly powerful, but now they couldn't even get enough to eat. The adults could tolerate this, but when the children came to claim their food, they were given even less. Irina issued strict orders. No matter how poor or miserable their lives, no children should go hungry. This was one of Irina's few acts of humanity. But her subordinates saw it differently. These children couldn't help them at all. Instead, they only added more mouths to feed. Since you're short, you naturally get less food. The growing children looked at the plates with joy, but the god distributing the food only gave them a handful. One child even vomited after taking a bite. Because the food was spoiled. A nearby parent rushed over, glanced at the food on the ground, then at the scraps on the plate. Infuriated, he pointed his finger at the man and cursed. Feeding these children rotten food, don't you feel guilty? Are all Irina's subordinates a bunch of gluttons? Didn't she order the children to have enough food? The god launched into a tirade, instantly enraging the man. The man tried to teach the man a lesson, but was restrained by his companions. The man tried to defend his children, but was restrained by his wife. Food was already scarce, and a fight would only increase energy consumption. Both sides were restrained. But the children weren't full yet. They saw a high-ranking official nearby, eating a large pancake. After 2 bites, he found sand in his mouth and threw the pancake away. The children had been watching the official for a while, and when they saw the pancake dropped, they rushed over. The official seemed to enjoy this feeling, the feeling of toying with others. He did this all the time, so the children were emboldened. But there are always unexpected events. One of the children accidentally bumped into the official. The official's orb, which he was playing with, fell to the ground. This instantly infuriated the official, who then looked at the children nearby. The child knew he made a mistake, but he was truly hungry, so he didn't hesitate, continuing to fight with his companions for the pie. The official, noticing the child's audacity to ignore him, immediately went over, grabbed the child, and began beating him violently. The child's parents, upon witnessing this, could no longer contain themselves. They charged directly at the official. The administrator, upon seeing this, raised his hand to fend them off, but he underestimated the child's parents' strength. In the divine realm, only low-level gods would serve as Irina's lackeys. The mid and high-level gods were the realm's most powerful warriors, so the divine realm naturally supported them, providing them with a fixed monthly ration of resources. So, they didn't need to work for Irina at all. However, these low-level gods, leveraging their positions, amassed vast resources and bolstered their own strength. They had basically reached the level of mid-level gods. This was their source of arrogance. But this was the divine realm. A single brick could kill a god. Intermediate gods can be considered the backbone of the force, but they can't run rampant. What the official hadn't anticipated was that the parents of the little boy he just beaten were actually two high-level gods. Without any hesitation, the official was shattered to pieces by the parents. High-level gods are completely overwhelming against intermediate gods. A single squeeze could crush them. The other officials retreated upon seeing this. They were officials, to be sure, but high-level gods were no match for these petty officials. They immediately called their superiors to handle the situation, but the parents' actions had already affected the others, and the gods rushed forward, beating the officials distributing the grain. They finally understood that blindly tolerating them would only encourage their arrogance. A slap in the face would make them as docile as a dog. Chapter 1303. Just as civil unrest erupted in the divine realm, the papal states on the planet was gradually reaching its end. After Holdress's abdication, some of the army loyal to Holdress chose independence. Other ministers, who had benefited from Holdress, chose to cede territory and become kings. They euphemistically claimed this was to oppose the new government. In reality, it was simply driven by their own selfish desires and interests. When Holdress was in power, they exploited them. Now that Holdress had abdicated, the new government was trying to control them. They had both troops and land, so who would continue to listen to them? The new government was completely unable to control these warlords. Thanks to the vast sums of money they had plundered from the capital, they began to train their own army. They gritted their teeth and gathered 500,000 elite troops. They also provided these 500,000 with sufficient weapons and equipment, ready to launch a war against the Wehrmacht and fight it to the end. But these nobles failed to understand one thing. The people no longer wanted to fight. The 20-year war with the Demon Empire wiped out most of the papal state savings. Then, a protracted war with Great Yin erupted, completely devastating the papal states. In recent years, Holdress has been planning a war of revenge. In total, this amounted to 25 years of sporadic war. Now tell me, what did the people of the papal states gain in those 25 years? They gained nothing. Soldiers died on the battlefield, and their wives received only urns containing their husbands' and children's ashes. Some wives didn't even receive an urn. The urn was often accompanied by a cheap metal. This metal was originally exquisite, but as the number of casualties grew, it became shoddy. Like the papal states, the entire nation became shoddy. 25 years is enough to wipe out a generation, yet the papal states stubbornly survived and sought revenge. If the new government had surrendered immediately after seizing power, Lion could have spared them a whole body. The people wouldn't have had to endure another meaningless war. But the new government chose to fight to the end, which was more than just an abstraction. Because these nobles had their own interests to protect, Lion's arrival in this land would inevitably destroy all of their interests. The war between the papal states and the Demon Empire was actually more of a war of faith. Although the fighting was fierce, both sides tightened their belts to support the war. But what was the point of this war now? They were originally trying to annex the Demon Empire and expand into the Holy Empire. As a vassal state of the Holy Empire, and Lion as the legitimate successor to the Holy Empire, Yin certainly had both the right and the obligation to fight the papal states. They had originally provoked the war, but after their defeat, they didn't learn their lesson and instead intensified their planning for another war. A war without faith is doomed to failure. Even a war with faith can fail. Because the premise is that your faith is correct. With the full support of the new government, 500,000 elite soldiers were quickly trained, equipped, and rushed into battle. These 500,000 elite soldiers had only been trained for a month, and the armored units they had received were only 2 weeks old. They were sent into battle before they were even familiar with the vehicles. The new government chose not to continue the Holderus line of defense, but instead established a new one. They deployed their troops on the plains south of the capital, leveraging the Papal States' superior armored numbers to counter the Wehrmacht's 1st Infantry Army. At the same time, they ordered the defeated troops in the east to hold back the 1st Panzer Army at all costs. They were forbidden from advancing westward. Even if they couldn't hold it back, they had to find a way to prevent it from catching up with the upcoming major battle. The commander of the defeated troops in the east was stunned upon hearing this. "What do you mean by holding back the 1st Panzer Army? Is that even reasonable?" It was a blizzard, and they couldn't even muster 50,000 soldiers. Would they risk their lives to fight the Wehrmacht? And for some reason, the monsters from the north had appeared on the central battlefield. The most profound point, however, was that the new government of the Papal States condemned the Defense Forces' massacre of monsters as a violation of the human rights of the Papal States citizens. But when these monsters began slaughtering Papal States soldiers, the new government officials dared not say a word. They simply hoped that the Great Yin Imperial Guards would annihilate them all. Overnight, at least thousands of monsters appeared on the long battle line. The Papal States soldiers labored tirelessly to eliminate them all. But they also lost nearly 10,000 men in the process. The Papal States' frontline troops, already small in number, gradually began to collapse. After 3 days of heavy snow, the entire central region was shrouded in white. For 3 days, aside from the Aerospace Forces fighter jets carrying out routine patrols and precision strikes, the army remained largely inactive. Both sides enjoyed a rare respite. But today, the 3-day blizzard finally stopped. When the Papal soldiers on the other side woke up early in the morning to discover the blizzard had ceased without a trace, and gazing at the clear, cloudless sky, they suddenly began to scream like crazy. "It's over! We're all done! The blizzard has stopped!" The Papal soldier's frantic cries woke their comrades nearby. Just as he was about to reprimand the soldier in front of him, he too saw the clear, cloudless sky. Then he opened his mouth, his entire body instantly collapsing. Yes, he was right, everything was over. More and more Papal soldiers emerged from the underground, gazing at the sky above, each one with innocent eyes. It had been ages since they had seen such a clear sky. Ever since the war with the Demon Empire began, war had been the main theme of the Papal States. Although they advertised the Papal States as the best nation in the world, in reality, the citizens of every nation were suffering, except for one called Great Yin. "How long has it been since we last saw a sky like this?" a soldier asked. A comrade nearby shook his head. "I don't know. As long as those nobles are still alive, how can we expect to see a sky like this?" Chapter 1304. Gazing at the sky, countless images flashed through the minds of these Papal soldiers. For weeks, they had been huddled in their air raid shelters, never once gazing at the sky above them. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but rather that they had neither the time nor the opportunity. Whenever they stepped outside, they were faced not with the sky above them, but with the shells that blanketed it. The dense barrage of shells pounded the positions, stirring up a cloud of dust that completely obscured everything, including the sky above them, and their very sight. After finally glimpsing the sky above, the Papal soldiers had no time to linger for a moment before a sudden whistling sound instantly set their nerves on edge. For it was the whistling of Wehrmacht shells. At the sound of the whistling shells, the Papal soldiers leaped to their feet. Then, they immediately took shelter in their shelters. The dense artillery roar rang out, and the shells crashed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The soldiers of the Papal States huddled in their trenches, quietly waiting for the bombardment to end. The Wehrmacht's artillery fire was often accurate and deadly. The Wehrmacht previously relied on firepower coverage, but now it not only provides firepower coverage, but also utilizes artillery-launched missiles for precision strikes. Solely providing firepower coverage only increases losses. Combining firepower coverage with precision strikes maximizes enemy kills. The Wehrmacht, with its combination of crude yet refined tactics, combined firepower coverage with precision strikes, destroyed the Elven Empire's few remaining high-end equipment during the war to liberate it. Most of the Elven Empire's weapons and equipment were acquired from the Yin. Thus, the Wehrmacht was well aware of the extent of high-end weaponry and equipment in the Elves' possession. How could an apprentice possibly defeat his master? And the master hasn't even taught his apprentice his ultimate moves. The Wehrmacht's one-stop service is excellent, but that assumes these people aren't using the Yin weapons against the Yin. Lion anticipated this long ago. Due to the massive Yin arms trade, Yin weapons would be available in every country in the world. Then the question arises, how can Lion guarantee these people won't use his weapons against him? Lion won't restrict ordinary rifles. After all, they don't really have a significant impact on a war, especially since both sides use excellent rifles. The Wehrmacht uses the AK series. The Elven Empire uses the M4 series. The failure rate of both rifles is very low, so individual weapons can't be restricted. But some high-tech weapons are different. The Elven Empire's self-propelled artillery, tanks, and armored vehicles don't actually form a system because Lion didn't sell them one. The Wehrmacht emphasizes integrated information warfare, while the Elven Empire's weaponry, while upgraded to the mid-Cold War era, remains at the early stages of its combat thinking. The emphasis is more on winning by numbers. But in reality, the Wehrmacht has detailed every single self-propelled artillery piece and every single tank. When each tank should go where, everything is clearly arranged, mobilizing the entire army, ensuring no vehicle is left behind. Utilizing everything efficiently is the most fundamental aspect of modern warfare. If you don't have your own system, you can only passively take the fall. Even without dated equipment, an enemy with a comprehensive system can crush you. You want to fight back? Please! They're locking you down with fire control from 300 kilometers away. You can't even fly. The Papal States was in the same boat. Because the Elven Empire to the southeast had no system at all, the Papal States didn't focus on developing it when learning from it. After the Papal States army came into direct confrontation with the Wehrmacht, they gradually realized the importance of system. Because during their confrontation, the Wehrmacht's reinforcements seemed to flow endlessly. Whenever a Wehrmacht unit reached a stalemate, various reinforcements would arrive quickly. Either direct fighter strikes or rapid armored reinforcements. The Papal States soldiers discovered they were facing not a small group of troops, but an entire army. Their fists were the size of sandbags, but when they swung, they found themselves striking steel. The immense pain made them cry out in agony. But would wailing be of any use? The Wehrmacht's shells would relentlessly pound them. Faced with the Wehrmacht's artillery fire, the Papal States soldiers could only huddle in their positions and endure the bombardment. Their artillery attempted a counterattack, but was pinned to the ground by the Wehrmacht's artillery. The terrifying truck-mounted guns were equipped with extended range ammunition, with a range exceeding hundreds of kilometers. This was no ordinary artillery. The Papal States artillery was of exceptional quality, thanks to their extensive use of magicians and the highest quality metals. While the quality was excellent, the technology was there. How could the technology of the mid to late Cold War era possibly compete with modern technology? While some weapons and equipment were indeed advanced, the vast majority of them were subject to a single, unspoken fact. It was like the waves behind pushing the waves ahead. The Wehrmacht's heavy firepower left them defenseless. The Papal soldiers could only flee again and again, trying to solve the problem through escape. But could escape solve the problem? The Papal front spoke for itself. The Wehrmacht's artillery fire lasted for over 2 hours, but the Papal soldiers discovered that the Wehrmacht's artillery bombardment was far more sparse than their own, more of a suppressive bombardment. The commander initially struggled to understand why the Wehrmacht's artillery fire was so sparse. His men rushed over in panic, as many of their hidden vehicles had been precisely destroyed by Wehrmacht's artillery-launched missiles. The commander nearly fainted from anger upon hearing this news. Is it so terrifying? How can we fight this? Just lock it in. And before the commander could even come to terms with this reality, the Wehrmacht's full-scale offensive began. The soldiers' morale was high, for they had learned of the Sun Chaser rocket attack on the Divine Realm. This filled even these mortals with fighting spirit. They decided to completely destroy the Papal States. For it was no longer a kingdom of humans, but a kingdom of lackeys. If they had stood firmly on the side of humanity, the Papal States would not have been liquidated, but might have survived. But besides the Holders incident, there were still many within the country willing to serve the gods as pawns. The Wehrmacht desperately wanted to destroy the country and rescue those innocent people. The commander hurried out, only to see a massive vehicle charging towards them. Before the commander could order a counterattack, a missile accurately struck the command post. The next second, a Su-27 flew overhead. The general offensive had begun. If they missed, they would be gone in seconds. Chapter 1305. The snow had successfully slowed the Wehrmacht's infantry advance. But this didn't mean the Wehrmacht would be held back by the snow. After over a week of rest, the Wehrmacht soldiers were full of fighting spirit, and had long been prepared to tear through the Papal States front. With the general offensive beginning, the soldiers of the 1st Armored Infantry Army charged forward like hungry wolves, giving the enemy no chance to breathe. On the Papal States side, the Wehrmacht's artillery bombardment had just ended, when they heard the terrifying sound of the charge. Dilly 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 dilly. When the charge sounded, the Papal States soldiers' legs couldn't help but tremble. Because whenever they heard the charge, it meant the Wehrmacht was about to launch a charge. Previously, the Wehrmacht's charges were more of a blitz, but now they were a complete conflagration of heavy firepower. They unleashed all their heavy artillery, using tons of artillery shells to bring their soldiers within 50 meters of the enemy positions. It was the Promax version of Su Jin's barrage. The Papal States soldiers heard the charge, and every 2 seconds, artillery shells whizzed in. Dozens of mine-clearing vehicles, accompanied by hundreds of armored vehicles, advanced rapidly. Boom, boom, boom! The Papal States' carefully laid mines exploded. But the explosions of the artillery shells completely drowned out the mines' detonations. The commander likely guessed that the Wehrmacht was approaching, but now he had no recourse. They had originally intended to build bunkers, but the continuous snowfall, coupled with the freezing weather, made it impossible to construct them. Coupled with the monster harassment of the previous few days, the Papal army was completely unable to establish a complete defense. It's said that the more tears you shed while digging trenches, the less blood you shed during battle. The Papal soldiers certainly understood this truth. But what could they do? Build a fortress out of mud and snow. Faced with the Wehrmacht's relentless assault, the Papal soldiers retreated to their trenches. The sudden bombardment lasted for over 20 minutes. It directly pushed back the Papal soldiers preparing to counterattack. When the bombardment ended, the Papal soldiers, just as they emerged, saw the Wehrmacht armored units within arm's reach. The sight of the thick gun barrels made the Papal soldiers' heart stop. Summoning their courage, some Papal soldiers pulled rocket launchers from nearby weapon boxes, ready to launch a titanic attack on the vehicles. However, the Wehrmacht's vehicle gunners had long been tracking this position. As soon as anyone showed their head, they immediately trained their machine guns in that direction and unleashed a barrage of fire without hesitation. The infantry quickly took up their positions, clearing the enemy positions in the trenches at top speed. Papal soldiers fled the trenches. Some exchange soldiers attempted to intercept the advancing Wehrmacht, but without the armored cover of their vehicles, the Wehrmacht was no match for them in the trenches. Faced with the crisscrossing trenches, the Wehrmacht soldiers didn't hesitate and ordered their squad's gunners to begin clearing them with their shotguns. The Papal soldiers were relatively skilled, and their trenches were mostly W-shaped. The trench layout was very typical, and the overall construction was quite standard. The Wehrmacht, upon entering their positions, was somewhat impressed by the excellent trenches constructed by the Papal States soldiers. The two sides soon engaged in a battle within the trenches. The Papal States troops used a rifle similar to the M4. The Wehrmacht's ground forces, on the other hand, mostly used AK-47s, with some switching to AK-12s. Only the guards were fully equipped with the 191. It wasn't that De Yan's production capacity was lacking, but have you ever seen anyone replace a soldier's rifle with another in the middle of a battle? And the former was an incredibly classic and excellent rifle. This was no ordinary act of folly. It was no different from the reloading Celestial being on an aircraft carrier. The M4 rifle donated to the Elven Empire had single-shot and 3-round burst modes, and did not have a full-auto mode. But after copying the Papal States, they cleverly added a full-auto mode. Fully automatic mode offered a certain advantage in combat, but the Wehrmacht's AK-47s were no slouch either. Furthermore, upon reaching a trench, the Wehrmacht, without hesitation, simply threw a grenade into the immediate corner. Using grenades to clear the way, combined with suppressive fire from the shotgun's primary position, the shotgun's power was particularly effective in this W-shaped trench. Each corner held a corridor containing no more than 5 or 6 soldiers. A single shot from a Wehrmacht soldier could crush the Papal soldiers in the trench. The Papal soldiers were completely defenseless, holding their ground around the corner, only for the Wehrmacht to lob a grenade in their wake. They could only seek cover to avoid the grenades. After dodging the grenade fragments, the moment they emerged, the Wehrmacht, armed with shotguns, began clearing the trenches. The Papal soldiers were inconsolable. Of course, they also had grenades, but they had to hold their ground in the trenches. As soon as they threw a grenade, the Wehrmacht's grenades rained down upon them. A Wehrmacht squad consisted of 10 men. Aside from the medic, who didn't carry grenades, the other 9 carried at least 2. And generally, there was an infantry fighting vehicle near every 3 Wehrmacht squads. The infantry fighting vehicles not only evacuated the wounded, but also stored ammunition. If a Wehrmacht soldier ran out of ammunition, they could immediately return to the infantry fighting vehicles to restock. So, the Wehrmacht had ammunition in abundance, but the Papal soldiers had to get theirs from behind. And much of this was done by manpower, braving heavy snow. Essentially, all their ammunition was used up in one battle. The soldiers' ammunition was limited, hindering their ability to fight the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht soldiers began advancing steadily, and the Papal States soldiers began to collapse. In the trenches, Simmons led his squad against the Wehrmacht attack. Their squad had originally consisted of 10 men, but now only 5 remained. 2 of them were injured, rendering them incapable of combat. Simmons wanted to change the situation, but the company commander's order to retreat hadn't come. Simmons could only continue commanding his men. He had just neutralized a small group of Wehrmacht soldiers, and before he could relocate, a grenade, in a perfect parabola, landed right next to Simmons. Simmons instantly realized something was wrong. A nearby wounded soldier, seeing this, pushed Simmons aside and lunged at him. Boom! Looking at the wounded man ripped in two, Simmons was stunned. What the hell were they shooting at here? Chapter 1306. The 100,000 defenders of the Central Line were unsurprisingly annihilated by the Wehrmacht. These 100,000 elite troops were originally the last remaining defensive force of the aristocratic government's front line. But these 100,000 elite troops were brutally annihilated by the Wehrmacht. And it was a sheer numerical crushing defeat. They simply couldn't win. To counter the Wehrmacht, the papal aristocracy urgently trained 500,000 elite troops and deployed them in the rear half of the Central Line. They seemed prepared to fight to the bitter end. But Fabrice understood that while these 500,000 soldiers were considered elite, as a veteran, he naturally understood that they had never experienced the baptism of fire and were no different from line-filling infantry. Even if the aristocracy intensified their training, it would not change this. An army that has never been on the battlefield remains untested. Before experiencing the ravages of war, these soldiers would have longed for war. They thought the battlefield was a great place to achieve great things, but only after they had personally witnessed the destructive power of war and watched their former comrades fall before them did they understand that war was no joke. Only after being numbed by the devastation of war did they realize that this war had been wrong from the start. Nations that proactively provoke war are not good people. Lion admitted that he wasn't a good person. But sorry, he had to clear the air for the Yin. Now that their generation had finished fighting, future generations wouldn't have to. The central defense line had been breached by the Wehrmacht, and the defeated Papal States troops in the east were still engaging in guerrilla warfare against the 1st Panzer Army. The Papal States originally had a 200,000-man garrison in the eastern region, but their commander's single command disbanded them, forcing all 200,000 troops to flee en masse. A major general, through careful persuasion, finally assembled a force of 30,000 men. With these 30,000 men, the major general was successfully recruited by the provisional government. The aristocratic government promoted the major general to supreme commander of the eastern region, responsible for all defense and battle lines in the region. But the major general was not pleased. Instead, he felt even more melancholy. He had originally thought that his enlistment would at least lead to some resources or new weapons and equipment. But it was clear that the aristocratic government simply acted with a single word, incorporating these 30,000 troops. The major general was gambling from the start. He bet the other side wouldn't be so abstract, that after incorporating them, they would at least provide some weapons and supplies, allowing them to continue their fight against the Wehrmacht. But the Papal States aristocratic government took no action, merely promoting most of the officers several ranks higher. This was the result of their surrender. It wasn't that the aristocratic government didn't want to aid them, but simply assembling the weapons and equipment of those 500,000 elite troops had already drained their strength. And these 30,000 defeated troops inherited the weapons and equipment of those 50,000 elite soldiers. Naturally, the aristocratic government would not continue to provide aid for the time being. After all, the equipment of those 50,000 men alone could hold them off for a while. The major general understood the government's intentions, but when he learned that he would be leading 30,000 men to hold back Guderian's 1st Panzer Army, he nearly committed suicide. If the enemy were an infantry army, the major general could still rely on these 30,000 men to conduct guerrilla warfare and hold off for a while. But the question was, who was the enemy? It was Guderian. And the renowned 1st Panzer Army. This was no ordinary figure. Guderian had become a godlike figure in the Papal States. Many families had children crying at night, and their parents would use Guderian's reputation to frighten them. Stop crying. If you keep crying, Guderian will come and attack you. The children instantly stopped crying. Guderian? ? Naturally, the major general had heard of Guderian's reputation. Although this was somewhat exaggerated, it was enough to explain something. Guderian was indeed powerful, and they would be hard to resist. Guderian naturally understood that the fleeing enemy was trying to delay them. So, he left the 4th Panzer Division to mediate with the fleeing troops, while he led the other 3 Panzer Divisions and advanced directly. Because the Wehrmacht distributed food to civilians along the way, a large number of Papal State civilians led the Wehrmacht soldiers. The Wehrmacht soldiers were stunned. A Type 99A tank driver arrived at a small town intersection. Because the intersection was surrounded by 3- and 4-story buildings, the driver had difficulty finding his way. Furthermore, the Papal State had used a large-scale forbidden magic spell, blocking the Wehrmacht's satellite signal. This rendered the Wehrmacht's map navigation inoperable, instantly returning to the early days of telegraphy. At the captain's instruction, the driver planned to ask a civilian for directions. As soon as he emerged, a large number of civilians surrounded him. General, I count out to you. I know the locations of all the nearby towns. Please, General, give me some food. Sir, the driver nearly fainted upon hearing this. Not a buddy? What did you call me? Sir, the driver turned sharply and saw the driver's captain looking at him with interest. A sweat immediately broke out on his back. Brother, this won't do. The driver immediately took out chocolate cookies and distributed them to the men. Most of the men dispersed after receiving the food. Only a small number remained. Among them was the man who had just taken the lead in calling him sir. Sir, are you going to Suma? I heard the Papal army is gathering there, the man said without reservation. In reality, he didn't want to betray his compatriots, but these compatriots of the Papal army had stolen the town's food. They had been starving for 2 days. With children crying at home, he had to find a way. Surma? You know? Where is it? The driver was overjoyed. Upon hearing this, the man immediately pulled a piece of paper from his breast pocket. The driver took a closer look and saw it was a map. Without hesitation, the driver took it and handed it to the tank commander. The commander was stunned. This hand-drawn map was as precise as any military map created by intelligence officers. The commander immediately recognized the man before him as a gifted individual and instructed the driver to give the man a special chocolate bar. The man caught the chocolate and, upon closer inspection, saw Leon's face printed on the outer packaging. Take this. You can ask the Wehrmacht for help. Keep it safe. The driver closed the hood, and the commander ordered the tank to depart. The man was left standing, bewildered. Chapter 1307. The man watched the 99A tanks depart, then looked back at the food and the special chocolate in his hands. He had once been a child chasing dreams, but reality forced him to succumb. His artistic dreams couldn't feed his family. He possessed a remarkable talent for art, and as a child, he drew portraits with sand and sticks. But as he grew older, no one came to him for portraits. It wasn't that his skills had declined, but rather that everyone had succumbed to life. He also met his true love, and they had a child. He was just a farmer's child. Art couldn't save a farmer. From then on, he worked the fields, earning a living for his children and wife. Until the Wehrmacht arrived, the man learned from the fleeing refugees that the Wehrmacht needed directions, or rather, a map. As a native of Papal States, he knew everything about his surroundings. Farmers' children had no extra skills. They used their feet to create a map in their minds. The man seized this opportunity, astutely drawing a map. His bet proved successful. And he won big. Looking at the chocolate and food in his hands, the man ran back home as fast as he could. Opening the door, he saw his wife and daughter eagerly waiting for him. Looking at the food in his hands, his wife and daughter smiled. The man glanced at his sallow and thin wife, then at his plump, fair daughter, and suddenly burst into tears. Why was he so incompetent? The man cried, and the woman followed suit. The daughter didn't know why her father was crying, but she knew the food before her was truly delicious. She hadn't eaten in a day, and every time her mother offered her food, she claimed she already eaten. But why was she looking increasingly haggard? The little girl didn't understand, and at 4 years old, she didn't need to understand. The couple hugged each other and cried. They wouldn't starve to death. Just then, the Wehrmacht's reinforcements arrived. Hearing the sound of tracks outside the window, the man suddenly had an idea and rushed out. Before leaving, he took the chocolate the tank commander had just given him. The Wehrmacht armored convoy was moving quickly. They had received a message from the 99A tank ahead, and with the man's map, the tank commander quickly confirmed their direction. They soon arrived at their destination, the town of Suma, and informed the allies behind them that they had found a talented individual. The convoy had originally planned to move quickly, with no intention of stopping to rest. The man knew these snacks wouldn't get them through this difficult time, and there was no telling when Wehrmacht reinforcements would arrive. So he decided to take a gamble, betting the driver hadn't lied. The man, holding a chocolate, walked towards the convoy. The driver of the infantry fighting vehicle at the front of the convoy jumped in fear. Someone suddenly appeared in the dead of night. The observation windows of the infantry fighting vehicle were actually very narrow. If someone had dared to rush out, they would likely have been crushed under the vehicle. But fortunately, the driver of the infantry fighting vehicle managed to brake. The driver immediately rushed out, ready to confront the man. "Are you crazy? You dare to stop any car? Aren't you afraid of being hit and killed?" The captain cursed, and the man then took out the chocolate. Looking at it, the captain was stunned, because he naturally recognized what this chocolate was. The National Defense Army is very tolerant of outstanding talents from the Papal States, and will do everything they can to recruit them. But often, even if you encounter someone, you may not encounter them again. So, this chocolate was invented. This chocolate not only helps them survive, but also serves as a symbol, helping other troops quickly identify talented individuals. Throughout the war, the National Defense Army has only distributed a few dozen of these chocolates. And the recipients are mostly ordinary people. Most of the mid and high-level magicians have been removed by the aristocratic government. Those who remain are either ordinary people or those whose talents are not being recognized. De Yin will never allow those whose talents are not being recognized to exist. Lion is essentially a garbage collector. In his eyes, he collects talents that others consider trash or heretics. Because regardless of whether these people are truly talented, Lion will make sure they find a place to use their talents. If they were truly talented, Lion would naturally assign them to appropriate positions. If they encountered such talent, Lion would accept them without hesitation, but would have the intelligence agency use special means to present them as exceptional individuals. Then, through various means, they would send this talent to a hostile country. After all, everyone has heard of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period and the God of War. Their record against this God of War is quite terrifying. He defeated 2 of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period. Where can I find such talent? Lion's willingness to accept all offers has contributed to the abundance of talent in De Yin. Lion treats everyone fairly and impartially. As long as you have talent, whether you're from an unconventional background or a reputable one, Lion will make the most of it. These talented people are simply natural-born oxen and horses. No! Natural-born dedicated individuals. De Yin needs these dedicated individuals. Looking at the chocolate in the man's hand, the conductor's expression instantly changed. "Sir, just tell us what you need, and we satisfy you. We can also offer you the opportunity to travel to De Yin, and your family can come along too, without any hindrances or restrictions." The conductor's words instantly made the man question his life. The man looked seriously at the chocolate in his hand, then at the man's portrait on it, and was speechless for a moment. "What the hell is this?" "It's just a piece of chocolate." The man questioned his life. The tank commander contacted his superiors and, moments later, hurried over. He left a squad behind to protect the man and return him and his family to De Yin. They seen people handcrafting cars and planes along the way, but they never seen anyone handcrafting military maps. The Papal States was a true treasure trove, boasting not only fertile soil, but also talented individuals. Yes, even in the rural areas of the Papal States, people had handcrafted cars and planes, and even more outrageous, a few low-level magicians in one village had forged an Abrams. Since these magicians had seen tanks passing by their doorway every day, they wanted to drive one, but were refused permission. In a fit of rage, they opted to handcraft a tank. Upon hearing this, Leon issued an immediate order for the Wehrmacht to reclaim these talented individuals, no matter what means necessary. That's right, the Army of Justice had transformed into bandits and started robbing people. Is robbing people robbing? That's like inviting them to De Yin. Chapter 1308. Gudry led 3 armored divisions across the eastern region. Thanks to their guidance and the numerous local talents they had recruited, the Wehrmacht's offensive was unstoppable. No one could stop their advance. The major general in charge of the eastern defense was practically in tears. It was he who had ordered the food confiscation. The reason was simple: they didn't have enough, and the troops in the rear couldn't deliver it. Add to that the national grain production decline, and this was the beginning of a nightmare. So, the major general had no choice but to order 30,000 soldiers to seize food, plundering every village along the highway. This left behind countless hungry civilians. These millions of civilians became a burden on the Wehrmacht. Although the Wehrmacht had food, distributing it to millions of people was no simple task. After Gudry reported this situation, Lion realized this was another golden opportunity. He had previously comforted the locals in the southeastern occupied territories of the Papal States, successfully building up his reputation. Now, the mess in the eastern region offered an ideal opportunity to kill monsters and level up. Without hesitation, Leon immediately ordered the government to find a way to transfer food. Thanks to the 2 vertical and 2 horizontal railway lines, food could be loaded onto trains from the central region of the Holy Empire. It could be delivered to the western border of the Demon Empire or the northwestern border of the Elven Empire in just 80 hours. Express military trains could reach speeds of up to 150 kilometers per hour. They could travel tens of thousands of kilometers in 72 hours. Add to that the vast military supplies the Wehrmacht had stored in Halef and the Elven Empire, ensuring that the millions of hungry civilians would still have enough to eat. Everything would be fine once the food arrived. But these 3 days weren't easy either. So Gudry cleverly contacted Adelheid, the queen of the Demon Empire. He instructed the 200,000 Demon Empire reinforcements to bring their own rations, and only a small amount of ammunition. Any ammunition shortages could be resupplied from the Wehrmacht, but they must also bring 2 or 3 times the amount of food. Gudry's maneuvering immediately solved the First Armored Army's pressing need. The first batch of Demon Empire reinforcements had already entered the eastern region of the Papal States, and quickly joined up with the 4th Armored Division, which remained behind, and was engaged in guerrilla warfare in the mountains against the 30,000 defeated troops. Having these noble armored troops conduct guerrilla warfare in the mountains was something not many could do, but the Wehrmacht had managed it. There was no other way, armored troops were still soldiers. The Gratian army was invincible. You needed to be skilled not only in positional warfare, but also in street fighting, and even guerrilla warfare. Once armored troops enter a position, they're just fill-in troops. When they dismount vehicles, they're infantry. And when they charge into the mountains, they're guerrillas. Focus on being all-around capable. What do you mean by triathlon? Sorry, we're decathlon. After all, there's a saying, the West fights purely on stats, while we fight like true supermen. We can't crush the enemy with just the stats of our equipment, so we can only super-evolve and become superhuman. After all, the human body is a truly amazing thing, capable of many things unimaginable to ordinary people. With the supply reinforcements from the Demon Empire, the Wehrmacht was relieved of its immediate needs, and Gudry was able to focus on advancing. Due to the aristocratic government's misjudgment, they focused their efforts on the central defense line. Although it had now been breached, they deployed a new line near the capital. The problem was that the central defenses had been drained of 500,000 elite troops. Over 350,000 elite soldiers were responsible for defending the central defense line. Another 100,000 were responsible for defending the western region, defending against the 2nd Infantry Army advancing north after the landing. 500,000 elite troops had been completely divided up, leaving only 50,000 to fill the gap in the eastern defenses. This was simply unacceptable to them. The Major General nearly exploded upon hearing this news. Just 50,000 men, what do you want me to fight the Wehrmacht with? Heads? The Major General exploded. Without sufficient troops, he could not organize a defense. He could only watch helplessly as the Wehrmacht continued its offensive into the hinterland. Gudry employed an endless breakthrough strategy, employing a terrifying tactic. After each breakthrough, Guderian would regroup and continue his advance at top speed, leaving them no chance. The Major General had absolutely no ability. Guderian's ability to act this way was based on the Wehrmacht's comprehensive logistics. To confront Guderian, you must possess sufficient logistics. Without logistics, they simply couldn't confront the Wehrmacht. How could manpower compete with the Wehrmacht's comprehensive logistics capabilities, encompassing land, sea, and air? The Wehrmacht's comprehensive logistics encompass planes, trains, and trucks. What did the Papal States have? A single egg would be a blessing. The eastern region was approximately 2,000 kilometers wide, but 2,000 kilometers of it couldn't withstand Guderian's blitzkrieg. Gudry's blitzkrieg devastated the Major General. And the reinforcements that arrived later had all heard of Gudry's formidable reputation. After all, Gudry had already annihilated 2 nations. When he was still a battalion commander, he became the first to reach the Holy Empire's capital. He later led the war to conquer the Elven Empire. He swept through everything, achieving worldwide fame. The young and old in the Papal States were terrified of Gudry. This was especially true of the newly trained troops. They were filled with ambition, eager to attack and achieve great feats. But upon learning their opponent was Gudry, they were terrified. It was like a novice encountering the ultimate boss right after leaving the novice village. It was unfair, but there was no such thing as fairness in this world. Gudry led the 1st Panzer Army, tearing through the Papal States' last line of defense like a hungry wolf. For Gudry, a distance of 2,000 kilometers was a mere blink of an eye. In just a week, Gudry successfully approached the capital of the Papal States. Upon hearing the news, the papal aristocracy immediately mobilized 50,000 troops from the central defense line. A temporary defense line was established east of the capital to prevent Guthrie from breaking through. Guthrie naturally saw the Papal States' temporary defense line, but he was dismissive. Establishing a seemingly formal defense line in the east was useless, except for self-deception. It might be enough against ordinary infantry. But Guthrie and his men were armored troops, easily entangled in the front. Couldn't they also circumvent it? Guthrie left behind his most powerful 1st Armored Division and led the 2nd and 3rd Armored Divisions in a major detour. He circled directly to the north, then waited for his opportunity, waiting for the launch of the general offensive. Guthrie was determined to fight this final battle. Chapter 1309. Faced with the Papal States' dying struggles, the Wehrmacht remained remarkably calm, not reacting with any urgency. After all, every animal struggles before death. At this point, hunters often wait for their prey to bleed dry, never foolishly appearing. Prey struggling to survive also possesses the ability to kill the hunter. Leon did not order his soldiers to attack. Instead, he ordered the 2nd Infantry Group to split south to aid Frank in the south, and help them secure a large base. Frank was currently engaged in a major battle in the south, engaging in guerrilla warfare in the jungle. Originally, Leon intended to nurture the enemy, or rather, to allow the Papal States to exist, so that the people at home would be prepared for danger. At the same time, he intended to slow the gods' advance. After all, as long as the Papal States existed, the gods would not rush to attack. The Papal States served as the last line of defense. This was also the gods' bottom line. The enemy's presence would also alert the people at home. Compared to the gods, the Papal States' combat power was at least within the realm of humans. Even if they learned that the Papal State was developing its military, the people would be filled with fighting spirit to defend their nation's dignity. But asking people who had listened to myths their entire lives to confront the gods would be impossible without sufficient courage. The Papal State exists to foster greater domestic unity. Because De Yin was also divided within itself, long ago, there might have been a single voice within the country. As time passed, the nation grew stronger, and the people enjoyed more. Some were unwilling to contribute, yet they yearned for enjoyment. These people filled their bellies with the food Lion provided them, but they wanted more. So, dissenting voices emerged within the country. They were simply boredom-ridden. These opposition forces began to form cliques, believing that Lion was a dictatorship that threatened their interests and the interests of the nation. So, they wanted to overthrow Lion. The various factions within the country scorned these gossip mongers. But this was a state of war. Without war, these abstract entities would continue to oscillate back and forth. This might not affect veteran comrades, but those who had recently joined would inevitably be affected. So, while Lion was purging these abstract entities, he was also deflecting domestic conflicts. He knew that the country's rapid development would harm the interests of countless ordinary people. But this was unavoidable. Everything was governed by the law of conservation. For now, Lion could use all means to divert domestic conflicts abroad, while distributing the benefits of other countries to its citizens. But after world unification, the country would need to develop, but the pie would be limited. There would inevitably be those who didn't get a share of the pie, and those who got a large share. To completely eradicate this situation, they must realize their ideal. Build De Yin into a truly red nation. Although it's somewhat red now, it's still a little different from true red. Because Lion has consistently transferred the interests of other nations to his own people. Once Lion unifies the world, Lion will no longer be able to change the nation through such means. He must find another way, or rather, achieve his original goal. This is what Lion and his followers strive for. In the southwestern region of the Papal States, within a lush primeval forest, this forest should be sparsely populated and ecologically sound. Indeed, it proved to be a picturesque landscape. However, the next moment, a figure resembling a savage burst forth from the woods. Woohoo! Take off. A savage, leading a group of men, bolted through the forest. Their rough attire made them seem like true savages. However, the rifles on their backs vividly demonstrated that these men were not savages. They were none other than Frank's crusaders, who had been pursued for a month or two. Because the Papal States' army was pressing too hard, Frank and his men had been forced to flee into the deep mountains and forests, engaging in guerrilla warfare. However, Frank saw few animals, let alone humans. They were teeming with poisonous insects and birds of prey, including terrifying tigers and lions. They had suddenly swooped into your camp in the dead of night, giving you a surprise. Frank had no choice. They had to contend with the monster's interference while being pursued by the Papal army. Frank had experienced so much in that month. He had so many outrageous stories that he could have written an autobiography. After a month on the run, Frank and his companions looked like wild men, but in reality, they were just a bit overexcited. The real wild men were the ones chasing them. This was because they had received a death order from Holdress. They were to abandon everything and eliminate Frank. So naturally, they abandoned everything. Not only their vehicles, but also a large amount of heavy weaponry. Because in the dense primeval forest, vehicles and heavy weapons were completely useless. In order to catch up with Frank, they had abandoned everything. The most terrifying thing was that even after giving up everything, they still couldn't catch up with Frank. "Frank, you can't catch me, I'm a nimble mountain dog." Frank had been on the run for a month. Although slovenly, his physical fitness hadn't declined. On the contrary, he had grown fat and strong. But the group chasing them was in a terrible state. Because they had abandoned everything, their spirits had become shaky. They had become true savages. Even their way of speaking had changed, as had their behavior. At this point, the two groups were indistinguishable from each other. But the group behind them had gone completely insane. While running, Frank suddenly received a direct order from Leon. "The 2nd Infantry Army will be picking you up shortly. Just hold on a little longer. You can run out now. Actually, I think the guys behind you might never make it out." Leon's words instantly made Frank overjoyed. "Do you know how I've been through this past month?" Now Leon finally gave the order for them to evacuate. The barbarians erupted in roars of joy. The group behind them, however, completely transformed into wild beasts. After hearing the distant sounds of Frank and his men, they instantly rushed towards Frank's position. And then, as the two groups were desperately chasing each other, the entire papal state completely changed. Chapter 13:10. Frank and his men finally escaped the mountains. No longer would they have to live like savages or be pursued by them. Frank and his men quickly regrouped tens of thousands of crusaders and stormed out of the primeval forest. What greeted them wasn't the papal state's pursuit, but the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht soldiers admired Frank and the crusaders. After all, not everyone had the courage to hide in the primeval forest for a month or two. Looking at the Wehrmacht soldiers before him, Frank almost knelt before them. "You're finally here. Do you know how hard I waited for you? Do you know how I endured these days of inhuman torture?" Frank, before him, wept like a child. The soldiers following behind him also wore expressions of relief. Originally, there were 12,000 of them. But now, only a little over 10,000 had escaped with Frank. The rest remained in this primeval forest forever. After Frank finished his rant, he suddenly became melancholy. He remembered the more than 2,000 comrades who had died in the primeval forest. These were the people who had fought alongside him in the revolution. Many were only 17 or 18 years old. In their final moments, they asked Frank, "When will we live in the light?" Looking at the dying soldier before him, Frank couldn't bear to lie, but he also couldn't bear to tell him the truth. "We live in the light soon." "How soon?" "Tomorrow." The young soldier fell asleep peacefully after hearing this, but he didn't survive the night, nor did he see the early morning bells ring. Looking at the fallen soldiers, Frank felt a mixture of emotions. War is like this, and revolution is even more so. Whether it's a revolution or war, there will be sacrifices. It's inevitable, but when his own men died before his eyes, Frank realized how naive he had been. The Wehrmacht's 2nd Infantry Army successfully intercepted Frank's crusaders, leaving behind 10,000 men to completely trap the 20,000-plus papal troops pursuing them in the primeval forest. These papal soldiers, reduced to savages, looked despairingly at the Wehrmacht armored vehicles neatly parked at the forest's edge. They had discarded all their heavy weapons and had no other vehicles to use. How could they possibly defeat the Wehrmacht's armored formations now? The papal commander faced two choices. One was to lead his troops back and recross the hundreds of kilometers of primeval forest. The other was to face death head-on and fight tooth and nail to break through the Wehrmacht blockade. But both options had only one outcome: death. Tens of thousands of papal troops were trapped in the primeval forest. They will rot in this forest along with the history of the papal states. After Frank was rescued, the Wehrmacht disbanded and reorganized the Crusaders. All those who were profiteering or hostile to the Great Yin were expelled. Only the obedient were retained, and Frank was then assigned to lead these people in propaganda work behind the papal states. Leon knew that if he sent people to spread the word, he would likely encounter resistance from the locals. That's why he decided to send Frank to conduct ideological work. After all, papal states don't deceive papal states. Frank had been planning to take a break, but a transfer order from Lion ended his vacation. He had been planning to enjoy some quality time with Lyra. But there was no other way. For work and career, something had to be sacrificed. After resolving Frank's issue, the Papal States were fully prepared. They believed their defenses were impenetrable, but little did they know that the Wehrmacht had thoroughly identified the loopholes in the Papal States' defenses. The Papal States' defenses were perfectly standardized. But the problem was that they were too standardized, so standardized that Wehrmacht soldiers could pinpoint their positions with just a map. Who would build a defense exactly like the one in the textbook? As everyone knows, a defense should be tailored to local conditions, not blindly copied from a textbook. A defense built this way would be a graveyard for the soldiers. And yet the Papal States' high-ranking officials were still gloating. Look at the fortifications we built. What standards? The people of Diyen don't even have our standards. The defensive positions built by the National Defense Army certainly didn't meet their standards. But the quality far exceeded the textbook standards. The National Defense Army's positions were often varied. The styles of positions built by each army group varied. This was to prevent soldiers from blindly following textbooks and becoming fools. The Papal States copied the National Defense Army, and while they did so in a similar way, they only copied the appearance, not the spirit. 500,000 or 600,000 troops converged around the Papal capital. 3 outer rings of positions were built, 3 layers deep and 3 layers deep. Even the capital itself was built with 3 rings of positions. There were 6 layers of defense in total. Gazing upon this magnificent position, the high-ranking officials of the provisional government were filled with fighting spirit. What about the National Defense Army? Could they breach our ironclad defenses? With Frank's matter settled, Lyon began ordering the various armies to prepare for a general assault on the Papal capital. Because all the minor issues had been resolved, only the central capital remained a formidable obstacle. The monsters to the north were gradually decimated by the Imperial Guards. Andrenes of the Holy Empire and his undead army were even more frustrated. The reason was simple. The National Defense Army had mobilized only tens of thousands of soldiers, using a vast number of armored vehicles to block the entrance. Drane's monsters had no chance of re-entering the palace. The National Defense Army's steel torrent formed a black wall that blocked their ambitions. They simply didn't stand a chance. Like the monsters to the north of the Papal States, they were completely annihilated by the Great Flame. After confirming that no one would act as a clown, the general offensive began. Under Lyon's instructions, 3 Wehrmacht armies and 1 airborne division prepared for the attack. And as the general offensive began, the Wehrmacht's artillery fire never ceased. The vast majority of artillery units received a single order, to fire all their ammunition. They fired as many as they could, and logistics continued to deliver ammunition. Artillerymen, is it Chinese New Year?